Chapter 1. Crossing over to welfare. Sir, I want to participate in the draft this summer. It would truly be an honor to play under you. Anthony, are you sure? Have you made your decision? Chen Dazhuang looked at the 2.03-meter tall young black man from Canada in front of him, feeling a bit confused. Sir, I have made my decision, and my family fully supports me. Which team do you want to go to? Or do you already have a team that has confirmed they will pick you? Cleveland has said they will select me. Seeing the smile on Anthony Bennett's face, Chen Dazhuang could only smile and wish him well. However, as Bennett turned to leave, Chen Dazhuang looked at his back, slightly lowered his head, and silently muttered, "God bless you, Amen." As a self-proclaimed basketball fan, Chen Dazhuang was a programmer at a game company .It meet a deadline. He worked through the night and fell asleep at his desk around 5 in the morning. When he woke up, he found himself in the beautiful country of 2013 and, inexplicably, had become the head coach of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas basketball team. As a time traveler, Chen Dazhuang discovered that he still had the benefits he was supposed to have. God did not favor one over the other, and he found that he also had a system. However, when he opened it, the more he looked, the more he felt something was off, even somewhat familiar. Eventually, Chen Dazhuang confirmed that this broken system was actually a character program from a game he had developed before crossing over. The key point was that the game had nothing to do with basketball, and even more crucially, he had not finished writing this program. Name: Chen Dazhuang. Occupation: head coach of UNLV. Tactics: 9. On-the-spot command: 6. Skill points: 0. Specialized tactics: man-to-man beginner. A personal panel that was as simple as it could be at first. Chen Dazhuang thought his data was very good. But when he realized the maximum value was 100, he understood just how bad he was. Then, during games, Chen Dazhuang discovered that before the match began, his system would refresh 5 passive buffs, and he could choose to assign these 5 passive buffs to 2 players on his team. From that point on, an unusual dark horse emerged in that NCAA season. Why unusual? If you say it had tactics, that would be nonsense. In any UNLV game, the 2 players performing the best on the court from start to finish were the same, and the tactics were painfully simple. But this strange team ultimately broke through the 8-team Mountain West Conference and advanced to the 4 major regions with the best record, later reaching the Sweet 16 inches. The Midwest region, only to lose to the University of Michigan in the quarterfinals. 3 players from this season's UNLV team left a deep impression on all NCAA fans. One was Bennett, who won the Mountain West Conference Player of the Year and was selected for the National Freshman All-American team. Another was UNLV's point guard, Shakur, whose connection with Bennett guaranteed UNLV's dark horse status, and the last was head coach Chen Dazhuang, who left the deepest impression on everyone. From the start of UNLV's participation in the tournament to their eventual elimination in the Final Four, Chen Dazhuang sat on the bench with a mysterious and confident expression, only standing to call timeouts and assign tactics. That in 01 knew that this was not confidence, but rather a display of his slacking off, that he would give 2 players the buffs he could, then sit back and wait for the game results. And whether they could win depended on whether God was in a good mood that day. What frustrated him was that when UNLV won their first game, the system actually gave him a prompt. Congratulations to the host for winning your first game, but due to insufficient game level, there is no reward. However, one thing he didn't know if it was a consolation from the system. On the first of every month, he would receive a skill point, but looking at the skill points on his personal panel, he truly didn't know if he would live to see the day he reached a passing score. That on June 27, 2013, Chen Dazhuang watched the NBA draft through a live broadcast on television. The final result was, of course, the same as he knew. His prize pupil was unexpectedly selected first overall by the Cavaliers. What Chen Dazhuang could do was sit in front of the television and silently send blessings to the Cavaliers' general manager and Bennett. At the same time, he even felt a bit guilty, thinking it was all his fault for desperately giving little Bennett buffs. What increased shooting percentage by 50, what 100 block success rate within 10 minutes, and being invincible in the paint in the fourth quarter with a 103-point shooting rate in the first quarter limited to 10 shots. The most outrageous time was when he actually gave Bennett a buff for a 100 success rate on drives within 5 minutes. That game was still fresh in Chen Dazhuang's memory because everyone on the opposing team, including the head coach, looked as if they had seen a ghost watching Bennett perform on the court. Can you imagine a 2.03-meter guy doing crossovers on the court? Kid, it's all my fault, don't blame me. Amen. Watching Bennett full of vigor on the television, Chen Dazhuang mourned for him for 3 seconds. Chen, someone is looking for you. They're waiting in the reception room. The next day, as soon as Chen Dazhuang walked into the school office building, his assistant Smith nervously ran over and said, "Who is it? Good news you'll know when you go over." Seeing the guy's expression, which looked like he was constipated, Chen Dazhuang rolled his eyes. How old is this guy? Still acting so mysteriously. When he arrived in the reception room, Chen Dazhuang saw a black man and a white man sitting there, but he was sure he didn't know either of them. Hello, Chen. May I ask who you are? Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. Hello, Chen, I am Milt Newton, the general manager of the Minnesota Timberwolves. This is my assistant, Hunter. Ah, where are you from? Chen Dazhuang thought he might be hearing things. From the Minnesota Timberwolves, my name is Milt Newton. Hello, Mr. Newton. I'm really sorry I didn't react in time. It's okay, Chen. It'll be straightforward. I'm here to invite you to become the head coach of the Timberwolves. We watched your performance in this NCAA season and unanimously believe you are the most suitable for our head coach. No way, are you being so hasty? Does your boss know? I don't think I'm suitable at all. Well, Mr. Newton, can I? Of course, this is the result of our team's careful consideration. However, since you don't have any NBA coaching experience, the salary will be a bit lower. But I remember your head coach is Mr. Rick Adelman, right? I saw him on TV during the draft. Mr. Adelman has chosen to leave the Timberwolves for personal reasons that in the end, Chen Dazhuang chose to accept the invitation from the Minnesota Timberwolves. Of course, the Timberwolves only offered him a one-year contract, and his salary is estimated to be the lowest among NBA head coaches at only $2 million. Chapter 2. Controversy. On July 1st, 2013, the Minnesota Timberwolves official website updated an announcement. The announcement stated that Chen Dazhuang would serve as the head coach for the new season, and his coaching experience was also published on the website. Once this announcement was made, it immediately attracted media attention. It is worth noting that aside from his coaching experience in the NCAA, Chen Dazhuang had no coaching experience at all. The most critical factor was his age at just 26 years old. Chen Dazhuang set a new record for the youngest head coach in NBA history, and according to media speculation, this record would be hard to break in the future. Just one day after the Timberwolves announced Chen Dazhuang as head coach, former Timberwolves coach Adelman revealed the reasons for his departure in an interview with an ESPN reporter. Milt is just an idiot who knows nothing. I really can't understand why Mr. Glenn would hire someone like him to be the general manager. Since Milt came, he's been meddling in everything about the team. I really don't want to work with such an idiot. I think Milt will ruin the Timberwolves. Subsequently, Chen Dazhuang was also caught in the crossfire when Adelman was asked about his opinion on Chen Dazhuang. Sorry, I don't know him. I don't even know who he is. If I hadn't looked at his resume today, I would have thought he was a player Milt brought in for the Timberwolves. Just a rookie that I think the Timberwolves have already reserved the last place in the league for this season. Other teams can completely ignore them. Following this, under the intentional guidance of some reporters, many media outlets began interviewing the head coaches of the other 29 teams. It can be said that not a single head coach had a positive outlook on Chen Dazhuang, and the Timberwolves, almost everyone was puzzled by the Timberwolves' choice to appoint Chen Dazhuang as head coach. First, I thought this was an April Fool's joke, but then I realized the timing was off. Okay, this is just a joke. Pat Riley said in an interview. This is a very bold choice, but I think it's too risky. Popovich also expressed his skepticism that in no time, Timberwolves fans began to slowly believe the media's negative assessments of the team. It seemed to validate these media views when, during the summer league, Chen Dazhuang's assistant coach Smith led the team, resulting in the Timberwolves finishing the summer league without a single win. When it came to the preseason, Chen Dazhuang personally led the team, and again, they ended up without a win. Many loyal Timberwolves fans flocked to the club to protest, holding up signs that read, "We want Rick, not Chen." Chen, this record won't silence the board. You are my chosen head coach, and I hope you can make those doubters quiet. Okay? Understood, Mr. Milt. Don't worry, whether it's the preseason or the summer league. I think losing is not scary. It's all about finding the problems. When the regular season starts, you will definitely see a different Timberwolves. But Chen, I heard you've been focusing on conditioning the team recently. Don't you need to arrange tactical training? Sir, the league is a long process, and I think conditioning is the most important. Of course, tactics are also important. Don't worry, tactics are confidential, and I already have very good plans. All right, I believe in you, Chen. I hope you won't let me down. Watching Milt leave, Chen Dazhuang wiped the sweat from his forehead. I also want to win games. How was I supposed to know that the preseason doesn't grant me buffs? As for training, forget it. Looking at the pathetic values on his personal panel, Chen Dazhuang felt a headache. I don't know anything about tactics. I want to practice tactics, but unfortunately, I don't understand, so I can only have the players work on their conditioning. Joining the Timberwolves, aside from that $2 million, the biggest benefit for Chen Dazhuang was that his skill points went from 1 point per month to 2 points per month. Dazhuang looked at his personal panel and couldn't understand how such a terrible value system came about. Name: Chen Dazhuang. Occupation: head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tactics: 18 points. Command: 15 points. Skill points: 0. Specialized tactics: man-to-man beginner. After spending a few months in the NCAA and preparing over the past few months, he finally reached double digits. However, he still hadn't figured out how tactics upgrade. What the hell is beginner man-to-man? It's just unknown. Offense unknown. defense unknown that I hope I won't become the shortest-lived head coach this season. Hopefully, I can gain some useful buffs in the first few games otherwise. My next game won't be any better. Sitting in the office in a daze, Chen Dazhuang thought. During the preparation for the new season in 2013, perhaps it was indeed as Adelman said, the entire Timberwolves operations in the trade market and the draft seemed to Chen Dazhuang to be a puzzling operation. First, they traded their 9th pick for the 14th and 21st picks from the Jazz. This trade didn't pose much of a problem. 2013 was recognized as a weak draft year, and in Chen Dazhuang's view, only Giannis Antetokounmpo and Rudy Gobert were good choices in the entire 2013 draft. Based on the 2 picks acquired from the Jazz, they could have easily selected both of those players. However, it seemed that Milt and the entire Timberwolves front office were focused on how to resign Pekovic, thus perfectly missing out on both players in the draft. They selected Shabazz Muhammad with the 14th pick, allowing the Bucks to choose Giannis Antetokounmpo with the 15th pick. Then they selected center Dieng with the 21st pick, which allowed the Nuggets to pick Gobert with the 27th pick. As for the free agency market, well, that was even more unspeakable. You didn't even need Adelman anymore. Instead, you brought in Kevin Martin. It seemed that Milt didn't realize Martin was one of Adelman's prized disciples. And then they hired Budinger. They also brought back former Timberwolves player Brewer from the free agency market. And finally, on August 15th, they managed to resign Pekovic. Chen, do you really not need to arrange any other tactical training? Is it still like when we were in school? Smith asked as he entered Chen Dazhuang's office. Trust me, it will be fine, Smith. Chen, I have to remind you, this is the NBA. I don't want to follow you here, and before long, you'll have to look for another job. I might as well have stayed in Las Vegas. Hey, buddy, you should trust me. But I really haven't heard of any NBA team that primarily focuses on conditioning every day, Smith said, looking at Chen Dazhuang with some doubt. Chapter 3. Strange Start. Amidst all this skepticism, the Minnesota Timberwolves began their 2013-2014 regular season journey that on October 29th, the 3 games of the new season's opening night kicked off as scheduled. Perhaps seeing that Chen Dazhuang was having a tough time, the Timberwolves' opening schedule was relatively easy. Their first game of the new season is against the Eastern Conference's Orlando Magic at the Target Center. This match has been referred to by many fans as a battle of the week, and it is even considered by fans to be the least anticipated game of the entire first round. Last season, the Timberwolves finished with a record of 31 wins and 51 losses, ranking 12th in the Western Conference, clearly one of the weaker teams. As for the Magic, who have started to rebuild after the departure of their star player, they could be described as the weakest among the weak, finishing last season with a dismal record of 20 wins and 62 losses, the worst in the entire league. With half an hour left before the game starts, all the players in the home team's locker room are staring blankly at Chen Dazhuang, who is astonished by the 5 buffs that have just been refreshed in the system. Is it truly necessary? Oh, dear system, merely a spectacle of magic. Must such an exaggerated display be unleashed? After all, once this match concludes, might the Magic develop a phobia of the Timberwolves? Chen observing the dazed Chen Dazhuang, Smith profoundly regretted accompanying this fellow to Minnesota. Although he often exhibited such bewilderment during their NCAA days, this was the NBA, for heaven's sake. Huh? Smith, what is it? Chen Dazhuang stared blankly at Smith. You should arrange the starting lineup and the opening tactics, Smith lamented inwardly. Starting lineup? Has it not been arranged yet? At that moment, the 2 words suddenly echoed in the minds of all Timberwolves players as they exchanged glances. All right, I shall arrange it now. As for the tactics in this game, every shot in the first quarter must be a 3-pointer. 2-pointers are strictly forbidden. Remember, 3-pointers. Anyone who attempts a 2-pointer will be benched. Rest assured, my friends, I have a strong premonition that your shooting touch will be exceptionally fiery in this match. Trust me, my intuition has always been remarkably accurate. Having organized the starting lineup, Chen Dazhuang promptly set the strategy for the opening quarter. However, his fervent speech elicited nothing but eye rolls from the players below. Fortunately, the Timberwolves boasted no prominent stars, and the only troublemaker, Martin, had lost his support and thus could no longer be a nuisance. These players, who have roamed the NBA for years, were hearing for the first time about strategizing based on intuition. Come on, guys, trust me. If you follow my plan and we lose, the blame is mine alone. It has nothing to do with you. But once you disregard my instructions, I swear, as long as I remain with the Timberwolves, you'll be glued to the bench, proclaimed Chen Dazhuang. After this declaration, he clicked to activate the first purple buff in his buff bar, an occurrence that marked the first time he had ever encountered a purple buff. As he clicked, the purple buff vanished and, simultaneously, a new display appeared on his personal panel. Team's 3-point shooting percentage in the first quarter, 80. This percentage decreases by 1 for every passing minute of the game. Strangely, all the Timberwolves players felt as if they were under some spell. In that moment, each of them felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. On the other hand, Smith was contemplating how he would approach Chen Dazhuang after the game to express his desire to resign. Soon, the starting players for both teams took to the court. For the Timberwolves, Chen Dazhuang arranged the starting lineup of Rubio, Martin, Brewer, Love, and Pekovic. The Magic's starting lineup consisted of Nelson, Afflalo, Maxiel, Harkless, and Vucevic. Following Dwight Howard's departure from Orlando, the Magic had hired Jacques Vaughn from the Spurs to serve as the team's head coach. Before taking the helm of the Magic, Vaughn had been an assistant to Popovich. Initially brimming with confidence, he hoped for a strong performance as head coach, but after finishing last in the league last season, his self-assurance had taken a severe blow. Nevertheless, for today's game, Vaughn still aspired to clinch a victory, especially considering the opponent's prowess and the fact that they had brought in a rookie coach. In comparison, Vaughn felt that he had a substantial edge in experience over his counterpart. As both starting lineups stood on the court, Chen Dazhuang's demeanor only bolstered Vaughn's confidence further. Meanwhile, the sparse number of Timberwolves fans in the stands grew increasingly displeased with their head coach's antics. The attendance at the Target Center reached approximately 40, and, at that moment, these fans directed their boos towards their own coach. "Come on, Chen, could you tone it down a bit? This is the NBA, not the NCAA. And you never acted like this in the NCAA," Smith thought, watching Chen Dazhuang, who was sitting there with a cup of coffee in one hand and a hamburger in the other, on the verge of a meltdown. "Hey, Smith, why does the game time in the NBA differ from the NCAA? I haven't even eaten. I'm about to starve. Honestly, I feel like I could devour 10 hamburgers. If I get any hungrier, I might faint." Jacques Vaughn perceived this as a provocative act from the opposing team. However, he did not believe such provocation would be of any benefit to his players. Instead, he felt that this inexperienced player would soon face repercussions. At that moment, Vaughn began to envision how he might mock the rookie with a handshake once the game concluded. Yet, this thought quickly dissipated as he found himself transfixed, akin to seeing a ghost, by the game that had already commenced. The match began, and the Minnesota Timberwolves, victorious in the jump ball, secured the first offensive possession. After crossing half court, Rubio passed the ball to Martin, who, upon receiving it, either recalled Chen Dazhuang's pregame tactical arrangements or was simply overtaken by an inexplicable confidence. And he proceeded to launch a three-pointer from the arc. "What a shot!" Smith's boisterous exclamation startled Chen Dazhuang, causing him to nearly drop the hamburger he held. In his flustered attempt to regain his composure, he noticed a large stain on his suit. Unbeknownst to Chen Dazhuang, this moment was also captured by cameras on the sidelines. The most astonishing part was that upon discovering some sauce on his fingers, he shamelessly licked them clean with his tongue. Turning to the Magic's offense, Afflalo sought to retaliate with a three-pointer, but unfortunately, the basketball ricocheted off the rim, and the rebound was claimed by Pekovic, who promptly passed it to Rubio. As Rubio rapidly advanced past half court, perhaps influenced by Martin's recent shot, he disregarded the defender Nelson standing before him and launched a three-pointer from just a step inside the arc. Chapter 4. Are you not allowing me to eat when I'm hungry? Swish. The basketball gracefully swished through the hoop, while Rubio was unceremoniously knocked down by Nelson. The referee's whistle and decisive gesture signified that Rubio's three-pointer was valid, and he was awarded an additional free throw. Chen Dazhuang, munching on a hamburger, couldn't he help but exclaim in awe at the remarkable prowess of this purple buff, something he had never encountered throughout an entire season in the NCAA. With a hamburger and a cup of coffee finally settling comfortably in his stomach, he felt a momentary sense of relief. Meanwhile, Jacques Vaughn stood on the other side. Utterly bewildered, he perceived the Timberwolves before him as an imposter version of the team. The expectation of a lackluster contest was shattered. This was not the way things were supposed to unfold. However, Vaughn was yet to comprehend that even more astonishing revelations lay ahead. When the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first quarter, it wasn't just Vaughn who was left in disbelief. The Timberwolves fans in the stands, along with Milt and Timberwolves owner Glenn Taylor in their box, exchanged incredulous glances at the score display. 43-27. The Timberwolves had landed an astounding 14 three-pointers in the first quarter, leaving everyone in the arena in sheer astonishment. Pekovic himself had managed 2 out of 3 from beyond the arc, and aside from Rubio's single free throw, every point the Timberwolves scored in that quarter came from three-pointers. As the first quarter progressed, the confident trio of Rubio, Brewer, and Martin executed a dazzling array of catch-and-shoot threes, step-back threes, transforming the entire first quarter into a veritable three-point contest. So what do you think? I told you my instincts were spot on. However, we cannot continue this way into the second quarter. Now, take a moment to rest. When you return to the court, remember, I want you to relentlessly penetrate, distribute, and finish at the rim. As they gazed at Chen Dazhuang seated calmly, every player of the Timberwolves was left utterly bewildered. Moments later, as the break came to an end, Vaughn observed the players on the court, their noses scrunched in disbelief. The Timberwolves had astonishingly substituted 5 players at once. Had it not been for the ongoing game, Vaughn might have felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate the individual lounging nonchalantly in the coach's seat. The second quarter lineup for the Timberwolves comprised Beria, Budinger, Cunningham, Turiev, and Dieng. At this moment, Chen Dazhuang was activating the system, selecting the second buff. Instantly, a notification appeared beneath his personal interface. In the first 10 minutes of the second quarter, the on-court quintet achieves an 80% success rate in breakthroughs, decreasing by 1 for every completed minute, with the condition of executing 5 substitutions. Unfortunately for Jacques Vaughn, during the second quarter's respite, he had devised a defensive strategy against the opponent's perimeter. With the referee's whistle, the second quarter commenced. The outcome of the first quarter loomed heavily over the players. Despite their skepticism towards the coach's remarkably rudimentary tactics, found themselves perplexed by the glaring vulnerabilities presented by their adversaries. Budinger's tentative breakthrough not only resulted in a successful layup, but also drew a foul from the opponent. Thus, the Magic found themselves in a dire predicament. Even rookie Dieng, while receiving the ball with his back to the basket, exuded confidence as he skillfully maneuvered past Vucevic's defense, culminating in a thunderous dunk. The Timberwolves were executing an array of dazzling dribbles and explosive breakthroughs, rendering the scene utterly disheartening for the Magic. This onslaught was far more damaging to their confidence than any three-point attempts could have been, as no matter how Vaughn shuffled his lineup, the incoming players were consistently outmaneuvered. Remarkably, merely a little over 7 minutes into the second quarter, multiple players from the Magic found themselves left reeling from feints. To be candid, throughout the entirety of the second quarter, the Timberwolves did not amass an overwhelmingly high score, totaling only 24 points, while the beleaguered Magic managed a mere 11 points, a staggering blow to their morale. Yet, the plight of the Magic extended beyond mere scoring. Under the relentless assaults of the Timberwolves, their foul count was appallingly high. Vucevic found himself burdened with 4 fouls by halftime, effectively sidelining him. Milton, are these our players? Why was Rick unable to perform last season? Or is this merely the magic of this Eastern gentleman? Mr. Glenn, I have long asserted that Chen is an exceptionally formidable head coach. Boss, we should place our trust in him. Very well, though it was merely the first game. I believe in your judgment. Upon hearing the words of his superior, Milt's heart blossomed with joy. Meanwhile, Smith, seated beside Chen Dazhuang, remained remarkably composed, for he had encountered such peculiar scenarios numerous times before. The final score of the match concluded at 135-92, as the Timberwolves commenced the new season with a resounding victory. The standout performer of the game was none other than Kevin Martin, who, in the second half, achieved 3 individual buffs, an invincible one-on-one performance within 5 minutes, a 50 increase in shooting accuracy following a pick and roll after 8 minutes, and a 30 increase in opponent turnover rate within 10 minutes. Throughout the second half, Kevin Martin emerged as the brightest star on the court, while Chen Dazhuang on the sidelines incessantly pushed for more from him. Kevin Martin shattered his personal career records, playing for 40 minutes and amassing an astonishing tally of 54 points, 3 rebounds, 5 assists, and 4 steals. On the Timberwolves side, 8 players scored in double digits. And when the final whistle blew, the most regretful were the fans who had chosen not to attend the game. During the post-match press conference, Kevin Martin, accompanying Chen Dazhuang, was asked what enabled him to achieve such remarkable statistics. He stated, "The head coach is a truly exceptional mentor. He has consistently emphasized that a successful player must possess ample confidence. His encouragement to take shots has been invaluable, and it was only after the game that I realized I had scored so many points. I feel incredibly honored to play for the Timberwolves under his guidance." Naturally, the topic of his eating during the match was raised by some inquisitive journalists who appeared intent on stirring controversy, directing the question at Vaughn. There are many reasons for the loss. I can only say that the opponent was better prepared. However, I must emphasize that beyond winning or losing, there exists a matter of respect. I find the opponent's actions to be profoundly disrespectful, and when we meet again, we shall reclaim our victory. Chen, I am Kate, a reporter from ESPN. First, congratulations on securing your first victory as an NBA coach, which also marks your debut in the league. What are your thoughts on what Jacques just said? Do you believe your behavior on the sidelines was a sign of disrespect towards the opponent? Sir, is there any league regulation that prohibits a head coach from eating during a game? Furthermore, I must clarify that I was exceedingly nervous, as you noted. This is my first NBA game as a coach, and in my anxiety, I forgot to eat. Once the game commenced, I was quite hungry. Is it forbidden to eat when one is hungry? I believe this has no bearing on the game. Chapter 5. This hamburger is exquisite. No one anticipated that a match which initially garnered little attention would become the focal point following the conclusion of the first round of the new season. The staggering 43-point margin emerged as the largest across all 14 games in this round. Particularly striking were the responses of both head coaches during the post-game press conference, which thrust Chen Dazhuang back into the limelight. Despite his subsequent explanations, he faced considerable criticism from the majority of NBA coaches. A number of these coaches condemned Chen Dazhuang's actions as disrespectful to his opponents, with some even deeming it an affront. I find it utterly incomprehensible that such incidents occur. This is not merely a provocation towards the adversary. It is, in fact, a form of insult. The presence of such individuals on the NBA court is an affront to the league itself. I propose that the league impose a lifetime ban on such individuals, as they are unworthy of being an NBA head coach. When Oklahoma City Thunder's Coach Scott was asked for his opinion on Chen Dazhuang eating during the game, he did not hesitate to criticize him vehemently. Coincidentally, the Timberwolves' next opponent is none other than the Thunder. Subsequently, as Scott addressed the outlook for the upcoming match, he similarly issued a declaration of victory. I believe this is not a concern. For the Thunder, victory is the sole outcome that matters, and I will insist that my players ensure an unforgettable evening for the opposition. Indeed, it was a memorable night, albeit for Scott and his Thunder squad. Unbeknownst to Chen Dazhuang, it seemed that the pre-match bravado of the opposing team had triggered the system, resulting in the activation of 4 purple buffs for this game. Upon witnessing the 4 luminous purple buffs in his system's display, Dazhuang silently mourned for his opponents for 30 seconds. The overall defensive success rate stood at an impressive 80%. Single buff must defend the opponent's core player to be effective. Dominance in the paint was assured. Single buff exclusive to the center. 100% success rate for alley-oops within 40 minutes. Dual combination buff activated by PGC. 3-point shooting accuracy increased by 60% over 2 quarters. Single buff exclusive to the shooting guard with selectable usage time. A 50% increase in breakthrough success rate within 5 minutes. Single buff. The match had yet to commence when Dazhuang felt a familiar pang of hunger. Thus, as soon as the referee's whistle signaled the beginning of the game, all eyes in the arena were drawn to a familiar sight. Seated at the sidelines, Chen Dazhuang was engrossed in his meal, coffee in one hand and a hamburger in the other. Various cameras were trained on him. Scott, too, noticed the scene, yet he was too preoccupied with the unfolding game to care. Within less than 5 minutes, the Timberwolves had completely seized control of the match. Duran, who bore the weight of Scott's expectations, struggled under Brewer's formidable defense, suffering 3 blocks and 2 steals at Brewer's hands in just the first quarter. Durant managed to score merely 2 points, all from free throws. The combination of Ibaka and Perkins in the paint was thoroughly challenged by Pekovic, leaving them questioning their abilities. Martin's three-pointers pierced through the Thunder's defense like daggers, each shot striking at Scott's vulnerabilities. Rubio's passes seemed almost guided by precision. And with Pekovic benefiting from dual enhancements, their alley-oop synergy left the Thunder in agony, transforming the target center into a veritable city of alley-oops. With less than 5 minutes elapsed in the fourth quarter, Scott replaced all of his starters, his expression darkening as he sat there. For the score had ballooned to 118-77. This staggering 41-point deficit filled him with regret over his pre-game statements. He realized he had become a mere figure of ridicule. Yet, he could not fathom how this group of Timberwolves players could perform at such a level. Durant, after all, was a scoring champion. Had it been someone like LeBron successfully defending against him, he might have accepted it. But seeing Brewer render Durant utterly ineffective throughout the game was simply beyond his comprehension. If, prior to the commencement of the match, someone had dared to suggest that Brewer would effectively neutralize Durant, he would have surely spat in their face. Yet the outcome is indeed as such. And then there's Martin. What a remarkable touch he displayed with his 3-point shooting. Particularly in the first quarter, he impressively sank 6 out of 7 attempts. And by the third quarter, he astonishingly achieved a perfect 7 out of 7. Had I known of your extraordinary prowess, I would never have sent you to the Timberwolves. Furthermore, Rubio and Pekovic exhibited an exceptional synergy. Even Ibaka and Perkins were aware of the impending alley-oop. Yet Rubio's pass seamlessly found its way into Pekovic's hands. Scott has descended into a profound state of doubt, convinced that this entire scenario is but a dream, a nightmarish one at that. Meanwhile, Timberwolves fans in the stands have remained fervently supportive from the very first minute of the game, cheering and applauding until Big Z substituted all the starters. In this moment, those individuals hardly recall anything about Adelman. To them, the performances in just these 2 games have already won their admiration. When will the Timberwolves ever deliver such commanding displays? Last season was devoid of such prowess. Yet here we are, only 2 games into the current season. As for the matter of food, for these Timberwolves fans, it is hardly a fault. If consuming food could guarantee victories, one might as well reserve an entire season's worth of hamburgers for the robust coach. At this moment, let's not dwell on the entirety of the beautiful country. All the burger joints in Minnesota are likely already strategizing on how to entice this charismatic coach to choose their burgers. Particularly, KFC and McDonald's are surely eager. Jenny, please book the fastest flight to Minneapolis, okay? Novak smiled at the face of Chen Dazhuang on the television. Meanwhile, Novak's rivals were also in motion. McDonald's CEO, Isbrook, was arranging for his assistant to secure tickets to Minneapolis. Additionally, the CEO of Santos Catering, the head of Habits, one of the top 10 burger brands in the beautiful country, along with Five Guys, In-N-Out Burger, and other esteemed burger establishments, were all astute business individuals who would not let such a fitting spokesperson slip through their fingers. Chun, your contributions have once again secured a victory. May I ask how the burgers tasted today? Did you not mention that you forgot to eat last time? Why then, did you indulge again today? Have you forgotten to eat once more? Asked ESPN reporter Kate at the post-game press conference. The taste was exquisite. I believe it was even better than yesterday's. I did eat today, but perhaps it was nerves that got to me. As the game approached, I felt extremely anxious, and I thought that perhaps eating might alleviate that. Chapter 6. The Frenzied Timberwolves. Hello, Chun, I am Novak from Yum Brands. We would like to invite you to be the spokesperson for our KFC brand. Upon seeing Novak before him, Chen Dazhuang could scarcely believe the fervor displayed by these individuals, all because he had consumed 2 hamburgers. To be frank, he wasn't particularly fond of such fare. However, when seated on the coaching bench, one can only indulge in such items. After all, one cannot set up a table for a hot pot feast. Mr. Novak, I appreciate your faith in me, but I fear you have arrived too late. Chen Dazhuang felt a pang of regret. He had not anticipated such popularity. The fact that the familiar faces of KFC and McDonald's sought him out surprised him. Initially, he felt joy at the prospect of being approached for endorsement, as no one would turn down financial opportunities. Thus, when Milt brought the CEO of Habits, the first to approach him, to his office, an agreement was signed within 5 minutes. For 3 years, a sum of $6 million. The conditions were remarkably simple. Whenever Chen Dazhuang was present on the sidelines and desired sustenance, he was to exclusively select products from Habit. Habit assured him that their stores across the entirety of beautiful country would promptly deliver his needs at a moment's notice. However, little did Chen Dazhuang anticipate that after the representatives from Habit gleefully departed with the agreement, numerous other brands, including KFC, McDonald's, and a plethora of hamburger chains across America, would soon come knocking at his door. Novak was merely late to the party. Oh, dear Chun, might you disclose the name? Habit. Oh, very well. That damned assistant of mine will certainly hear about this when I return. Upon hearing Chen Dazhuang mention Habit, Novak felt a slight sense of relief. To him, as long as it wasn't McDonald's, the situation was manageable. Yet, for Chen Dazhuang, this was merely a fleeting episode. What truly delighted him was not the endorsement of hamburgers, but rather the rewards he received after successfully completing the NBA games. The victories from 2 matches bestowed upon him 10 skill points. Although 10 points seemed trivial in light of his abysmal attributes, it nonetheless ignited a spark of hope. With this newfound optimism, Chen Dazhuang, accompanied by the enigmatic Timberwolves, embarked on a remarkable winning streak. On November 3rd, he led the Timberwolves to Madison Square Garden, where they once again unleashed 2 purple team-wide buffs. With the aid of these buffs, the Timberwolves triumphed over Anthony's New York Knicks with a score of 117-97, achieving a splendid 3-game winning streak. On November 4th, the Timberwolves continued their away journey at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse in a back-to-back away game, just as everyone expected the Timberwolves' winning streak to be halted. Chen Dazhuang delivered a resounding rebuttal to all the skeptics. Although this match did not yield a coveted purple S-level offensive buff, it remarkably produced 4 defensive buffs. allowing the Timberwolves to demonstrate to the Cavaliers the essence of tenacious defense. The purple buff enhances rebounding ability by 100%, diminishing by 1% for every minute that passes, activated by a duo combination of the center and power forward. The collective interference increases the opponent's shooting success rate by 50% within 5 minutes. The passing error rate for match players rises by 50%, effective only for point guards. The success rate for blocks in the first quarter stands at 100%, while in the second quarter, it drops to 50%, single buff, applicable to either the power forward or center. Lastly, in the final 3 minutes, the three-point shooting percentage increases by 30%, usable as a single buff, with no positional restrictions. From the onset of the first quarter, Pekovi and Love transformed into rebounding titans, while the players from both the Cavaliers and Timberwolves morphed into iron workers, albeit the Cavaliers lacked the support of rebounding monsters. Consequently, the Timberwolves gradually gained a lead in the score. Upon the conclusion of the match, statistical analysis revealed that the Timberwolves outperformed the Cavaliers in offensive rebounds with an astonishing 31-3 margin, amassing 28 offensive rebounds. Among the most memorable moments was when the Timberwolves' perimeter trio of Rubio, Martin, and Brewer consecutively failed to score, yet the rebounds were firmly secured by Love and Pekovi. Ultimately, Pekovi, unable to bear the futility any longer, seized the rebound and decisively slammed the ball into the basket, thereby concluding the possession. On the court, Cavaliers' Verajao and Tristan appeared on the verge of tears. The final score stood at 91-72, marking the first instance this season in which the Timberwolves did not surpass 100 points, while their opponents fared even worse. I find myself utterly perplexed by the actions of my players. I cannot comprehend their performance or discern their thoughts. The loss in this match is inexplicable, as it seemed throughout that my players had entirely forgotten how to play, how to shoot. Having concluded his coaching tenure with the Lakers, Brown returned to the Cavaliers brimming with confidence. However, his encounter with the Timberwolves cast an unsettling shadow of doubt over his new chapter. Not only did he question his players, but he also began to doubt himself, as he found himself struggling to comprehend the game of basketball. The Timberwolves, though seemingly lacking in individual talent across positions, displayed bewildering performances during the match. It appeared as if the two players in the paint had never secured a rebound in their lives. Brown even pondered whether even Shaquille O'Neal would falter against these two anomalous figures. Moreover, he realized that he could not decipher the strategy of his opponents. Having reviewed the game footage of the Timberwolves, he was unable to comprehend the tactics they employed, rendering him incapable of devising a counter-strategy. For instance, in their game against the Magic, Brown perceived the Timberwolves' approach as nonsensical. Either the players stood aimlessly on the perimeter or they mindlessly surged towards the Magic's interior. Regardless of his frustration, Brown had no choice but to accept the outcome of defeat. On the other hand, Chen Dazhuang concluded his back-to-back away games with 5 skill points as a reward from the system, alongside the Timberwolves' impressive 4-game winning streak. The Timberwolves enjoyed a day of rest before returning to the Target Center to face the Golden State Warriors. After the first 4 rounds of the season, only the Timberwolves, Pacers, and Rockets remained undefeated among the league's 30 teams. While it is premature to draw conclusions from just 4 games in an 82-game regular season, this sentiment particularly applies to the other 2 teams. The Pacers, having finished 3rd in the Eastern Conference last season and making a deep playoff run to the Eastern Finals, maintained their lineup with minimal changes, even signing Scola. Thus, their 4-game winning streak is hardly surprising. The Rockets, who acquired Harden last season and advanced to the playoffs, have made ambitious moves this summer, including signing Dwight Howard to a 4-year, $84.5 million deal, alongside various extensions and efforts to bolster their bench depth. This indicates that the Rockets are undoubtedly ambitious this season, making their 4-game streak equally unremarkable. Chapter 7. Why Am I Hungry 2? The Timberwolves' 4 consecutive victories have astonished nearly everyone in the league. Those who mocked them before the season have now found themselves in painful disbelief. Nonetheless, many still argue that the Timberwolves' victories lack substance, as their opponents were not formidable. The day after the Timberwolves game against the Cavaliers, ESPN conducted a public opinion poll regarding the anticipated excitement for the 5th round of games. Surprisingly, the matchup between the Timberwolves and the Warriors emerged as the most awaited contest. Consequently, this game naturally became the focal point of the round. TNT's Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley, the dynamic duo, arrived at the Target Center to commentate on the match. Meanwhile, far away in China, Penguin Video planned to broadcast the game live. Zhang Ji remarked that he had not anticipated this game would become the highlight of the round, as he had expected the Thunder versus Mavericks game to take precedence. What are your thoughts on these two teams? I find it quite reasonable. Both the Warriors and the Timberwolves have performed admirably in their first 4 matches. The Warriors boast a record of 3 wins and 1 loss, while the Timberwolves have triumphed in all 4 of their encounters. Furthermore, the Timberwolves head coach is also of Chinese descent. This indeed piques the interest of many. I have observed numerous inquiries regarding Chen Dazhuang. Unfortunately, we possess limited information about him. We know he is an overseas Chinese, aged 26, and for reasons unknown. He ascended to the role of NCAA head coach. After a single season, he became the head coach of the Timberwolves. Initially met with skepticism, he surprisingly led the Timberwolves to a remarkable 4-game winning streak, generating considerable controversy within the NBA. Yes, primarily due to his peculiar habit of indulging in hamburgers during games. In his own words, he claims it is a method to alleviate his nerves. However, to his opponents, it appears rather provocative, resulting in substantial debate surrounding his actions. I recently heard that he became the spokesperson for a prominent hamburger brand in America, which may be a case of turning adversity into opportunity. Zhang, what is your perspective on his behavior? I tend to agree with his explanation. It seems to stem from a nervous habit, which I find quite plausible. At this moment, TNT Smith and Barkley are also deliberating on Chen Dazhuang's perplexing habit. Buddy, I got you a gift today. Here, this is for you, Smith said with a smile as he retrieved a hamburger from behind his seat and placed it before Barkley. Oh my God, can I actually eat this now? I hope it won't cost me, Barkley replied. I've heard that the Habit Burger in Minneapolis is selling like hotcakes. I suspect the owner is laughing uncontrollably in the restroom right now. Of course, just look around. Timberwolves fans seem to have one in hand each. Old friend. Not just in Minneapolis, but the entire state of Minnesota regards Habit Burgers as the most beloved. Who do you think will win tonight's match? Smith inquired. Certainly the Warriors. Is there any doubt? You can't possibly think the Timberwolves will prevail, can you? Why not? Kenny, come on. Have you watched their first 4 games? Tell me, what strategy have the Timberwolves employed? That Chinese fellow, aside from sitting there eating a hamburger and sipping coffee, what else has he done? Yes, I know, but he is winning. Winning aside. Hey, Charles, does a game require anything beyond victory? Smith's words left Barkley momentarily speechless. Indeed, isn't winning the essence of a game? At this moment, the starting quintet of the Timberwolves has completed their entrance ceremony. Rubio, Martin, Brewer, Love, and Pekovic. Meanwhile, the Warriors starters are Curry, Thompson, David Lee, Iguodala, and Bogut. Observing the Splash Brothers on the court, Chen Dazhuang could only silently mourn for them. He did not wish for this outcome, but considering the recently activated buff, he surmised that by the end of the match, he would undoubtedly become the most despised individual by the two. Ricky, do you know who he is? Chen Dazhuang asked, draping his arm over Rubio's shoulder. Of course, it's Steven, Rubio replied. All right, Ricky, this is Target Center, this is Minneapolis, this is our home court. We must demonstrate through our actions that we hold the reins here. Before we advance, during the first 3 possessions beyond half court, I want you to take 3-point shots. Understood? Whether they go in or not is inconsequential. What matters is the momentum we create. Do you understand what momentum means? Boss, I comprehend what momentum is. But are you certain you want me to shoot? Hey, Ricky, you should have faith in me, and more importantly, have confidence in yourself. Remember, this is Target Center. Chen Dazhuang fervently motivated Rubio, who felt somewhat dazed as he stepped onto the court. Alas, he felt powerless. He had conjured an odd and peculiar buff. And the most critical issue was that the system seemed to have malfunctioned today, providing him with only a single buff. Yet, it was a dazzling SS-level buff. Blossoms of Splendor bloomed, a composite buff with the following activation conditions, if the point guard achieves a long-range 3-point ability at the start. The first shot must have a success rate of 60%. If successful, the entire team's 3-point shooting percentage will increase by 50%. The second long-range shot must have a success rate of 50%. If successful, the team's defensive capabilities will enhance by 50%. The third long-range shot must have a success rate of 40%. If successful, the team's passing success rate will rise by 50%. Should all 3 long-range 3-pointers succeed, it will trigger the hidden attribute of the Splash Brothers. Any pass from the point guard will increase the receiver's shooting percentage by 30%. It is imperative that the first 3 possessions result in successful long-range shots to fulfill the activation conditions. The system, it seems, has left me no avenue for retreat. To be honest, upon seeing this, he did not anticipate Rubio making all 3. He thought if he could land two, the Warriors would likely be doomed. However, if he missed all three, he had no desire to struggle further. Gazing at the chicken nuggets in his hand, he pondered, "Forget it, I'll do my best. You all proceed as you wish." He suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Oh dear, Chen has started eating again. Wait, why isn't it a hamburger this time? Kenny, I feel a sudden hunger seeing him eat. Is it acceptable for me to indulge in this hamburger now? Charles, why not share half with me? I too find myself feeling a bit peckish. The aroma of his meal is simply delightful. It appears to be the chicken nuggets recently unveiled by Hobbit. Oh my God, he is actually licking his fingers. I cannot bear it any longer. It's not just Smith who is struggling. All the fans in attendance seem to be struck by a sudden hunger. The high-definition screen at the venue vividly captures Chen Dazhuang licking his fingers. Chapter 8. Bewildered Zhang Ji. I suddenly feel an unexpected pang of hunger. Can you believe it? I even envision a scenario where, in the future, all NBA head coaches adopt such behavior. How torturous that would be for us commentators. Haha, you're right. It's a rather unimaginable image. By then, I suspect everyone would be clamoring to commentate on our CBA games. Oh, what makes you say that? Consider this. Hamburgers and similar fare are staples in the West. Quite normal for them. But who here truly enjoys such things? Typically, it's a younger crowd or children. What would our head coach do? Order a few dishes during the game, or perhaps set up a hot pot. That scenario seems utterly unrealistic. Indeed, it does. Haha. Meanwhile, online, fans are going wild. Damn, this is the first NBA game I've watched, and it feels like a food broadcast. I'm actually hungry. Hey, you're not alone. I've already placed an order for a family bucket. Brothers, I think Dazhuang should consider endorsing our hot and sour noodles. It could be a proud representation for our nation. Wow, if you were to hold hot and sour noodles in the arena, the game would likely be forgotten. I agree. That idea is rather absurd. I think it's great. Let us throw in some stinky tofu, too. Can you all focus on the game? Is this really the NBA? If we keep this up, I'll be hungry as well. At this moment, the chief referee made his way to the center circle, and the players from both teams took their respective positions. As the basketball was tossed into the air by the referee, the whistle echoed, signaling the commencement of the match. The jump ball between Pekovic and Bogut saw Pekovic making the initial touch, and the ball was soon secured by Brewer. After a brief observation, Brewer passed the ball to the awaiting Rubio. Curry, having provided a mere distraction, retreated towards the backcourt, while Rubio, upon receiving the ball, opted not to accelerate forward, but instead advanced at a measured pace. This was entirely normal in Curry's eyes, prompting him to stand still in anticipation of Rubio's arrival. What transpired next left everyone utterly astonished. As Rubio crossed half-court, he suddenly gathered the ball and launched it into the air. Initially, spectators presumed it to be a pass, a strategic move to exploit a gap in the Warriors' defense. However, as the trajectory of the soaring basketball became evident, it dawned on everyone that this was, in fact, a shot. Having released the ball, Rubio anxiously watched its flight. All eyes were glued to the airborne sphere, while Pekovic and Bogut engaged in a struggle for advantageous positioning. And Love wrestled with Iguodala. Regrettably, their efforts were in vain. After a brief flight, the basketball swished through the net, eliciting a profound silence across the arena. Moments latte. Amidst the DJ's exuberant shouts, all Timberwolves fans erupted, rising to chant Rubio's name fervently. Rubio and Chen Dazhuang exchanged smiles, and soon, the other Timberwolves players joined in the laughter. However, Smith and Barkley in the stands were left in bewilderment, as were Yang, Yi, and Zhang Weiping in the Penguin livestream. Oh, for heaven's sake, what in the world was that? I can hardly believe my eyes. Goodness, this is the Timberwolves, Barkley exclaimed, still reeling from the shock. Hey, my friend, watch your language, or you'll get fined. I can't hold back. Fine me if you must. I feel like I'm losing my mind. This must be some madman-esque strategy, but when have you ever seen a tactic like this? And it actually went in. Is this really Rubio? Does he possess such capability? Barkley felt his worldview completely shaken. Although long-range threes had become increasingly common, no team had ever opted for a three-pointer from half-court on their very first possession. This is unreasonable. It cannot possibly be the Timberwolves, Zhang Healy muttered to himself. I suspect it might have been a fluke. Rubio lacks that ability. But doesn't he consider the coach's feelings? Yang Yi believes it to be a stroke of luck. However, Rubio swiftly demonstrated through his actions that it was far from mere chance. The Warriors' offense, perhaps provoked by this, saw Curry utilizing Iguodala's screen to attempt a quick three-pointer from the perimeter, only to have the ball ricochet off the rim. The rebound was secured by Love, who promptly passed it to Rubio. The Warriors responded with remarkable swiftness in their defense, yet Rubio opted not to hasten his dribble, instead advancing at a leisurely pace. Curry, convinced that the previous shot was merely a fluke, rationalized that no team could consistently sink three-pointers from that distance. Even the Warriors would find such feats improbable. Thus, Curry remained stationed at the perimeter, awaiting Rubio's arrival. Regrettably, Curry misjudged the situation. As Rubio crossed the midcourt line, he swiftly gathered the ball and, under the watchful eyes of all present, nearly from the same spot as his first attempt, replicated his earlier maneuver. This time, however, no one dared to entertain the notion of a pass. Though bewildered, they fixated intently on the ball's trajectory. Moments later, when the basketball once again swished through the net, the target center erupted in fervor, with the DJ synchronizing his enthusiasm to the rhythm of the crowd's jubilant roars, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch among the Timberwolves supporters. The score stood at 6-0. Barkley slumped over the table, a visage of despondency. "Charles, old friend, what troubles you?" Kenny inquired. "You see," Barkley replied, "in this moment, my passion for basketball has waned. The Timberwolves have extinguished my love for the game." "What do you mean? If this becomes a regular tactic in the future, what joy remains? How are we to play on? I regret coming today. This fellow has ruined it for me. It's utterly cruel." No, Charles. This cannot possibly be a standard tactic. I doubt we will see this repeated. Such a strategy cannot become conventional. You're overthinking it." Yet, Smith's attempt to console Barkley was soon met with irony. Following two consecutive long-range three-pointers that left the Warriors somewhat irked, their subsequent offensive effort faltered once more, with the Timberwolves maintaining control of the rebound and passing it back to Rubio. As before, the Warriors' defensive response was rapid, yet Rubio's pace remained unhurried, and Curry, still skeptical that the opponent would employ the same approach, allowed Rubio to leisurely dribble the ball forward. Chapter 9. Why did he call a timeout? Curry, steadfast in his judgment, faced a stark reality, while Smith, who believed that the ensuing matches would return to normalcy, was equally confounded. Meanwhile, Barkley, who had recently felt a waning enthusiasm, maintained an unchanged expression. On the sidelines, Coach Chen Dazhuang observed the basketball soaring through the air. However, this time, the ball did not glide through the hoop with the precision seen in the previous two attempts. Instead, it collided with the rim, leading to a tussle among the interior players in the paint. Remarkably, after bouncing off the front of the rim, the ball danced precariously before eventually finding its way through the net. For the first time, Chen Dazhuang rose from his seat, applauding the spectacle before settling back down. On the other side, Mark Jackson scratched his head, pondering whether he had inadvertently angered some ill-fated force, as the game had devolved into an unexpected chaos. With three long-range three-pointers effortlessly sinking in succession, the score stood at 9-0. Barkley and Smith exchanged perplexed glances in the stands, rendered speechless by the unfolding events. Despite years of commentary experience, they found themselves utterly bewildered. In the Penguin Live broadcast room, the duo struggled to find words, with Young eventually muttering that Rubio had once again hit a long-range three-pointer, putting the Timberwolves ahead 9-0 against the Warriors. Conversely, the Timberwolves fans in the stands erupted with excitement. Suddenly, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a timeout. Mark was indeed calling for a pause. As those three shots had severely deflated the Warriors' morale, it seemed he needed to regroup. Hey, Charles, it's not Mark who called the timeout. It's Chen from the Timberwolves. What? What did you say? The Timberwolves called a timeout? Oh, for heaven's sake, has this guy lost his mind? Why would he call a timeout now? Shouldn't it be the Warriors who seek a pause? Barkley was on the verge of losing his composure. Despite the game having only just begun, it had utterly shattered his understanding of basketball. He simply could not fathom Chen Dazhuang's reasoning. You're leading 9-0. Shouldn't you be pressing your advantage? Even if a timeout were necessary, it should be called by the opposing team. What on earth is going on? On the commentary platform, Barkley cradled his head in his hands, his eyes devoid of life. Beside him, Smith also pressed his forehead, sitting there and shaking his head incessantly. Not only were they perplexed, but the Timberwolves fans in the stands were equally bewildered by the enigmatic intentions of their remarkable coach. This sentiment extended to the Timberwolves bench players and Smith, the assistant to Chen Dazhuang, as they all gazed at Chen, who stood with a tactical board in hand. I certainly did not wish for this. I feared that Rubio might become overly ambitious and continue shooting, which would spell disaster. Dazhuang was acutely aware of the multitude of eyes upon him, despite never having been a head coach. He had watched enough games to understand that calling a timeout at this juncture was ill-advised. However, he had no choice. Rubio had made 3 consecutive shots. Yet he could not be allowed to take the next one. Otherwise, this multifaceted buff would fail to manifest its potential. Zhang, what is your perspective on this timeout? To be frank, it seems rather unreasonable. The Timberwolves should be riding a wave of momentum right now. Calling a timeout at this moment could be perceived as aiding the opponent. I wonder what Dazhuang is contemplating. This timeout could very well serve as a pivotal moment in the match, considering the Warriors are a formidable team. Are you suggesting that the Warriors might seize the opportunity to regroup during this timeout? Indeed, Mark Jackson's on-the-spot management is commendable. In contrast, Dazhuang's in-game decisions appear somewhat lacking. Dazhuang, wielding the tactical board, was merely going through the motions. Once everyone gathered around him, the strategy he had prepared became irrelevant. Ricky, remember, our confidence has been established. But as a point guard, your duty is to facilitate scoring for your teammates through your passing. From this point until the end of the game, your role is to distribute the ball. Everyone else, upon receiving it, should shoot without hesitation, whether from the paint or beyond the arc. We must achieve a harmonious balance between inside and outside play. Do you understand? Go out there and demonstrate that this is our target zone. This is our home ground. Essentially, the message was straightforward. Just make 3 shots, and thereafter, let others take over. The concept of inside-outside balance was equally simple. Shoot from the perimeter while also attacking the inside, ensuring a fair distribution of opportunities. In truth, when the third shot swished through the net, the Warriors were rendered irrelevant in this contest. Just as doubts arose about whether the Warriors might capitalize on this timeout for a breather, the Timberwolves emphatically showcased their dominance through decisive action. Upon the resumption of play, Kevin Martin emerged as a pivotal figure, swiftly sinking 2 consecutive pull-up three-pointers, leading everyone to wonder if this was truly Martin or a reincarnation of McGrady. As the Warriors took their turn on offense, the formidable duo of Love and Pekovi transformed into titans within the paint, leaving Iguodala and Bogut in a state of despair. In regard to the Warriors' prowess from beyond the arc, both Curry and Clay found themselves repeatedly misfiring at the basket, constrained by the combined efforts of Rubio, Martin, and Brewer. By the conclusion of the first quarter, the scoreboard revealed a glaring disparity for each Warrior player, a staggering 37-9, with the Warriors failing to even reach double digits. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves thrived, with Rubio contributing 12 points and Martin 17, inciting wild cheers from the Timberwolves faithful. Commentators Barkley and Smith had already morphed into fervent fans of the Timberwolves. Kenny, what on earth is the Thunder's coaching staff doing? Are they completely oblivious? Can they truly afford to let a superstar score 17 points in a single quarter go without consequence? I am uncertain, yet I am aware that it is not only the Thunder that seems to be lacking. The Nuggets, too, are in disarray. Just look at Curry. Although he managed to score 3 points in the first quarter, his defensive efforts were lackluster. It was as if David Lee appeared as a toddler learning to walk in comparison. If anyone were to assert in my presence that the Timberwolves are a team in disarray, I would vehemently contest that notion. Is this truly a team in disarray? I believe even the Heat would find it challenging to compete against them. My friend, I am genuinely eager to witness the Timberwolves' performance this season. I hold high expectations for their concluding results. As the second quarter unfolded, despite some improvement in the Warriors' offensive play, they remained unable to deter the Timberwolves, who were in an absolute frenzy. It is noteworthy that the hidden attribute of those 3-point shots from beyond the arc applied not only to the star players but to all members of the Timberwolves. The halftime score reflected the season's most lopsided margin, standing at 71-29, with the Timberwolves showcasing undeniable dominance on both ends of the court against the Warriors. The score has rendered the outcome of this match utterly predictable, leaving not only the spectators present in shock, but also those other teams with an interest in the Timberwolves. All those who once looked down upon Chen Dazhuang when he first entered the NBA now feel a burning shame upon their faces. Chapter 10. I believe he needs to compose himself. As the head referee blew the final whistle for the fourth quarter, the entire crowd of Timberwolves fans at the Target Center rose in unison, chanting Chen Dazhuang's name. Although the pronunciation of his name was far from perfect, it did not hinder the fans' fervent support for him. The final score stood at 144-75, a brutal disparity of 69 points. Prior to this game, the largest margin in NBA history was established during the 1991-92 season in a match between the Cavaliers and the Heat, where the Cavaliers triumphed with a score of 148-80, showcasing a 68-point difference. Today, however, the Timberwolves shattered that record. Kevin Martin achieved a remarkable high of 53 points, while Brewer contributed with 17 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 steals. Rubio added a double-double with 13 points and 24 assists. Across the board, 9 players from the Timberwolves scored in double digits, demonstrating absolute dominance in both offense and defense. Mark Jackson, by the end of the game, sat on the bench with his head buried in his knees, unwilling to witness the humiliation of the Warriors any longer. Chen Dazhuang, too, felt a pang of sympathy for the opposing team, pondering whether the system bore some grudge against the Warriors, manifesting such an outrageous buff. He even suspected that the Warriors might suffer lingering effects from this defeat. Initially, Barkley and Smith were praising the Timberwolves' offensive prowess, but as the game progressed, their tone shifted to one of pity for the Warriors, as the situation became increasingly cruel. Even the Timberwolves fans began to applaud the Warriors when they managed to score towards the end. Domestic netizens echoed this sentiment, expressing sympathy for the underdogs. Is it not more brutal than a father beating a son? Who among us knows of any deep-seated vendetta between the Timberwolves and the Warriors? Dear brothers upstairs, such a vendetta could never be this merciless. It would at least resemble a massacre. No, a massacre has indeed occurred. Who is left to seek revenge? If it were me, I would consider retirement. Who could endure such a fate? My goodness, is our Dazhuang truly this fierce? If he were to coach the national team, the adversaries would surely be left in tatters. Brothers upstairs, do you think the Warriors haven't been utterly devastated already? A urine test is a must. I suspect there are no traces of performance-enhancing drugs left. Has anyone noticed how Chen Dazhuang resembles Zen Master Phil Jackson, sitting there throughout the game, unperturbed? My dear brother, please refrain from jesting. Even Master Run had the audacity to call for a pause, while I, Zhuang, remained seated throughout, nearly succumbing to slumber. The assistant coaches were the ones orchestrating the various timeouts. At this moment, Yang Yi and Zhang Li were engaged in a discussion regarding this match in the live broadcast room. I just checked, and Zhang pointed out that the point differential has indeed set a new NBA record. The previous record stood at 68 points, whereas this match concluded with a staggering 69-point margin. Frankly, the performance of the Timberwolves this season has surpassed my expectations. It is not merely your surprise. I dare say many were taken aback. This undeniably speaks to Chen Dazhuang's exceptional coaching prowess. With nearly the same roster, Adelman led the team to a dismal 12th in the West last season. Yet upon Chen Dazhuang's arrival, the team secured an impressive 5 consecutive victories, even etching their name in NBA history. This is truly remarkable, and I believe it brings honor to our Chinese community. We have never had a person of Chinese descent serve as an NBA head coach, and now Chen Dazhuang has achieved this milestone, delivering astonishing results. The Timberwolves have indeed struck gold. I wholeheartedly concur with this sentiment. At the post-game press conference, alongside Chen Dazhuang was Kevin Martin, who had been awarded the title of Best Player of the Game. To be candid, Martin is undoubtedly Chen Dazhuang's most steadfast supporter within the Timberwolves. I believe I am merely fulfilling the coach's directives. Since joining the Timberwolves, he has continuously instilled in me the importance of confidence, urging me to trust in him and in myself. Therefore, regardless of my accomplishments, they are a testament to his guidance. He is an extraordinarily exceptional coach, and I consider it a stroke of luck in my career to encounter such a mentor. During the press conference, Kevin Martin lavished praise upon Chen Dazhuang. Chen, congratulations on your 5th consecutive victory. May I inquire if the chicken nuggets were delectable today? Hello, Kate. I would say they were satisfactory, though I wish we had disposable gloves. It would be much more convenient. Chen Dazhuang's response lightened the atmosphere in the room. Hello, I am Mary, a reporter from TNT. We noticed Ricky Rubio made 3 consecutive long-range three-pointers at the start of the game, and he mentioned that this was part of your tactical arrangement. Could you elaborate on the reasoning behind such a strategy? Upon hearing the question from the blonde beauty, Chen Dazhuang found himself grappling with how to respond. How could he possibly explain this without sounding absurd? Ahem, indeed, this was my strategy. I have always believed that for a professional player, the most crucial element is not merely skill or talent, but rather confidence. Only with sufficient self-assurance can one fully harness their abilities, even surpassing them. Thus, to instill the necessary confidence in Ricky, I devised this plan. At this moment, everyone present, including TNT reporter Kelly and the previously overlooked Mark Jackson, gazed in astonishment at Chen Dazhuang. They were utterly taken aback by his nonsensical remarks. It was the first time they had ever heard that boosting a player's confidence relied on hitting a three-pointer from beyond the arc. What an absurd notion. Was he not concerned that missing such shots might undermine the player's confidence? The reporters were no longer skeptical. They were now convinced that this individual was speaking sheer nonsense. Chen, why did you call a timeout after Ricky made 3 consecutive three-pointers? Shouldn't you have pressed the advantage? Kelly was clearly not willing to let him off the hook. No, 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 beautiful reporter, he retorted. That is not how I perceive the situation. I believe that if I did not call a timeout, my players would lose their composure due to those 3 shots. Confidence is indeed crucial on the court, but so is rationality. Thus, I deemed it necessary to call a timeout to allow my players to regain their calm. Kelly's eyes widened as she stared at this insufferable man, now fully aware that he was weaving a web of fabrications in response to her inquiries. Confidence, as he claimed, and rationality, as he argued, seemed to be conveniently malleable to his narrative. It was the first time she had heard that players needed to calm down after their team had taken a lead. Chapter 11. The fool, he suggests calming the players? The most notorious blabbermouth coach in the league. After the game, TNT reported on the matchup between the Timberwolves and the Warriors, where their reporter harshly criticized Chen Dazhuang and even suggested that the league impose penalties on such coaches, advocating for a ban on nonsensical statements during post-game interviews, as it was an affront to the media. The Timberwolves decimated the Warriors, setting a new NBA record with a 69-point differential. Barkley asserted that Chen had extinguished his passion for basketball. Since when has a player's confidence been built upon long-range three-pointers? The Timberwolves coach's ludicrous assertions. The Chinese contingent wreaked havoc at Target Center. A moment of silence. For the Warriors, let us mourn. Following the 5th round of games, headlines across all sports sections in the beautiful nation prominently featured the Timberwolves and the Warriors. By November 7th, after the last 3 games concluded, the Rockets had narrowly lost to the Lakers by a single point at home, leaving only the Pacers and Timberwolves among the league's 30 teams with a perfect record after 5 games. Chen, how have you been lately? Mr. Milt, is there something you wish to discuss? Chen Dazhuang paused upon seeing the team's general manager enter. I would like to discuss a matter with you. Discuss with me? Is there an issue with the team? I truly did not anticipate that you could lead the Timberwolves to such commendable achievements, Chen. Congratulations, you have become quite renowned, undoubtedly due to your remarkable performance. The boss is exceedingly pleased with both our contributions. You may not be aware, but initially, the boss intended to embrace a lackluster season. Yet your performance has ignited his expectations for this season. This is merely my duty. Chen, do you know? Recently, numerous teams have been reaching out to us, expressing a desire to negotiate trades. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter. The boss has indicated he wishes to hear your opinion. Trades? Indeed, trades. Mr. Milt, may I inquire which teams are involved and who they are interested in? Many, including the Heat, Cavaliers, Bucks, Mavericks, Lakers, and nearly all teams in the league have submitted trade requests to us. The Heat? Who are they targeting? Chen Dazhuang recalled that this season was likely the final one for the Heat's trio of stars, and it seemed they had advanced to the finals, only to meet the season Spurs. Subsequently, following the season's conclusion, James departed Miami and returned to Cleveland. They are interested in Brewer. Riley called me, expressing his desire to trade Brewer for Greg, along with a portion of cash. Greg? Who is Greg? Greg Oden, the very individual once selected as the first overall pick by the Trailblazers. Oh, good grief, Mr. Milt, this trade is utterly absurd. What purpose would it serve to bring him here? Initially, upon hearing the name Greg, Chen Dazhuang was momentarily perplexed, but upon hearing Oden, he comprehended. Although Brewer is not particularly impressive, he is certainly superior to Oden. The most crucial point is, why would we acquire a useless center? Most importantly, he sensed that the individual before him seemed rather content with this trade proposal. At that moment, Dazhuang regarded this fool as unequivocally foolish. Such a trade proposal should have been outright rejected, yet it was presented for discussion. This is utterly absurd. Chen, remain calm. Mr. Milt, it is impossible to maintain composure in this situation. What other alternatives do we have? I do not oppose the trade, but I certainly cannot accept a proposal that blatantly treats us as fools. Chen, listen to me. Boss believes this proposal is exceptionally favorable. Are you certain? I am indeed certain. While I also find this trade unwise, the affluent individuals from Miami have presented an enticing offer that boss finds hard to resist, leaving me with no other recourse. However, with Brewer gone, who will I have? Derek Williams is also set to be traded. Perhaps we could request an additional draft pick, whether from next year or the year after. I can attempt to bring it up. By the way, I actually think the trade proposed by the Bucks is quite appealing. Who do they desire? Nikola. What are the conditions? Chris Middleton plus a second-round pick for next year. Upon hearing Milt utter those words, Chen Dazhuang began to believe that the previously mentioned trade from the Heat might not be what this fellow truly wanted. It was merely the avaricious Glenn Taylor seeing money and becoming immobile. The Bucks' proposal is indeed appealing, especially since Chen Dazhuang had heard of this individual in a previous life. This individual undoubtedly represents a remarkable comeback. While this is commendable, I have no desire for this second-round draft pick, Mr. Milt. Convey to them that if they wish to acquire Nikola, they must offer me Chris and Giannis in exchange. The player the Bucks selected this year? Indeed, trust me, Mr. Milt, this is an exceptionally advantageous trade. Once executed, you will undoubtedly be immortalized in the annals of the league, becoming the envy of all general managers throughout the association. Are you certain you want this player? Hey, my esteemed general manager, you should place your faith in me, truly, just as you trust in my capabilities, trust my judgment. Very well, I shall reach out to them. All right. After Milt departed, Chen Dazhuang fell into deep contemplation. To be honest, he was uncertain whether the Bucks front office would acquiesce to the proposal. If they did, it would undoubtedly feel as though he had disturbed the very graveside of the Bucks. After all, who was it? It was none other than Giannis Antetokounmpo, the cornerstone of the Bucks' resurgence. Chen Dazhuang speculated that the general manager of the Bucks would not be so foolish as to agree. Alas, he decided to focus on his own situation instead. That damned boss of his was truly a greedy individual, blinded by the prospect of profit. What on earth was the point of bringing Odin on board? And that Pat Riley, was he blind to recruit Brewer? Dazhuang sat there shaking his head, completely oblivious to the fact that the remarkable performances of the Timberwolves in the first 5 games had drawn everyone's attention to the consequences brought forth by the Timberwolves. Just as Chen Dazhuang was lost in thought, Milt had reached out to both the Heat and the Bucks. The negotiations with the Heat were relatively straightforward, entailing merely a cash transaction. However, discussions with the Bucks had commenced regarding the proposal put forth by the Timberwolves. Naturally, there were dissenters and supporters in the discussions. Nevertheless, one consensus emerged. The arrival of Pekovic would undoubtedly bolster the Bucks. Ultimately, Hammond made the decisive choice to accept the Timberwolves trade proposal, though he remained unaware that this transaction would ultimately cement his place on the pillar of shame. Chapter 12. Capturing the Bulls on November 8, 2013. After a day of rest, the Timberwolves returned to the Target Center, this time facing the challenge posed by the Dallas Mavericks. Since the Mavericks clinched their first NBA championship in the 2010 to 2011 season through a cadre of seasoned veterans, a series of erroneous decisions had led to their inability to regain former glory in subsequent seasons. Last season, they even failed to secure a playoff berth. Thus, this summer, the Mavericks undertook significant roster adjustments, rivaling those of the Rockets among Western Conference teams. They signed Monta Ellis for 3 years at $30 million, acquired Calderon for 4 years at $29 million, and brought in Brandon Wright for 2 years at $10 million, alongside signings of Juan Blair, Ellington, and DeLembert. This indicated Dallas's ambitious aspirations for the new season, hoping for a breakthrough. However, once the season commenced, the Mavericks' record failed to satisfy their fans, with a mere 3 wins and 2 losses in the first 5 games. Particularly disheartening was their defeat to the Rockets in the Texas Derby on November 1st, which drew some criticism towards Rick Carlisle. Fortunately, the Mavericks managed to secure victories against the Grizzlies and the Lakers in the subsequent 2 games, offering Carlisle a moment of respite. Yet, before he could revel in this relief for long, the Mavericks faced the Thunder in their last outing, ultimately falling short with a score of 93-107. Therefore, as they approached the upcoming game against the Timberwolves, Carlisle was resolute in his determination to win. Victory was surely destined for Dallas. Having observed the Timberwolves matches, he believed luck played a significant role in their success, in terms of both roster and tactics. He felt there was little chance of defeat for Dallas in this encounter. Moreover, he remained unconvinced that a mere 26-year-old, especially one from China, was suited for the role of an NBA head coach. He anticipated that when the final buzzer sounded, it would be a moment of jubilation for the people of Dallas. Upon the arrival of the Dallas Mavericks in the city of Minneapolis, Coach Carlisle granted an interview to the press, revealing a palpable disdain for Chen Dazhuang through his remarks. The journalist relayed Carlisle's words to Chen Dazhuang. "I have faith in my teammates. I am confident they will demonstrate through their actions that this is the Target Center." In response, Chen Dazhuang exuded an air of unwavering confidence. Once in the locker room, upon activating the system, a satisfied smile graced his face. Stability secured. As he beheld the 5 newly refreshed buffs, the words "it settled" spontaneously emerged in his mind. The first quarter buff for the guard combination enhances their 3-point shooting percentage by 50%, effective only for PG and SG. A concealed attribute allows for a 10% increase in shooting percentage through mutual passing between the two, within 30 minutes. The interior combination's rebounding capability increases by 50%, applicable only for PF and C. Each offensive rebound secured by one player augments the shooting percentage of the other by 10%. The overall forward guard combination success rate for breakthroughs rises by 50%, limited to SG and SF. Each dunk by the SF increases their combined breakthrough success rate by 1%. In the final minute of each quarter, the three-point shooting percentage rises to 80%, single buff, applicable only to PF. In the last 3 minutes of each quarter, the success rate for steals increases by 30%, single buff, applicable only to SF. The game commenced with the sound of the referee's whistle, and the starting lineup mirrored that of previous matches. The Timberwolves starting five remained unchanged: Rubio, Martin, Brewer, Love, and Pekovic. Meanwhile, the Mavericks starting lineup consisted of Calderon, Ellis, Marion, Nowitzki, and DeLembert. Charles, do you believe that the Mavericks can truly secure a victory from the target center, as Rick suggested? The commentary booth continued to feature the seasoned duo of Smith and Barkley from TNT. Oh my God. If the Timberwolves exhibit just half of the prowess they displayed in the last game, the Mavericks will be utterly defeated. I cannot fathom the source of Rick's confidence. It seemed to validate Barkley's remarks. The game commenced with the Timberwolves' offense. Martin, positioned sideways to the basket, received a pass from Rubio and executed a mid-air pivot jump shot, even allowing for a slight drift. With a 10-centimeter height advantage over Ellis, who was unprepared, Martin merely lifted his hand in defense. While the airborne Martin effortlessly completed a shot, as he turned back, the ball swished perfectly through the net, accompanied by a tsunami of cheers and applause echoing throughout the target center. Oh my God, Kenny, did you see that? The Oklahoma City front office may as well resign. Is this really a player that can be disposed of at will? Kevin is a superstar. I observed the transformation. Yet I find myself perplexed as to why Kevin exhibited such lackluster performance last season, only to metamorphose upon joining the Timberwolves. Is it possible that the individual, who merely sat there indulging in hamburgers, possesses some form of enchantment? Charles, reflect upon last season's Kevin and Corey, and then consider this season. I have heard that the Timberwolves have received trade inquiries from numerous teams. Barkley and Smith are indeed baffled, for the Timberwolves have once again showcased a dominant display, truly flourishing both offensively and defensively. Although not as explosive as their previous encounter against the Warriors, they seized control of the game from the very beginning. Martin and Rubio consistently wreaked havoc from the perimeter, both maintaining a remarkable three-point shooting percentage exceeding 60% in the first quarter, leaving the Mavericks' defense in disarray. Meanwhile, Love and Pekovic in the paint rendered Nowitzki and DeLembert utterly helpless, with Nowitzki's signature move falling completely flat. As the second quarter commenced, both teams fielded their bench players, and Brewer emerged as the standout performer, effortlessly penetrating the Mavericks' perimeter defense and showcasing his acrobatic layups. By halftime, Rick Carlisle had seemingly abandoned hopes of victory, as the prospect was now far beyond reach. His sole wish was for the team to avoid a humiliating defeat. As for his pregame remarks, let us disregard them. The final score was 117-91. When the final buzzer sounded, Timberwolves fans rose en masse, and, as Chen Dazhuang stood to acknowledge the crowd, all present bowed in gratitude. They expressed their appreciation for Chen Dazhuang's leadership, which had ushered the Timberwolves into an impressive 6-game winning streak this season. This marks the finest start in the history of the Timberwolves. Yet, merely a day following the conclusion of this match, TNT unveiled sensational news regarding the Timberwolves. According to their report, the Timberwolves have reached a trade agreement with the Heat for Brewer and with the Bucks for Pekovic, thrusting the Timberwolves once again into the limelight. Chapter 13. The trade is finalized in the wake of TNT's revelation. The Timberwolves convened a press conference, where General Manager Milt confirmed the report. The Timberwolves exchanged Brewer, whom they had signed this summer, for Greg Oden along with a sum of cash. Subsequently, they traded Pekovic to the Bucks in return for Chris Middleton and Giannis Antetokounmpo. At the press conferences of the three teams involved, the general managers beamed with satisfaction, proclaiming that these trades significantly enhanced their team's capabilities. However, what particularly irked Chen Dazhuang was Milt's audacious claim during the conference that both trades were executed after thorough discussions with the head coach. The essence of this statement conveys a sentiment of frustration, expressing that the blame should not rest solely on one individual when the outcome of a transaction is questioned, whether it results in a loss or a gain, as the head coach bears responsibility as well. Subsequently, Chen Dazhuang once again became the focal point of attention. However, by this time, few were inclined to reminisce about the previous miracles of the Timberwolves, with the majority vehemently criticizing this thoughtless trade. Foolish head coach, foolish Timberwolves, they exclaimed. What purpose does the Timberwolves have for Odin? Averaging a mere 3 points versus 19. 8 points, the head coach opted for the former. Odin versus Pekovi. The Timberwolves representative claimed a preference for Odin. Chen, why did you agree to this transaction? Smith inquired perplexedly in Chen Dazhuang's office. Do you think I desired this outcome? Chen retorted. Milt, that scoundrel, pressured me with the owner. Who could resist the wealth of the Miami contingent? Oh great, what now? Who will fill Corey's position? Hey buddy, is Corey the main issue? Corey is gone, and Chas, Dante, along with the newly arrived Chris, can take the court. The crucial matter is who will occupy Nikola's position. As Chen Dazhuang pondered the arrival of Odin at the team, his thoughts inevitably drifted to his NCAA prodigy, Bennett. This young man, heralded as the summer's #1 draft pick, had tragically faltered upon joining the Cavaliers, becoming a figure of dismay from his very first game. The Cavaliers' record stood at a disheartening 2 wins and 4 losses, with Bennett contributing a mere 5 points throughout 6 games, his playing time abysmally limited. In a recent match against the 76ers, he managed only 6 minutes on the court, thus earning the unfortunate title of the most disappointing first overall pick. In the weeks leading up to the revelation of the trade with the Timberwolves, the Cavaliers' front office had become a target of media ridicule, with general manager Grant and head coach Brown facing relentless criticism alongside owner Gilbert. It could be said that the Cavaliers have been branded with the scarlet letter of draft failure. Therefore, in a strict sense, Chen Dazhuang and Milt had inadvertently become the saviors of the Cavaliers. Nevertheless, Chen understood that Bennett possessed a modicum of talent. He was simply a player misplaced in an ill-fated situation. Bennett required the ball in his hands, yet the Cavaliers had focused their developmental efforts on Irving and Waiters, leaving Bennett unable to showcase his strengths. Brown's expectation for immediate results further stifled any opportunity for Bennett to find his footing, leading to his current predicament. To this day, Chen vividly recalled Bennett's spirited declaration of his intent to enter the draft and the melancholic gaze he cast upon him during their last encounter when the Timberwolves faced the Cavaliers. A sense of guilt washed over Chen. He believed that had he not overly buoyed the young man during their NCAA days, Bennett would not have become so inflated with expectations, nor would he find himself in this disheartening position. If only he had suggested to the Cavaliers a trade involving love for Bennett, it might have been a means of rescuing the young talent. However, the thought of such a trade filled him with trepidation. The backlash would likely be unbearable. He quickly dismissed the notion from his mind. At that moment, a most unwelcome figure entered his office. Chen, how are you? Milt, do you bring more unwelcome news? Chen, the external assessments of us are far from friendly. Do you have any solutions? Hey Milt, what can I do? It's already commendable that I refrain from divulging the full truth during interviews. Don't you think I've been wronged? The boss hopes we can restore our reputation with a victory. Misunderstanding indeed. Anyone who would agree to trade Brewer for Odin must think we've lost our minds. Overrated. Mi utmost. On November 10th, following the conclusion of a series of home games, the Timberwolves will embark on an extensive journey away from home. Today, they will face the Los Angeles Lakers at the Staples Center. After this match, they will engage in a back-to-back contest at the same venue against the Clippers, who also hail from Los Angeles. Coincidentally, after completing these 2 consecutive away games, the Timberwolves are scheduled to return home to confront the Cleveland Cavaliers. At 5:50 p.m. on November 10th, the Lakers starting 5 emerge from the players' tunnel amidst a chorus of cheers. On March 13th of this year, during a game against the Warriors, the Lakers star player, Kobe, suffered an injury. Subsequent examinations confirmed a complete rupture of his Achilles tendon, necessitating a recovery period of 6 to 9 months. However, recently, the Lakers announced that Kobe's surgery was remarkably successful, and he is expected to make a return soon. This summer, the trading market has seen the Lakers remain active. The acquisitions of veterans such as Nick Young, Harris, Wesley Johnson, Farmar, and Come On have indeed bolstered the depth of the Lakers roster, and Coach D'Antoni has prepared for the absence of Kobe. However, following the commencement of the season, the Lakers' performance has not lived up to expectations. In the 7 completed games, they managed only 3 victories against 4 defeats, suffering particularly significant losses to the Mavericks, Warriors, and Hornets. It is amidst this challenging scenario that they now face the recently controversial Timberwolves. Hence, D'Antoni hopes to solidify his position with a victory in the forthcoming match. The starting lineup for the Lakers consists of Nash, Blake, Nick Young, Gasol, and Come On. On the other hand, the Timberwolves starting roster elicits a chuckle, featuring Rubio, Martin, Antetokounmpo, Love, and Odin. Notably, This marks Greg Oden's return to the starting lineup after a 4-year hiatus since December 6, 2009, when he last started for the Trailblazers against the Rockets, only to exit after 4 minutes due to injury. Chapter 14. Who is the fool? Charles. The Timberwolves have been making headlines across various media outlets lately. What is your perspective on this upcoming game? Smith inquired with a smile from the Staples commentary booth. Honestly, what is there to discuss? I truly cannot comprehend why they traded for Greg. Although Chris Common is aging, I doubt a player who hasn't played in over 3 years can contribute significantly. I have always been skeptical that this trade was Chen's idea. It is said that Pat Riley orchestrated this deal by including Greg along with some cash, and I suspect it was Glenn Taylor's frugal nature behind it. Otherwise, Chen must have lost his mind to endorse such a transaction. I wholeheartedly agree with your assessment. I too do not believe this trade was conceived by a head coach. Any coach would likely oppose such a deal. Frankly, I have immense respect for Pat Riley. The Heat are not short on funds, and Glenn's penny pinching is well recognized in the league. Do you think the Timberwolves still have a chance in this game? It depends on whether Kevin and Ricky can replicate their performances from previous games. Chen chimed in. Is it all right for him to start? If not, we might have to substitute him with Dion. Smith whispered beside Chen. Let us wait and see. It may prove beneficial. Chen responded dismissively. It's not just a matter of may. It's certainly going to be effective. Reflecting on the so-called buff he had placed on Oden, Chen began to suspect that this trade was an outcome of the omnipotent system at play. After this match, that so-called league oracle will undoubtedly find himself branded with shame. In this pre-game scenario, Chen Dazhuang's system displayed a solitary, exclusive buff. This particular buff was designated for Oden, the much-maligned player, offering him a remarkable enhancement. A 100% increase in blocking ability within the 3-second zone, a 90% shooting accuracy in post-up situations, and a doubling of his rebounding prowess. Furthermore, any teammates receiving a pass from Oden would experience a 50% increase in 3-point shooting accuracy and a 70% boost in 2-point shooting success. Following a pick set by Oden, his teammates' driving capabilities would be augmented by 50%, alongside an additional 50% enhancement in their 3-point shooting accuracy. What left Chen Dazhuang utterly astonished was the buff's duration, an astonishing 3 games. Beneath the buff, a stipulation read, if Oden could achieve an average of 30 points and 10 rebounds over these 3 games, his health rating would increase by 50 points. Currently, Oden's health rating stood at 40, with a maximum of 100. Thus, should he attain these statistics over the specified period, the Timberwolves would be graced with a revitalized Oden. Chen Dazhuang was acutely aware that Oden's reputation as a bust stemmed primarily from his health issues. Greg, in this game, I grant you absolute freedom to shoot. In my eyes, you are unparalleled, a true number 1 pick. Trust me, everyone will pass you the ball. Whether for shooting or passing, the decision lies with you. Go forth, Greg, and demonstrate through your actions that you are deserving of the title. No. 1. Coach, is it really permissible? Of course, Greg. Understand that my decision to trade for you was a fervent request to the owner, and I even staked my career on it. Pat Riley will undoubtedly regret this. Do you not wish to make those who discarded you feel remorse? Absolutely, Coach. Greg, I prefer you to call me boss. That is what everyone else calls me. Trust me, I have always said that a player's greatest need is confidence. I have immense faith in you, and I hope you will believe in yourself and in my judgment. Do not let me down. Boss, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Before the match commenced, Chen Dazhuang had pulled Oden into a corner for a discreet conversation. The reason for this was his apprehension that their exchange might reach the ears of their boss, thus branding him with a label of shamelessness. Both head coaches had taken their seats, with Chen Dazhuang leisurely sipping coffee and crossing his legs, while on the opposite side, D'Antoni wore a broad smile, engaging in cheerful banter with his assistant. The demeanor of both men conveyed an air of confidence regarding the upcoming match. However, once the referee's whistle signaled the start of the game, the smiling D'Antoni could no longer remain composed, while Chen Dazhuang maintained his relaxed posture, savoring the coffee from Staples Center. Beside him, Smith's mouth hung agape, and he rubbed his eyes, fearing he was witnessing an illusion. Many others mirrored this gesture. D'Antoni, Barkley, Kenny Smith, as well as numerous Timberwolves fans and Minneapolis and Lakers supporters within the Staples Center, along with reporters wielding cameras, and Pat Riley watching the live broadcast from his office, all found it hard to believe their eyes. The jump ball was decisively dominated by Common. Subsequently, during the Timberwolves' offensive play, Oden, receiving a pass from Rubio while backing into Common, executed a powerful turnaround dunk. Next, it was the Lakers' turn to attack. where a thunderous block sent Nick Young's layup crashing against the backboard. The Timberwolves were back on offense once again. In this instance, Odin executed high pick-and-roll with Rubio, culminating in a spectacular alley-oop finish. Notably, this offensive maneuver not only allowed Odin to emphatically dunk the ball into the hoop, but also resulted in a foul from Come On. As Odin stepped to the free throw line, he successfully converted the shot, bringing the score to 5-0. From the outset, Odin displayed remarkable aggression, contributing 5 points and 1 block, leaving the entire Staples Center in awe. However, what truly astonished figures like Barkley and Smith was not merely this display, but rather the evident fact that Odin was the tactical nucleus of the Timberwolves. Every Timberwolves player orchestrated their movements in support of Odin. Kenny, old friend, am I seeing things? Is this all an illusion? No, you are not imagining it. This is indeed real. No, this is Greg. This is the Greg Odin who has been absent from the court for 3 years. I thought it was Shaquille in his prime. Did you see that dunk he executed over Chris? I did, Charles. Could it be that we were mistaken? Perhaps this Timberwolves trade is, in fact, an astute decision. Leaving Pat Riley at a disadvantage? No, I refuse to believe it. We all know that Greg's challenges have been health-related. His talent is unquestionable. This is merely a momentary glimpse, not indicative of anything substantial. Well, let's hope so. Otherwise, Pat Riley and those individuals from the Trail Blazers may find themselves publicly shamed. Chapter 15. The terrifying Odin. Greg Odin, the first overall pick in the 2007 NBA draft, stood at an impressive height of 210, 8 centimeters, and weighed 116, 6 kilograms measured barefoot. His vertical leap reached a height of 81 centimeters, and he completed a baseline sprint in 11.67 seconds with a 34-inch dash recorded at 3.27 seconds. His wingspan was 224 centimeters, slightly less than that of Howard. Yet Odin's standing reach soared to 284.5 centimeters, surpassing Howard's in this regard. Remarkably, the 2007 draft's top selection delivered a performance of sheer dominance 6 years later. As the first quarter drew to a close, with just 6 seconds remaining, Martin lofted the ball from the right side beyond the three-point line to Odin. Upon receiving the pass, Odin dribbled and forcefully drove backward. Despite Come On's desperate attempts to withstand him, the disparity in their strength was evident. After 2 solid pushes, Odin suddenly unleashed his power, creating space for a turnaround. Just then, Gasol arrived to double-team him. Yet, seemingly oblivious to Gasol's presence, Odin leapt effortlessly, soaring above both defenders to slam the ball into the hoop. The ball swished through the net, and the referee's authoritative whistle signaled a successful basket. With Gasol called for a defensive foul, at that moment, the score stood at 34-21. Upon seeing the referee's signal, Odin released a primal roar, pounding his chest in celebration. Meanwhile, Barkley in the commentary booth had completely lost himself in the moment, disregarding the arena's decorum. He removed his headset and tossed it onto the table, rising to his feet and enthusiastically whistling towards the court. Although Odin missed the ensuing free throw, as the referee's whistle concluded the first quarter, he had undoubtedly become the center of attention. With 17 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists, Odin had made a significant impact for the Timberwolves in the first quarter. Moreover, he effectively rendered the Lakers' interior defense ineffective, as both Gasol and Come On found themselves in foul trouble, each accumulating 3 fouls. This left them with limited prospects for the remainder of the game. Throughout the first quarter, D'Antoni, once composed on the sidelines, now resembled an ant on a hot skillet. His earlier calmness vanished. This was the true essence of center. Greg Odin embodied the definition through his remarkable performance. Seated by Smith, Barkley continued to express his fervent emotions. Smith, observing the torrent of expletives from his old companion, felt a sense of helplessness. However, he could empathize with Barkley's excitement, as he too was swept away by the thrill of the moment. One could describe it as a boiling fervor. In the presence of Odin, Gasol and Come On resembled 2 fledgling chicks confronted by Tyrannosaurus Rex. Many anticipated that the Timberwolves' winning streak would be halted, revealing the true essence of their underdog status. Yet, no one could have foreseen that Odin, once frail and ailing, would transform into a formidable beast, devouring the Lakers whole. With a score of 87-119, the home team triumphed over their guests. The 32-point disparity was underscored by Odin's 40 minutes on the court, during which he amassed an astounding 41 points, 19 rebounds, 6 blocks, and 8 assists. Even as the game concluded, Lakers fans applauded the 2007 draft's first overall pick. Oden was crowned the game's most valuable player. "The trust of my coach is the wellspring of my confidence in this match," he declared. "I have never encountered a head coach quite like him. To be honest, I had lost faith in myself. I believed joining the Timberwolves might be the most pivotal decision of my life. And I am grateful to have met him when my self-confidence had waned. He's like my savior." At the post-game press conference, Oden appeared profoundly moved, even to the point of tears. Meanwhile, Pat Riley, far away in Miami, perceived this as merely a fluke. Greg is an exceptionally gifted player, yet his health continually undermines his talent. "I watched the Timberwolves' last game and must admit it was the finest performance of his career since entering the NBA. However, I do not believe it signifies anything substantial." Riley's underlying message was clear. A single game or two cannot define a player's worth. Yet, at the Staples Center, facing the formidable Los Angeles Clippers, comprised of Paul, Griffin, Jordan, Redick, and Dudley, Greg Oden once again emerged as the standout star. With a decisive victory of 115-87, the Timberwolves secured their 8th consecutive win, standing proudly alongside the Indiana Pacers with an unblemished record of 8 wins, dominating the league. In this match, Oden exhibited an astonishing performance, playing for a full 40 minutes and amassing a remarkable triple-double of 39 points, 24 rebounds, and 10 assists. Additionally, he recorded 5 blocks against the Clippers, with Griffin being the recipient of 4 of them. Throughout the game, Oden's dominance in the paint prompted the legendary Shaquille O'Neal, present at the commentary booth, to rise frequently and applaud Oden's extraordinary display. Why? The Los Angeles Times featured a headline on its front page the day after the Timberwolves match against the Clippers, alongside statistics of Oden's performance against both of Los Angeles teams. The article noted that the Lakers' defeat to the Timberwolves could be attributed to mere luck, yet they faced the Clippers in a back-to-back away game, where the Timberwolves triumphed yet again over the ambitious Clippers this season. What account for the Timberwolves, seemingly a team of underdogs, overcoming the formidable duo of Chris Paul and Blake Griffin? Why has Oden's performance, following his transition to the Timberwolves, starkly contrasted with his earlier displays with the Trailblazers and the Heat? What prompted the Heat to relinquish a superstar center to the Timberwolves? The Los Angeles Times expressed its bewilderment with 3 rhetorical questions. As fate would have it, the day after the Timberwolves concluded their back-to-back away games, the Miami Heat faced the Bucks at home. Coincidentally, both teams had successfully executed trades with the Timberwolves prior to this encounter. The general managers of both teams believed they had gained a significant advantage from the Timberwolves. The final score of 118-95 was hardly surprising. The trio of stars maintained their formidable prowess, and the Heat secured a comfortable victory at home. However, the performances of 2 particular players drew the ire of the general managers. On the Bucks side, Pete Kovic's stat line of 16 points and 9 rebounds was deemed acceptable. Conversely, the Heat's Brewer, coming off the bench for 27 minutes, managed only 5 points and 4 rebounds, leaving Pat Riley in the luxury box visibly displeased. Who truly benefited from this? Who emerged as the fool? Following the conclusion of the Heat-Bucks match, the New York Times similarly lambasted both teams in its headline. The Washington Post illustrated the scenario through a series of cartoons. In the first frame, the 3 general managers were engaged in conversation. In the second, they celebrated the completion of the trade with raised glasses. And in the third, humorously depicted 2 pigs clad in Heat and Bucks jerseys, while a fox donned the Timberwolves jersey, with the pigs mockingly deriding the fox as a fool. Chapter 16. Child, you have suffered. A healthy Greg Oden would epitomize the ideal first overall pick. However, the reality of Oden's health has proven to be a farce. We have never regretted trading Oden. A game or 2 cannot signify anything conclusive. Perhaps in the next match, he might sustain another injury. Who can say? Therefore, I find it unnecessary to comment on the Timberwolves trade. I simply do not believe it warrants my evaluation. If given the choice once more, I would still opt to trade Greg Oden. During an interview with a local Portland newspaper, Neil Olshey, the current general manager of the Trailblazers, expressed his views. Olshey, who was recruited from the Los Angeles Clippers in June 2012, has significantly transformed the Trailblazers during his 12-year tenure. Under his leadership, the team selected Damian Lillard, and he was instrumental in the re-signing of Jusuf Nurkic and the hiring of coach Terry Stotts. This summer, he facilitated a 3-team trade to acquire center Robin Lopez, thereby liberating LaMarcus Aldridge. However, Olshey's remarks during the interview were met with skepticism, as they seemed to serve as self-aggrandizement. The reason for this skepticism lies in the fact that Greg Oden was released by the Blazers prior to Olshey's arrival, and his departure was entirely unrelated to Olshey. Unbeknownst to Olshey at the time, His statements would soon be met with a resounding rebuttal through the performances of Odin and the Minnesota Timberwolves. As Chen Dazhuang perused newspapers in his office, he found himself admiring the methods employed by the media in the United States. After stirring up considerable hype around AHalf's comments, the journalist proceeded to interview Kevin Pritchard, who was the general manager when Odin was selected first overall by the Blazers. Pritchard currently serves as the general manager of the Indiana Pacers, whose performance this season is not worth mentioning. To label Odin's selection as a blemish on Pritchard's record is somewhat excessive, considering that not only Pritchard but also numerous NBA teams and basketball legends had high hopes for Odin, given his physical attributes. While Kevin Durant, who was drafted alongside Odin, has emerged as a superstar in the league, the prevailing consensus at the time of the draft was that the majority of teams would choose Odin. Given the opportunity again, I would still opt for Greg, as selecting him represented the future of the franchise, whereas choosing Kevin would have been a gamble. Of course, were we to assess the current state of Greg, it would indeed seem a risky choice. Mr. AHalf aptly stated that only a healthy Greg would be the ideal first overall pick. Reflecting on the statements made during the interview, Chen Dazhuang could only lament the absurdity of the situation, even questioning whether he might become the NBA's adversary. Given Odin's current circumstances, should he fulfill his statistical obligations in a single game, he would undoubtedly become a nightmare for both the Heat and the Trail Blazers this season. This thought led Dazhuang to recall Anthony Bennett. Could that young man potentially become my nightmare? He mused, considering the tumult stirred by Odin. If Bennett were to join the fold, and the system were to bestow upon him a unique buff to redeem his underwhelming career, both the Timberwolves and Cavaliers could find themselves in turmoil. Chen Dazhuang found himself increasingly preoccupied with the peculiarities surrounding Bennett. Alas, there are no temples or altars abroad where he could seek solace through prayer. Moreover, he was genuinely troubled by his own concerns. His personal attributes had seen a modest improvement with each victory in recent matches. Yet, the enigmatic system's tactical section remained a complete mystery, and after 8 games, his man-to-man defense still languished at a rudimentary level. This predicament rendered his assistant coach, Smith, seemingly foolish every time tactical strategies were discussed. "Hey, Anthony, how have you been?" "Sir, I hope to assist you in your game." On the evening of November 13th, 2013, the Target Center achieved an astonishing attendance rate of 90%. The stands were nearly filled to capacity as the Timberwolves prepared to host the Cleveland Cavaliers following a challenging back-to-back away series. As players from both teams warmed up on the court, Bennett approached Chen Dazhuang and greeted him, albeit with words that left Chen both amused and perplexed. "Anthony, you need to be patient. You are still a rookie, and what you require most is to patiently await your opportunity. Believe in yourself. You are one of the most talented players I have ever seen. You simply lack sufficient patience. All right, I cannot bring you over for now. Let me offer some encouragement instead. My time in Cleveland has been quite uncomfortable, starkly contrasting with my experience with you." Chen Dazhuang sensed that the boy might burst into tears if he continued. "Anthony, you must understand that you are now a professional player, no longer the college athlete in the NCAA. You need to learn to adapt to your environment, and you must trust in your talent. You will become one of the best in the league. Do not give up on yourself." As he watched Bennett's retreating figure, Chen Dazhuang stroked his chin, contemplating whether he should approach the Cavaliers owner for a salary adjustment. Have you ever seen an NBA game where a head coach encourages the opposing players? "Hey, buddy, keep it up. Believe in yourself. Come on. Take us down." "Chen, what is going on with Anthony?" Smith inquired as they took their seats on the bench. He was, after all, familiar with Bennett from their NCAA days. Sigh. The kid expressed a desire to join the Timberwolves. "Then let him come. I think Anthony has potential, far surpassing Giannis." "Goodness. If you had said that 2 years later, you'd be drowned in spit. How could I bring him over? Who would I trade? After all, he was the #1 draft pick. If I were to exchange him for a rotational player, wouldn't that be a slap in their face? Why not trade Giannis? Given your standing with the Timberwolves, the boss would surely agree. Get lost, anyone would do but not Giannis. Why not?" Due to an overwhelming barrage of inquiries from his assistant Smith, Dazhuang found himself at a loss for answers. He certainly could not disclose to Smith that he had traversed dimensions and possessed foreknowledge of this individual's ascent to superstardom. The underlying reason for Dazhuang's desire to retain Antetokounmpo lay not only in his awareness of the latter's promising future, but also in a common trait among those who have crossed realms, an insatiable urge to gather all future luminaries under their banner. Furthermore, he remained uncertain when the peculiarities of the system might undergo a transformation, and should it begin to bestow distasteful buffs upon him. Having a noteworthy star on his roster would serve as a buffer. Chapter 17. I shall not attend. I value my dignity. This match marked the final appearance of Odin's exclusive buff. From the outset, the Timberwolves completely dominated the game. Following the opening play, Odin received a pass from Rubio beyond the arc, turned his back to Varejao, and after a few nudges, Varejo's expression reflected his struggle. With a decisive thrust, Odin pivoted and leaped, slamming the ball into the hoop, leaving Varejao as merely an incidental backdrop. This moment heralded the beginning of Odin's rhythm. Yet, the scene unfolding before Dazhuang on the sidelines failed to capture his attention. When one finds themselves in a state devoid of engagement, it is all too easy to slip into a focused slumber. At that moment, Dazhuang was precisely in such a state. While Odin relentlessly dominated his opponents, Timberwolves fans could never tire of witnessing such prowess, and commentators Barkley and Smith lavished praise upon the fully healthy Odin. However, the one-sided nature of the match left the two commentators grasping for fresh superlatives. Hey Kenny, what is Chen doing? Smith inquired. What is wrong? Oh, is our Timberwolves coach asleep? He continued. Oh my God, Chen, could you please consider the feelings of Mike Brown on the opposing side? Upon noticing Dazhuang's current demeanor, Smith exclaimed with a hint of schadenfreude. Prompted by the commentators, the camera panned to Dazhuang, who was slumped in his seat, head bowed, rhythmically nodding. How is it possible, Charles, that Chen can sleep in such a raucous environment? Does he not care about the game at all? Or does he harbor absolute confidence, believing the Cavaliers could pose no threat to his team? Perhaps he is simply exhausted. To be honest, I believe that leading the Timberwolves to their current record with this roster must have required immense effort from Chen. I doubt any other coach in the league could have achieved more than he has. Barkley defended Dazhuang. Hey, Chen, wake up. We're in the middle of a game. Unbeknownst to Smith, his old friend was utterly engrossed in a rather perplexing situation. Upon catching a glimpse of Chen Dazhuang's visage on the screen, he swiftly turned and gestured towards him, feeling that encountering a head coach like Chen Dazhuang was indeed the greatest nightmare of his life. Ah, is it over? Goodness. Smith, are you out of your mind? Just as Dazhuang took a bite of a pork elbow, Smith's voice jolted him back to reality. This is a game. Chen, what on earth are you doing? Did you not sleep last night? When have I ever slept? Stop saying nonsense. I was contemplating the strategies for the game. Could you at least wipe the drool off your face before you continue? Startled, Dazhuang instinctively raised his arm to dab at the corner of his mouth, inciting a wave of laughter from the audience. The Timberwolves fans found amusement in their coach's antics. Oh no! Both Chen Dazhuang and Smith simultaneously thought upon hearing the laughter. Damn it! Why didn't TU give me a heads up? Upon hearing Dazhuang's remark, Smith rolled his eyes, unwilling to entertain the fool. In such a cacophonous environment, how could he possibly sleep and then blame Smith for not waking him? Smith felt an urge to land a few punches on him. Smith, I feel a bit hungry. Could you fetch me a hamburger later? And a cup of beef coffee? Not chicken. The Hobbit-esque chicken burger is dreadful. I must mention this to their president when I next encounter him. Get lost. I'm not going. You go yourself. Why not? You're my assistant. If you don't go, who will? Chen, the greatest mistake of my life was getting to know you. You are utterly shameless. And let me remind you, I am your assistant coach, not just your aide. Hey, Smith, what kind of relationship do we have? Do you not realize how hurtful your words are? We are brothers, bound by life and death. Do you understand what that means in Huagua? Let me tell you. Stop. Damn it, Chen. Are you even aware of how shameless you appear? And look beside you. That person looks ready to kill you. Can you not tone it down a bit? Honestly, once this game concludes, you'll be the subject of everyone's criticism. Have you ever seen a head coach doze off during a match? Aren't you the least bit concerned about the game? What if Greg gets injured? Even if he doesn't get hurt in this match, what about the next one? Or the one after that? Alas, you are indeed worrying over trifles. Dazhuang turned his gaze towards the bench of the Knights, and, as Smith had mentioned, Mike Brown was fixated on him. Just moments ago, Brown had witnessed Dazhuang dozing off on camera, and in that instant, he felt a profound sense of humiliation. His team was being relentlessly beaten on the court, while the opponents on the sidelines displayed such utter disregard for him. Since he took the helm as head coach of the Cavaliers in the 2005 to 2006 season, this marked Brown's 9th season in the NBA, making him a seasoned coach. Despite his lackluster tenure with the Lakers leading to his dismissal, Brown's reputation in Cleveland remained formidable. When he first assumed the coaching role with the Cavaliers, he was the second youngest head coach in the NBA, aside from Lawrence Frank, thus possessing a measure of pride. However, that pride seemed thoroughly trampled underfoot by the opposing team today at the Target Center. If I were to explain myself to him, would he believe me? What do you think? Never mind. Smith, you ought to trust me. I was diligently analyzing the team's tactics late into the night, which is why I feel somewhat fatigued. I'm aware of the issue you just raised, hence my need to prepare for contingencies should Greg sustain an injury. Really? Of course. Hey, Smith, you should have faith in me. Our prospects are exceedingly bright, and I hope to retain my current position, which necessitates my exerting greater effort than others. Very well, I believe you. I was mistaken, Chun. I should have trusted you. I will fetch you something shortly. You are too kind, my friend. Alas, my conscience pricked at me for a moment. Chen Dazhuang chastised himself for his own shamelessness for 3 seconds. At that moment, another person felt the pang of disappointment as the referee signaled the end of the first quarter. Unsurprisingly, the score stood at 34-19, with the formidable Odin contributing 14 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists in just 1 quarter. Chapter 18. I hold great respect for my opponents. What the hell are you all playing at? How many times must I stress the importance of rebounding? Look at how that player on the opposing team snatched 3 offensive rebounds in a single quarter. Anderson, Tristan, are you two napping on the court? And Dion, I have implored you repeatedly to remain calm. Why must you be so impulsive? This is abysmal. Your performance resembles that of amateurs. The one feeling the sting of disappointment was Mike Brown. As the Cavaliers players approached the sidelines, Brown, struggling to catch his breath from the weight of his frustration, unleashed a tirade of reprimands. Fortunately, the Cavaliers lacked any superstars at present. It would be a different story in a few years if he were to dare raise his voice again. In contrast, the atmosphere among the Timberwolves was remarkably lighthearted. Well played. Let us keep this momentum going. Greg, can you continue? Certainly, Chief. I feel that my stamina allows me to endure a full game without issue. Standing there, Odin grinned widely, responding with a smile. All right then, return to the court and give them a thorough beating. Odin felt like the happiest man in the league at that moment. He believed that Chen Dazhuang was the mentor he had long sought in life. The Chief's directive to deliver a strong performance indicated that his efforts in the first quarter were insufficient, serving as a subtle reminder to remain humble and continue striving for excellence. Indeed, that must be the case. Rest assured, Chief, I will put forth my utmost effort. Victory in this match is destined to be ours. Huh? What did I say? Odin, standing there and patting his chest, looked somewhat puzzled. Soon, the second quarter commenced, and Odin appeared on the court accompanied by 4 substitutes. Oh my God, Chen hasn't replaced Greg. What is he thinking? Didn't everyone say Greg would be injured? Why isn't Chen concerned about this? Kenny, what is your take on it? What can I say? All I know is that the Cleveland Cavaliers are in for a rough time. The Cavaliers bench lineup lasted less than 3 minutes before Mike Brown had to reinstate the duo of Arajo and Tristan. However, even with the starters back on, it offered little relief for the Cavaliers. Arajo, after a few plays, was already contemplating asking Brown to take him out. He felt as if he was not competing against a team, but rather facing a monstrous opponent. Chun, perhaps it's best to substitute Greg. I feel this situation is quite precarious. We have no deep-seated enmity with the Cavaliers, and what if Greg gets injured with such extensive play? Smith remarked while observing the one-sided match, nudging Chen Dazhuang with his elbow. After waiting for a moment without receiving a response, Smith turned to Chen Dazhuang and rolled his eyes. The individual is fully engrossed in devouring a hamburger, his mouth stuffed to the brim, leaving him with little time to engage in conversation. At times, Smith cannot help but admire the acumen of the owner of Habit. The decision to appoint Chen Dazhuang as the spokesperson is nothing short of genius. Observing his voracious appetite, one cannot help but think that Habit's hamburgers must be nothing short of exceptional. Smith himself feels a pang of hunger just from a glance, let alone the Timberwolves fans in the stands. Though the game is merely in the second quarter, the outcome seems all but decided, and even Mike Brown appears to have lost hope. Consequently, the enthusiastic Barkley, Smith, and the fans in attendance, along with the cameras and reporters, have shifted their focus to Chen Dazhuang. Fortunately, such scenes of gluttony are not unfamiliar at Target Center. Many in the audience simply respond with good-natured laughter before turning their attention to their own meals. With Chen Dazhuang's endorsement, attending a game at Target Center without food would be an embarrassment for any self-proclaimed Timberwolves fan. The cameras playfully capture images of fans indulging in their snacks, contributing to an unexpectedly relaxed atmosphere. Ironically, the game itself has lost some of its allure, with even Barkley and Smith engaging in discussions about whose eating habits are more uncouth. Mike Brown, who had been anxiously shouting since the game's inception, has now fallen silent, resting his chin in his hands, his gaze vacant as he watches the unfolding match. If asked to list his 3 most detested individuals, Brown would undoubtedly write Chen Dazhuang's name 3 times. The final score reads 129-91 as the Timberwolves secure yet another victory, with Odin posting an impressive 44 points, 18 rebounds, 7 blocks, and 10 assists. He once again claims the title of the game's most valuable player. As the final whistle blows, Mike Brown heads directly towards the players' tunnel, while Chen Dazhuang approaches with a smile, ready to extend a handshake. "Hey, Smith, this guy's incredibly rude." "Chen, I believe it's not a matter of rudeness, but rather, isn't your approach somewhat excessive?" "How is it excessive? We're ahead by 30 points. Is it really necessary to bring Greg in during the fourth quarter?" "Congratulations, you successfully added another name to your list of most detested individuals. That was merely a mistake. I adjusted later, didn't I?" "I believe you, Chen, but sadly, he won't share that sentiment. Now, go on to the press conference. I'm certain the reporters have prepared an array of questions for you. The match was lost, and, as the head coach, I take full responsibility. I acknowledge that we performed exceedingly poorly today. However, I have faith that my players will quickly regain their composure. As for the opposing coach, I must say he is the most unsportsmanlike individual I have encountered throughout my career. I doubt that someone of his character can achieve any notable success in the NBA, regardless of how impressive their record may appear." Upon arriving at the post-match press conference, Mike Brown, after delivering a scathing critique of Chen Dazhuang, left in a huff, clearly infuriated. "Chen, congratulations on your victory. Mr. Mike just expressed that he believes you lack sportsmanship. Might I inquire why you appear to doze off during the game? Furthermore, when the opponent had already substituted all of their starters in the fourth quarter, what was the rationale behind allowing Greg to take the court?" Kate, a familiar face to Chen Dazhuang from ESPN, posed a question that was on every reporter's mind. "The Cleveland Cavaliers are indeed a formidable team. I spent last night analyzing their game footage and dedicated nearly the entire night to studying my opponent. Perhaps I was fatigued, which led to my momentary lapse during the game. Regarding Greg's playing time, it is essential to recognize that he has not played in quite some time. He possesses numerous shortcomings and areas for improvement, so he requires additional game time to refine his skills." Chapter 19. I dislike the shameless, audacious. Such words sprang to the minds of all the reporters present upon hearing Chen Dazhuang's earnest response. Even Kate was momentarily taken aback. "Goodness, you claim the Cavaliers are strong, yet you effortlessly triumphed over them by 38 points. What does that imply? Does it suggest you are exceptionally strong? Or is it the result of your tactical contemplation throughout the night?" At the previous post-match press conference, the TNT reporter Kelly, who had already tasted Chen Dazhuang's penchant for nonsensical ramblings, immediately stood up. "But why did you swiftly substitute Greg afterward? Isn't that contradictory?" "I remember you, the lovely Miss Kelly. It was precisely my intense focus on the game and my players that caused me to overlook the sentiments of others. For this, I must extend my apologies to Mr. Mike. After arranging for Greg to play, I suddenly recognized my mistake. I cannot allow my players' issues to overshadow the long-standing camaraderie between the Timberwolves and the Cavaliers. Thus, I promptly substituted Greg. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm only 26 years old. I'm still a novice in the role of an NBA head coach. I trust you will permit me to make a few unintentional mistakes, and I assure you I shall strive diligently to rectify them." The journalists seated below gazed in silence at Chen Dazhuang on stage, their expressions reflecting disbelief at his audacity. Kelly felt her temper nearing its boiling point. Regardless of how Dazhuang attempted to justify himself during the post-match press conference, one irrefutable outcome remained. He had once again become the target of scathing criticism from a majority of NBA coaches. Numerous esteemed figures within the league publicly denounced his perceived disrespect towards opponents, with many even advocating for a suspension from the league. However, it remains uncertain how many of these critics genuinely sympathized with Mike Brown and how many were driven by personal agendas. Only they would truly know. I believe certain individuals ought to focus their energies on the game itself rather than the surrounding drama. The outcome of a match is ultimately determined by victory or defeat. Only the triumphant may ascend the podium. I find no fault in Chen's actions. Under his guidance, the Timberwolves achieved an impressive 9-game winning streak, establishing him as a successful NBA head coach. NBA legend Russell explicitly voiced his support for Chen during an interview. The critics' jealousy stems from Chen's remarkable achievements, while some of their own teams languish with dismal records. Charles Barkley also unequivocally backed Chen Dazhuang. As Barkley aptly pointed out, the Timberwolves' 9 consecutive victories have deeply wounded the pride of many, including Adelman and the coaches of teams defeated by the Timberwolves. Additionally, there are those like Pat Riley, who chose Brewer over Odin and the Trailblazers who sent Odin to the Heat, along with the general manager and head coach of the Bucks, among others. Furthermore, there are those who harbor disdain for Chen due to his Chinese heritage. Chen, it seems you ought to consider hiring an agent. These individuals come seeking you, but end up at my door instead, remarked Milt, who entered the office complaining. Confounded, Chen Dazhuang responded, "What's the matter? Why would a head coach need an agent?" "There's a program that wishes to invite you," Milt replied. "A program? What kind of program?" "Sir, do I appear to have time to partake in some trivial show?" Chen Dazhuang expressed his bewilderment at Milt's intentions. Who was the fool daring to extend an invitation at such a time? Is he eager for his television station's downfall? Or does he harbor a grudge against his employer? Clearly, after spending considerable time together, Milt has gleaned some understanding of the individual before him. It's apparent what Chen Dazhuang is contemplating. "Chen, you have a rather poor understanding of yourself. You are extraordinarily famous in the United States. How long has it been since you last strolled through the streets? If you doubt it, take a walk in the streets of Apollo City, and you will discover that you have numerous fans. Furthermore, Habit has become the most renowned hamburger brand in the country. I assure you, I have received invitations from more than one television station." "Stop, Milt. No need for flattery. Just tell me which program it is." "Recently, Charles Barkley mentioned you. He invited you. TNT?" Upon seeing Milt nod, Dazhuang smirked. It was indeed difficult to decline. "All right, when is it? Do I need to prepare anything?" "No preparation needed. It's merely a chat show tonight." "Very well." That evening, Dazhuang arrived punctually at Turner Sports Studio. Yet, upon his arrival, he was nearly tempted to turn around and leave. Milt had informed him it was a program hosted by Barkley. But the number of people present was astonishing. Not only were Barkley and Smith there, but also O'Neal and Johnson, alongside Dazhuang's old acquaintance, ESPN reporter Kate, and the TNT reporter Kelly, who despised Dazhuang with a passion. When Barkley and the others saw Dazhuang, they approached him with smiles and embraced him, while Kelly merely rolled her eyes and ignored Dazhuang's outstretched hand. Witnessing Dazhuang's discomfort made Barkley and the others chuckle heartily. Soon, the program commenced. "Chen, we have prepared a gift for you, and we hope you will enjoy it," Barkley announced. As the staff brought forth the items, Dazhuang was left utterly astonished. "May I inquire whose idea this was?" he asked, pointing at the mound of food before him in disbelief. "Our lovely Miss Kelly, and besides, didn't you claim to be fond of hamburgers?" O'Neal replied, "I do not like them. Who said I like hamburgers? And even if I did, who in their right mind would purchase so many? When would I ever finish all this?" Dazhuang thought to himself that the person who conceived this idea must have a rather peculiar mind. Before him lay at least 20 hamburgers, and upon a cursory glance, he estimated that every conceivable flavor had been procured. "See, this is proof. And yet you claim he does not speak without reason," Kelly interjected, eliciting laughter from the audience. "Indeed, Chen, I believe you ought to provide a thorough explanation. After all, you are the spokesperson for Habit. Are you aware of how popular Habit's hamburgers are in Apollo City?" Johnson chuckled and said, "I never claimed to have a fondness for hamburgers. Of course, I do not despise them either. The crux of the matter is that I was famished during the match. What other options did I have? Should I order a steak, set a table, and arrange some cutlery? In truth, I have a greater preference for Chinese cuisine. One can only imagine such a scenario. I suspect Mr. David would not permit such antics." Chen Dazhuang's response lightened the atmosphere considerably. Chapter 20. Do not hesitate, just engage. The ambience shifted to one of joviality, with even Kelly chuckling shortly after Chen Dazhuang's remarks. It was an absurdity that was simply too vivid to ignore. One team was fiercely battling it out on the court, while their head coach incessantly shouted and gestured emphatically. Meanwhile, on the other side, the head coach sat before a small table, which held a medium-rare steak. With utmost decorum, he arranged his napkin, wielding a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, glancing at the court before redirecting his focus to the steak before him. Alas, one could imagine the late David Stern might have suffered a stroke at the sight. "Chen, we all know that Anthony Bennett was your player during your tenure at UNLV. This summer, he was the first overall pick in the draft, yet his performance this season has been, quite frankly, abysmal, wholly unbefitting of a first overall selection. What are your thoughts on this? You all are merely reveling in the chaos, aren't you? Am I permitted to decline answering this question? Moreover, this query was not part of the script you provided me earlier." Deep down, Chen Dazhuang was reluctant to respond. While echoing the prevailing criticism of Bennett might spare him from offending anyone, it would undoubtedly wound Bennett's fragile psyche. Conversely, speaking the truth could incite the ire of Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown. "May I inquire as to who posed this question?" "I did," Kelly replied, raising her hand with a smug satisfaction. "Well, it turns out the old adage holds true. Better to offend a rogue than to cross a woman. This woman clearly acted with intention. Did I not respond to your inquiries with a serious yet whimsical demeanor on 2 occasions? Was such a display truly necessary? Well, I should have anticipated this. In truth, Bennett, when evaluated on merit, does not quite ascend to the pinnacle of the draft. However, his current performance is undeniably beneath his potential. It is crucial to remember that he is still a child, a rookie in his first year. The Cavaliers selected him for his shooting capabilities at both the small forward and power forward positions. Yet, a closer examination of our performance in the NCAA reveals that Anthony excelled at UNLV primarily because he required the ball in his hands. It is only then that he could truly showcase his talents. Regrettably, he has not been afforded this opportunity with the Cavaliers. Chen Dazhuang, having wiped the smile from his face, responded to this matter with utmost seriousness, while those seated across from him nodded in agreement with his perspective. After taking a sip of water, Chen Dazhuang continued, "Moreover, it is vital for any rookie to receive encouragement during their inaugural season. They must be granted the chance to err, for it is through mistakes that they gain invaluable experience and learn to rectify their shortcomings." Unfortunately, Anthony, too, has been deprived of this under the Cavaliers. Whenever Mr. Mike witnesses Anthony faltering on the court, his immediate reaction is to replace him. I dare say, even Mr. Michael would struggle to achieve his current success if he had encountered such a coach during his rookie season. As Chen Dazhuang concluded his statement, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. The hosts exchanged bewildered glances, and even Kelly, who had persistently challenged Chen Dazhuang, appeared somewhat taken aback. Clearly, none of them had anticipated Chen Dazhuang's candid response to the question, which had not been included in the original script but was insisted upon by Kelly. In fact, she had prepared herself for the possibility that Chen Dazhuang would decline to address the matter. However, his response was unequivocally provocative, insinuating that it was not Bennett's lack of ability that was at fault, but rather Mr. Mike Brown's failure to utilize his talent effectively. This is far more exhilarating for Mike Brown than when Chen Dazhuang fell asleep during the match against the Knights. This is not a pre-recorded program, but rather a live broadcast, thus no remedial measures exist. After exchanging glances, the seasoned duo of Barkley and Smith promptly diverted the microphone, and the ensuing segment proceeded according to the established script. Upon concluding the live broadcast, Chen Dazhuang was walking back to his hotel when a car suddenly halted beside him, revealing a delicate visage from the window. "Never mind, it's not far. I shall walk on my own." Flattery without reason often harbors ulterior motives. "This woman cannot be trusted. It's best to maintain my distance." The occupant of the vehicle was none other than Kelly. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kelly Turner. Today, this incident falls under my responsibility, and I sincerely apologize to you." "It's quite all right. I accept your apology, though I believe none was necessary. I merely answered a question earnestly. Miss Kelly, let us leave it at that, and you should return to rest." What a miserly man. Watching Chen Dazhuang's retreating figure, Kelly shook her fist in frustration. The special broadcast of TNT thrust Chen Dazhuang back into the spotlight. His responses regarding Bennett reignited a fresh wave of condemnation. Who is he? I doubt he possesses the qualifications to critique our strategies. Does he believe that winning a few regular season games grants him the liberty to disparage his predecessors? It's merely the regular season. Kyrie Irving, the Cavaliers' star player, expressed his views directly on Twitter. A clown. He is nothing more than a jester. This was the sentiment echoed by Cavaliers general manager Chris Grant in his own tweet. Consequently, the entirety of the Cavaliers organization took to Twitter to assail Chen Dazhuang. Following LeBron's endorsement of Grant's post, he remarked that the outcome of a single game does not define anything. Chen's behavior was exceedingly disrespectful, and he ought to apologize to the Cleveland Cavaliers for having harmed the team and the city of Cleveland. Unbeknownst to all of this, Dazhuang was lost in his own sweet dreams. Early the next morning, Chen Dazhuang hurried back to Minneapolis from Los Angeles, only to be taken aback by the sight of General Manager Milt and Assistant Coach Smith already waiting in his office. "Chen, we've got a serious problem. How could you respond like that during the broadcast?" Milt exclaimed upon seeing him. "What is the matter? What happened?" "You should see for yourself," Smith replied, handing over his phone. Chen Dazhuang, puzzled, glanced at Smith before taking the device and discovering LeBron's tweet. "What nonsense! I was merely stating what relevance the Cavaliers have to him. Does he reside by the ocean? Why is he so involved?" This sent Dazhuang into a furious rage. "I tell you, such individuals must not be indulged. They deserve a severe reprimand." Chen Dazhuang, while speaking, took out his phone and opened his Twitter. "Oh my God, Chen, you cannot act recklessly." Milt hastily attempted to dissuade him. Milt, you must immediately contact the Cavaliers. I desire Bennett. This is my first request since becoming the head coach of the Timberwolves. Understood? Chapter 21. Confrontation. I am known for my confrontational nature. The harm I have inflicted upon the city of Cleveland pales in comparison to the betrayal felt by the fans when some chose to abandon Cleveland. Remember, at present, you are merely a hero in Miami. In the eyes of Cleveland fans, you are a traitor. This was Chen Dazhuang's post on Twitter. Just when everyone anticipated that Chen Dazhuang would allow the fervor surrounding the incident to dissipate in silence, his post ignited the powder keg. Chen, this will bring you trouble. Milt remarked upon seeing Dazhuang's tweet. And so what? I didn't provoke him. He initiated this. Moreover, Milt, I was serious about what I just said. You must approach the Cavaliers about acquiring Bennett. Trust me. Initially displeased about attending the program, Dazhuang's frustration escalated as it seemed everyone was eager to criticize him as if they had committed some heinous act. At that moment, Chen Dazhuang's temper flared. Not even LeBron could escape his ire, much less David Stern. At this moment, far away in Miami, LeBron had learned of Chen Dazhuang's post on Twitter, which incensed him to the point of nearly spitting blood. However, LeBron refrained from further tweeting. As a premier NBA star who had notably led the Heat to 2 championships, LeBron's popularity in Miami and throughout the entire nation far surpassed that of Chen Dazhuang. Shortly after Chen Dazhuang's post, a multitude of LeBron's fans flocked to his personal Twitter to voice their opinions, the overwhelming majority consisting of insults and derogatory remarks, with many directly referring to him as a clown. While LeBron chose silence, Dwayne Wade took a stand. He shared 2 images on his Twitter, showcasing LeBron triumphantly holding the championship trophy during the 2011-12 and 2012-13 seasons, accompanied by the words, "He has 2 championship trophies. What do you have?" Wade's statement was rapidly shared by numerous Heat players, and gradually, many NBA players began to retweet as well. Enough is enough, right? Chen Dazhuang had no intention of yielding. He promptly updated his Twitter once more, stating, "Yes, you should thank him. Without him, you would have nothing." This remark escalated the Twitter feud to new heights, although it was evident that Chen Dazhuang was at a disadvantage in terms of popularity. Curiously, while Chen Dazhuang faced a barrage of criticism from countless fans, many media outlets in the country, including ESPN, TNT, and the Los Angeles Times, surprisingly chose not to fan the flames. Not a single one reported on the incident. Meanwhile, Chen Dazhuang received a call from Glenn Taylor, the owner of the Timberwolves. "Chen, the league called me. You need to tone it down a bit," Glenn stated. "Boss, you should know this is not what I wanted," Chen replied. "You must understand. If it weren't for someone assisting you, you might find yourself in quite a predicament. The league hopes this matter ends here, and someone on their side will be notified. Milt informed me you wish to trade for Anthony. Are you certain he can contribute? As far as I know, his performance with the Cavaliers has not been stellar." "Mr. Glenn, please trust me. Anthony is an exceptional player. He just needs time. I understand you wish to create more salary cap space for the upcoming free agency. But with all due respect, Mr. Glenn, LeBron will not be joining the Timberwolves." Chen Dazhuang's words rendered the other end of the line silent. The sound of breathing confirming that the owner had not hung up. He chose to wait patiently rather than rush to fill the silence. "All right, I will inform Milt to reach out to the Cavaliers. But remember, Chen, this matter must come to a close." "No problem, boss, as long as no one provokes me. I shall refrain from any actions." Once Glenn Taylor hung up the phone, Chen Dazhuang also smiled as he ended the call. "How did you know that this fellow is fixated on James? He truly dares to think that way." Smith, who had been sitting beside him, hurriedly inquired, "Is it really difficult to guess? The matter of James's contract renewal has been in the news multiple times, yet there has been no progress. But James could also remain with the Heat. How can you be sure he intends to leave? Come on, why do you have so many questions? Am I supposed to tell you that I traveled from the future?" "Smith, let me be honest with you. In truth, I am an extraterrestrial being who has traversed time and space. I assure you, in the future, you will become a world-renowned basketball coach. Keep it up. Get lost." Smith's expression darkened instantly. "Chen, are you truly planning to trade for Anthony?" "Of course. Didn't you suggest that to me as well?" "What? Are you having second thoughts?" "No." "Smith, how can you say that? My intention to trade for Anthony was for you. You are my brother. How could you possibly go back on your word?" "Oh God, I am so heartbroken. My only brother has wounded my heart." "Stop. Chen, you are undeniably the most shameless coach in the NBA. This is utterly disgraceful. To encounter someone like you is my misfortune." Smith turned on his heel and left, feeling that he could not bear to stay in the office any longer. "This has truly driven me to frustration. Without this irritation, How could I possibly find rest? Chen Dazhuang, who is notoriously sensitive to unfamiliar environments, has hardly slept a wink. As he gazed at Smith's departing figure, he pondered. Alas, his desire to indulge in idleness was ruthlessly extinguished. No sooner had Smith left than Milt burst through the door. "What now, Mr. Milt?" "Your intrusion disrupts my preparations," Chen remarked. "Humph, Chen, do not presume I did not notice your intention to rest your head upon the desk." Milt retorted with a sardonic chuckle. "Disaster. This fellow possesses no sense of humor whatsoever. Very well, what has transpired?" "The Cavaliers have agreed to trade Bennett. They are willing to part with Bennett and Waiters in exchange for Love." Observing Milt's evident excitement, Chen felt a twinge of confusion. "Why are you so elated? Do you not perceive that this trade benefits us?" "Though it remains uncertain whether Anthony is indeed as you described, the mere inclusion of Waiters renders this a profitable deal. That chap was drafted 4th last year and has been a project for the Cavaliers ever since. I've researched, and his draft comparison was Wade. Milt, I shall say this only once. I desire Anthony alone. As for Waiters, let whoever desires him take him. He is a ball-dominant player. Why would we want to bring him in to compete for possession? Moreover, you just stated he is merely compared to Wade." Chapter 22. How much for AT? However, if we only acquire Anthony, we will suffer significant losses. We must insist upon their first-round pick for next year, and we could also request cash or a trade exception. Remember, I do not want Waiters. Very well, I shall contact them. Okay, and let them know not to disturb me. I must concentrate on preparing for the next game. Chen Dazhuang's words caused Milt to stumble as he turned to leave. "Chen, remember to put on a jacket. The weather is still a tad chilly. Furthermore, our next game commences this evening, and the team is about to depart. Do you not think you are a bit late in your preparations?" Goodness, this fellow is intentionally provoking me. Even with Dazhuang's thick skin, he felt a flush of embarrassment. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire Timberwolves team arrived at the Pepsi Center in Denver. This marks the 10th regular season game for the Timberwolves as they face the Denver Nuggets on the road. Clearly, the performance showcased yesterday on the TNT special and the amiable exchanges on Twitter with James and Wade this morning, despite being largely overlooked by the media, have nonetheless left an indelible impact among the fans that cannot be swiftly erased. Upon the Timberwolves' arrival at the airport, several hundred enthusiastic Denver supporters gathered to warmly welcome the long-distance traveler, Chen Dazhuang. The cacophony of clown, clown, clown echoed repeatedly, with some fans even brandishing posters resembling clowns. Once they reached the arena, the welcome ceremony at the airport paled in comparison. The Pepsi Center, capable of accommodating nearly 20,000 spectators, boasted an attendance rate exceeding 90% today. When Chen Dazhuang and his Timberwolves teammates eventually emerged onto the court, the scene mirrored that of the airport, as thousands of Denver fans collectively shouted clown. Observing the frenzied expressions of the surrounding fans, Dazhuang felt at a loss. "Honestly, I merely mentioned James and Wade. What does that have to do with you? It feels as if you've been wronged to the core. If I were to press you down on the ground, I might even feel a bit less guilty." Contemplating this, Dazhuang smiled and raised his coffee cup as a gesture towards the stands. This action immediately incited an even greater outcry of insults from the audience. In response, Chen Dazhuang shrugged his shoulders and continued to raise his cup, while Smith, standing nearby, began to sweat profusely and quickly pulled Dazhuang aside. "Chen, stop it. This isn't the Target Center. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to leave later?" Dazhuang glanced at his old buddy without uttering a word. "Afraid? How could I not be? But this troublesome system is at work, and this is merely an appetizer. More intense challenges lie ahead." Upon stepping into the arena today, the system unusually refreshed the buffs for the game. However, upon comprehending the detailed contents of buffs, Chen Dazhuang nearly decided to throw in the towel. The system had assigned him 4 white buffs and 1 gray buff. He was familiar with the white ones, which represented the most basic level. The reason he lost to the University of Michigan during the NCAA quarterfinals was due to a similar situation where he received 5 white buffs. Within 30 minutes, his three-point shooting percentage would increase by 20%, with a decrease of 1% for every minute that passed the center-specific buff. Additionally, within the same time frame, the success rate for back-to-the-basket plays against the opponent's interior defense would also rise by 20%, again decreasing by 1% per minute, a point guard-specific buff. Lastly, for every successful three-pointer made, his three-point shooting percentage would increase by 1%, a shooting guard-specific buff. As Chen Dazhuang perused the attributes of the 4 buffs, he found himself incessantly cursing the lineage of the system. These 4 lackluster enhancements were utterly disappointing. He even suspected that a bug had occurred. causing the latter remarks to be reversed. While the attributes appeared somewhat acceptable at first glance, the thought of relying on a mere 20% three-point shooting accuracy from Odin was absurd, especially when his own percentage barely reached 5. Even more ludicrous was the attribute granted to Rubio, enabling him to post up against the opponent's interior defense. Was the system intent on hastening Rubio's demise? As for the latter two buffs, the third was inconsequential, and the fourth, well, it was nothing short of a jest. Subsequently, Chen Dazhuang's gaze fell upon the final gray buff, its peculiar hue piquing his curiosity. Over time, he had discerned that the buff's rank correlated with its color. White buffs were either a nuisance or utterly ineffective, while green ones were marginally better, offering a glimmer of victory with a stroke of luck. Blue buffs signified a higher tier, and red ones, which were the most frequently encountered since the inception of this unfortunate system, were deemed a harbinger of success. Above red, there lay purple, which appeared less often during his NCAA tenure, and then gold, an unparalleled force capable of single-handedly vanquishing multiple foes. This gray buff was a first for him, and upon reading its description, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The attributes were formidable, capable of dominating the Nuggets with ease. However, the activation conditions were enough to unsettle anyone's psyche. Painted Titan, achieving a 90% shooting accuracy in the paint during the first quarter, with a 50% increase in block success and rebounding capabilities, diminishing by 5% each quarter for centers and power forwards. Assist Monarch, receiving passes from the point guard enhances three-point shooting accuracy by 50% and two-point shooting accuracy by 50%, exclusive to point guards. Activation conditions for this buff. As a system owner, when facing adversaries, the host must provoke the fans once, taunt the opposing coach once, and incite a technical foul by challenging the referee. Provocation of fans has been completed. Thus, the gesture of raising a toast to the fans upon entering the arena was born. Smith, how can I provoke that guy? Chen Dazhuang, sitting there, could think of no method and turned to inquire. Are you out of your mind? He hasn't wronged you, Chen. Are you feeling unwell? Smith found it hard to comprehend, noting that the opposing coach was Brian Shaw. You're the one who's ill. Here is my thought. The opponent possesses decent strength, and only by causing him to lose his composure do we stand a chance of victory. By the way, how much is a technical foul fine? What happened during the first 1,000? Are you merely intent on provoking Brian, or do you also wish to challenge the referee? Chun, this is not the target center, and the game has yet to commence. Has the head referee done anything to offend you? Smith genuinely questions whether the head coach is under some form of duress. Chapter 23. A misunderstanding. Rubio, Martin, Cunningham, Love, and Odin comprise the starting lineup for the Timberwolves in tonight's match. Conversely, the Denver Nuggets starting five features Ty Lawson, Randy Foye, Hamilton, Hickson, and Farid. The Denver Nuggets were formerly known as the Denver Rockets, competing in the ABA until 1976. They reached the ABA Finals in the last season, 1975-76, at a time when the Spurs and Pacers were also part of the league. Subsequently, they joined the NBA in 1976 and changed their name to the Denver Nuggets to avoid confusion with the Houston Rockets. Since their entry into the NBA, the Nuggets' finest achievements include reaching the Western Conference Finals in the 1977-78, 1984-85, and 2008-2009 seasons. Upon entering the 21st century, many associate the Nuggets with Anthony. Carmelo Anthony was selected by the Nuggets as the third overall pick in the 2003 draft. This marked the beginning of the Anthony era for the Nuggets. Yet the team continued to face challenges in the playoffs. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that the Nuggets have consistently been playoff contenders, having not missed a postseason since 2003. In the 2010-11 season, the Nuggets began a restructuring process, trading Anthony to the New York Knicks. Despite this, the Nuggets still secured a fifth-place finish in the Western Conference that season. This summer, the Denver Nuggets underwent significant adjustments to their roster. The first notable change was in the coaching position, as George Karl, who had coached the Nuggets for 9 years, was officially dismissed, despite having 9 years remaining on his contract. Speculation surrounding Karl's departure suggests that the primary reason was the Nuggets' solitary playoff advancement beyond the first round during his tenure. Similarly, the player roster saw considerable modifications. Notably, Brewer, who had previously been traded from the Timberwolves to the Heat, played for the Nuggets last season. Additionally, Hickson and Randy Foye joined the Nuggets this summer. As the game commenced with the referee's whistle, the Nuggets and their fans were elated to witness the Timberwolves, who had previously showcased overwhelming dominance, faltering in their performance. In particular, Odin, who had been markedly underwhelming in the first 3 games, failed to match his earlier prowess, despite still demonstrating some strength in the paint. Furthermore, Martin's shooting accuracy from the perimeter had noticeably declined. Unexpectedly, the Timberwolves found themselves at a disadvantage as the match progressed. Meanwhile, Dazhuang contemplated how to activate a peculiar buff attribute. Provoking the referee seemed manageable, but receiving 2 technical fouls would result in his ejection. It would be unwise to seek a technical foul and then confront Brian. Thus, he resolved to find a prime opportunity to address both matters simultaneously. Smith, seated on the sidelines, remained oblivious to Dazhuang's scheming as he focused intently on the game. As time elapsed, with the first quarter reaching 4 minutes and 48 seconds, the score stood at 13-6 in favor of the Nuggets. Dazhuang's long-awaited opportunity materialized. On the sidelines, Brian vocally directed the Nuggets' defense. Foy launched a 3-pointer from the perimeter, but the ball ricocheted off the rim. Inside, both teams battled for position. Although Farid was at a height disadvantage compared to Odin, he managed to secure a favorable position. In a desperate attempt, Odin tried to leverage his physicality to gain an advantage. Both players leaped simultaneously, but Odin, lacking the advantageous position, pushed Farid down during his jump. The referee's whistle soon followed, signaling a foul on Odin for his attempt to rebound. Neither team had accumulated enough fouls for free throws, and this particular call was justifiable. Slow-motion replays confirmed that Odin had indeed made contact after jumping. Even Odin himself merely raised a hand in acknowledgement, refraining from contesting the decision. However, at that moment, Chen Dazhuang abruptly leaped from his position and dashed toward Brian, catching the Timberwolves bench off guard with his swift movement. "Is this a foul? Do you understand basketball? Damn it. What a ridiculous decision. Are you blind?" Chen Dazhuang unleashed a torrent of invectives directed at the referee. Beside him, Brian jolted in surprise, turning to face Chen Dazhuang. "Oh, the little black, chubby guy dares to look at me? What an opportunity this is." Seizing the moment while the main referee remained momentarily stunned by the outburst, Chen Dazhuang swiftly shifted his ire towards Brian. "What are you staring at? Let me ask you, what are you looking at? Do you believe I won't knock the very essence out of you?" As he spoke, Chen Dazhuang rolled up his sleeves, radiating an unmistakable air of confrontation. At that moment, Smith finally came to his senses, scrambling to Chen Dazhuang's side and enveloping him in an embrace. Meanwhile, the referee and Brian also reacted, their expressions visibly darkening with dismay. Noticing that Chen Dazhuang was about to continue his tirade, Smith swiftly covered his mouth. "No more words. If you do, the referee will expel you from the game." Taken aback by this, Chen Dazhuang immediately ceased his protests. Despite his physical struggle, he understood the importance of maintaining the facade. Although he still squirmed, the intensity of his resistance was significantly diminished compared to Smith's grip, and he eventually closed his mouth, allowing Smith to effortlessly guide him to the Timberwolves' side. At this moment, the home team supporters came to their senses, and a deafening chorus of boos erupted from the stands. "Charles, what on earth is this?" Chen exclaimed. "That previous call was perfectly justified. Why is he so agitated? I just saw him shout a few words at Brian, but Brian did nothing to provoke him. Goodness. Did I drift off while commentating and miss something crucial?" Smith at the commentary booth questioned his own perception. "Do not inquire of me. Let me recollect from start to finish. I, too, feel as though I have overlooked something." "Charles, do you think there was some prior discord between him and Brian?" "It seems to me that Chen's recent actions suggest a deep-seated animosity. I have no idea. I've never heard of such a thing. Perhaps I can ask Shaquille when I return home today. He shares a very amicable relationship with Brian." At that moment, Brian, with a scowl upon his face, continued to protest vehemently to the referee. Chapter 24. I wish to learn from you. "Chen, have you lost your mind? Why on earth would you do that? Are you not aware that such behavior can lead to expulsion from the match? Moreover, Brian has not wronged you. It appears you are intent on attacking him. That previous call was indeed accurate. Greg committed a foul." Smith firmly pressed Chen down into his seat, embarking on a lecture. All right, enough already. I promise I won't act this way again. Just stop talking. The referee is approaching. What on earth is wrong with me? Would I go to such extremes if it weren't for this game?" Fortunately, the task was accomplished, and as he glanced at the system notification indicating that the gray buff activation condition had been fulfilled, Chen felt a sense of relief. However, upon seeing the referee approaching, his heart raced once more. Heavens, is this fellow going to expel me outright? Thankfully, the head referee seemed to show some leniency today. Perhaps it was because Chen had been pulled away for quite some time, thus avoiding further entanglement. Ultimately, the referee signaled a technical foul toward Chen. The official smile toward him was met with an eye roll of disbelief. This is quite normal. After all, everyone has their temper. The referee is human too. Nobody can endure this kind of situation. It is rather perplexing for the referee that my routine whistle can evoke such fervor from you. If the Nuggets were to receive preferential treatment at home, you might very well hold me accountable. All right then. In high spirits, Dazhuang clicked on the buff within the system. And now it was time for the Timberwolves to shine. He noticed Brian still casting him a disapproving glare. Sorry, Xiaohong. I never intended for things to unfold this way. It's all the fault of this wretched system. Amen. As the Buddha once said, if I do not enter hell, who will? With this thought, Dazhuang felt compelled to raise his coffee cup in apology towards Brian, only to be abruptly restrained by Smith. Chen, I implore you. Brian actually has a decent reputation. Please refrain from provoking him further. If you continue this way, you might find it difficult to leave this arena. Additionally, the referee has already taken notice of you. You misunderstand, my friend. I was merely extending a greeting. How could you think otherwise? I'm a good person, all right? Sure, you are a good person. However, dear sir, I kindly ask that you remain seated and composed for now. Are you hungry? Perhaps I can fetch you a hamburger during the break? Moreover, we are currently trailing in points. Should you consider how to rectify the situation? Get lost. I'm not hungry, Smith. What I did was for the sake of the game. Did you not notice? Our players lack the necessary momentum on the court today. I intended to jolt them into action. Just wait and see. With my intervention, victory will undoubtedly belong to us today. Smith was momentarily taken aback by his words. Is that so? Yet I fail to sense it. Hey, buddy, this is precisely where I must critique you. Do you know why you haven't made much progress? Apart from tactical knowledge, a coach must always pay attention to the finer details. Do you understand? Smith fell silent, his mind now consumed with the intricate details articulated by Dazhuang. Goodness, I finally managed to deceive this fellow. Oh, system, please refrain from orchestrating such affairs in the future. If this continues, I shall truly become the enemy of the league. Dazhuang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and contemplated. The match resumed after this farce. The Nuggets executed 2 free throws, with Randy Foye making both. However, the ensuing offensive play by the Nuggets elicited a frown from Brian, who was sitting courtside. After setting a high screen, Farid allowed Foye to drive into the paint, but Foye's layup was emphatically blocked by Odin. Odin promptly passed the ball to Rubio, who swiftly advanced past half court and delivered a pass to Martin, who was running parallel to him. Without any unnecessary movements, Martin took a 3-point shot. As Martin remarked in a post-game interview, it felt as if an unseen voice was guiding him to shoot. The basketball sailed through the hoop with remarkable precision. This remarkable 3-point shot seemingly heralded the onset of an offensive surge for the Timberwolves. In the ensuing moments, Brian frequently rose from his seat, vociferously exhorting the players on the court, urging them to either fortify their defense or concentrate their attention. However, regardless of Brian's directives and adjustments, he was utterly powerless to avert the impending collapse of the Nuggets, on both the offensive and defensive fronts. The collaboration between Odin and Love rendered the already height-challenged Farid and Hickson utterly bewildered, with Odin delivering consecutive emphatic rejections to both players. The rebounding battle was thoroughly dominated by Odin and Love, instilling a sense of dread among the Nuggets fans in the stands, as their 2 interior players failed to secure a single rebound in the final 5 minutes of the first quarter. Meanwhile, Martin showcased a masterclass in reckless 3-point shooting, much to the chagrin of all Nugget supporters. As the Timberwolves' lead continued to swell, Brian and the other Nuggets personnel found themselves engulfed in existential doubt, while Smith on the Timberwolves' side began to ponder his own capabilities. Could it be that I had overlooked something? Alas, do I truly lack the innate talent to be a head coach? Seated with his legs crossed, the burly Zhuang suddenly noticed a change in the demeanor of his old friend. What's troubling you, mate? We're in the lead. Shouldn't you be elated? Chen, is it possible that I genuinely lack the aptitude for coaching? Huh? What do you mean? I don't grasp what you're saying. Chen, please don't hide it from me. I have always been puzzled by your success, but now I believe I understand. Perhaps, as you suggested, I indeed struggle to notice certain nuances, much like in today's match. You perceive them and even dare to provoke the referees and the opposing head coach to inspire the players, while I remain oblivious. Chen, I genuinely wish to learn from you. Do you think I can? Goodness, this is dire. Zhuang lamented internally, feeling a swell of despair. What on earth do you wish to learn from me? Well, Smith, listen to me. Do not hastily dismiss your own worth. You possess remarkable qualities. Your fundamentals are superb. and your diligence is commendable. These are attributes worthy of recognition and emulation. Each of us has our strengths. Let us learn from one another. And I firmly believe you have the potential to become an exceptional coach. Really? Chen, do you believe I can truly become a distinguished coach? Absolutely, you already are one. Though there is ample room for growth, the Timberwolves' current achievements are inseparable from your contributions. Chen, you are truly a good person. Observing the renewed smile on Smith's face, Zhuang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, having received nothing but a card for being a good friend. Chapter 25. Wasn't it supposed to be 1,000? In the subsequent match, the Timberwolves maintained an unwavering grip on the game's dynamics, leaving the Nuggets with no opportunities to seize. With a resounding score of 127-91, the Timberwolves extended their winning streak to 10 games. Odin, with an impressive double-double of 31 points and 16 rebounds, once again earned the accolade of the game's most valuable player. However, what truly delighted Timberwolves fans was the remarkable performance of Antetokounmpo, acquired from the Bucks in a trade. In this match, Dazhuang assigned Giannis Antetokounmpo the role of the team's backup point guard. With the enhancement provided by Buff, Giannis performed significantly better in the point guard position compared to his previous role as a small forward. This strategic decision came to Dazhuang's mind only after Giannis was traded to the Timberwolves. As a fan in a previous life, he recalled that after Giannis was selected by the Bucks, it was under the guidance of Jason Kidd that he gradually developed in the point guard position. The transition to small forward occurred due to Giannis's rapid physical development upon entering the NBA, where his height, strength, explosiveness, and relentless effort allowed him to excel in the forward position. Despite the loss, I believe the responsibility lies with me, not my players. I would like to emphasize that many may underestimate the Timberwolves. I hold a great deal of optimism for their future this season, as they could very well be the biggest dark horse of the year. As for their head coach, Chen, I have high hopes for him as well. He is a remarkably intriguing young man with unique insights into the game and his opponents, and I have great faith in his abilities. At the post-match press conference, many journalists initially expected Brian to direct his criticism towards Dazhuang, but to their surprise, Brian expressed his admiration for Dazhuang instead, a result that caught many off guard. Nevertheless, the reporters did not let Dazhuang off the hook. Chen, congratulations on your victory. What would you like to share about today's match, particularly regarding the attitude of the home fans? The first to pose this question was Kate, a reporter from ESPN. I could truly feel their enthusiasm, Dazhuang replied. As for the match, I believe victory often relies on luck, and perhaps we were simply a bit luckier today. It takes a collective effort to achieve success. If you don't confront me, I will naturally treat you well. Upon hearing Brian's response, Dazhuang appeared quite humble. However, a local Denver reporter rose to ask, "You raise your cup towards the fans before the match. That gesture did not seem particularly friendly. Don't you think it could be perceived as provocative?" "Sir, how could you harbor such a terrifying interpretation?" Dazhuang retorted. "I recall smiling at that moment, showcasing my friendly demeanor to the wonderful fans of Denver. It has been said that when your heart is filled with sunshine, everything you perceive appears bright. Conversely, when your heart harbors darkness, even kindness seems shadowed. As a journalist, I believe you should observe the world with a sunny disposition." Dazhuang's words elicited applause from the audience, while the local reporter stared at him with a sullen expression. "How dare you?" he seemed to think. However, the individual who stood up next made Dazhuang's heart skip a beat. "What on earth? Why is this woman haunting me everywhere I go?" It seemed as though Kelly had heard Dazhuang's internal lament as she shot him a glare upon rising. The exchange of glances between the two was unmistakable to the assembled journalists, who collectively thought, "What a pair of dog lovers." Naturally, if they were ordinary reporters, they might not have indulged them, but Kelly's formidable background rendered all the journalists present blind to the situation. Only Dazhuang remained oblivious. "Congratulations. You have earned your first technical foul in the NBA," he mused, puzzled by the seemingly unproblematic call. "Why did you feel the need to approach the referee?" "Huh? This woman has changed her tune, seemingly eager to provide herself with an excuse. Could she possibly have a twin sister?" This was the first thought that crossed Dazhuang's mind after hearing Kelly's question. The journalists, including Dazhuang's old acquaintance Kate, collectively rolled their eyes at the inquiry, once again lamenting, "What a truly ridiculous pair." There was no denying I misjudged the situation from my vantage point. I thought Greg had committed no foul, which led me to lose my temper. I must apologize to the referee, as I later realized I had been mistaken, Dazhuang exclaimed. "What a clever excuse," he thought, amazed at how adeptly the reporter turned black into white and death into life. Other reporters had initially intended to press Dazhuang further on this matter, But given the heroic intervention of Kelly, bolstered by her powerful connections, the remaining journalists wisely chose not to pursue it any longer. Following a brief engagement with the reporters, Dazhuang departed. How should you thank me? He chuckled, glancing at the text message on his phone. When you come to Annapolis, I shall treat you to a meal of authentic Chinese cuisine. You must keep your word. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. With that, Dazhuang tucked away his phone, and the entire team returned to Annapolis from Denver that night, as they were set to face the visiting Boston Celtics the following day in a back-to-back home game at the Target Center. However, Dazhuang's joyous mood was short-lived. Upon their arrival in Annapolis, the league issued a penalty for Dazhuang's outburst directed at the referee during the game, a fine of 15,000. Staring at the league's announcement, Dazhuang grabbed Smith and exclaimed, "Look at this. Did you not say the first offense was only 1,000? Why is mine 15,000? Is this discrimination? I shall sue them. Damn it. No. Chen, you ought to consider yourself fortunate that the league did not impose a suspension upon you. What they issued was merely a technical foul. Hey, while your behavior was utterly unreasonable. Do you understand? How was I being unreasonable? I simply misinterpreted the situation. Now, leave and take some rest. That excuse is merely a ruse for the reporters. You claim you misinterpreted, but you didn't even pay attention. So how could there be a mistake or a correct observation?" Watching Smith turn and exit, Dazhuang felt somewhat at a loss. Chapter 26. Do you know what TNT is? The following morning, as Dazhuang entered the office, barely having settled in, he observed Smith stealthily making his way in. Indeed, it was a furtive entrance, and he uncharacteristically shut the door behind him. "What are you doing?" Dazhuang inquired, puzzled. "Chen, are you in a relationship? Where did you hear that? I spend every day with you all. Who could I possibly be dating? A ghost? Or you?" Chen, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. I have no intention of pursuing a relationship with you. Smith, you ought to return to your medication. Truly, this is a condition that requires treatment. All right. Ist not. The moment I arrived today, Milt informed me that you are in a relationship, and with none other than the heiress of the Turner family. Chen, how could you not share this with me? We are brothers. Get lost, Smith. Do you have nothing better to do? If I were indeed dating someone, why should I inform you? Hurry up and leave. Have you overindulged today? You come here first thing in the morning just to bother me. Upon hearing his words, Dazhuang rolled his eyes and promptly urged him to depart. However, just as Smith was about to turn and leave, Dazhuang spoke up. Wait a moment. You just mentioned Turner. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Who exactly is the Turner family? I have not heard of them before. Chen, do you know what TNT is? Of course, it's an explosive. Chen, I'm attempting to have a serious conversation with you, Smith said, locking his gaze upon Dazhuang. All right. Turner Network Television. Abbreviated as TNT, correct? The last program I attended was theirs, but what does that have to do with my romantic life? Think again. What should I be considering? Wait, you're not referring to that female journalist, are you? She mentioned her name was Kelly Turner. What is her connection to TNT? Yes, congratulations on finally recalling. Let me inform you, this journalist is no ordinary individual. She is the granddaughter of Ted Turner, the founder of TNT, and her mother is named Catherine Rockefeller. What? What did you just say? Catherine Rockefeller. Is a Rockefeller you mentioned the same one I am familiar with? As he gazed at Smith, Dazhuang nodded, feeling a twinge of anxiety. What did this mean? Was that woman truly of such formidable background? Goodness, was this destined to catapult me to the pinnacle of life? Yet, this would amount to relying on others. I am a man of stature, standing tall at 7 feet. Why should I depend on anyone else? Alas, perhaps indulging occasionally isn't so bad. In that moment, Dazhuang succumbed to a daydream. Chen, what are you doing? Smith inquired, noticing the sudden silence and the goofy smile plastered on Dazhuang's face. After calling out a few times without a response, he abruptly jolted Dazhuang back to reality. Chen, what are you thinking about? Nothing. I wasn't thinking of anything. What's the matter? What do you mean, what's the matter? You're drooling, Smith exclaimed. Chen, you ought to express your gratitude. Milt informed me that the incident you stirred up last time was due to that female reporter, which is why the media refrained from covering it. It merely stirred some ripples online and ultimately faded away. At that moment, Dazhuang recalled why Glenn Taylor had remarked on his good fortune in receiving assistance. If that were the case, he indeed should extend his thanks to Kelly. However, regarding matters of romance, Dazhuang believed such notions were merely the fabrications of outsiders. All right, enough with the wild speculations. I have only met her 3 or 4 times, mostly at post-match press conferences. What romance are you talking about? Let's focus on preparing for tonight's match. Smith shrugged, and then departed from Dazhuang's office. It was evident that Smith was brimming with confidence regarding the game tonight. Although it was a back-to-back match, it was held on home soil, and the opponent was the Eastern Conference's Celtics, a team that had clearly signaled its intent to tank this season through its summer maneuvers. The era of the Big Three came to a close this summer, with the Celtics first parting ways with head coach Doc Rivers at the end of the season, followed swiftly by a significant trade involving 8 players with the Nets as soon as the summer window opened. The likes of Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, and Jason Terry were bundled off to Brooklyn, while the Celtics acquired Chris Humphries, Gerald Wallace, Bojan Bogdanovic, Joseph, and Brooks, in addition to 3 first-round draft picks from the Nets for the years 2014, 2016, and 2018. If this trade did not clearly indicate the Celtics' desire to tank this season, a transaction on August 16th further solidified that notion. On that date, the Celtics struck a deal with the Grizzlies, sending last season's rookie Melo along with some cash in exchange for Dante Green, who was on a non-guaranteed contract. Following this trade, many media outlets speculated that the Celtics' reason for acquiring Green was to alleviate their luxury tax burden. Before the trade, the Celtics' total salary was $71.8 million, exceeding the threshold by $700,000, and with Melo's annual salary at $1.3 million, trading for Green allowed them to perfectly sidestep the luxury tax by subsequently waiving him. Indeed, the Celtics acted accordingly, announcing Green's release on September 18th. Perusing the information gathered by the club scouts, Dazhuang believed that with the Timberwolves' current roster, even without any enhancements, their chances of victory against the Celtics on home turf were quite favorable. "Chen, they have agreed," Dazhuang muttered, glancing up at Milt, who had barged into his office without knocking. Only he and Smith had the audacity to enter unannounced, and Dazhuang had come to realize that Milt had a rather thick skin. "Mr. Milt, could you please knock next time you enter?" Okowo. "You big-headed fool, you've promised countless times, yet there's been no improvement. Speak up, Mr. Milt. What unfortunate news do you bring this time?" No, Chen, it's good news. The Cavaliers have agreed to our trade proposal." Upon hearing Milt's words, Chen Dazhuang's expression grew serious. "Are you certain? What is their proposal? Let us hope they don't include waiters. That fellow is best left for the Cavaliers to deal with. He possesses an abundance of confidence, but sadly lacks the requisite talent." "No. They are willing to trade their first and second-round picks for next year along with Anthony in exchange for Kevin, but they have rejected the trade exception I proposed." "What are your thoughts on this proposal?" "Chen, it is not my perspective that matters, but rather the transaction you have suggested involving Anthony. If you can assure me of Anthony's performance and potential, I believe this proposal is feasible. The Cavaliers are not naive." "Very well, Milt. Please reach out to the other party and submit a request to the league." Chapter 27. Moving that evening's match unfolded without any surprises. The visiting Boston Celtics were utterly incapable of impeding the Timberwolves' consecutive victories. Just as Chen Dazhuang had anticipated, even the system appeared disinterested in the adversary. The system, known for its penchant for mischief, merely bestowed upon Dazhuang 1 red and 1 blue, along with 3 white buffs. In the fourth quarter, upon receiving a pass from the point guard, his three-point shooting percentage surged by 50%. With each passing minute of the game, his shooting percentage diminished by 1%, a dual buff exclusive to the point guard and shooting guard, within a span of 10 minutes. The success rate of his passes increased by 50%, a buff exclusively for the point guard. In the fourth quarter, Chen Dazhuang opted to utilize the red and blue buffs. However, throughout the preceding 3 quarters, the Timberwolves maintained a slender lead, with the healthy Odin's dominance in the paint proving insurmountable for the Celtics center, Favellani. In other positions, the combination of Rubio and Martin, despite facing Bradley and Crawford, exhibited a significant offensive superiority, even though they were at a defensive disadvantage. Additionally, the Celtics' sluggish start contributed to the Timberwolves' consistent lead, albeit with a margin remaining within single digits. As the fourth quarter commenced, bolstered by the buffs, Martin hit 4 consecutive three-pointers from beyond the arc, swiftly widening the point differential and laying the groundwork for victory. The final score was 108-88, marking the Timberwolves' 11th consecutive win. As a final whistle blew, the Target Center erupted in thunderous applause, transforming from an opening attendance of less than 50% to near-capacity crowds. According to data from the NBA's official website, the Target Center in Apollo City has ascended to be among the top 3 arenas in the league for attendance. Glenn Taylor could hardly contain his delight. Timberwolves fans are acutely aware that this success stems from the efforts of that young Chinese player, making Chen Dazhuang the most beloved figure in the Timberwolves franchise, surpassing even Odin and Martin in popularity. Following this round of competition, the Minnesota Timberwolves have ascended to the pinnacle of the league standings, boasting an impressive 11-game winning streak. Conversely, the Eastern Conference team, the Indiana Pacers, who previously enjoyed a 10-game winning streak, suffered a defeat on the road, losing 94-110 against the Chicago Bulls, thus bringing their run to an end. Soon thereafter, a report from ESPN reignited the spotlight on the Timberwolves. On November 17th, ESPN journalist Kate published an article stating that, according to informed sources, the Minnesota Timberwolves had reached a trade agreement with the Cleveland Cavaliers. The Timberwolves would send Kevin Love in exchange for Anthony Bennett, along with a first-round draft pick and a second-round draft pick from the 2014 draft class. Following the dissemination of this report by various media outlets, many verified the news on the official NBA website. Subsequently, both the Timberwolves and the Cavaliers held press conferences where Bennett and Love, the central figures in this trade, made their appearances. However, it was Bennett's remarks during the press conference that drew significant attention from the media and fans alike. Chen is a person I hold in the highest regard. Even during my NCAA journey, he played an incredibly pivotal role in my basketball career, perpetually encouraging and instilling confidence in me. When I decided to enter the draft and was selected first overall by the Cleveland Cavaliers, I was overwhelmed with joy. Yet, upon joining the team, I encountered numerous challenges and faced considerable scrutiny. During that time, we maintained our connection, and he consistently offered his support. I believe he is the coach who understands me best, and I would gladly play for him for a lifetime. At the Timberwolves press conference, after receiving the number 24 jersey from Milt, Bennett expressed profound emotions during his interview with reporters, shedding tears when asked about his feelings towards Chen. This left Dazhuang somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated this fellow to be so emotional. Similarly, Love exhibited a fervent reaction, albeit his excitement could more aptly be described as anger. It was evident that Kevin Love was ill-prepared for this trade. However, the primary reason for Dazhuang's agreement to part with Love was largely influenced by memories, specifically the belief that this transaction would indeed occur in the upcoming season. Yet for Love, the prospect of being traded by the Timberwolves was entirely unexpected, coupled with the miraculous performance of the team this season, which had reignited his hopes. He had not contemplated leaving the Timberwolves. Moreover, Love had maintained an optimistic belief that the team would not trade him, especially after Pekovic's departure, which positioned him as the unequivocal leader within the roster from a contractual standpoint. On January 26, 2012, the Timberwolves and Love finalized an extension of his contract, a 4-year deal worth $82 million, representing the highest salary in the franchise's history. Even when the team later renewed Pekovic's contract, it was merely for 5 years at $60 million. He is the most incompetent head coach among the 30 teams in the league, a bewildering choice for the role. I would suggest the league conduct a thorough examination of his qualifications. I believe assistant coach Smith is far more deserving, as many strategies are orchestrated by him while the head coach merely sits idly, engaging in childish antics to attract media attention. During a press conference with the Cavaliers, Love displayed utter disdain when asked about his opinion of Dazhuang. When a reporter raised questions regarding the Timberwolves' performance, Love attributed it all to luck. I believe the Timberwolves' 11-game winning streak signifies little. Primarily, they face teams that are not among the league's elite. Moreover, it was evident from the flow of the games that the Timberwolves lacked tactical acumen, relying solely on individual prowess and form. To be candid, I am eagerly anticipating our forthcoming encounter with the Timberwolves, as I am confident I will demonstrate my capabilities. Love appeared to be brimming with self-assurance. However, after delivering this statement, the expressions of the reporters in attendance turned somewhat peculiar, as he had not considered that should the Cavaliers and Timberwolves meet this season, it would likely be only in the finals. Chapter 28, Boss, Are You Still a Virgin? Following the conclusion of the game against the Celtics, the Timberwolves were afforded a rare 2-day respite. Yet, Dazhuang found no opportunity for rest, as creditors had come knocking. Chen, someone is looking for you, he heard, glancing exasperatedly at Milt, who had entered without knocking. Milt, you are the team's general manager. When did you take on the role of receptionist? Initially, Dazhuang intended to engage in a meaningful dialogue with Milt regarding the significance of knocking on doors. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a striking figure who appeared behind Milt. What on earth is this woman doing here? I haven't provoked her lately, which explains why Milt, a distinguished general manager, is scurrying about like a sycophant at the front desk. What a disgrace, devoid of any semblance of masculinity. Mr. Milt, thank you. I have some matters to discuss with Mr. Chen, if you don't mind. Upon seeing Dazhuang, a smile graced Kelly's face. and she promptly turned to issue Milt a dismissal. A pair of shameless individuals. They truly burn bridges after crossing them. Milt's mind was rife with derision. All right, take your time. I have other matters to attend to. Chen, Miss Kelly is here infrequently, so do ensure she is well entertained. Please close the door behind you. Dazhuang held Milt's obsequious behavior in utter disdain. With a smile, Milt closed the door and turned to spit disdainfully. He then glanced up to see Smith hurrying towards him. Hey, Smith, where are you headed? I'm looking for Chen. There's something I need to discuss. What's the matter? Is he not around? Impossible. At this hour, he should be here. He is in the office, but I fear you cannot enter at the moment, Milt said mysteriously. Why not? The princess from Los Angeles has arrived. You know how it is. She just kicked me out. Oh, you mean the one from TNT? I see. That scoundrel Chen. The last time I inquired, he outright denied it. Let us see how he explains himself now. But I cannot fathom why the daughter of the Turner family would take an interest in Chen. Back in Las Vegas, he was hardly popular. I even suspected he might still be a virgin. If he hadn't told me his sexual orientation was normal, I would have doubted his attraction to women. Really? That is hard to believe. Chen is already 26 and still a virgin? Oh my God, that is truly unimaginable. It's quite incredible. Do you think this young lady has a penchant for that? Well, Mr. Milt, I believe you have a valid point. Alas, it's a pity that a man like Chen lacks any romantic appeal. I genuinely feel sorry for Miss Kelly. Indeed, it is quite unfortunate, Smith. Shall we eavesdrop on their conversation? This is an excellent opportunity. Milt's suggestion sparked excitement in Smith's eyes. Fortunately, Dazhuang was unaware of the content of their discussion. Otherwise, it would have been a situation of life or death. Moreover, unbeknownst to Dazhuang and Smith, Milt had a reputation as a notorious gossip during his time with the Wizards. Anything involving Milt was devoid of secrecy. Under the suggestion of Milt, two rather unscrupulous individuals stealthily approached the office of Dazhuang. Just as they were about to press their ears against the door, it unexpectedly swung open. Both Dazhuang and the eavesdroppers were taken aback. What are you two doing? Is there something you need? And no, not at all, one stammered. Smith mentioned he needed to speak with you. Yes, I'm looking for you, the other quickly added. What is it? Well, it's nothing of great importance. Just a few matters regarding training. It's nothing, really. Are you out of your mind? Dazhuang thought, observing their expressions. Yet, behind him, Kelly seemed to grasp their intentions. A knowing smile gracing her lips. As long as there's nothing pressing, I have to step out for a moment. If anything comes up, just give me a call, Dazhuang stated before departing with Kelly. Watching their retreating figures, the two men simultaneously spat in disdain. Dazhuang found himself in a predicament. Having previously promised to treat Kelly to Chinese cuisine, it is evident that Kelly, who is deeply concerned about the Timberwolves, possesses an intricate understanding of their schedule. Consequently, even if one were to seek excuses, it would be futile. Dazhuang must inevitably repay his debts. Upon arriving in Minneapolis, how could Chen Dazhuang, a self-proclaimed homebody, possibly be aware of local Chinese restaurants? In an effort to make amends for his previous bravado, he could only invite Kelly to his apartment, intending to impress her with his rudimentary culinary skills. It was not until the afternoon that Chen Dazhuang made his appearance at the training facility. However, he found it peculiar that everyone present regarded him with such strange expressions. Particularly, Bennett, a recent addition to the team, seemed to harbor an unspoken sentiment, leaving Dazhuang with an unsettling feeling. Furthermore, Smith appeared as though he had committed some egregious offense, avoiding Dazhuang's gaze altogether. Goodness, how could a mere absence of time lead these individuals to exhibit such peculiar behavior? Initially, Chen Dazhuang speculated that the lipstick mark on his face was still present. But that couldn't be right. He had checked his reflection before leaving, and it was gone. Dazhuang touched his face and called out, "Anthony, come here." He waved to Bennett. Smith observed the anguish on Dazhuang's face as he called out to Bennett. "Boss, you're back." "Yes, what is the matter? Why do I sense an unusual look in your eyes? What's going on?" "And nothing, really nothing." "Anthony, how can you not speak the truth? This is not like you." Well, boss, they're all saying that you're still a virgin. Is this true?" Bennett's words struck Dazhuang like a thunderbolt, leaving him both stunned and infuriated. "Who said that? Who the hell said it? I know it was you, Smith. Come here." In light of the circumstances, Chen Dazhuang quickly deduced the source of the rumors. Of course, it was possible that the rumors were no longer mere gossip. "And no, Chen, it wasn't me. You must believe me. How could it possibly be me? You bastard, if not you, then who else? Prepare to pay for this, you scoundrel." With gritted teeth, Chen Dazhuang seized Smith by the neck and dragged him backward. "You're finished today, Smith. I assure you, no one will save you." "Chen, believe me, it truly wasn't me. It was that blabbermouth Milt. I never imagined he would spill the beans. Within half a day, the entire team is aware. Please don't strike me, Chen. It really wasn't Team Me. Soon, the locker room was filled with cries of distress. Chapter 29. Triumph in Love. Failure in Sport? Damn it. Chen, you are too ruthless. Ouch. That hurts. Get lost. The fact that I haven't killed you already makes me a saint. Smith. How dare you tarnish my reputation? And that bastard Milt, I will sew his mouth shut. Chen, how can this tarnish your reputation? It's merely a compliment. Get lost. And let me tell you, I already have a girlfriend. I am not a virgin. What the hell were you two doing out there today? Oh no, I let it slip. Dazhuang suddenly realized and hurriedly turned to leave. Chen, don't go. Tell me, what did you two do at noon? Hey, don't leave. As Smith called out, the more Dazhuang hurried away, seemingly intent on evading conversation. What? Is he just going to stand there waiting for a story to be told? Moreover, it was implausible for Dazhuang to divulge to Smith the incident of the midday ambush. Chen, why aren't you wearing pajamas? I found one of your shirts. Upon hearing the notification sound from his phone, Dazhuang picked it up to discover a message from Kelly at his apartment. Alongside the text was a photograph of Kelly donning his shirt. Oh dear, this enchantress. I can't take it. With a silent lament, Chen Dazhuang hastily turned off his phone. The Timberwolves had taken a 2-day respite, though it remained uncertain whether Dazhuang had truly rested. On November 19th, the Timberwolves arrived in Washington, prepared to face off at the MCI Center. However, after warming up and returning to the locker room, while others engaged in discussions about the upcoming match, Chen Dazhuang found himself in a state of bewilderment. In his system's buff section, 5 pristine white buffs quietly accompanied him. Each minute of gameplay increased the three-point shooting percentage by 1%, specific to power forwards, applicable only to starting players. The opponent's turnover rate would rise by 1% during this match, a passive buff, effective only against one starting player of the opposing team. Selected prior to the game, every 5 minutes of play enhanced the success rate of steals by 1%, specific to small forwards, applicable only to starting players. The shooting percentage in the fourth quarter would increase by 10%, specific to centers. The final offensive three-point shooting percentage would be 100%, specific to power forwards, requiring activation prior to the match for effectiveness. Goodness, what is this absurd system? What do these 5 white buffs even signify? Is this a transformation from a fortunate emperor to a commoner, or a triumph in romance, yet a failure on the court? Why, oh why, have you presented me with these 5 inconsequential buffs? At that moment, Dazhuang felt certain that this system was deliberately toying with him. Just when he had traded for Bennett, it decided to bestow upon him 5 lackluster buffs. The last time with Odin, it had even granted a buff tailored for a useless player. Was a sign of disdain for Bennett? These 5 buffs were hardly worth a dog's notice. Oh system, dear master, can you not exchange these? Dazhuang persistently attempted to establish communication with the system, yet the outcome was predictably disappointing. The system had never acknowledged him, and this time was no different. Fine, ignore me, will you? I won't need any of you. Once this match concludes, I shall self-learn, hire an assistant. And without this butcher, surely I can manage without being fed like a pig. Foolish contraption. What a ridiculous system. God closed the door on Dazhuang, yet left the dog hole ajar. Regrettably, in his fury, Dazhuang failed to notice this opening. Years later, when Dazhuang had ascended to become the most illustrious head coach in the NBA, should one inquire about the 10 most memorable games of his career. The match during the 2013 to 2014 regular season, where the Timberwolves faced the Wizards, would undoubtedly be the first to spring to his lips. However, when pressed for the reasons behind this choice, he would likely falter, unable to articulate his thoughts coherently. Bennett, as anticipated by none, appeared in the Timberwolves starting lineup, joining forces with Rubio, Martin, Dante, and Odin as the team's formidable quintet. On the opposing side, the Wizards fielded Wall, Beal, Webster, Nene, and Gortat. With the referee's whistle, the game commenced. Perhaps God deemed it necessary for Bennett to endure some trials, or perhaps the system recognized that Chen Dazhuang had recently been basking in glory, even exhibiting a tendency to rely on others in matters of the heart, thus wishing him to grasp the significance of the system. Consequently, during this encounter, the Timberwolves did not exhibit the same absolute dominance seen in previous games, particularly as Bennett, playing power forward, struggled to gain any advantage over Nene. Fortunately, Odin's prowess in the paint remained steadfast and reliable. Moreover, although Rubio found himself thoroughly outmatched by Wall, both Martin and Dante displayed remarkable form from beyond the arc. After such a comparison of lineups, the scores of both teams in the match rose alternately. Essentially, from the very first minute of the game, Both sides were locked in a contest of fluctuating leads, with the point difference remaining within single digits. This continued until only 17 seconds remained in the game, at which point the Wizards led the Timberwolves 102 to 100. During the Timberwolves' final possession, Chen Dazhuang gazed at the last white buff in his buff bar, feeling utterly despondent. This is truly exasperating. Can we have a second chance? Fate presented an opportunity before me, yet I failed to cherish it. If ever granted another chance, I would surely curse you for a millennium. The outcome of the match was predictable. Martin, tasked with the final shot, found the rim instead. Despite the Timberwolves resorting to a foul strategy after the Wizards secured the rebound, their fate remained unchanged. The final score, 100 to 104, marked the Timberwolves' first defeat of the season, their winning streak brought to an end by the Wizards. In the grand scheme of the lengthy regular season, losing a single game is quite commonplace. However, for Bennett, this instance stands as an exception. In this match, Odin shone brightly, amassing 21 points, 13 rebounds, and 3 blocks. Martin also contributed significantly with 19 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists. Meanwhile, Bennett, under the watchful eyes of many, faced a challenging game, playing for 37 minutes yet only managing to score 9 points and secure 10 rebounds, alongside 3 turnovers. I am well acquainted with his journey and believe that he deserves more time. He is merely a rookie. While he undoubtedly faces certain challenges, I hold the conviction that these issues are surmountable. What he truly needs now is encouragement and patience. This defeat is simply a minor setback in an otherwise ordinary regular season. I do not perceive it as an apocalyptic event. This is the response of Dazhuang during the post-match press conference regarding Bennett's performance. Chapter 30. No mercy shown. However, Dazhuang's explanation is of little significance to some individuals. Following the conclusion of the game between the Timberwolves and the Wizards, a local Cleveland newspaper, aptly named Cleveland Honest Merchant, published an article entitled, "Does He Understand Tactics?" The main focus of this piece was the match between the Timberwolves and the Wizards, where the journalist disparagingly portrayed Dazhuang's efforts as utterly ineffectual. In truth, the score of this contest was remarkably close. Had it been 2 other teams, negative press would have been unlikely. For any team, amidst the lengthy 82-game regular season, whether succumbing to a formidable opponent or unexpectedly faltering against a weaker one is entirely commonplace. Furthermore, despite the Timberwolves' defeat to the Wizards, they still maintain an impressive record of 11 wins and 1 loss, standing proudly atop the Western Conference. Therefore, it seems rather unjust for them to be subjected to such ridicule. This situation unfolded after a local newspaper in Cleveland published an article. The local journalist from the city of Apollos became quite agitated, for in the eyes of the citizens of Apollos, Chen Dazhuang was regarded as the most esteemed individual. What audacity emboldened you, a mere 4-7 contender, to deride a team that stand atop the league? Following closely, the Minneapolis Star Forum juxtaposed the records of the Timberwolves and the Cavaliers on its front page, with the headline questioning if you understand, given the circumstances. The circulation of both local tabloids was limited. Thus, although it did not stir significant waves, discerning individuals recognized that the transaction between the Timberwolves and the Cavaliers irrevocably soured their relationship. Both teams would henceforth regard each other as adversaries. Amidst all these occurrences, Chen Dazhuang was preoccupied, his thoughts consumed by visions of a blonde beauty with long legs beneath her white shirt, prompting him to hastily return home post-match. The parties engaged in prolonged negotiations regarding their standings, yet ultimately remained steadfast in their positions, unwilling to yield. Consequently, both sides agreed to a brief respite before embarking on a second round of discussions. Only the individuals involved knew the number of rounds that transpired that evening. It was evident the following morning, as Chen Dazhuang descended the stairs, supporting his back, while Kelly emerged radiant, suggesting she had gained the upper hand in negotiations. Today, the Timberwolves were set to travel to Los Angeles for a back-to-back away game. Thus, the entire team boarded a flight from Apollos to Los Angeles at noon, with the match against the Los Angeles Clippers scheduled for 6 p.m. at the Staples Center. However, as the game approached, Dazhuang found himself bewildered. What does this mean? Has fortune truly shifted from favor to misfortune? Why is it still 5 whites? System, my friend, do not jest. Initially, upon seeing the 5 white buffs in the buff bar, Dazhuang assumed he had once again drawn the short straw. Yet, upon scrutinizing the attributes of the buffs, he realized, to his astonishment, that they were identical to those from yesterday's match. Most notably, this unpredictable system unusually provided an explanation. The revelation it offered nearly caused the already regretful Chen Dazhuang, who had narrowly missed victory the day prior, to spit blood in disbelief. Each time buffs are refreshed, a minimum of 2 must be utilized to ensure a refresh for the next match. My goodness, is this how casually the instructions are given? To commence a game without any guidance, only to provide it once a player has fallen into a pit. What does that signify? Come on, this is a recipe for complaints. Let us negotiate for a refresh. I promise to remember next time. To Chen Dazhuang's astonishment, the usually aloof system was more loquacious than ever today, responding to his heartfelt pleas with a single remark. This is how one ensures the host's experience is unforgettable. Unforgettable, you say? How preposterous! I curse the day you were created, you wretched contraption. Either maintain your icy demeanor and remain silent, or adopt a more supportive attitude. What is your true intention? Are you here to elevate me to the pinnacle of success, or merely to drive me to despair for the sake of inheriting my legacy? Oh, wait. Just as Dazhuang felt the pressure mounting to a breaking point, a thought struck him. He had narrowly missed victory in the previous match. Goodness, could this infernal device have taken a page from the divine playbook, employing the old adage that when one door closes, another opens? Never mind the curses for now. This contraption must be resorting to that old trick again. What am I waiting for? Regardless of its efficacy, Dazhuang promptly activated all 5 buffs that he previously deemed unnecessary. Today, the Timberwolves starting lineup had undergone some alterations. Considering the demanding schedule ahead, Dazhuang made several adjustments to the roster. Giannis Antetokounmpo, Martin, Badley, Bennett, and Odin comprised the starting 5. Meanwhile, the Clippers fielded their strongest squad. Prior to the game, Chris Paul asserted in an interview that victory would undoubtedly belong to the Clippers, as they sought to avenge their previous defeat in their last encounter. To Dazhuang's bewilderment, however, the reality proved far more complicated than he had anticipated. In this instance, there were no dramatic turns of events from the outset of the match. The Timberwolves found themselves at a disadvantage, with only Odin providing a slight edge. As the second half of the second quarter approached, Odin fell into foul trouble, causing this advantage to gradually dissipate. The rookie Giannis, despite possessing physical prowess, struggled against the seasoned Paul, whose experience proved insurmountable. With the combined efforts of Jordan and Griffin, Odin was left to fend for himself, particularly as Bennett was thoroughly overwhelmed by Griffin on both ends of the court. With 4 minutes and 17 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, Bennett received his 6th personal foul and was ejected from the game, walking towards the player tunnel with his head bowed amidst the jeers of the home crowd. The Timberwolves faced a disheartening defeat, 89-107, marking their second loss of the season and their first back-to-back defeats. Despite Chen Dazhuang defending Bennett during the post-game press conference, a deluge of criticism ensued, particularly in light of another concurrent game where the Cavaliers, despite losing to the Wizards at home, saw Love contribute a double-double with 18 points and 10 rebounds. In stark contrast, Bennett's meager tally of 6 points and 7 rebounds intensified the backlash against him. Some media outlets even suggested that the trade between the Timberwolves and Cavaliers would become a monumental blunder for the Timberwolves. Chapter 31. I delight in the unintentional slap in the face the Clippers exacted their revenge with an 18-point victory, and the enigmatic coach has shed his mysterious facade. The Timberwolves are reeling from 2 consecutive losses. This raises the question of how a team with an 11-game winning streak can falter into a losing streak. This is the price of pride. A failed trade may indeed become the Timberwolves' Waterloo. This serves as a lesson, a cautionary tale for other teams in the league. In an instant, nearly all NBA news in beautiful country centered around the Timberwolves, with several former players who had previously criticized Chen Dazhuang and the Timberwolves stepping forward to voice their opinions, predominantly filled with skepticism and reproach towards the franchise. I find this entirely understandable. The victories the Timberwolves had previously achieved seemed to stem from remnants of my contributions. The arrogant and ignorant individual who succeeded me has rapidly dismantled much of the good that remained. This streak of 11 games was, in my estimation, merely a prelude to the impending losses. I predict that the Timberwolves may well continue their losing streak, potentially reaching 20 consecutive defeats. The singular course of action they must undertake is to expeditiously remove that individual and appoint an experienced head coach to have any chance of reversing their fortunes. Alderman finally seized the opportunity. When Chen Dazhuang assumed his position, his derision towards Chen was met with a resounding defeat, leaving him quite humiliated. Now, with the Timberwolves enduring a 2-game losing streak, he has at last found the moment to voice his opinions. The trade between the Timberwolves and the Cavaliers is nothing short of abominable. It has been suggested that it was instigated by that individual from Huagua, and I am utterly baffled by his reasoning. It seems the Timberwolves have all but secured the title of the league's worst record. Pat Riley also emerged promptly, having long repressed his thoughts. The increasingly fit Odin of the Timberwolves has left Riley feeling quite perturbed. On Twitter, James also made updates. Does he comprehend strategy? In an instant, Chen Dazhuang found himself facing a veritable tide of criticism. Although the local media in Minnesota refrained from questioning him directly, they did express skepticism regarding Bennett's capabilities and the Timberwolves-Cavaliers trade. Meanwhile, Chen Dazhuang was engaged in a lengthy phone call with Kelly. "Darling, are you all right?" "Me fine. I'm just resting at home. The team has back-to-back games tomorrow and the day after, so I've given him a day off." Sorry. I couldn't stop those people, but you sure have made quite a few enemies. Why bother stopping them? Rest assured, no team can guarantee victory in every match. All right. I'm relieved to hear your positive mindset. Will you come over again? It may take some time. Dad has been quite watchful lately. Very well then. After hanging up, Dazhuang drifted into slumber, harboring a tinge of regret. As for the happenings outside, he paid them no mind, for he understood that worrying would not change a thing. Results ultimately speak for themselves. The following day, upon arriving at the team facility, Chen Dazhuang found Bennett slouched and waiting anxiously. "Hey, Anthony, good morning." "Good morning, boss. Are you here this early with something to discuss? Come in and speak." After ushering Bennett inside and offering him a glass of water, Dazhuang inquired, "So what is troubling you?" "Boss, I'm sorry, I've let you down. I saw the newspaper-esque criticisms of you, and I know it's all because of me. I thought a lot about it after I got back yesterday, and I—" Hey, stop. Anthony, you're overthinking this. First and foremost, those articles are utter nonsense. They're the words of fair-weather fans. Regardless of your performance, you mustn't heed their opinions. When you excel, they will lavish you with praise, but the moment you falter, they will be the first to attack. So, don't concern yourself with them. Even without you, they would still come after me. Do you understand? This is not solely on you." Chen Dazhuang interrupted Bennett's words, pausing briefly before continuing. "Anthony, do you know where your greatest problem lies? It is not that you are inferior to others, but rather that your emotions prevent you from realizing even 50% of your potential. I told you in Las Vegas that you must learn to control your emotions. You need time to continuously understand your strengths. Take the last game as an example. In terms of height and strength, you clearly fell short compared to Griffin, their number 4 player. So why compete in areas where you are at a disadvantage? Your shooting ability surpasses his, and your footwork is equally commendable." Dazhuang's words lifted Bennett's spirits, who had been sitting there dejected. Observing Bennett's reaction, Dazhuang continued, "I will keep you in the starting lineup. I believe in you, Anthony. Remember, hold your head high." "Thank you, coach. I will strive to meet your expectations." "Excellent. Remember to have faith in yourself." Dazhuang thought to himself, "Indeed, I deserve a round of applause for my motivational prowess." Watching Bennett's departing figure, he silently commended his own eloquence. At 5:50 p.m., the Target Center was still bustling with fans. The Minnesota Timberwolves supporters in Apollo City were not disheartened by the team's 2 consecutive losses. Instead, they appeared more enthusiastic than ever, fully aware that what the team needed most was their encouragement. As the home team's starting lineup was introduced, accompanied by the exuberant cheers of the DJ, the Timberwolves starting 5 dashed onto the court from the player tunnel. Rubio, Martin, Budinger, Bennett, and Odin. After this lineup was revealed, it sparked considerable discussion among many spectators of the match. At this moment, Chen Dazhuang sat comfortably with a smile, casually crossing his legs, while Smith sat beside him, whispering something. "Chen, are you certain that Anthony is all right? I worry that the pressure on him may be overwhelming. I still suggest he take a role as a substitute and ease into it. Rest assured, Smith, trust me and trust him." "Chen, you must understand that if we lose this match, those critics will intensify their attacks on both you and Anthony, and I fear there may also be repercussions from Glenn. Aren't you concerned that Anthony might crumble under the pressure? Old friend, have faith. I am fully aware of the situation. Trust me, I excel at delivering unexpected blows when they least anticipate it." Chapter 32, A Painful Face Kenny. What are your thoughts on today as starting lineup for the Timberwolves? Why do you think Chen continues to include Anthony as a starter? Seated at the Target Center commentary table were the seasoned duo of Smith and Barkley. Upon viewing the Timberwolves starting lineup, Barkley engaged Smith in discussing the matter that had captured everyone's attention. "It is indeed somewhat perplexing. Frankly, I do not understand why Chen extends such support to Anthony, especially considering that in the previous 2 matches, Anthony's performance was rather lackluster. Even as Chen previously explained, I believe it would be prudent to have him cultivate his skills from the bench. Yes, I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. Today's match pits them against the Brooklyn Nets, whose starting lineup consists of Livingston, Joe Johnson, Pierce, Reggie Evans, and Garnett. Chen Dazhuang, exuding confidence, drew the gaze of many cameras in attendance. It takes a certain audacity to flaunt one's prowess, and Dazhuang's confidence stemmed from his system. In the locker room, he discerned that the system had been erratic due to a relative visiting a few days prior. However, it seemed to have returned to normal for this match. Ordinarily, 5 buffs would populate the buff bar, but now, only one solitary, shimmering golden buff remained. The underdog's reversal. The host has inspired Bennett through his actions, activating Bennett's potential. Throughout the match, Bennett's 3-point shooting accuracy following high screens increased by 40%, disregarding interference, while his speed post-screen surged by 50%, and his ability to drive increased by 100%. This buff is exclusive to Bennett and is effective solely in assisting guards with screens, as long as Bennett remains within the 3-second zone during the match. His teammates' rebounding abilities are amplified by 50%. For every rebound secured by a teammate, Bennett's blocking prowess increases permanently by 1 point. Hidden attribute. The underdog's resurgence, once activated, remains effective for 3 matches. Should Bennett earn the title of MVP 3 times within these matches, his confidence will be permanently boosted by 50 points. When Chen Dazhuang finally observes that Bennett's confidence has dwindled to a mere 30 points, he realizes just how uncertain Bennett has become, explaining the awkwardness he displays each time he receives the ball during the game. The match commenced promptly with the referee's whistle. Possessing such an extraordinary buff, this game was destined to serve as a spectacle of retribution, with the trend of dominance persisting from the first minute to the last. The jump ball showdown between Odin and Garnett yielded no surprises. The aging Wolf King stood no chance against the healthy Odin, whose prowess directed the ball towards his teammates. Rubio received the ball from Buetinger, and upon noticing the rapid retreat of the Nets' defense, he signaled with his left hand to slow down. Upon reaching the front court, he seamlessly passed the ball to Martin on the right. As Martin faced Joe Johnson, Bennett recalled the pre-game instructions from Dazhuang. Anthony, once Kevin and Richie have the ball, immediately set a high pick and roll. After the screen, they will pass the ball to you. I grant you the freedom to shoot without hesitation. Whether it's a 3-pointer or a drive, remember, do not hesitate. I trust in your shooting ability. Go out there and make a statement. Without delay, Bennett moved up to set the high screen. Following Dazhuang's emphatic advice, Martin displayed no hesitation. A deceptive dribble sent Johnson crashing into Bennett, who seemed poised to penetrate the lane, while Garnett, drawn out from the paint, obstructed Martin's path forward. For the seasoned veterans of the Nets, a fast break might wear them down quickly, but if confronted with the current Timberwolves pick-and-roll strategy, it would hardly impress a veteran like Garnett. Jason Kidd, who had remained on the sidelines, dismissed the simplicity of the Timberwolves' straightforward pick-and-roll. However, the ensuing moment left the entire arena in astonishment. As Martin approached Garnett, he passed the ball to Bennett, who stood at the 3-point line after the screen. Without a moment's hesitation, Bennett launched a 3-pointer. Even the Timberwolves fans were taken aback by this unexpected display. Oh my God, Anthony received the pass from Kevin and actually took a shot. What a shock. On the commentary stage, Barkley unleashed a profanity, his face reflecting a profound sense of existential doubt. Beside him, Smith, though silent, wore an expression that mirrored Barkley's incredulity. Just as the atmosphere thickened with skepticism, Bennett launched the basketball, which gracefully arced through the air before finding its mark in the hoop. Standing there, Bennett erupted with a triumphant shout, extending his right hand to high-five Martin. In that moment, Martin was overwhelmed with exuberance, and he turned to energetically gesture towards the Timberwolves bench with a raised fist. This offensive strategy, in the ensuing match, transformed into a vivid representation of prowess. Bennett incessantly executed screens, and more screens before receiving the ball and taking his shots. His shooting ability, lauded by numerous media outlets during his NCAA tenure, was magnificently showcased before the audience in this contest. The score at the conclusion of the first quarter stood at 17-37. Bennett played the entirety of the first quarter, clocking in a full 12 minutes, during which he successfully made 4 out of 5 3-point attempts and achieved a flawless 6 out of 6 in 2-point shots, additionally presenting Pierce with a resounding block. His scoring tally for this quarter reached an impressive 24 points. The outcome left all those who were engrossed in the match feeling as though they were witnessing an illusion. Even the commentators, Barkley and Smith, could scarcely utter anything beyond expressions of disbelief, such as impossible, incredible, oh my God, and goodness, throughout the entirety of the first quarter until the referee's whistle signaled its conclusion. Chen truly is an astonishing coach. Milt, I owe you my gratitude for discovering him for us this summer. At this moment, Glenn Taylor, seated in the luxury box at Target Center, beamed with delight and remarked, "Boss, this is merely my duty. I have always believed in him. He is a remarkable coach, and I feel an immense sense of hope for our season." This is a dialogue between two shameless individuals who seem to have forgotten their earlier criticisms of Chen Dazhuang and Bennett before the game commenced. What is Chen thinking? Why does he still allow this fellow to start? Is he unaware of the discontent surrounding him? Milt, I hope you can have a serious discussion with him. Alas, I too struggle to comprehend such actions. However, rest assured, I shall confront him once the game concludes. Chapter 33. Isn't it supposed to be 20 consecutive losses? As the second quarter begins, Bennett and Oden remain on the court, while on the perimeter, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Robbie Hummel, and Chris Middleton make their appearance. The game unfolds similarly to the first quarter, continuing to showcase Bennett's performance. Three-pointers, mid-range jumpers after driving, alley-oops following screens, positioning during defense, and blocks, among others. Bennett grows increasingly exhilarated as the game progresses, while commentators Barkley and Smith appear completely desensitized. The Timberwolves fans in the stands are equally electrified, with the names of Anthony Bennett and Chen Dazhuang resonating throughout Target Center. Kenny, I truly cannot fathom what is transpiring. Could it be that Chen is correct, and we have indeed misjudged Anthony's capabilities? Or is Chen the one who genuinely understands him? My old friend, perhaps we have underestimated Anthony. His draft rating was an impressive 94, and during his collegiate years in Cleveland, his shooting prowess was not adequately showcased. I find myself inclined to agree with Chen. Anthony is merely a rookie declaring for the draft after his freshman year, possessing commendable attributes that warrant more time for development. Well, I suspect Mr. David Grant's mood at this moment is far from pleasant. Haha, Charles, it's likely not just Mr. Grant who is feeling disheartened. Many others, including Mr. Adelman, who predicted the Timberwolves would face 20 consecutive losses, may also share this sentiment. Furthermore, the astute Mr. Pat Riley probably feels the same. Indeed, you are right. Those who mocked previously must be feeling quite the sting now. The match on the court continues, yet the situation remains overwhelmingly one-sided. The Brooklyn Nets, once highly regarded by numerous media outlets before the season commenced, have failed to deliver a compelling performance since the season's onset. It is noteworthy that the current roster on the floor has cost the Nets owner, Prokhorov, a staggering $100 million. Following the completion of trades involving veterans such as Garnett and Pierce, various bookmakers have slashed the Nets' championship odds from 1-50 down to 1-25. Additionally, prior to the season's initiation, many media forecasts predicted that the Nets would emerge as the frontrunners in the Atlantic Division. However, concerns have been raised regarding the health and stamina of this assembly of seasoned players, questioning whether these factors might hinder the Nets' aspirations of becoming a formidable force in the Eastern Conference. The unfolding game has magnified these concerns. In the first half, Garnett, leveraging his height and experience, managed to maintain an advantage against Bennett. However, Bennett's active presence on the court significantly drained the Wolf King's stamina during the first half. As the third quarter progressed, the increasingly invigorated Bennett transformed into a veritable nightmare for the aging Garnett. At 8 minutes and 41 seconds into the third quarter, Rubio held the ball on the perimeter while Bennett set a high screen. Rubio, with a deft step, drove toward the basket, and Bennett, having completed a screen, descended along the middle lane. Observing Bennett's movement, Garnett retreated to the paint. Such a scenario had unfolded numerous times in prior games, requiring no deliberation. Garnett instinctively anticipated that Rubio would ultimately pass to Bennett. However, anticipation does not equate to the ability to defend against the play. After taking a step beyond the free throw line, Bennett exchanged a knowing glance with Rubio and leaped into the air. Upon witnessing Bennett's action, Garnett, without hesitation, followed suit and leapt as well, just as Rubio's pass found its way into Bennett's grasp. Confronted by the once revered Wolf King, Bennett, buoyed by his mid-game performance and the empowering presence of Chen Dazhuang, felt no trepidation. Clutching the basketball with both hands, he surged toward the hoop, rendering Garnett's right hand, attempting to block, utterly ineffective against Bennett's two-handed dunk. With a resounding thud, the basketball was emphatically thrust into the net, and as Bennett hung onto the rim, his body swayed momentarily. The aging Wolf King, upon landing, was propelled backward by an irresistible force, ultimately finding himself seated on the floor. Once steadied, Bennett raised his right fist and pounded his chest, letting out a triumphant roar. On the sidelines, Odin approached, gripping Bennett's shoulders and shaking him vigorously in celebration. The referee's whistle and gestures confirmed the validity of Bennett's basket, additionally awarding him a three-point play due to Garnett's defensive foul. Despite Kevin's protest to the referee as he rose from the ground, the call stood unchallenged. Instant replay clearly indicated that Kevin had indeed committed a foul. It must be acknowledged that he is no longer the player he once was. The commentator on the podium shook his head and spoke. On the sidelines, Kidd offered a wry smile before instructing Lopez to replace Garnett, who had accumulated 5 fouls. Many Timberwolves fans in the stands erupted in enthusiastic applause for Bennett. Yet among them were several older supporters who gazed at the departing figure with a tinge of nostalgia. Once this silhouette was emblematic of the Target Center. The title of Wolf King referred not only to Garnett, but also to his reign as the beloved monarch of the Timberwolves. With the third quarter still underway, Garnett had already incurred his 5th foul, marking a poignant farewell to his participation in the game. The score stood at 81-117, as the Timberwolves achieved a resounding victory over the visiting Brooklyn Nets by a staggering 36-point margin, simultaneously bringing an end to their losing streak. Bennett played for 39 minutes, delivering an impressive performance with a game-high 41 points, along with 10 rebounds and 4 blocks. Such extraordinary statistics have undoubtedly crowned Bennett as the most valuable player of the match. His 41 points mark a new personal scoring record in his NBA career. After the game, as he stood on the sidelines, tears streamed down his face during the interview with reporters, rendering him momentarily speechless. The Timberwolves fans, who remained in the stands, offered him a round of encouraging applause upon witnessing his emotional display. The victory is not solely my achievement. It reflects the collective effort of my teammates. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities. I am unaware of how many points I scored, nor do I care. What matters most is that we secured the win. In previous games, I harbored doubts about myself and lost confidence, feeling as though I was dragging everyone down, including the coach. Just this morning, I sought him out, but to my surprise, he continued to trust and encourage me as he always has. He repeatedly told me, "Anthony, just focus on playing. I will handle the rest." I am genuinely touched. I find it hard to articulate my feelings, but I have immense love and respect for him. At the post-game press conference, Bennett exhibited similar emotions when confronted with reporters' inquiries. Chapter 34, Apologies. Some may be disappointed. Seeking votes. Chen, congratulating you on the victory. What is your assessment of your opponent today? Asked Kate, a longtime friend of Dazhuang. Thank you. I believe the score does not convey the full story. It merely indicates that today we were slightly more fortunate. The Nets are a formidable opponent, and I think they will be a team to watch in the Eastern Conference this season, given the depth of their players' experience. Previously, the Timberwolves faced 2 consecutive defeats, and Anthony's performance was met with considerable skepticism. How do you think Anthony played today? Was it an extraordinary performance? Moreover, the Timberwolves have faced substantial criticism. Does this victory signify a return to form? I can only extend my apologies to some. I fear some may be disappointed. Regarding Anthony, I have previously stated that he possesses his own strengths, though he also has many shortcomings. The significance of this game lies not in the statistics, but in the immense confidence it instilled in him. I have long asserted that we need to grant him time. Indeed, some may be left disappointed, with others feeling as though they were sitting on pins and needles. On the same day, the Bucks fell to the 76ers with a score of 107-115, while the Cavaliers lost to the Pelicans 100-104. Following the game, Mike Brown's demeanor soured when questioned about Bennett's performance at the post-match press conference. Yet he ultimately managed to respond with a stiff resolve. The fact that the Timberwolves emerged victorious is not particularly alarming. What is truly concerning is that Bennett played a pivotal role in this triumph. While it remains awkward that you continue to face defeats, congratulations to Anthony for delivering his finest performance since joining the NBA. However, I believe his journey in the league is still lengthy. A singular outstanding performance holds little significance. What truly matters is the sustainability of such excellence. Thus, I extend my wishes for his future endeavors. After all, it was a match between the Cavaliers and the Pelicans. And despite the multitude of inquiries from reporters regarding the Timberwolves and Bennett, it would be inappropriate to pose too many questions on site. Nevertheless, Kyrie, amidst the fervor of her liaison with Big Z, is certainly unwilling to let the Cavaliers slip by unnoticed. The following day, the Knights' general manager, Mr. Grant David, found himself unexpectedly confronted. Yesterday, Anthony achieved an impressive double-double of 40 points and 10 rebounds. What is your comment on this? To be frank, Kelly initially intended to interview Pat Riley, but as fate would have it, he was unavailable, leading her to settle for David Grant instead. Faced with this smiling woman, Grant's outward demeanor contrasted sharply with his inner turmoil. This was merely an ordinary regular season game, one I did not closely follow. Furthermore, considering Anthony was our first draft pick, such performance is hardly surprising. The strength of the opposing team also plays a significant role, yet I must extend my congratulations to Anthony. However, why is it that such a performing player is being traded? Regrettably, we have our team-building strategy, and it is simply unfortunate that Anthony does not align with our vision. If he does not fit your team-building strategy, why was he selected with the first overall pick? Is this a miscalculation, or is there more to the story? As Kelly continued to pose her inquiries, the smile on David Grant's face vanished entirely. I am sorry, but I refuse to answer that question. He hastily departed the scene. Meanwhile, Chen Dazhuang also took to Twitter to share an update. Alas, we have won again. What a pity. After the update, a slip of the hand led to a mention of James, which instantly attracted a multitude of fans. Although the overwhelming majority were still supporters of the prominent figure, the young king situated in Miami was considerably agitated. As for Chen Dazhuang, he seemed indifferent to the commotion, as time was of the essence. The upcoming schedule for the Timberwolves posed formidable challenges, as they were set to travel to the Toyota Center to compete against the Houston Rockets. This would be a back-to-back away game, and following their match with the Rockets, the Timberwolves would have a day of rest before embarking on another away journey to the Bankers Life Fieldhouse to face the current league leaders, the Indiana Pacers. This is precisely why, after the Timberwolves ended their two-game losing streak, many observers maintained a cautious stance regarding the team. They perceived these next two games as the ultimate test for either the Timberwolves or Chen Dazhuang himself. It is well known that the Rockets have ambitious aspirations this season. During the summer, they made significant moves to bolster their roster. Compared to the previous season, the changes were substantial, particularly with the signing of the formidable Dwight Howard, which immediately positioned the Houston Rockets as a leading contender for this season's championship, garnering the attention of numerous experts who are optimistic about the Rockets' prospects. However, the team currently holds a record of 8 wins and 5 losses, which has left some feeling somewhat disheartened. Consequently, the Rockets have expressed unwavering confidence in their impending match. Nevertheless, there is some favorable news for the Timberwolves. On the morning of November 23rd, the Rockets' official website announced that their star player, James Harden, would be absent from the game against the Timberwolves due to a foot injury. In truth, Dazhuang did not fret about the upcoming match, for regardless of Harden's presence, the compatibility of Howard with the Rockets posed a significant concern. "Darling, what are you up to?" As Dazhuang pondered these matters, his phone rang, revealing it was a call from Kelly. "Are you heading to Houston? Did you catch my interview with David Grant?" "I did. It was fantastic." Dazhuang smiled at the inquiry. "It's best not to offend anyone, especially not a woman, particularly one in love. My birthday is on the 28th. Can you come to Los Angeles?" "Ah, the 28th. Let me check for any games. I've already looked it up. You have no games on the 28th. All right, no problem. I will definitely be there." On the afternoon of November 23rd, at 4 o'clock, the entire Minnesota Timberwolves team arrived at the Toyota Center in Houston. Chen Dazhuang was soon surrounded by reporters. As the head coach of the Timberwolves, a team constantly in the spotlight of the league, and given the ambitions displayed by the Rockets during the summer, today's match has become a focal point of this round. It is no surprise that numerous journalists were already waiting on site. Dazhuang also noticed that many of these reporters were of Chinese descent. Chapter 35. 3 draft picks, 1 stage hello. Coach Chen, I am a reporter from Penguin Sports. What are the goals for the Timberwolves this season? The reporter's standard Mandarin immediately caused Chen Dazhuang to pause. Initially reluctant to engage in an interview, he found himself stopping at the sound of that familiar accent. Although this body had never set foot in Huagua, his soul had lived there in a past life. Truth be told, since his arrival, it felt reminiscent of the short videos he had watched in his previous life. While there, one constantly complained about this and that. Yet upon leaving, an overwhelming sense of nostalgia emerged. Life abroad was not as idyllic as those who had never experienced imagined. Firstly, the moon does not shine brighter here than at home. And secondly, safety is an aspect that cannot be compared. What further disgusted Dazhuang was the incessant rhetoric of democracy and human rights from those who exhibited extreme racial discrimination. Moreover, The most perplexing aspect for Chen Dazhuang after his transition was witnessing how those who faced discrimination would treat Chinese individuals with the ferocity of rabid dogs. Thus, hearing authentic Mandarin in a country rife with racial bias felt akin to a long-awaited rain after a prolonged drought. After pausing to contemplate, Dazhuang earnestly responded to the inquiry. Our goal should be to secure a playoff spot, but the most crucial aim is to strive to perform well in every game. I believe that, regardless of wins or losses, each match is immensely significant for us. Coach Chen, your Mandarin is exceptionally standard, but as I understand, you were born in the beautiful country. Did you learn on your own? Yes, it is my mother tongue. I am a Chinese national. Although my current citizenship differs, I have always considered myself a Chinese person. I believe that every Chinese individual should at least master their native language proficiently. What are your expectations for today's game? Countless domestic fans are eagerly anticipating this match. What is your assessment of Jeremy Lin's performance with the Rockets? As for expectations, I certainly hope my players can showcase their true abilities. Lin is an exceptionally skilled player. I have watched his games, and he is indeed formidable. One final question. The Timberwolves fanbase in China is growing steadily, with many fans affectionately calling you Zhuang Ge. They say you're the most laid-back coach in the NBA. Is there anything you would like to convey to your fans? I wish everyone good health, and hope you will continue to support the Timberwolves. After responding to questions from domestic reporters, Chen Dazhuang proceeded directly into the arena without addressing any further inquiries. Today's match was also broadcast live by Penguin Sports. Zhang Ji, what are your thoughts on the recent interview conducted by our reporter with Chen Dazhuang? According to our statistics, the number of fans for the Timberwolves in the country is rapidly increasing, which I believe is significantly related to Chen Dazhuang. Furthermore, many fans have dubbed today's game the Chinese Derby. Who do you favor in today's match? Zhang Ji. In a live studio, Yang Yi asked. Seated beside him was the well-known Zhang Heli. The Rockets have consistently captured the attention of domestic fans, a connection deeply rooted in Yao Ming's tenure with the team. Last season, Lin's return to the Rockets, propelled by his performance with the Knicks, quickly earned him a place under McHale's leadership. During the regular season, Lin averaged 32 minutes per game, indicating his importance within McHale's lineup, contributing 13 points and 6.1 assists per game. However, his playoff performance was disappointing, averaging only 4 points and 2 assists, with a shooting percentage of merely 25 and a three-point shooting rate of just 16.7, which drew considerable criticism. Yes, this season, Lin's position with the Rockets has been challenged by Beverly, resulting in significantly fewer playing minutes compared to last season. Therefore, I believe that, in terms of roster strength, the Rockets still hold an advantage. Even if Harden is unable to play, the Timberwolves may not gain much from that situation. So, you believe the Rockets will prevail in today's game? Yes, I still favor the Rockets. With Howard's addition, the Rockets' interior defense is formidable. Moreover, from the previous matches, Howard has been seamlessly integrating into the team. Additionally, McHale, being a former player with a strong interior game, along with Olajuwon's coaching, suggests a promising future for Howard with the Rockets. This echoes Howard's earlier statements during his interview with ESPN, where he was asked why he chose the Rockets over the lucrative offer from the Lakers. He mentioned McHale and Olajuwon, stating that the presence of these two giants would enhance his skills, which was a key factor in the Rockets' allure. However, I actually have a favorable view of the Timberwolves in today's match. Oh, what makes you say that? In the recent games of the Timberwolves, we have observed, even in the 2 losses, Odin's performance has remained remarkably consistent. A healthy Odin is more than capable of counterbalancing the threat posed by Howard to the Timberwolves. Furthermore, if Bennett continues his impressive performance from the last game, it could pose significant challenges for the Rockets. According to information from the Rockets, if Harden is indeed unable to play, based on McHale's previous arrangements, it is highly likely that Lin will be shifted to the shooting guard position. Consequently, whether Jones or Parsons occupies the power forward role, they would find it difficult to gain a considerable advantage over Bennett. In fact, after the Rockets completed the introduction of their starting 5, the lineup was accurately predicted by Yang Yi. The starting lineup consisted of Beverly, Lin, Jones, Parsons, and Howard. The Timberwolves maintained their starting lineup from the previous game, featuring Rubio, Martin, Budinger, Bennett, and Odin. Notably, both Martin and Budinger were facing their former team. Meanwhile, commentators Barkley and Smith also focused their attention on the starting lineups of both teams. Old buddy, many people are optimistic about the Rockets this season. What are your thoughts? Smith inquired. Oh, I'm not convinced. They may reach the playoffs, but how far they can go remains a question worth pondering. Why? I think they're doing quite well. Dwight's addition has evidently strengthened the Rockets, and his statistics in the initial games have been impressive. No, no, no. Impressive stats are one thing. First, he has health concerns. Second, while his numbers look good, he slows down the Rockets' pace and occupies too much ball control. Chapter 36. 3 number 1 picks on stage. Alas, my brother Zhuang's demeanor has once again been displayed. It seems the Rockets are in jeopardy this game. At this moment, the live broadcast on Penguin Sports was inundated with a myriad of comments flooding the screen. Not to mention, Zhuang's nonchalant attitude is glaringly evident. I must timidly mention that this game features 3 draft lottery picks. It is indeed a grand spectacle. By the way, does no one anticipate when Zhuang will assume the role of head coach for the national basketball team? Upstairs, please refrain from jinxing it. Let Zhuang focus on the NBA and not ruin himself. Agreed. Thus, in the comment section of the live broadcast, a lively debate ensued on this topic. Naturally, commentator Yang Ying noticed this development, but such matters were not appropriate for discussion at this moment, so he chose to overlook it. Just then, the live game was about to commence, with the head referee approaching the center court, basketball in hand. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, accompanied by the sound of his whistle, the game was set to begin. The eagerly anticipated match has officially commenced. In the decisive jump ball, Odin emerged victorious, establishing an early advantage. The Timberwolves' first offensive play did not disappoint. Reminiscent of their previous encounter against the Nets, it unfolded with remarkable simplicity. Following a straightforward pick and roll, Rubio and Bennett executed a seamless handoff as they brushed past each other. Upon receiving the ball, Bennett unleashed a precise three-pointer, marking the beginning of the contest. The basketball effortlessly found its way through the hoop. The first overall pick of the 2013 draft took to the court, heralding the opening act for the Timberwolves. Next came the Rockets' offensive effort, aligning with pre-game predictions. Absent Harden, the ball was firmly in Howard's grasp. With his back to Odin, a mini version of the Dream Shake seemed to illustrate his significant progress since joining the Rockets. Crucially, Howard's shot, after a brief dance on the rim, also settled into the net. Following his successful basket, an exuberant Howard let out a triumphant roar. This is the response from the first overall pick of the 2004 draft. Upon witnessing his opponent's performance, Odin couldn't help but smile slightly. In the Timberwolves' offensive play, Rubio, after crossing half-court, lofted the ball to Odin with a clear intention, seeking a response from him. Subsequently, Odin demonstrated through his actions why many had deemed him the most formidable center after Shaquille O'Neal during the draft. With his height and weight advantages, he engaged in a series of powerful maneuvers. 1 push, 2, 3, before showcasing footwork that surpassed even Howard's fluidity. After executing 2 consecutive spin fakes, Odin glided past Howard and completed the offensive play with a one-handed dunk. In this clash between 2 elite centers, the statistics reflected a tie of 1-1. Yet discerning observers could readily perceive that Odin held a significant advantage in this exchange. At this moment, many individuals are reminded of the comparative physical test data of the 2 participants during the draft selection. Howard possesses a slight advantage in running jump. Yet for a player in the paint, vertical leap from a standstill is paramount. In this regard, Odin's vertical leap measures at 81, while Howard's is merely 77. Furthermore, it is evident from this offensive sequence that Odin plays with remarkable confidence. A healthy Odin has drawn the attention of many within the league. Just a couple of days prior, Milt informed Dazhuang that attempts have been made to contact the Timberwolves for a potential trade involving Odin, though these overtures were met with refusal. An essential aspect of their comparison lies in the fact that throughout the years, whether during Howard's tenure with the Magic or post-departure, he has faced criticism for lacking significant development. His gameplay relies heavily on physical prowess, the greatest asset of which is age. The contrast between 26-year-old Odin and 30-year-old Howard is strikingly evident. 3 former number 1 draft picks take the stage, 2004, 2007, and 2013, each showcasing their offensive capabilities. However, neither Howard nor Odin emerges as the focal point of this match. Instead, the standout player is Anthony Bennett. With a relentless cycle of screens and shots, Bennett leaves Jones, who is tasked with defending him, exhausted and utterly unable to impede Bennett's progress. To the dismay of McHale and the Rockets fans, Bennett's shooting accuracy remains astonishingly high. Regardless of McHale's calls for timeouts or substitutions, Bennett's rhythm remains unbroken. By the end of the first quarter, McHale is seen frustratedly tossing his tactical board. Observing McHale's evident anger, Dazhuang feels a pang of sympathy. Who could endure such a predicament? Knowing precisely who will conclude the offense, yet being unable to stop it, Even with hands nearly in Bennett's face, the ball still finds its way into the basket. Chun, stop turning your head to look over there. It may be perceived as provocation, Smith cautioned upon noticing his old friend frequently glancing in the direction of the opposing team. Get lost. My eyes are on my face. I can look wherever I please. Besides, is there a rule in the league against it? Chen retorted. Chun, that guy's been mumbling incessantly. I bet he's cursing you. Smith speculated. As Dazhuang was about to engage in a thoughtful discussion with Smith on a topic worthy of exploration, he was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous roar. When he lifted his gaze, he discovered that Bennett was already hanging from the rim, with the bench players rising in jubilant celebration. Meanwhile, Mikhail, consumed by ire, was vehemently directing his frustrations at the Rockets players on the court. Coincidentally, when Dazhuang turned to look at Mikhail, the latter was also facing him, transforming Dazhuang's warm smile into a mere mockery in Mikhail's eyes. Unbeknownst to Dazhuang, yet another head coach had placed him on a blacklist. Had he been aware, he would surely feel unjustly wronged, as this was merely a misunderstanding. Once more, Bennett executed a swift drive and dunk, a scene that had unfolded numerous times throughout the first quarter. Director Zhang, what do you believe is the reason the Rockets cannot seem to counter this seemingly simple strategy employed by the Timberwolves? In truth, the tactic is not complex at all. Yang posed the question, echoing the thoughts of many viewers in the live broadcast. The entirety of the first quarter resembled the previous encounter between the Timberwolves and the Nets, with Bennett's expansive range of movement, from high to low and back again, rendering the Rockets utterly powerless to respond. Chapter 37. Untitled. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for everyone's support. I have perused your comments and can discern that many still hold a fondness for this book. I aspire to craft a lighter narrative, albeit with a commitment to rigor regarding the statistics and trades discussed. I will promptly rectify any errors you all point out, and I have endeavored to respond to the majority of comments. This month, I aim to maintain a daily update of approximately 4,000 words, as I have certain matters to attend to. However, I will strive to accumulate more content, and beginning next month, updates should reach between 8,000 to 10,000 words. Should you have any constructive suggestions, feel free to share them in the comments. Lastly, I sincerely hope that those with tickets will cast a few votes in my favor. This is a long-term endeavor that requires perseverance. I implore you. Chapter 38. A gesture of kindness. The most lamentable aspect of existence is that when one passes away, their wealth and loved ones become the possessions of others. The most sorrowful moment on the court is when I am painfully aware that he intends to shoot, yet I am utterly incapable of stopping him. With each timeout called by Mikhail, it is Jones who suffers the most. Terrence, what on earth are you doing? Are you in a daze? That fellow is merely a rookie, and you cannot even defend against a novice. On the court, you are nothing short of a joke. And you all, I have reiterated countless times, defensive cooperation, defensive cooperation. Do you even comprehend what that entails? The typically composed Mikhail found his tie askew, his frustration boiling over to the point where he longed to take the court himself. The mere thought of the grin on that insufferable opponent's face ignited a fury within Mikhail that he could scarcely contain. This is indeed the Toyota Center. He could hardly fathom that such a person would dare to mock him here. Even an uncle could endure such insolence, but an aunt surely could not. Within the span of a single quarter, Chen Dazhuang had unwittingly become the most detested individual for Mikhail, without exception. Had Dazhuang been privy to Mikhail's thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly feel utterly wronged, for he appeared so amiable. His sincere smile had seemingly gone to the dogs. At the end of the first quarter, with a score of 37-20, an enraged Mikhail unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon every Rockets player, sparing even Howard from his wrath. Yet, if Mikhail's fury was palpable at the conclusion of the first quarter, by the second quarter, he had been drained of the energy to sustain his rage. Standing on the sidelines, he was engulfed in profound doubt, unable to comprehend why the Cavaliers would trade with the Timberwolves, or why they would relinquish such a talented player to them. I want him too. Why not offer him to me? He pondered, suspecting that David Grant might be on the take, and he questioned why the minds of his own team's front office were so muddled. As for Greg Oden, if the first quarter had seen a near parity between him and Howard, the second quarter's rotations revealed Oden's matchup against the Rockets' backup center Asik to be overwhelmingly lopsided. When the starters clashed again in the latter part of the second quarter, it became increasingly evident that Oden was finding his rhythm against Howard with remarkable ease. Mikhail simply could not fathom it. Wasn't he, Oden, supposed to be made of glass? Why, upon joining the Timberwolves, did he suddenly seem to have transformed into Iron Man? At the beginning of the match, Chen Dazhuang frequently cast glances toward McHale, but later, under Smith's admonition, he tempered his antics. Now, it was the despondent McHale who frequently turned his gaze toward Dazhuang. Smith, why does he keep looking at me? Surely, he doesn't intend to challenge me to a one-on-one? Chun, I believe we ought to exercise restraint when playing away. You wouldn't want to become the enemy of the entire crowd, would you? Hey, buddy, I haven't done anything. I merely sit here during every game. All right, you're the best in the league. Is that satisfactory? Smith sighed internally, wishing to say no more, as he suspected that one day his teammate might find himself in dire straits. As McHale turned to glance at him, Chen Dazhuang offered the most amiable smile he could muster, nodding politely in McHale's direction. Perhaps sensing that a mere smile lacked sufficient decorum, he raised his right hand and waved at McHale. In that moment, Chen Dazhuang felt as if his goodwill had been cast into the vast sea, for he observed the immediate shift in the expression of the man across from him, which darkened ominously. Unbeknownst to Dazhuang, his gesture had also been captured by the cameras on the court. Meanwhile, the commentary booth, occupied by Barkley and Smith, exchanged bewildered glances upon witnessing Dazhuang's action. Old friend, what do you reckon this signifies? Is he genuinely attempting to greet Kevin? Barkley pondered. I can't say for certain, but that smile appeared exceedingly sincere. Seemingly devoid of any provocation, Smith replied. Yet why wave? Does it signify farewell? Barkley countered. Hey, Charles, perhaps we ought not to overanalyze this. It may simply be Chen expressing his goodwill. Goodwill? What kind of goodwill? Is he suggesting that Kevin should not resist during this match? Oh dear. Is this fellow intent on offending every head coach in the league? Clearing his throat, Barkley diverted the conversation. So, Charles, what are your thoughts on Anthony's performance? Smith, seated in the commentary booth, seized the opportunity to shift the topic. Is there even a need to discuss it? David Grant is likely in tears in his office at this very moment. He must be contemplating how to explain this to Mr. Gilbert. In the Penguins Live broadcast room, Yang Yi and Zhang Heli also caught sight of Chen Dazhuang's gesture through the live feed, uncertain of how to interpret it. They opted to bypass the subject altogether. However, viewers in the live chat began fervently discussing Chen Dazhuang's action, with the comments inundated with opinions on the matter. Most viewers engaged in light-hearted banter, while a select few, enamored with foreign influences, stirred the pot. Is this not rather undignified? It's merely a regular season game. What's the fuss? Moreover, Harden hasn't even taken the court yet. One commenter remarked, Indeed, there's a complete lack of decorum. Look at how the coaches of other teams conduct themselves. Not like this petty display. Another chimed in, What on earth, why are there so many trolls? Hey up there, don't insult dogs. A user retorted, Apologies. I'll rein them in. This fellow momentarily slipped my attention and has run amok. How dare you criticize my brother Dazhuang? What is so remarkable about you? If you're so talented, why aren't you out there, just barking from the sidelines? If you don't like it, feel free to leave. In a moment, a handful of teddy bears were mercilessly criticized. Meanwhile, the second quarter of the match came to a close, and the players from both teams retreated to the tunnel in preparation for the second half. In the stands, some Houston Rockets fans began to exit, disheartened by the score of 69-39. The 30-point deficit at halftime rendered them unwilling to witness their team's humiliation. Bennett delivered a commendable performance, contributing 28 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 blocks, while the combined score of Terrence Jones and Chandler Parsons fell short of even half of Bennett's tally. Although Dwight Howard managed to score 12 points for the Rockets, he consumed a significant portion of the team's possessions. As Charles Barkley had predicted prior to the game, Howard slowed down the Rockets' pace considerably. Once the game devolved into a battle of attrition under the basket, it became evident that the clash between the two imposing figures in the paint did not favor Howard. This has certainly been a challenging experience for the Rockets. When it came to the Timberwolves' offensive play, for words suffice to describe it. Simple and swift. Chapter 39. I must say that was a gesture of goodwill. Do you believe it? To suggest that the second half was merely garbage time may be somewhat excessive, yet the halftime score undeniably established the foundation for the Timberwolves' victory. With a final score of 124-91, the Timberwolves secured a resounding win by a margin of 33 points in this back-to-back away game, bouncing back from 2 consecutive losses to achieve 2 consecutive victories. As the referee's whistle sounded, McHale disregarded the outstretched right hand of Chen Dazhuang, who wore a broad smile, and turned away with a grim expression, heading towards the players' tunnel. Observing the lack of sportsmanship from the opposing team, Dazhuang merely chuckled and touched his nose. Never mind. I shall not dwell on the defeat of those who are clearly agitated. The Timberwolves have now played 15 regular season games, boasting an impressive record of 13 wins and 2 losses, which positions them as a dominant force in the Western Conference. While the Pacers from the Eastern Conference currently hold the top spot in the league standings, one must admit that the Timberwolves' accomplishments are far more astonishing. Following the conclusion of the game against the Rockets, journalists had already gathered in the press conference hall, eagerly awaiting the proceedings. For the reporters from the beautiful nation, the Timberwolves matches are always the focal point of attention, as they generate the most discourse, regardless of victory or defeat. This is due to that individual who stands in stark contrast to the other coaches in the league, consistently generating topics of discussion and intrigue in nearly every game. Countless spectators eagerly anticipate his defeat, yet every time one expects him to falter, his team manages to deliver astonishing performances. Greg Oden, from the Trail Blazers to the Heat, a fragile figure akin to glass, has somehow transformed into a robust powerhouse with the Timberwolves, exhibiting a level of health no one could have anticipated. As for Bennett, there is no need to elaborate. A former first overall pick averaging less than 1 point per game was destined to become a laughingstock in the eyes of the media. Yet, upon joining the Timberwolves, he achieved consecutive double-doubles with over 40 points and 10 rebounds, leaving those who previously doubted the Timberwolves in awe. It almost appears as if they had conspired to perform for the Cavaliers. Of course, for these journalists, whether the Timberwolves or the Cavaliers suffer losses, it provides ample fodder for excitement. The ultimate fate of those who lament in the restroom is inconsequential, as long as they can find a brick to hurl into the toilet. Anthony, congratulations on once again surpassing your scoring record. What has sparked such a transformation in your performance compared to your time with the Cavaliers? I believe the key lies in trust. The head coach is a remarkably unique individual who has consistently emphasized confidence during my college years. I have not focused on how many points I score. Rather, my concern has been whether I have fulfilled the tasks assigned by the coach and whether victory belongs to us at the end of the game. As for the so-called personal accolades, I find them utterly insignificant. Chen, while the Timberwolves' victory is certainly worthy of celebration, could you elaborate on the gesture you made during the game, waving to Kevin while your team was leading? Don't you think that such an action lacks decorum? A local journalist from Houston stood up to inquire. I would say it was a gesture of goodwill. Do you believe that? I was merely greeting him. I felt that a smile could no longer adequately convey my goodwill, which is why I waved. Well, after hearing the expressions of disbelief from the gathered journalists, it became apparent to Dazhuang that no one accepted his assertion of goodwill. Even the familiar reporter Kate shot him a skeptical glance. It seems imperative to revisit the situation from beginning to end. Why does every gesture of goodwill ultimately morph into an act of provocation? The peculiarities of these foreign individuals truly perplexed Dazhuang, who pondered this in silence. At that moment, the tardy Mike McHale strode into the hall, causing a stir among the multitude of reporters, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water. It is noteworthy that, in the minds of these journalists, Dazhuang ranked among the top 3 coaches known for their erratic remarks. Since extracting any valuable insights from him proved futile, they turned their attention to others. Observing McHale's demeanor, they recognized that he was akin to a ticking bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Kevin, I am Kate from ESPN. What are your thoughts on the final outcome of the match? Furthermore, we noticed that you did not shake hands with Chen after the game. Could you explain why? The audacity of such a question elicited an eye roll from Dazhuang, particularly as it came from Kate herself. The other reporters, captivated by her inquiry, gazed at McHale with eager anticipation. McHale did not disappoint. His initial response ignited excitement among the assembled journalists. I do not wish to shake hands with those lacking decorum. There is nothing more to say. Why is that, Kevin? We observed that Chen maintained a smile throughout. Do you not think such actions reflect poorly on your own decorum? Kate pressed, seemingly advocating for Dazhuang. Yet to those in the know, it was merely adding fuel to the fire. As anticipated, McHale erupted at her words. A stark deviation from his usual gentlemanly demeanor. Decorum? Such a person has no sense of it. I believe that term is entirely misplaced in relation to him. His presence diminishes the caliber of coaches within the league. We may have lost this match, but I assure you, when next we meet, victory will be mine. The smile that once graced Dazhuang's face vanished upon hearing McHale's declaration. Meanwhile, McHale rose, ready to depart. Chen, do you have anything to say regarding Mr. Kevin's comments? I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. And as for Mr. Kevin's assessment of me, I shall refrain from commenting, as I believe in granting some dignity to the defeated. In a competition, the final result speaks volumes, and everything else is merely a jest. As Mikhail attempted to descend the podium, Dazhuang's words momentarily caught him off guard, prompting an angry glare in response. Yet, what he beheld was Dazhuang, smiling and waving, mirroring his demeanor during the game. A masterstroke of both aggression and psychological warfare. Observing the shifting expressions on the other person's face, Dazhuang felt a twinge of concern that they might actually be on the verge of spitting blood. Goodness, if that were to happen, would the blame fall upon me? I would have to assert that it was not my intention. I wonder if anyone would believe that. The journalists on site were left in a state of astonished excitement. In Chapter 40, tugging, I could do that too. Chen declared that Mikhail was a failure. Post-game, Mikhail refused to shake Chen's hand, stating that Chen was the most ungracious coach in the NBA. Numerous media outlets featured the confrontation between the Timberwolves and the Rockets on their front pages, although the coverage of the actual game was woefully scant. Instead, the post-match press conference, where the two coaches exchanged barbs, was elaborately detailed. Some media outlets merely recounted the events, but others, particularly the tabloids, indulged in sheer fabrication, conjuring up entirely fictitious dialogues. However, when it comes to absurdity, the Washington Post ranks second. I doubt anyone would dare claim the top spot. Following the previous comic strip, the Washington Post once again took a unique approach, featuring a series of cartoons on its front page. The first set depicted one person standing and another seated, unmistakably illustrating Dazhuang and Mikhail. In this series, the Post used 4 panels to showcase Dazhuang repeatedly shouting across the court at Mikhail, accompanied by an internal monologue. "Oh look, he*s getting anxious." The second series similarly comprised 4 panels, portraying Dazhuang smiling and waving, with a caption, "Alas, he*s almost in tears. Perhaps I should comfort him. Chen, could you perhaps tone it down a bit during our away games?" Upon returning to Minneapolis, Milt approached Dazhuang, brandishing a newspaper as a gesture. "These people are just eager to stir up trouble. Milt, you should know me well enough. I have always respected others and maintained an air of humility. Chen, I must admit, your ability to speak nonsense with a straight face has remarkably improved," Milt retorted, rolling his eyes. "All right, Mr. General Manager. Did you come here for a specific reason today?" Dazhuang, perplexed by the man's expression, understood the implication. "If you have nothing important to say, then leave." "Chen, the team signed you to a 1-year contract, which has proven quite satisfactory. Over the past month, the team's performance has been commendable. Under my guidance, you have become a competent NBA coach. Consequently, I have taken the initiative to propose an extension of your contract to the owner, and after my efforts, the owner has finally agreed. Thus, I am here to discuss the renewal with you. I appreciate your insights, Mr. Milt, and I am genuinely touched by the opportunity to work under your esteemed leadership. It is indeed an honor to be part of the Timberwolves, and I firmly believe that under your guidance, the team will undoubtedly flourish. However, I find myself overwhelmed with numerous responsibilities at present, and I do not believe this is an opportune moment for me to discuss contract renewal. Why, you may ask? I feel that I have yet to meet the standards of excellence that your trust in me warrants. I am convinced that I can strive for greater achievements. Perhaps we could revisit the topic of my contract once I have demonstrated results that align with your expectations, or we could wait until the season concludes. Does that sound agreeable? No, Chen, you mustn't think this way. In fact, I believe this is the perfect moment for you to consider renewing your contract. The very fact that your current performance may not be as distinguished as desired makes it imperative to secure your commitment now, so that you can channel all your focus into the game, unaffected by external pressures. Mr. Milt, allow me to share a traditional saying from our homeland. One should not accept rewards or privileges without having earned them. Discussing contract renewal at this juncture would undoubtedly distract from the team's preparations. As you are aware, we are about to face the top team in the league, and I'm quite anxious about this upcoming match. Oh, spare me the theatrics. In the office, you seem to be either engrossed in lengthy phone conversations or napping. As if I were unaware of your antics, Mr. Milt thought, observing Chen Dazhuang passionately making his case. Perhaps you should ponder this matter more thoroughly, Chen. You are aware. Mr. Milt, may I interrupt? I truly believe this is not the right time. There are simply too many pressing matters at hand. Additionally, I would like to request your assistance in recruiting 2 aides. Very well, I will take care of the assistant recruitment. In the tumultuous waves, witnessing the retreating figure of his opponent, Dazhuang felt an overwhelming urge to sing a jubilant tune, proclaiming that today was indeed a splendid day. It was not that Chen Dazhuang was averse to extending his contract. In truth, remaining with the Timberwolves would be the most sagacious decision. However, despite his seemingly idle demeanor, Dazhuang was quite astute regarding the inner workings of the Timberwolves' upper management. Milt, an exceedingly ambitious individual, had recently ascended to the role of general manager, having just taken office in the summer. The owner of the Timberwolves was Glenn Taylor, yet there was another figure of significance, President Philip Saunders, a revered former coach who had led the team to the Western Conference Finals during the 2003 to 2004 season. Dazhuang was aware that the rapport between Saunders and Milt was far from amicable. Since Dazhuang's arrival at the Timberwolves, Saunders had exhibited overt hostility, expressing skepticism towards Dazhuang during several press interviews, though this animosity had subsided following the team's exceptional performance. To Dazhuang, the feud between the two resembled a dog-eat-dog scenario, something he could afford to overlook. Nevertheless, if Dazhuang sought to amplify his influence, renewing his contract was imperative. It was the sole avenue to achieve his aspirations, contingent solely upon the Timberwolves' performance, which served as his bargaining chip. Chen, why is this fellow seeking you out? Just as Milt departed, Smith entered the room. He wishes to discuss a contract extension, which I have declined. You rejected it? Why? Do you wish to leave? Leave? What nonsense! I have no desire to depart. However, I believe that pursuing a contract extension at this juncture would yield little benefit, so it is wiser to postpone it. You are well aware that although I am the head coach, my authority is considerably limited. Indeed. By the way, Smith, can you find a way to recruit 2 more assistants? Do you have anyone in mind? Why the sudden urge to seek assistance? Are you dissatisfied with me? Is there any truth to that? Of course. 2 options. Do you recall Stetson Ogman? Certainly. Was he supposed to take over the school team? No. He remains the assistant coach for the school team. Do you have any contact with him? Smith remained silent, merely shrugging his shoulders. Dazhuang, observing the smile on his face, inferred that he indeed had connections, as their camaraderie had flourished during their time at UNLV. Very well. Who is the other choice? Bill Bino. Who? Are you referring to the Bill Bino I know? Yes, indeed, the very same. Pray, do not tell me you have ties with him as well. Observing the smug expression on Smith's face, Dazhuang shook his head in disbelief. While it seemed plausible that Smith might have connections with Ogman, he found it utterly perplexing that he was also linked to Bino. When Rick departed, Dazhuang followed suit. However, his rapport with Stacy was rather amicable, and they had maintained consistent contact. Since leaving the Timberwolves, he had remained at home, and a few days prior, he had joined Stacy and me at a gathering. I believe it would be prudent to secure Stacy's cooperation first, and then leverage that connection to engage with Rick. In truth, Rick's relationship with Stacy is not as strong as one might presume. If you deem appropriate, I can reach out to Stacy. Of course, came the reply. You shall take charge of this matter. As for compensation, it will be equivalent to yours. Regarding the contract, you may negotiate with them. All right, that sounds agreeable. Having established his own team, Dazhuang aims to enhance his standing within the league, which is one of the pivotal reasons behind his desire to assemble a team. Additionally, the burden of responsibilities has fallen heavily on Smith, who is currently the sole member. Bill Bino has previously served as the head coach at UNLV before transitioning to the role of assistant coach with the Trailblazers. Following Edelman's appointment as head coach of the Timberwolves, he recruited Bino, and upon Edelman's departure, Bino also left the Timberwolves. Dazhuang was pleasantly surprised that Smith managed to reach out to him. As for Ogman, his connection to UNLV is undeniable. He was a member of the UNLV team that clinched the NCAA championship. Graduating in 1991, Ogman entered the NBA draft, where he was selected 9th overall by the Hawks. In his inaugural season, he was named to the all-rookie first team, averaging 13, 3 points and 5.1 rebounds, participating in all 82 regular season games, a notable achievement for a rookie. It is noteworthy that the first overall pick that year, Larry Johnson, also hailed from UNLV. Ogman, affectionately nicknamed Plastic Man in the NBA, never quite attained star status. After 5 seasons with the Hawks, he was traded to the Pistons, where injuries gradually diminished his impact. Following his retirement in 2006, Ogman returned to UNLV, and there were rumors of him potentially assuming the role of head coach after Chen Dazhuang's departure. On the afternoon of November 25th at 4 o'clock, the Timberwolves arrived in Indianapolis. The 12-1 Pacers were set to face the 13-2 Timberwolves. The clash between the top teams from the Eastern and Western Conferences captured widespread attention, making this match the focal point of the round. Many regarded this game as the true test of the Timberwolves' mettle. The Timberwolves are a formidable team, and Chen is a coach who deserves recognition from his peers. I believe that biases may cloud their judgment, causing them to overlook the remarkable achievements of the Timberwolves this season under his guidance. This is not a narrative defined by mere luck. Today's match will undoubtedly be the most challenging one we have faced thus far this season. However, both my players and I are thoroughly prepared, and I am confident that victory will ultimately be ours. Before the game, Pacers head coach Frank Vogel expressed his esteem for the Timberwolves and Chen Dazhuang during a press conference. If Chen Dazhuang embodies the archetype of a fortunate coach, Vogel undoubtedly represents the inspirational type. Lacking a playing career in the NCAA and having merely served as a student manager at the University of Kentucky, he played in the junior league, but never made it to the NBA. After graduating from college, he joined the Boston Celtics as an assistant coach, later moving to the Philadelphia 76ers in 2004, and subsequently to the Indiana Pacers. Furthermore, he also worked as a scout for the Lakers and the Wizards. Following the dismissal of Jim O'Brien in 2011, Vogel became the interim head coach of the Pacers, achieving a record of 20 wins and 18 losses toward the end of that season, and was officially appointed as head coach later that year. When one thinks of the Pacers, the name Reggie Miller often comes to mind, who spent 15 years with the franchise and is renowned for the Miller time moments that remain vivid in many memories. However, another pivotal figure associated with the Pacers is Larry Bird, the current president of the team, who previously served as their esteemed head coach. Under Bird's leadership during the 1999-2000 season, the Pacers clinched their first Eastern Conference championship, although they ultimately fell short in the NBA Finals against the Lakers. Following Miller's retirement, the reconstruction of the Pacers, including the current roster featuring Paul George and head coach Vogel, was orchestrated by Bird himself. With only half an hour remaining before the game commenced, the Banker Life Fieldhouse was nearly filled to capacity. This season, two arenas in the NBA have consistently ranked at the top for attendance, the first being the Target Center in Minneapolis, and the second being the current venue. After finalizing the starting lineup, Dazhuang found himself in a state of bewilderment, not entirely lost, but rather pleasantly surprised. Logically, he had not anticipated that the system would refresh his buffs for this game. Given the previous circumstances when Odin joined the Timberwolves, it was expected that such exclusive buffs would not refresh others. However, he was astonished to find that today's game had indeed granted him a new buff. The color was familiar to him, a shade of gray reminiscent of the last time the system compelled him to provoke the referee. Initially, he suspected the system was playing tricks again, but upon reviewing the buff's attributes, he couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. Perhaps the system still regarded him as one of its own, showing him favor. Chapter 42. Who dares to say, I lack tactical acumen? Master of in-game command. Each time a timeout is actively requested, the designated player's three-point shooting percentage increases by 50%, two-point shooting percentage rises by 50%, defensive intensity amplifies by 50%, speed escalates by 50%, and breakthrough ability enhances by 50%. Effective for 5 minutes, applicable to only 2 players at a time, and must be designated by the host before the timeout concludes. Official and opposing teams' timeouts are ineffective. If at that moment a representative figure of the system were to appear before Dazhuang, he would undoubtedly be unable to resist embracing it and taking a few bites. This game is over, and let us see which audacious soul dares to claim ignorance of tactics. The system, an everlasting deity. It is a pity that I can only express my sentiments internally. This time, it is undoubtedly the rhythm that will elevate me to the pinnacle of life. The Pacers? Do not even mention that little old man, for if you were to fly a plane to invite Buddha, I would gladly bestow a few blows upon you. Chun, hey Chun. What is wrong? Dazhuang, lost in his fantasies, was pulled back to reality by Smith's nudge. What is wrong? What are you thinking? We can enter the arena now. What are you doing? You're drooling. Smith completely failed to comprehend what his head coach was up to and handed him a few napkins. Entering the arena, let us go. My goodness. How embarrassing. Is there something wrong with my body? Why do I keep drooling? This is ridiculous. I've lost all composure. Upon arriving at the court, Chen Dazhuang settled down and began to earnestly allocate his buffs, then contemplated how to maximize their effects. In a game, aside from the 2 official timeouts that served no purpose, he had 6 regular timeouts and 2 short ones at his disposal, each timeout lasting 5 minutes. This theoretically means he could achieve a full effect for 40 minutes. However, based on Dazhuang's understanding of the system's quirks, if he were to call timeout, the opposing team would surely follow suit, and that time would also be counted by the system. Thus, the opponent would also have 8 timeouts, amounting to 8 minutes, which means even if they utilized all of them, he would still have 32 minutes of effective time. After a whirlwind of calculations that nearly fried Dazhuang's brain, a sly smile crept across his face, unbeknownst to him that Smith had witnessed it. Chen, what is going on with you today? I've noticed something off. You were drooling in the locker room, and now you're grinning like a fool. Is there something wrong with your health? If there is, you can tell me. My lips are sealed. Grinning like a fool? You are the one grinning like a fool. Your entire family is grinning like fools. And you scoundrel, still have the audacity to claim you're tight-lipped. Do you think I've forgotten who leaked my secrets last time? Smith, if possible, could you do me a favor? What is it? Speak. Chen, I will absolutely help you. That damn look on your face, as if I'm dying and need to entrust my will, is making me want to imprint my fist on your face. The favor I need from you is to shut your mouth from this moment on. Shortly after the home team completed their entrance ceremony, the starting players from both sides made their appearance on the court. The Minnesota Timberwolves exhibited a slight alteration in their starting lineup compared to their previous game against the Houston Rockets, with one position undergoing change. The starting five for the Timberwolves consisted of Rubio, Martin, Giannis, Bennett, and Odin. On the other hand, the Indiana Pacers demonstrated the significance of today's match through their starting lineup, which represents the most frequently utilized arrangement this season by Coach Vogel. This lineup has been widely regarded by various media outlets as the Pacers' strongest configuration for the season. The starting five for the Pacers included George Hill, Lance Stevenson, Paul George, David West, and Roy Hibbert. Kenny, what are your thoughts on the starting lineups from both teams? The TNT commentary duo of Barkley and Smith, present at the Bankers Life Fieldhouse, engaged in a discussion regarding the lineups once they were revealed. Coincidentally, within the broadcast studio of Penguin Sports in China, Yang Yi and Zhang Heli were also deliberating on the same topic. Moreover, they were not the only ones discussing this matter. According to data from the NBA, nearly 100 countries and regions will broadcast this game, with projections indicating that over 500 million fans will be tuning in. Regarding the Pacers, I find little to criticize. They have employed this lineup in 10 out of the 13 games they have played this season, winning each of those matches. This statistic clearly illustrates the Pacers' prowess. Conversely, the Timberwolves have made a minor adjustment, with Giannis replacing Chase in the starting lineup, which I believe is a strategic move by Chen aimed at countering Paul. Smith remarked. However, I doubt the efficacy of this change. Giannis is a rookie, and assigning a novice to defend against the opposing team's core player seems ill-advised. No, Charles. We must acknowledge that this approach is at least feasible, and it possesses potential. If Chase were assigned, the height disparity would create an insurmountable challenge. At 2.01 meters, Chase cannot effectively guard Paul at 2.06 meters. In contrast, Giannis, standing at 2.06 meters, boasts superior athleticism and speed, which would undoubtedly render him a more effective defender than Chase. All right, I can see that your argument holds merit, but I still do not believe this rookie can contain Paul. Furthermore, the most critical aspect is that the Pacers' strength this season lies in their defense. You must acknowledge this. Certainly, I concede that point. But today's opponent is the Timberwolves, who possess the most formidable offense in the league this season. Charles, my old friend, you must also admit this. Smith's words momentarily stunned Barkley, who could only nod in reluctant agreement. The exchange between these two season partners became a focal point of interest during the match. Throughout the completed games, the Timberwolves only failed to score over 100 points in their loss to the Clippers. In contrast, they surpassed the century mark in the other 14 encounters, thereby establishing themselves atop the league's scoring chart. Meanwhile, the Pacers, with an average of 81.2 points allowed, boasted a defensive performance even more formidable than that of the Timberwolves, rendering this matchup a much-anticipated clash of offense and defense. Often referred to as a contest between spear and shield by the fans. Chapter 43. The moment of bravado amidst the cheers of nearly 20,000 spectators. The head referee blew the whistle to commence the game. Odin maintained his impressive form, triumphing over Hibbert in the jump ball, ensuring that the Timberwolves initiated the first offensive play. The strategy remained as familiar as ever. After Rubio passed the ball to Martin, Bennett swiftly moved to the high post before firmly establishing his position in the low post. In this instance, it was evident that David West, tasked with guarding Bennett, was a step too slow. By the time the ball was delivered to Bennett by Martin, a mismatch had already materialized. Confronted by Stevenson, Bennett executed his three-point shot with resolute determination. The basketball did not disappoint the Timberwolves, finding its way with remarkable precision into the net. This ball not only aided the Timberwolves in securing their inaugural points of the game, but Vogel, seated courtside, furrowed his brow. Despite having observed the Timberwolves' previous two matches and believing he had a firm grasp of Bennett, the reality of his presence was astonishing. It was not solely Bennett's displayed finesse that left Vogel in awe, but rather his impeccable timing in taking shots and the audacity he exhibited while shooting. To Vogel, Such a trait required immense psychological fortitude. His perplexity stemmed from the inability to comprehend how such an exceptional rookie could have been reduced to an average of less than 1 point per game by the Cavaliers. This was not how one should approach a rebuild. Subsequently, the Pacers' offense demonstrated to all why they occupied the pinnacle of the league standings. Paul George, facing off against Giannis, utilized a series of feints to elude Giannis's center of gravity before effortlessly sinking a mid-range jumper. Both teams succeeded in their initial offensive attempts. Kenny, did you see that? This rookie is utterly incapable of containing Paul, one commentator remarked. True, but on the other hand, David also failed to defend against Anthony. The rookie, came the response. At the commentary booth, Barkley and Smith each expressed their support for different teams in today's matchup. The ensuing exchanges seemed to validate their predictions, as neither side could stifle the other scoring, leading to an exchange of leads. With 2 minutes and 4 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Vogel called for a timeout. Upon the resumption of play, Vogel showcased his tactical acumen in response to the fiery Bennett and the Timberwolves' seemingly straightforward pick-and-roll offense. During the break, he unveiled his strategy. Following a high pick from Bennett, the Pacers initiated a proactive substitution. Whenever Bennett set a screen and received the ball, the defender in front of him was instantly transformed into Paul George. In this way, Bennett's original advantage was effectively curtailed. The system does not guarantee a perfect shooting percentage, while Paul George's superiority in both physique and height is markedly pronounced. Following a tactical adjustment in defense from the Pacers, Bennett failed to score on 2 consecutive attempts, one of which was emphatically blocked by Paul George. As Paul George successfully executed a mid-range jumper, the clock read 3 minutes and 17 seconds. At this juncture, the score stood at 14-12, with the Pacers leading by 2 points. At this moment, the Timberwolves called for a timeout. Oh my goodness. It was time for a grand display. Smith, seated beside the imposing figure of Zhang, looked on in astonishment as his head coach excitedly rose with a tactical board in hand. Smith was utterly bewildered. Zhang cast a disdainful glance at the perplexed Smith. Just wait and see what it means to shine in front of others. This unspoken display of bravado is indeed the most lethal. In that moment, Zhang felt as though he were adorned with 2 halos behind his head. Oh dear God, Charles, what are we witnessing? Chen has stood up with the tactical board. Such a rare sight. No, not just rare. This has not occurred at all this season. It appears that Sean is taking this game quite seriously. Zhang, it seems, called this timeout a rarity in Timberwolves games, and he is even wielding a tactical board. To my recollection, this is indeed the first instance this season. Yes, the first. Nevertheless, this timeout was called at a most opportune and reasonable moment. Although we are yet to discern how the Timberwolves will alter their strategy, this timeout indicates that Coach Chen is quite professional. We cannot be too surprised. After all, this man has been glued to his chair throughout 15 games, as if the seat were his own, unwilling to relinquish it for even a moment of the full 48 minutes. As the discussion unfolded, Smith, standing behind Zhang, felt an overwhelming desire to shield his eyes and distance himself from the spectacle. He was simply not inclined to watch or listen. The strategy that Coach Chen unveiled was rather straightforward. He instructed Bennett, upon receiving the ball after a pick and roll against Paul George, to pass it to either Martin or Antetokounmpo. And for those two, the directive was even simpler. Shoot the ball. Receive the ball and take the shot without hesitation. Do you understand? Shoot them down. I trust you. And you must believe in yourselves. Gentlemen, remember this day. Remember this game. It shall be your moment of glory, as you will triumph over the league's finest. Do you comprehend? Throughout the 100 seconds of the timeout, Chen's words comprised 20% tactical instruction and 80% motivational rhetoric. As for the tactical board, it left Smith speechless, for the cap of the drawing pen had not even been removed. Smith simply could not fathom why it was even in his hand if he had no intention of using it. At this moment, Barkley and Smith, seated at the commentary desk, also took notice of the situation. Kenny, have you observed that Chun seems to have never utilized the tactical board at all? What could be the reason for that? I don't know. Perhaps he used it in ways we haven't noticed? Or maybe it's simply a matter of habit? No, I am certain he hasn't used it. Is there really such a habit? As the 100-second timeout came to an end, the players from both teams returned to the court. On the other side, Vogel stood at the sidelines with a serious expression, eager to discern the tactics his opponents had devised against him. Meanwhile, Smith, unable to contain his curiosity, posed a question. Chun, why do you hold on to it if you're not using it? What the hell? Are you bringing up something irrelevant? Can I just say I forgot? Or perhaps I'm merely using it as a prop to appear impressive. You don't understand. This is also a form of strategy. Strategy? Is it really? Enough of this triviality. Why focus on such minor details? Let's watch the game. With the referee's whistle, the system of Dazhuang displayed the names of Martin and Giannis alongside a 5-minute countdown that commenced. Chapter 44. Confusion reigns. Chen. Don't you realize that everything you say while devising strategies is broadcast through the microphone? After a moment's hesitation, Smith voiced his concern. Huh? Observing Dazhuang's expression, Smith fell silent, recognizing that their head coach appeared to be genuinely unaware of this fact. Dazhuang's expression mirrored his bewilderment. He had no inkling. As previously during live broadcasts, any timeout was either filled with advertisements or incessant chatter from the commentators. In the Penguin live broadcast room, as the timeout concluded, Yang, Yi, and Zhang, he looked at each other. Well, I believe every head coach possesses a unique coaching style. Perhaps this is our Zhuang Ji's distinct approach, and it is precisely this style that has unleashed the current fighting spirit of the Timberwolves. Zhang, do you agree? Yes, your reasoning is sound. It is quite rational. The barrage of comments in the live stream was filled with amusement. Could someone elucidate the meaning of our Zhuang Ji's previous statement? What an absurd request. That statement can be aptly summarized in 4 words. Tactical chicken soup. The brother upstairs, this tactical chicken soup, is indeed well utilized. It captures the essence. It is indeed a fitting description. I don't care about any chicken soup. I simply want to inquire about the purpose of that tactical board. Perhaps we are being shallow. It merely appears to be a tactical board, but in reality, it is something else entirely. Come on, brother upstairs. Tell me what this isn't a tactical board, if not something else. However, the subsequent scene on the court left everyone in a state of bewilderment. It was still Rubio advancing the ball past half court, the familiar rhythm intact. Bennett initiated a high screen, and Rubio seamlessly delivered the ball to him. Meanwhile, the Pacers quickly adjusted their defense, with Paul George closely guarding Bennett. Just when everyone expected Bennett to take a strong shot, as he had previously, he passed the ball to the corner where Antetokounmpo awaited. At that moment, George Hill was the defender in front of Antetokounmpo. Without a moment's hesitation, Antetokounmpo executed a feigned shot that sent Hill flying, then took a lateral step and, under the gaze of the entire arena, swiftly launched a 3-point attempt. Swish! The basketball found its mark with precision. 15-14. If this 3-pointer lacked persuasive power, many attributed it to luck. However, when the Pacers' Hibbert was blocked by Oden in the post, the Timberwolves commenced their offense, mimicking the previous play. Bennett set the screen, Rubio passed, and once again Bennett faced Paul George's defense. This time, he opted to pass, but not to Antetokounmpo. Instead, it was to Martin, positioned at a 45-degree angle on the opposite side. Martin's response was even more audacious. Upon receiving the ball, he made no adjustments, leaping into the air and executing a mid-air spin to face the basket before releasing the ball. With a height differential of 5 inches and the unexpected nature of Martin's shot, Stevenson, tasked with guarding him, had no time to react defensively. Swish! The sound of the ball brushing the net informed everyone present that this seemingly flashy shot was anything but surprising. 18-14. Chet, Kevin's 3-pointer also went in. What on earth is happening with the Timberwolves? What in the world is going on? Kenny, I've suddenly realized that I might not understand basketball anymore. Barkley, witnessing the ball go through the hoop, exclaimed in disbelief. No, it's not just you. I feel the same. It's not that we don't understand basketball. We simply do not comprehend Timberwolves basketball, or more precisely, Chen's style of play. The game on the court continues, and it is the Pacers' turn to attack. Upon receiving the ball, Paul George finds himself facing Giannis Antetokounmpo. This time, George realizes that the defensive pressure exerted by this rookie is significantly greater than in their previous encounters. Several feints fail to deceive his opponent, and instead, he finds himself being pushed back multiple times. Aware that he is in a precarious situation, George realizes he has squandered too much time and is ultimately forced to take a desperate mid-range shot. However, fortune does not favor him this time. The ball ricochets off the rim, and the rebound is easily secured by Oden, while Hibbert struggles against the odds beneath the basket. After securing the rebound, Oden promptly passes the ball to Rubio, initiating a fast break for the Timberwolves. Upon reaching the front court, Rubio opts not to wait for Bennett's screen, instead directly handing the ball to Antetokounmpo. With resolute determination, Giannis drives towards the basket, almost fixated on George, and slams the ball into the hoop with one hand. The referee's whistle pierces the air, signaling that the basket counts, with George committing a defensive foul. A 2-point play. As the whistle blows, the arena erupts with cheers from the Timberwolves bench, while the home team's fans are momentarily left in stunned silence. Odin rushes forward to embrace Giannis. With a free throw successfully converted, the score shifts from a 2-point lead to a 7-point deficit, all unfolding in a whirlwind of rapid and unexpected events. Commentators Barkley and Smith find themselves at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the surreal nature of the game. Since that seemingly absurd timeout, the Pacers have been left in a state of disarray. Smith, seated at the commentary table, is perplexed while his colleague beside him rubs his eyes. Struggling to comprehend the unfolding spectacle, he cannot fathom what is transpiring. Chen, what is going on? What do you mean? Hey, you know what I'm asking about. Of course, it's because my strategy has succeeded. Can't you see that? How can you be my assistant if you don't grasp this? Smith, I've told you before, learn to be humble and seek out your own shortcomings. Do you understand? Don't always presume you're the best. Humility is a virtue we cherish in our culture, and you should take a lesson from me in that regard. Is that so? Smith feels somewhat bewildered. The referee, after Giannis's free throw, blows the whistle, indicating that the Pacers have requested a timeout. Not only Smith is confused, Vogel, who called the timeout, is equally perplexed. If Bennett's earlier performance and the pick-and-roll strategy had merit, what new tactics have the Timberwolves introduced after the timeout? The tactics seem absurd. It's simply that Bennett is no longer shooting against George, while Martin and Antetokounmpo take their turns. Yet perplexity is precisely the issue, for this strategy is proving effective. Gentlemen, proceed in this manner. Anthony, should they fail to assign Paul to guard you, seize the opportunity to take your shot. If it remains Paul defending you, adhere to the strategy we just discussed. Be resolute in your execution. Do you comprehend? Understood, Chief. It's settled. Let's conclude. Continue with a tranquil spirit. I casually glanced at the time during our first timeout. There are still over 2 minutes remaining. Chapter 45. Fill in the gaps. This marks the first game of the season for Chen Dazhuang in which all 8 timeouts were utilized, and astonishingly, this occurred before the conclusion of the fourth quarter. The progression of the match left everyone in a state of bewilderment. The tactics employed by the Timberwolves were remarkably straightforward, encapsulated in a single phrase. Bennett shoots, followed by Martin, and then Antetokounmpo. It was essentially a series of ill-advised shots following various mismatches. I have come to understand, Charles. I see it now. Chen truly embodies the essence of a tactical mastermind, revealing to us a novel interpretation of basketball. Oh, dear God, forgive me for ever doubting him. This is indeed an astonishing revelation. At this juncture, with merely 3 minutes remaining in the game, both teams had substituted all their key players. Meanwhile, Smith in the commentary booth displayed immense enthusiasm, while Barkley looked at his longtime partner in a state of confusion, questioning whether he had become utterly oblivious to the game unfolding before them. Is it really as profound as he claimed? A tactical genius? Can that term even be applied to Chen Dazhuang? No, my old friend. Do you truly comprehend what you are saying? Why is it that I fail to see what you claim to see? Charles, truly, let me point out one thing. Mismatches. Reflect on how, from the outset with Anthony, the Timberwolves consistently capitalized on mismatches to score. Aside from a few direct confrontations between Giannis and Paul George, the majority of the Timberwolves scoring was derived from these mismatches. Smith's assertion rendered Barkley momentarily speechless as he sat there lost in contemplation. Are you suggesting that all of this is Chen's orchestration? Of course, who else could it be? He is the head coach of the Timberwolves, after all. However, we have all heard his strategies during timeouts, and none of them align with what you were suggesting. Hey, old friend, do you believe such tactics can be devised on the fly? And even if they could they be effectively communicated and flawlessly executed by the players within a minute? Smith's words once again plunged Barkley into deep thought, while Smith continued with fervor. Charles, I am convinced that such proficiency can only be achieved through rigorous training. Chen merely needs to adjust the player's mindset during timeouts. Moreover, I've observed something crucial. Not all teams possess the ability to execute such tactics. It necessitates the right players. The Timberwolves series of perplexing trades were precisely aimed at this objective. Giannis, a 6 feet 9 inches small forward, is particularly noteworthy for his background as a point guard, highlighting his ball-handling prowess. In this match, his physical attributes and delicate shooting touch have been essential. Anthony, standing at 6 feet 7 inches, may not be particularly tall for his position, but once a mismatch is established, his height becomes a significant advantage. Indeed, let us not overlook Odin, whose presence reinforces their control over rebounds. Indeed, it is precisely so. Oh, what a calamity. Everyone has been deceived, and I suspect many are on the verge of despair. The Timberwolves have successfully shed a burdensome contract. evading the luxury tax while still achieving commendable results. It is utterly astonishing. Those two old coots have conjured up a narrative out of thin air. If Dazhuang were aware, he would undoubtedly wish to honor them with a banner of commendation. However, at this moment, Dazhuang is too engrossed in basking in Smith's admiration to care. For Smith's imaginative prowess is no less remarkable. Chen, you are truly extraordinary. This is a misalignment, an infinite misalignment among the three-point shooters, is it not? Am I correct? Smith exclaimed, turning to Dazhuang, his words flowing with fervor. Come on, keep your mouth closed while you speak. Dazhuang retorted, and what nonsense is this? How did it suddenly become so impressive? Infinite misalignment? You aren't confusing this with the legendary death lineup of the Warriors, are you? I don't possess such a lineup, especially not with a towering figure like Odin in sight. Forget it. Whatever. Let us just gather the admiration. As for this absurd concept of misalignment, it hardly concerns me. Smith, what do you think? I told you I had a plan. Do you believe me now? Of course, I believe you, Chen. You are undoubtedly a tactical genius. However, one thing puzzles me. How did you manage to convey your intentions to them? Smith, my old friend, I have a suggestion. What is it? Do not concern yourself with the trivialities. They are of little significance. I propose that you wait until Stetson and Beal arrive. The three of you can thoroughly explore the tactical misalignment you mentioned. Once you grasp these concepts, you can contemplate other matters. What do you think of this suggestion? That sounds splendid. Yes, that is an excellent suggestion. All right, the ruse is complete. All is well. Meanwhile, the match drew to a close, and the final whistle was blown by the referee. The score stood at 119-98, marking the Timberwolves' third consecutive victory, while simultaneously ending the Pacers' winning streak. Bennett achieved a remarkable triple-double with 30 points, 10 rebounds, and 11 assists, while Martin contributed 24 points and 4 rebounds. Antetokounmpo added 26 points, and Odin tallied 11 points with 14 rebounds. Once again, Bennett was awarded the title of the game's most valuable player. Chen, you're truly impressive. It is an honor to compete with you. Although we lost this match, I am confident that when we meet again, I shall reclaim victory. As the game concluded and Chen Dazhuang approached, Vogel did not extend his hand, but rather opened his arms to embrace Dazhuang before finally shaking his hand. Thank you. I, too, look forward to our next encounter. Do not mind those others. Simply focus on your own performance. This is the first head coach who has expressed goodwill towards Dazhuang since his entry into the NBA, perhaps due to their somewhat similar experiences. We lost this match. I had mentioned before that Chen is an exceptionally formidable coach, and the strength of the Timberwolves should not be underestimated. The course of the game was exceedingly challenging. Although we faced defeat today, I eagerly anticipate our encounter with the Timberwolves, and I am confident that I will devise a strategy to counter them. In the post-match press conference, Vogel confronted the loss with remarkable composure. George, president of the conference, was queried about his assessment of his counterpart, Antetokounmpo. He is an immensely talented rookie, and whether considering his physical attributes or potential, I believe many have overlooked him. Frankly, two players from the opposing team astonished me today, one being him and the other being Anthony. Their performance starkly contrasts with the external evaluations they receive. Chapter 46. Do I not understand tactics? Chen, congratulations on securing another victory. What are your thoughts on this match? Upon entering the press conference hall, Chen Dazhuang and Bennett once again became the focal point for all reporters. While the defeated Vogel and Paul George were naturally pleased to see the spotlight shift away from themselves. Thank you. The Pacers are a formidable team, and you have all witnessed their performance this season. I believe the reason for our victory today had more to do with luck, and additionally, my players exhibited greater effort. So I feel that the win is not solely attributable to me. Chen, we noticed that you frequently called for timeouts during the match. Could you explain the reasoning behind this? Such a phenomenon was rare in the Timberwolves' previous games. Does this not precisely indicate the strength of the opponent? Moreover, as the head coach, should I not call a timeout upon identifying issues within the team? Timeouts are indeed meant to address problems. Furthermore, there were previous doubts cast upon my tactical understanding. I wonder if those who question me will still assert that I lack tactical knowledge now. In that moment, Chen Dazhuang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Was this ostentation not precisely for such a moment? The reporters present, upon hearing Chen Dazhuang's words, were rendered speechless, utterly astounded. This was a clear manifestation of a petty individual reveling in his triumph. However, there was little they could do, despite their distaste for him. They had no choice but to suppress their disdain, for in the realm of competition, victors are revered while the vanquished are scorned. With a remarkable record of 16 wins and 2 losses, they stood at the pinnacle of the league. Most importantly, many had previously deemed the Timberwolves roster a mere collection of inept players. Those who had harshly criticized the Timberwolves trades now bore the burden of their own words. Consider the salaries of the Timberwolves starting lineup in this match. Kevin Martin at the highest with $6.5 million, followed by the summer's first overall pick, Bennett, earning $5.3 million, Rubio with $4 million, rookie Antetokounmpo at $1.8 million, and the astonishingly low $1 million for Odin. Now, juxtapose this with their opponents, the Pacers, who had Hibbert at $14 million, completely dominated by Odin throughout the game, while Bennett faced off against David West at $12 million. George Hill earned $8 million, Paul George $3.5 million, and only Stevenson commanded a modest $1 million. Reflecting on the teams that had previously fallen to the Timberwolves, such as the Rockets, Cavaliers, Nets, Heat, and Lakers, particularly the Nets, it is noteworthy that Joe Johnson's salary alone equaled the combined total of the Timberwolves starting 5. This is also one of the reasons why Chen Dazhuang has faced considerable backlash. By pursuing his own path in such a manner, he has not only neglected his own journey, but also destroyed the paths of others. With the current Timberwolves lineup, discussions of a championship are futile. Merely reaching the playoffs would be a significant achievement and a slap in the face to many. After concluding the game against the Pacers, Chen Dazhuang excitedly updated his Twitter before boarding the plane. "Everyone, how would you rate today's game?" he asked, and in a flurry of errant taps, he mentioned Pat Riley, LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Chris Grant, Mike Brown, Kevin McHale, Rick Adelman, and others before powering down his device to catch some sleep on the flight. Unbeknownst to Dazhuang, his antics nearly caused Twitter servers to crash, and those he mentioned were left infuriated by his comments. It is particularly noteworthy that Dazhuang has garnered a substantial fan base in the league due to the Timberwolves' remarkable performance. And, as soon as he updated his Twitter, his fans began to inundate the accounts of those he had mentioned with comments. "Thank you, Greg Oden. This is for Pat Riley. Didn't you say Chun lacked tactical understanding? This one S for LeBron. Have you finalized the extension for your star player?" Beneath Chris Grant and Mike Brown's posts, they shared Bennett's statistics from the game, while a photo of Dazhuang embracing Vogel after the match was directed at McHale. "We've achieved a 3-game winning streak. Where are you?" was a message aimed at Adelman. In a moment of confusion, the Twitter feeds of those mentioned became overwhelmed, stirring a veritable hornet's nest. The fans of LeBron alone were formidable, and Dazhuang's supporters began to retreat under a barrage of criticism that ultimately flooded Dazhuang's own Twitter account with insults. At this point, Dazhuang remained blissfully unaware. Fans are often the most innocent yet the least rational, regardless of whether their idol is at fault. Any perceived offense will elicit a vigorous defense. However, some individuals remain composed. The game between the Timberwolves and the Pacers awakened many. "Chris, why is this happening? I expect an explanation from you, as well as for the shareholders," implored the owner of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Summoning the team's general manager Chris Grant and assistant general manager David Griffin to his office. "Chris, since LeBron's departure, I entrusted the task of rebuilding the team entirely to you. You claimed that Mike's coaching experience was crucial to our reconstruction. Fine, I agreed to bring him back. But look at our record this season, 4 wins and 9 losses. You asserted that Anthony was a player of tremendous potential. I also believed you. However, the facts have proven he is indeed talented, yet you chose to let him go. The Mike you trusted has called him worthless. Chris, do you understand? The Cleveland Cavaliers are likely to become the laughingstock of the league due to this predicament. We utilized a highly coveted first overall pick to select a top-tier future superstar. Yet we find ourselves unwilling to utilize him, ultimately seeking to transfer this potential supernova to another team. My sincerest apologies, boss. I believe this is all a mere accident, an outcome I never desired. I maintain that we have not suffered a loss regarding the Anthony matter. Kevin is a seasoned star, while Anthony has only participated in a handful of games, which hardly serves as a substantial indicator. I have faith in Mike. All right, Chris. You need not continue. My stance remains unchanged. My primary expectation for this season is for the team to reach the playoffs. If you can achieve that, then nothing else is of concern. I wish to hear no further discussions on other matters, understood?" Gilbert interjected, cutting Grant off. To be frank, as the owner of the Cavaliers, Gilbert has been exceedingly irate during this period, exhibiting little desire to listen to any further justifications from Grant, instead opting to assert his own demands. The very nature of this statement underscores one crucial point. Gilbert has lost patience with Grant, signaling the tolling of the bell for Grant's tenure. Chapter 47. Old Man. Do you believe I can take on 10? Grant left Gilbert's office feeling somewhat disheartened. Gilbert had instructed him to leave first while retaining Griffin, which had already alerted Grant to an impending crisis. David, I found your previous proposal quite intriguing. What level of confidence do you possess in it? Once Grant had departed, Gilbert turned to the man seated across from him, David Griffin. Boss, to my knowledge, there exists a significant divergence between the Heat and LeBron regarding his contract renewal, a discrepancy that seems insurmountable unless LeBron consents to a pay cut. However, based on my understanding of LeBron, I find the likelihood of him agreeing to such a concession exceedingly slim. Therefore, I assess that our chances of bringing LeBron back are quite substantial. Very well, David. I have relinquished hope regarding Chris. I entrust this matter to your capable hands. As I hold high expectations for you, please do not disappoint me. Additionally, what are your thoughts on the team's head coach? Do you believe Mike is the one who can lead the Cavaliers to resurgence? Boss, Mr. Mike possesses considerable coaching experience, having spent numerous years at the helm of the Cavaliers. However, I have heard that he shares a close personal rapport with Mr. Chris, while I'm also aware that Kyrie and Chris do not enjoy a harmonious relationship. Thus, this is another factor we must contemplate. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind? What do you think of Chun from the Timberwolves? He is indeed a rather unique head coach, well suited to our needs. However, boss, you may have overlooked a critical detail. Should LeBron choose to return, his rapport with Chun is less than amicable. Wise individuals often speak with subtlety, much like David Griffin, whose words rendered Gilbert silent. Clearly, this statement is not a matter of judgment, but rather a question of choice, serving as a test from Griffin to gauge Gilbert's perception of James's standing. All right, David, you will primarily handle matters concerning LeBron. Set everything else aside for now. Understood. I shall manage it well. It can be said that the match between the Timberwolves and the Pacers has drawn significant attention towards both the Timberwolves and Chen Dazhuang, prompting many to earnestly study the Timberwolves. This young fellow is quite intriguing, Adam. What are your thoughts? In the office of the league's commissioner, David Stern sat, examining the files of Chen Dazhuang laid before him. I perceive a tendency toward sensationalism. To me, he resembles a clown, much like what Chris stated on Twitter. Is that truly your opinion? Upon hearing his successor's response, David Stern furrowed his brow. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Adam, we are a business league. Regardless of the political factors at play, one fundamental truth remains. In the face of commercialization, everything else pales in significance. You must recognize that the Chinese market is absolutely indispensable for our league. From the 1990s to the present, the enormity of that market's importance is evident. Now that Yao is no longer in the NBA, who will serve as the link to maintain the vitality of this market? Lin from the Rockets cannot fulfill that role. I believe you should consider Chen more seriously. It is evident that David Stern was somewhat dissatisfied with his successor's earlier remarks. According to the predetermined timeline, David Stern is set to officially retire on February 1st, 2014, at which point Adam Silver will assume the position of NBA Commissioner. This matter was determined on October 26, 2012, when the league board of directors reached a consensus through anonymous voting to appoint Adam Silver as a successor. It is crucial to pay particular attention to the Timberwolves games. Avoid offering undue favoritism, yet allocate some resources for publicity. Moreover, do not overlook the fact that his background is far more complex than you might assume. His connections with Turner and Rockefeller merit your consideration. Understood? Very well. I shall take note of that. At this moment, Dazhuang remains oblivious to the fact that he has become the subject of scrutiny from many astute observers. Even if he were aware, he would have neither the time nor inclination to dwell upon it, for he is presently facing a troublesome issue. Upon returning to the city of Apollos, with the team scheduled for a day of respite the following day, Dazhuang announced a half-day break for the team in the morning. The city of Apollos, close to midnight, still buzzed with a considerable number of people. Contemplating the morning's rest, Dazhuang chose not to rush home. Instead, he ventured to a bar he frequented and cherished. Dazhuang's renown in Apollos has reached considerable heights, and upon his arrival at the bar, he was greeted with enthusiastic cheers from the crowd, prompting the bar owner to personally serve him a bottle of wine. However, after the initial applause, the patrons refrained from disturbing Dazhuang, who sat alone in a corner. Before long, however, the atmosphere shifted. An elderly man with a head of white hair seated himself unceremoniously before Dazhuang, pouring himself a drink without hesitation. The bar owner, attempting to intervene, was swiftly escorted aside by the man's bodyguard. After a brief exchange and the presentation of a stack of cash, the bar owner retreated without further ado. A series of actions left Dazhuang somewhat bewildered. The old man's subsequent remarks only deepened his confusion, stirring a desire to retaliate. Chen Dazhuang, Tiesika. Your name is quite outdated in Huagua. Dazhuang thought to himself, what a ridiculous statement. You and your entire family are outdated. What truly baffled him was that this foreign old man was speaking in Mandarin. Although his tone was entirely flat, Dazhuang could at least comprehend him. Wait a minute. Old man, who are you? I must warn you, I know martial arts. Do you understand what martial arts are? I'm not boasting. I could take on 10 of you single-handedly. Don't push me. I typically don't resort to violence against elders. I don't believe you. How about this? The person beside me is a Marine. Why don't you give it a try? No need to test. With someone like him, I can handle it with one hand. However, we Chinese believe in resolving matters with virtue. Only savages resort to violence. By the way, you just drank a cup of my wine. You will pay for that. Seeing the tall and muscular bodyguard, Dazhuang surreptitiously compared the thickness of his thigh to the man's arm. Forget it. A gentleman uses words, not fists. Are you certain you want to charge me? Of course. I don't even know you. Why should I not charge you? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are, old man. Are you out of your mind? Fine, let's do it this way. I'll treat you to this bottle of wine. By the way, my name is Ted Turner. After saying this, the old man pulled out $200 from his pocket and placed it on the table. What does Ted Turner matter to me? Just as Dazhuang was about to retort, he suddenly realized who was sitting before him. Chapter 48. An intriguing old man. Well, let's forget about the money. It is only right for me to treat you to a drink. How could I let you pay? I was merely joking to lighten the mood, and you took it seriously. Is this enough? Should I order another bottle for you? What? Now you know who I am? Actually, I knew who you were as soon as you arrived. I was just joking, wasn't I? According to our customs, Shun Ti, I refer to you as grandfather alongside Kelly. The old man spewed his drink out in surprise. Please, why are you so agitated? You'll get used to it eventually. I've finally discovered your merit. What? So soon? While I consider myself to possess many virtues, it is rare for someone to notice them so quickly. You truly are the founder of TNT. Impressive. To be honest, your shameless demeanor is quite suited for media. Why aspire to be a head coach? Goodness, old man. Do you know how to converse? Never mind. You're an elder. I'll let it slide. What? Did I say something wrong? But you, as a head coach, have already offended a third of the NBA in just a month. What are you trying to accomplish? Perhaps I am simply too exceptional. Dazhuang's words instantly elicited a chuckle from the old man. Young man, let me inform you that Kelly is my most cherished granddaughter. I promised her that her love would be hers to choose, which is why she introduced you to me at the very first opportunity. I came today to ascertain the identity of the one who occupies her thoughts. Upon seeing you, I must say, as we Chinese often say, meeting in person cannot compare to one's reputation. What do you expect to gain from flattering me? Upon hearing the old man's words, Dazhuang merely scoffed. What? Are you not convinced? Of course I am convinced. Don't say I didn't warn you. Are you planning to attend Kelly's birthday? Although I have reluctantly accepted you, I must inform you that Kelly's mother has yet to acknowledge you. You will soon realize that you have many rivals. Oh, upon hearing this, Dazhuang immediately perked up. Does that mean there are romantic competitors? Goodness, is this a feast of intrigue? Well then, I shall take my leave. Hey, wait, hold on a moment. Who on earth taught you to speak in such half-hearted terms? Is there something wrong with you? Could you kindly enlighten me on who exactly is involved? It would be prudent for me to be prepared, wouldn't it? After all, you wouldn't want Kelly to feel disheartened, would you? What? I merely indulged in a few drinks with you. Do you truly expect me to divulge more? Those few drinks have already cost you dearly. What is the matter? Am I supposed to find you another companion? Besides, even if I did, would you know how to handle it? It is evident that the old man, while unable to decipher the meaning behind Dazhuang's gaze, understood that the fellow's intentions were far from benign, prompting him to turn and leave without hesitation. Just as Dazhuang intended to intervene, he was thwarted by the clumsy yet imposing bodyguard. Never mind, the system has not granted me such capabilities. Following Ted's departure, Dazhuang lost the inclination to remain seated, opting instead to gather his thoughts and head home. Chen, what troubles you? Is something amiss? The following afternoon, Smith inquired, observing Dazhuang, who was yawning incessantly and sporting dark circles under his eyes. Nothing, why? Do you have something to discuss? Stacy and Bill will arrive shortly. Do you wish to converse with them? When? Of course, we should converse. Perhaps in an hour. Oh, that's fine. Just bring them to my office when they arrive. By the way, Smith, I have a question for you. What is it? What do you typically gift a girl on her birthday? Something she adores, of course. Why? Is that young lady from the Turner family celebrating her birthday? Oh, Chen, you must choose a splendid gift. Perhaps a necklace or a ring would suffice. But if, hypothetically speaking, if your girlfriend Linda were to celebrate her birthday and you had a rival, what would you do? By God, I would challenge him to a duel. I would bring my prized hunting rifle. I would not hesitate to eliminate him. Dazhuang stared incredulously at Smith, who had leaped from his seat, and thought, should I really have asked this fool? Observing Dazhuang's increasingly dark expression, Smith promptly ceased his jesting. Is it true that your royal princess has a competitor? Chen, what is there to fear? Just take action. Enough. You may leave. I do not wish to discuss this matter any further. Chen, you ought to have faith in yourself. There is no cause for concern. Get lost. I do not need you to feed me platitudes. After much contemplation, Chen Dazhuang decided to relinquish his fixation on the matter at hand. Coincidentally, Smith arrived at his office accompanied by Ogman and Bino. Although he was not well acquainted with Bino, their shared experiences at UNLV fostered a swift camaraderie among the four. Before long, they eagerly accepted Dazhuang's invitation to join his team, thus marking the inception of Dazhuang's own entourage. Smith assumed the role of Dazhuang's first assistant coach, while also serving as the team's strength and conditioning coach, a domain in which he excelled. Ogman took on the position of offensive coach, while Bino was entrusted with defensive responsibilities. With their hands united, this nascent team, which would later stir up considerable tumult in the NBA, began to take shape. Dazhuang, I have watched the Timberwolves play, and I believe that Giannis possesses immense potential. However, his current scoring methods are rather limited. Yet, I consider him the most worthy player for cultivation among the Timberwolves, Ogman remarked, leaving Dazhuang both surprised and impressed by Ogman's discerning eye. After all, compared to Ogman, Dazhuang was merely someone leveraging the system and endowed with memories from a past life. He was fully aware that Giannis would emerge as the next colossal star in the league. In his previous life, the Bucks had secured a championship with Giannis at the helm. Observers who could recognize Giannis's vast potential truly possessed a discerning perspective. Tomorrow's game would be a splendid opportunity for everyone to experience the fervor of the Target Center together. The Target Center was undeniably vibrant, nearly filled to capacity on the evening of November 27th. As the members of the Timberwolves stepped onto the court, the arena erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. This ovation was not solely for Zhao Zhuang and the Timberwolves players, but also a warm welcome for Ogman and Bino, who had recently signed contracts. The Timberwolves' official website announced their addition to the coaching staff the day prior. This match marked the Timberwolves' 17th game of the regular season and the penultimate game of the month, against the Denver Nuggets, a familiar opponent. As Ogman and Bino embarked on their inaugural game with the Timberwolves, they were left utterly astonished from start to finish while witnessing the contest against the Nuggets. By the end of the game, they began to question whether joining the Timberwolves was a misstep, not due to the team's inadequacy, but rather because their performance was so exceptional that they felt their presence might be redundant. As ambitious individuals, both Ogman and Bino aspire to showcase their talents and enact significant change within the Timberwolves. However, by the conclusion of this match, they were left pondering their necessity within the current framework of the team. The game system revealed 5 buffs, 2 red, 1 blue, and 2 white. In Zhao Zhuang's words, the system finally returned to normalcy, reflecting the standard performance expected most of the time, devoid of peculiar anomalies. The Timberwolves triumphed over the visiting Nuggets with a score of 107-91, achieving a 4-game winning streak and elevating their victory count to 15. The formidable forward duo of Bennett and Antetokounmpo, bolstered by the Buffs, served as the cornerstone of this victory. Bennett contributed 27 points and 10 rebounds, while Antetokounmpo added 22 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists. Although Odin lacked the Buffs, his double-double of 14 points and 16 rebounds vividly illustrated his formidable dominance in the paint, as he effectively contained Farid and Hickson, who were overwhelmed just as they had been in their previous encounter with the Timberwolves. After the match, Brian bore no ill will toward Zhao Zhuang. Instead, he embraced him, congratulating him on the victory. This gesture left Zhao Zhuang feeling somewhat bashful, particularly since he had previously provoked Brian for the sake of a trivial system task. At the post-game press conference, Brian praised the Timberwolves' prowess. When questioned about the previous unpleasantness between him and Zhao Zhuang during their last encounter, he graciously stated that he held no grudges. Subsequently, Zhao Zhuang was asked about Ogman and others. Stacy and Bill are individuals I invited to join me in working for the Timberwolves. We have all collaborated in Las Vegas and share a wealth of common understanding in basketball. I believe our cooperation will be exceedingly fruitful. After the game between the Timberwolves and the Nuggets concluded, The Timberwolves had but one remaining match in November, scheduled for the evening of November 30th, where they would venture to Dallas to challenge the Mavericks. Thus, the Timberwolves were afforded a rare two-day respite, the day following the game against the Nuggets. The head coach announced a day of rest for the team, while he himself boarded a flight early in the morning from Minneapolis to Los Angeles. Upon exiting the airport, he could distinctly hear Kylie's voice in the distance. The long-absent couple embraced passionately at the airport exit, oblivious to the bustling crowd of Los Angeles, and seemingly unaware of the paparazzi who quickly recognized the coach upon his arrival. Not far from the couple, two tabloid photographers gaped in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. One particularly young photographer, bewildered, looked to his companion for guidance, as his mentor firmly restrained his camera, refusing to let him take a shot. "Hunter, why aren't you letting me photograph this? Do you know them?" he queried. "This is Los Angeles. Every day, countless couples reunite and kiss here. Trust me, this isn't worth your time," Hunter replied. "But Hunter, this is Chen from the Minnesota Timberwolves," he asked, kissing a woman at Los Angeles airport. "Isn't that a sensational story?" the young photographer protested. "Yes, it's Chen. But if it were any other woman, even the president's daughter, you could take the shot. But not this one. If you do, the boss will toss it in the trash," Hunter cautioned. "Why not? Who is she?" "We are journalists. We have the right to inform the public," the young photographer insisted. "Her name is Kylie Turner, and her grandfather is Ted Turner TNT. Even if it's TNT, that doesn't justify this. We have no connection to them," Hunter explained. "Listen, her mother is Catherine Rockefeller. Do you see those colleagues over there? In this moment, they are all oblivious. Notice the gentleman in the black suit? If they discover you taking photos, they will kindly ask you to delete them or simply purchase your camera. And if I refuse?" the young photographer challenged. "You're overthinking it, Kane. If you don't comply, congratulations. I, and the boss will be preparing our resumes by the end of the day because starting tomorrow, we'll be unemployed. You'll soon realize no company will hire you, and you will find yourself jobless. Do you understand now? How do you know my flight?" That fervent kiss felt as if the earth itself had shifted, leaving the coach momentarily dazed. Was this the power of love? If Smith were aware of his old friend's thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly scoff at him and quip, "Rookie, you've kissed yourself into a stupor." I called Smith. He informed me about your flight today. There is but a single flight from Annapolis to Los Angeles in the morning, which is quite easy to guess. Kelly, with her arms wrapped affectionately around Dazhuang, gazed at him with adoration. "By the way, your grandfather visited Annapolis last time." "Really? Oh my God. He didn't say anything to you, did he?" "No. Your grandfather is quite interesting. I did not expect him to speak Chinese." "Of course. He is proficient in many languages. He mentioned that my rival would appear tonight." "Is that true?" "Darling, please do not misunderstand. That is all arranged by my mother. And I'm not fond of it at all. Moreover, that fellow is exceedingly annoying, a spoiled rich kid whose girlfriend changes almost weekly. A regular patron of all the nightclubs in Los Angeles. He is certainly not my type." "Well, that puts my mind at ease," Dazhuang thought as he listened to Kelly's description. The burden on his heart was lifted, and dealing with such a minor rival seemed trivial. "Darling, are you feeling jealous?" "Who said I am jealous?" "Not all. You are." Chapter 50. Reflections on some comments today. I took a moment to peruse some comments and felt compelled to share my thoughts. I noticed discussions regarding Giannis's remarks perceived as insulting to China, and I wish to clarify that as a Chinese individual, I hold deep patriotism. This is merely a whimsical basketball novel, and I strive to maintain a lighthearted tone. I have not lived in the United States, so I can only rely on my imagination to depict the experiences of a Chinese individual navigating issues of racial discrimination or derogatory remarks. There may be content that diverges from what you envision, and I sincerely ask for your understanding. It is impossible for this novel to entirely avoid such themes, but I will endeavor to minimize their presence. Additionally, I kindly request that you refrain from hastily calling for censorship. I am just a struggling writer. Whom could I possibly silence? If I were the owner of a certain publishing company, I would certainly take action against those who deserve it. Furthermore, to provide a glimpse into the storyline, I am not unaware of those who make derogatory comments towards China. I merely attempt to immerse myself in the narrative. After all, the events you speak of have not yet occurred, as the novel currently covers the 13th to 14th season. I have planned for these issues in the outline, and you will see how I choose to portray them in due course. Please be patient and refrain from calling for censorship or accusing me of lacking patriotism. Chapter 51. Dumbfounded, aren't you? Carrie's birthday celebration took place in an opulent mansion in Los Angeles. The surroundings exuded an aura that suggested its residents belonged to the so-called upper echelons of society. After Dazhuang's arrival in Los Angeles that morning, Carrie spent the morning with him, but was soon compelled to prepare for her evening appearance in the afternoon. At 5 p.m., a discreet Bentley rolled to a stop at the mansion's entrance. As the driver opened the car door, Chen Dazhuang emerged in formal attire, and Carrie, beaming with joy, hurried to his side, linking her arm with his as they entered together. Upon their arrival, they instantly became the focal point of the gathering. However, Dazhuang could sense a mixture of scrutiny, disdain, envy, and even hostility in the gazes directed at them. My dear, I share your sentiments. I would prefer to celebrate my birthday with just you and me. This gathering is merely at my mother's behest. Do not pay them any mind. Once this is over, we shall escape to Apollos. It's all right. As long as no one provokes me, I shall remain quite composed. Come, allow me to introduce you to my parents. Carrie led Dazhuang to a couple surrounded by several guests, who appeared to be engaged in a cheerful discussion. However, when they noticed Carrie approaching with Dazhuang, the jovial atmosphere abruptly shifted to one of awkwardness. Carrie, you must change into your gown. The banquet is about to commence, a middle-aged Caucasian woman said, barely glancing at Dazhuang as she urged Carrie to depart. Mother, this is my boyfriend, Dazhuang Chen. Mrs. Turner, it is a pleasure to meet you. You may call me Chen. Dazhuang bowed slightly, yet it was evident that he was not regarded with much importance. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed, as he had anticipated such treatment. Carrie's father, however, did not exhibit any sign of rejection towards him and instead stepped forward to alleviate the tension. Chen, I have watched the Timberwolves play, and I must say, you performed splendidly. By the way, I am Paul Turner, Carrie's father. Mr. Turner, it is an honor. If you ever visit Apollos again, please let me know. I will reserve the best seat for you. Is that so? That would be wonderful. The dialogue between the two men somewhat alleviated the awkwardness. A joyful smile graced Kelly's face. She had always harbored a strong aversion to her mother's aspirations, which revolved around maintaining a close connection with the Rockefeller family. However, this sentiment was not supported even by Kelly's father, not due to opposition to the Rockefeller lineage per se, but rather because the dandy her mother had introduced was, strictly speaking, merely a peripheral figure of the Rockefeller clan, notorious in Los Angeles for his debauchery. As the cherished granddaughter of Ted Turner, she naturally wished to distance herself from such an uneducated individual. At that moment, this man stood beside Catherine, while Kelly clung tightly to Dazhuang, her face radiating happiness, which directly provoked the man. His smile turned insincere, and his gaze towards Dazhuang was filled with malice. Meanwhile, two elderly figures on the second floor of the villa observed them. Is this your choice? One inquired. I have made no choice, as long as Kelly is happy. That suffices. Young love should be determined by the youth themselves. Is it not a good thing? I find this young man rather intriguing, Ted Turner remarked, gazing down at the group on the first floor. Little did anyone anticipate that the forthcoming events of what was supposed to be a delightful birthday celebration would unfold in a manner that many, including the two elderly observers and Kelly's mother, would rather not witness. At that moment, Kelly prepared to leave and change her dress, for the banquet was about to commence. She released her hold on Dazhuang's arm, glanced at him, and turned to depart, only to be intercepted unexpectedly by the man who had harbored animosity towards Dazhuang. Whether driven by sudden rage or an unexpected lapse in judgment, he stepped forward to confront Dazhuang. You are Chen, a Chinese, aren't you? Where's your braid? The atmosphere abruptly chilled. Dazhuang, who had been wearing a smile, now bore a frosty expression, glaring at the brash individual before him. He slipped his hands into his pants pockets, fixing his gaze on the man. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. May I inquire who you are? Catherine tugged at the man, her face a mask of displeasure, while both Kelly and her father exhibited clear signs of anger. Only this man and two companions appeared smugly amused. I am Tristan Rockefeller, and I recall that all you Chinese have a braid at the back of your heads, akin to a pig's tail. Where's yours? Have you hidden it away? Surely you aren't planning to present it as a gift to Kelly? Haha. His laughter, accompanied by that of his two friends, drew the attention of everyone present. Tristan, please leave. You're not welcome here. Carrie, in a fit of anger, pointed at the man before her. In contrast, Chen Dazhuang calmly placed a reassuring hand on Carrie's shoulder to help her regain her composure. He then directed a composed gaze towards the man, inquiring, Are you aware of what you just said? I merely stated the facts. Am I mistaken? Could you kindly reiterate your name and take responsibility for your words? Are you attempting to intimidate me? Do you know who I am? I belong to the Rockefeller family, and I will certainly take responsibility. Upon hearing the man, Dazhuang shook his head and chuckled. Indeed, It appears that one does not perish if they do not court disaster. Such foolishness. With a swift motion, he withdrew his hand from his pocket, revealing his mobile phone. He then turned to Carrie, uttering words that left everyone present in utter shock. Carrie, do you have Kate's number? Please inquire if he is interested in a recording of a member of the Rockefeller family exhibiting racial discrimination. Also, does TNT have any interest? Without waiting for anyone's reaction, Dazhuang dialed a number on his phone. Mr. Milt, I will be returning to AHalf tomorrow, and I would like to hold a personal press conference. Please assist me in inviting any journalist you can. What type? Well, I personally experienced racial discrimination in Los Angeles, and I have recordings as evidence. Additionally, could you please alert the authorities? Just inform them that I may be in danger. I will send you the address. Fool, are you stunned? Perhaps now you will think before you speak. Chapter 52. Apologies. What need is there for the law? With a mocking smile, Dazhuang opened the recording on his phone. The exchange between him and Tristan had been captured in crystal clarity. After the playback, Dazhuang shook his phone. What do you think? Tristan Rockefeller? I believe many would find this recording quite intriguing. By the way, Mr. Tristan, I advise you to contact your Rockefeller family legal team post-haste. We are about to engage in a lawsuit that could captivate the entire nation. I wonder if there are any lawyers in Los Angeles willing to assist me, as I fear I may not have the funds to hire one. Tomorrow, I will inquire at my press conference to see if anyone is willing to take the case. You. Mr. Chen, I was merely jesting. There is no need to take it so seriously. Jesting? I apologize, but we have only just met, and we have yet to reach the level of jesting. Furthermore, I have confirmed with you multiple times regarding your willingness to take responsibility for your words. You assured me, in the name of the Rockefeller family, that you would stand by your statements. Thus, I am inclined to believe that this assertion does not originate solely from you. It likely reflects the sentiments of the Rockefeller family. Indeed, it must be so. Dazhuang's words left Kelly's mother astounded. However, Dazhuang had no desire to engage in further dialogue. Racial discrimination is hardly a novel phenomenon in the land of beauty, where white supremacy is all too common throughout the West. Yet, such matters are deemed unworthy of public discourse. And the higher echelons of society in that realm are especially cautious not to provide anyone with leverage against them. After all, what could they use to maintain their dual roles? Consequently, many witnesses to the assaults against individuals of Asian descent observe that such actions are often perpetrated by African Americans, rarely witnessing Caucasians engage in such behavior in public settings. The moral high ground is a significant aspect of any society. My dear, I fear I cannot accompany you for your birthday. Would you be willing to celebrate a private birthday for just the two of us in Annapolis? Of course I would, Kelly responded without hesitation. At that moment, Kelly's mother felt compelled to speak up. Wait a moment, Chun. This incident was not intentional on Tristan's part. Can we agree to leave it at that? Mother, are you suggesting his words were unintentional? Moreover, he has yet to utter a single apology, which clearly indicates his lack of remorse. I apologize, Mrs. Turner, but I cannot accept your perspective. I will not let this matter rest. He is an adult and must bear the consequences of his actions. With that, Dazhuang turned, taking Kelly's hand as they made their way outside. Young man, wait. Dazhuang sighed, turning back to face the two elderly figures before him, one of whom was Ted Turner, previously encountered in Annapolis. My boy, I wonder if this matter could be resolved in light of my influence. I am Steve, and I will ensure that Tristan apologizes to you. Rest assured, we will compensate you. Damn it. Here he was again, exuding an air of superiority. Dazhuang felt a wave of disgust wash over him, observing the silent Dazhuang. The old man presumed that his proposal had piqued Dazhuang's interest, and thus a rather loathsome smile appeared on his face. Tristan apologized. At that moment, Kelly quietly disclosed the identity of the individual to Chen Dazhuang, revealing that he was none other than Steve Rockefeller, the heir of the Rockefeller family and the cousin of Tristan's father. I apologize. Tristan reluctantly approached Chen Dazhuang, murmured a few words, and then retreated with a sullen expression. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the law, Mr. Steve? Wouldn't you agree? Dazhuang's words instantly wiped the smile off Steve's face, which had made Dazhuang profoundly uncomfortable. Now, what is it that you truly desire? It is quite simple. Tomorrow, I expect to see a public apology from him in every newspaper across the beautiful nation. And do not attempt to bribe me with money, should I wish for money. I am confident there are many who would be eager to purchase the recording in my possession. Following the apology, I do not wish to see him in any place I frequent. Oh, and by the way, old man, I absolutely detest your smile. Do you realize who you are speaking to? I can assure you lose everything, Steve retorted. I am indifferent. At worst, I can return a Huagua. Or perhaps you would care to test that. Delete the recording, and I could offer you shares in the Timberwolves. What do you say? That is of no interest to me. What do you truly want? You are aware that we will absolutely not permit this matter to reach the media. Chen, I will ensure they demonstrate sincerity. Can you trust me? This situation is not suitable for escalation. Today, you're my guest in the Turner family. Trust me. I will ensure your satisfaction. Ted Turner, who had remained silent until now, finally interjected. Very well. I trust you. After all, you're Kelly's grandfather, and I feel I should place my faith in you. Moreover, this is Kelly's birthday celebration, and I bear some responsibility for the commotion. However, I do not wish to see him again. Delete the recording, and he will never appear before you again. Old man, do not push your luck. Even if I delete it in your presence, do you think I have no backup? Therefore, show your sincerity, and naturally, this matter will never see the light of day. Do you understand? With that, Dazhuang departed, disregarding the reactions of those left behind. As he held Kelly's hand and approached the door, he heard the unmistakable sound of a slap behind him, and a faint smile emerged on Chen Dazhuang's face. He didn't need to look to know the fate that awaited that loquacious individual. However, truth be told, the relevance of that individual would diminish with the passage of time. Especially after today, the distress experienced by these prominent families arises from the abruptness of the situation. Once adequately prepared, they possess myriad strategies for public relations management. Furthermore, even if the matter escalates, it would merely result in chaos, and Dazhuang would gain nothing, potentially even facing peril. The reason for the ongoing stalemate is that Dazhuang is awaiting Ted Turner to step forward and assume responsibility for the situation. My dear, if that old fellow does not emerge, do you truly intend to approach the media with this revelation tomorrow? Am I truly that foolish? This situation lacks substantial impact. It merely serves as a means to intimidate him. At this juncture, Dazhuang deleted the recording. Why did you delete it? Why keep it? It occupies storage space. No worries. Your grandfather will handle it adeptly. But what if they demand it from you? I'll simply say I deleted it. If they don't believe me, they can check my phone. Rest assured, they will believe me, Dazhuang replied with a smile. Chapter 53. The system causes trouble. The two did not wait until the following day to depart. Instead, they returned to Apollos that very evening. When Dazhuang placed the necklace, engraved with both his and Kelly's names, around her neck, Kelly was equally thrilled and rewarded him with a passionate kiss. However, the ensuing details are not meant for public consumption. How long will you be away? Initially anticipating a period of intimacy, Dazhuang received unsettling news early in the morning. Having just completed his morning exercise, Kelly informed him that she needed to travel to Germany for work. A month. I must tell you, no rumors are allowed. Or I shall hold you accountable upon my return. Such a lengthy absence. It will pass swiftly. Wait for my return. After escorting Kelly to the airport, Chen Dazhuang drove to the team, where Milt had been waiting for him outside the office. Chen, is what you mentioned yesterday true? Oh shit. Are you genuinely contemplating a press conference? I was merely attempting to intimidate them. You startle me. I wanted to confirm with you. Chen, this is not a trivial matter. Upon hearing Dazhuang's response, Milt appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Observing Milt's expression, Dazhuang comprehended why he bore such a countenance. These individuals often engage in such antics, yet no one wishes to be publicly embroiled in such matters. Rest assured, Milt, I am well aware of the gravity of the situation. By the way, Chen, the boss asked me to inquire about the renewal of your contract. How are you contemplating that? Oh my, there has been so much to manage these past few days that I've become quite overwhelmed. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Milt. How about this? Once the current chaos subsides, I shall give it proper thought. Does that work for you? Very well, but I hope you will consider it thoroughly. However, please do not keep the boss waiting too long. Of course, after Milt departed, the board Chen Dazhuang activated the system. Name, Chen Dazhuang. Profession, head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tactics, 60 points command, 53 points skill points, 0 proficient tactic, man-to-man defense, beginner. Why is it still at the beginner level? System, would you care to explain? I have passed the tactical assessment, yet remain at the novice level. This is the most perplexing aspect for Dazhuang. He simply cannot comprehend how to elevate his tactics, although it appears that performance in games is largely independent of this. Every time he opens the system and sees the word beginner, it irks him. After all, he has garnered some recognition in the league, yet here he is, proficient in mere beginner-level man-to-man defense, a rather insignificant insult with a sting. As Dazhuang wrestled with the system, his phone rang. Hello, little buddy. The familiar voice of Ted Turner brought a smile to Dazhuang's face. Mr. Turner, good day. What can I do for you? Kelly just left. Ah, I see. Steve mentioned he would like to offer you some compensation. What do you think? Steve? Mr. Turner, who is Steve? Why would he give me money out of the blue? I must decline this offer. In our culture, we believe in earning our keep. Haha, very well. How about this? Someone just gifted the Timberwolves 15% of their shares. Consider it a present from me to you. Mr. Turner, I believe this would make a splendid gift for Kelly. A belated birthday present, if I may suggest? All right, that's an excellent proposal. Thank you. The brief conversation concluded, and Chen Dazhuang curled his lips in disdain. Even at this juncture, they still attempt to ensnare me. I may be in need of funds, but I'm not devoid of intellect. Meanwhile, at Ted Turner's residence in Los Angeles, he sat across from Steve. Old friend, as you heard, he declined the money. As for the Timberwolves shares, they will be under Kelly's name, serving as your birthday gift to her. Regarding yesterday, he also claimed he did not know who Steve was. What a cunning lad. Do you believe him, Ted? Whether I believe him is inconsequential. What matters is whether you do. However, if I were in your position, I would choose to believe. For some, this incident was merely a fleeting episode that quietly slipped away, unnoticed by the outside world, with no one aware of the events that transpired in Los Angeles last night. For Dazhuang, it can only be described as a mere interlude. Such occurrences unfold almost daily in this country, and only when one's voice reaches a certain magnitude does improvement seem possible. On November 30th, Dazhuang escorted the entire Timberwolves team to the splendid National Airlines Center. As the players began their warm-up prior to the match, the nearly packed stands erupted with a cacophony of boos and curses directed at the Timberwolves players. Amidst these sounds, there were numerous voices directed at Dazhuang. Even the commentators Barkley and Smith, upon hearing these remarks, criticized the Dallas fans. Frankly, I believe it is high time for Dallas to manage its fan base more effectively. Certain behaviors should not manifest in the stands. In recent years, such incidents in Dallas have become increasingly frequent and severe. Smith chose not to engage with his longtime partner's comments, recognizing that this topic was inappropriate for their commentary. As for Chen Dazhuang, he found himself too preoccupied to dwell on these matters. He realized that the malfunctioning system seemed poised to create more chaos, with the game about to commence. The anticipated buffs had yet to refresh, leaving the buff bar utterly devoid of content. What does this mean? Is it yet another disruption, or has the system simply crashed? Can such an advanced device freeze, like a computer? When a computer crashes, I can simply restart it, but if you freeze, how can I reboot you? Should I find a stick and give myself a knock on the head? Chen, what is troubling you? Smith observed his coach entering another episode of Intermittent Days. I am fine, truly. Chen, please be honest with me. Is there something amiss with your health? Rest assured, I will keep it confidential. I've noticed you've been lost in thought more often lately, mumbling to yourself. This disdainful glance is directed at you. Dazhuang rolled his eyes at Smith, utterly disinterested in engaging with this individual who perpetually suspects him of being unwell. Why is it that those protagonists with systems are so incredibly humane? Yet when it comes to my situation, I am besieged by unexpected events every few days. I understand now. It must be due to the lack of enthusiasm from those fellows in casting votes. At this moment, seated on the bench, Chen Dazhuang's mind began to wander into the ether, contemplating how to extract every last vote from the pockets of those individuals. Chapter 54. No, my salary is not high. The starting lineup for the Timberwolves in this match comprised Barya, Martin, Budinger, Bennett, and Oden. On the Mavericks side, the starting five included Jermichael, Monta Ellis, Marion, Nowitzki, and Lambert. In their last encounter, the Timberwolves emerged victorious on their home ground, contributing to the Mavericks' role in the Timberwolves' 6-game winning streak. Furthermore, prior to that match, Carlisle's resolute statements had ultimately slapped him in the face like a harsh reminder. Today, back on the Mavericks' home turf, Carlisle was determined to avenge their previous defeat. I concede that the Timberwolves have indeed showcased a series of remarkable performances this season. However, after meticulous research, I do not find their feats particularly impressive. I believe the Timberwolves' achievements are largely independent of their head coach, and I hold little optimism for their future. In the context of a lengthy season, a handful of games do not signify much. Perhaps from this match onwards, they will reveal their true selves. Guagua? I do not believe they possess basketball prowess. Carlisle's pre-game interview was rife with disdain for Chen Dazhuang, with remarks that bordered on inappropriate. As the match commenced, the unfolding events seemed to validate Carlisle's assertions. The Timberwolves appeared to have shed their mystique, despite the significant tactical contributions of Ogman and Bino since their arrival, who were inspired by the previous matchup between the Timberwolves and the Pacers. The game today was fiercely contested. The Timberwolves did not exhibit the same overwhelming dominance as in their earlier games. Dazhuang, while attentively watching the match, incessantly attempted to connect with the system, perplexed by its peculiarities. He even harbored doubts about whether this entity would cease granting buffs altogether. Was buffing merely a novice reward? Yet, even if it were a novice reward, I ought to have been informed beforehand. It is unreasonable to have such a sudden cessation. Alas, if I had a choice, I would never select you, this wretched system. As Dazhuang prepared to inquire about the ancestors of the system, a significant shift occurred in the dynamics of the game. Initially, Odin was inexplicably called for a foul while contesting a rebound. Upon reviewing the slow-motion footage, it was evident that during his positioning against Diallo, Odin exhibited no foul play. Rather, it was Diallo who, having failed to secure the advantageous position, made excessive movements that led him to fall to the ground. Observing the referee's signal indicating a foul on him, Odin appeared utterly bewildered. On the sidelines, Dazhuang rose to protest the call, though his efforts proved futile. This ruling seemed unjust to Greg, as the evident disparity in physical strength between the two players was the true cause, and if a foul were to be called, it should have been on Samuel. Chen, also on the sidelines, joined in the protest, yet to no avail. Indeed, such a blatant officiating error was inexcusable. Dazhuang's protests not only failed to sway the referee, but also resulted in a warning, further inciting laughter and jeers from the Mavericks fans in the arena. At that moment, the long-dormant system finally responded. After Dazhuang sat down, he promptly began to investigate, and upon completing his review, he realized one undeniable truth. This malfunctioning contraption was indeed conspiring against him. He viewed life and death with indifference. If faced with such an unjust home whistle, he would unleash Chen's fury. Upon activating the system, a message appeared before him. "Unleash your wrath." "What the hell?" he exclaimed, as a gray buff materialized in the buff section. "Why must it always be gray? Why can't you bestow upon me some red or blue ones? Wouldn't tea that bring harmony to us all? Increase 3-point shooting percentage by 50% within 30 minutes. Individual buff. No positional restrictions. First quarter shooting percentage increases by 30%, with an additional 5% increase each subsequent quarter. Shooting guard exclusive buff. Dominance in the paint. Defensive attributes increase by 100% within 40 minutes. Center and power forward duo buff. Activation condition. Ejection within 2 minutes. Upon reading the activation condition, Dazhuang nearly leapt from his seat in disbelief. "What on earth? My salary is not high. The last technical foul cost me 15,000. You expect me to be ejected within 2 minutes? What on earth must I do to achieve that? This could easily land me a fine of over 100,000. This is not the crux of the matter. The real issue lies in the exceedingly irritating hidden attributes. Smith, what do you suppose the typical fine is for being expelled?" "Huh? Are you all right?" Upon hearing such a question from his head coach, Smith was instantly struck by a sense of foreboding, recalling that someone had posed a similar query not long ago. "Chun, surely a mere misjudgment cannot warrant such severity. You don't understand. Do you not find these individuals excessively noisy? Moreover, if I do not showcase my formidable side, they may perceive me as easy prey. I must demonstrate my prowess. However, I have heard that the fines can be substantial. Do you really think I'm someone who cares about money?" Chen Dazhuang retorted disdainfully. Coincidentally, just as those words left his lips, the referee's whistle echoed across the court once more, signaling a defensive foul against Bennett. This particular call, however, was not overly contentious. In the slow-motion replays of Marion's layup, it was evident that Bennett had indeed made a movement. Thus, strictly speaking, the referee's decision was not entirely flawed. One could not label it a misjudgment, merely a rather stringent call. Yet, it was precisely this ruling that precipitated an astonishing scene, leaving the audience momentarily speechless. Chen Dazhuang sprang from his seat, racing towards the referee with fervor. "For heaven's sake, are you blind? Did you bring your eyes with you? Is that even a foul?" he exclaimed, his voice dripping with contempt. "You're nothing but a pile of garbage. Damn it." Without delving into further details, the referee was met with a face full of spittle, his countenance visibly flushed. "What's wrong?" Feeling disgruntled. "What are you staring at? If you dare glare at me again, I will make you regret it." With that, Dazhuang began to roll up his sleeves. While the prospect of physical confrontation was out of the question, his gestures stemmed from 2 reasons. Firstly, Smith, being Dazhuang's most trusted assistant coach, had swiftly moved to his side to restrain him. Secondly, it appeared that the referee, stunned by the verbal onslaught, had momentarily lost his composure. prompting Dazhuang to deliver an additional verbal jab. Chapter 55. Activation successful as the blade descended. The referee's complexion turned ashen. A decisive and vigorous gesture resulted in a technical foul being awarded to Dazhuang. What on earth? Brother, what I truly desired was for you to expel me from the game. Why issue a technical foul instead? Do you revel in being berated? I have already expressed my frustrations, and yet you choose to give me a technical foul. What is the meaning of this? Dazhuang stared at the 2-minute countdown on the system, feeling utterly bewildered. Surely, they would not actually compel me to take action, would they? This flawed system, this biased officiating. What Dazhuang is unaware of is that David Stern had already conveyed his message. Although the Timberwolves were not granted any preferential treatment, the implication of certain advantages under the premise of fairness had indeed been communicated. Thus, it is understandable why the officials, despite being aware of Dazhuang's intentions, still chose to issue a technical foul. The referee presumed that the matter had concluded. However, at that moment, a cacophony of derogatory remarks from Dallas fans infiltrated Dazhuang's ears. Instantly, Dazhuang was invigorated. Since he could not elicit the desired response from the referee, he sought recourse elsewhere. Coupled with the exceedingly offensive insults hurled by the Dallas supporters, Dazhuang's ire was ignited. Consequently, an astonishing scene unfolded as he directed an internationally recognized gesture of disdain towards the Dallas fans in the stands. This action instantly ignited the atmosphere within the arena, sending it into a frenzy. Although Smith swiftly restrained the hands of the imposing figure, the moment was witnessed by all present and faithfully captured by the cameras. Kenny, why did Chen erupt with such fury? Initially, I anticipated a home court bias, yet after he spat in Chris's face, only receiving a mere technical foul, it became evident that Chris had chosen to overlook his transgression. I suspect this might be linked to the ambience of the home crowd. To be frank, the atmosphere had been rather tense since the Timberwolves entered the arena, which could very well be a contributing factor. However, does he not realize that such behavior could lead to a suspension? Charles, let's not forget how young Chen is. At his age, such reactions are quite understandable. Indeed, I nearly forgot he is merely 26 years old. Nevertheless, this may jeopardize the Timberwolves' chances in this match, and Rick's aspirations for a comeback may soon become a reality. With only 30 seconds remaining, referee Chris did not disappoint in his handling of Chen's transgressions. Such provocative behavior towards the home fans. One could say that not even David Stern himself could intervene. Should he officiate personally, a penalty would be inevitable. Otherwise, the match ought not to proceed at all, for the home supporters could very well overturn the arena. Dazhuang observed as the referee once again signaled a technical foul, directing his finger towards the player's tunnel, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Finally, it was accomplished. He glanced at the system notification indicating a successful activation of the buff. It had been a challenging endeavor, navigating the intricacies of such a flawed system as head coach. All right, you take charge. I shall take my leave, Dazhuang said, patting Smith on the shoulder. Chen, could you perhaps inform me beforehand next time you decide to make a move? Alas, how could I possibly notify you? Should I announce that I must find a way to be expelled so that we could win? Under the escort of security personnel, Chen Dazhuang descended the players' tunnel, flanked by irate Dallas fans hurling curses. Witnessing the fierce countenance of those supporters, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Without their fervor, his ambitions could not materialize. With this thought in mind, Dazhuang smiled and waved at the fans on either side of the tunnel. Goodness, is there no sense of sportsmanship? Immediately, a chorus of curses echoed from both sides, accompanied by various debris. Though Dazhuang was sheltered by the security personnel, the scene startled him nonetheless. Indeed, the security staff seemed to harbor a desire to retaliate against Dazhuang. Can this group of imbeciles truly not discern right from wrong? I was merely extending a greeting. You fools, let us extend our congratulations to Chen, who has once again become the most despised figure in a city, following his stints in Cleveland and Miami. Regardless of the ultimate outcome of this match, I am convinced that Dallas will eternally remember the 2 fingers Chen raised in defiance. Smith, seated in the commentary booth, shook his head in disbelief as he observed the antics of the boisterous Chen. Meanwhile, Carlisle, watching Chen make his way to the player tunnel, could not suppress a contemptuous smirk. As a coach who has consistently felt aggrieved at losing to Chen, particularly within the competitive Western Conference, Carlisle has long regarded Chen's achievements as mere strokes of luck. Now, witnessing his loathed rival ejected from a game, Carlisle believed that victory was all but assured, and the words he spoke in a pre-match interview were destined to come to fruition. Yet, Carlisle was not the only one sensing that this match was slipping away from the Timberwolves. Virtually everyone observing the team felt that their winning streak would be put to an end by the Mavericks. Chen's expulsion would mark a pivotal moment in the game. Indeed, it proved to be a watershed, albeit in a shocking turn of events. It was not the Timberwolves who faltered, but rather the Mavericks playing at home. Bennett transformed his previous performance, forsaking three-pointers after screens to become a formidable force in the paint, while the imposing Oden morphed into a veritable Godzilla in the key. The two of them relentlessly overwhelming the Mavericks. The previously inconspicuous Budinger and Martin ignited a torrential downpour of three-pointers. No, a hailstorm of threes. As the halftime buzzer sounded, Marion's expression was one of despair, nearly in tears. The score stood at 61-33, with the Timberwolves leading by a staggering 28 points at the end of the second quarter. The most devastating aspect for the Dallas crowd was that they managed a mere 9 points throughout the entirety of the second quarter. Such brutality. The most unfortunate of all was Daimler Potter, who suffered 5 blocks from Oden in the first half alone. As the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the half, a few Mavericks fans began to exit the arena, unable to bear the humiliation of witnessing their team being overpowered on their home turf. The most disheartening thought that plagued them was the image of that certain individual raising 2 fingers in triumph, accompanied by that infuriatingly smug wave every time the Timberwolves scored. In the commentary booth, Barkley and Smith exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for how to continue their commentary, as they too had previously predicted a Timberwolves defeat. At this moment, both individuals felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ahem, Charles, I suspect that Chen's ejection may have provoked the Timberwolves players. Indeed, I concur. Chen's expulsion seems to have fully awakened the latent potential within the Timberwolves roster. Chapter 56. A mind of chaos. Had Dazhuang been aware of this, he would undoubtedly have developed a fondness for these two, for in the realm of imagination, they reign supreme. One cannot help but wonder if Carlisle had unleashed his fury during halftime. Following the commencement of the third quarter, the Mavericks launched an aggressive counterattack within the first 2 minutes, with Nowitzki and Marion sinking consecutive shots for beyond the arc, which prompted Carlisle to enthusiastically pump his fists from the sidelines. However, Carlisle is not Dazhuang, with mere motivational rhetoric and lacking a systematic approach. Those 2 minutes were destined to be ephemeral. It was not long before Carlisle's exuberance faded, his initial fist pumps transforming into urgent shouts directed at the court, followed by calls for a timeout, and then, in a tone laced with frustration, more vocalizations demanding yet another timeout, until finally, silence ensued. Carlisle, no longer inclined to shout, returned to the coach's seat, his hands cradling his chin, appearing as though his gaze remained fixed upon the game. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discern that his eyes lacked focus. Had Dazhuang witnessed this, he would undoubtedly assert that Carlisle was merely slacking off, as he often does. Whether Carlisle was numbed by the experience or simply disengaged remains a mystery known only to him. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the once animated owner of the Mavericks was nowhere to be seen on the sidelines. Ultimately, the score settled at 124-87, with the Mavericks utterly dismantled by the Timberwolves. The most valuable player of the match was neither Bennett nor Oden nor Martin, but rather Budinger. In his 5th season in the NBA, Chase Budinger delivered the most electrifying performance of his career, tallying 47 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists. Following the game, Budinger, perhaps driven by an overwhelming sense of euphoria, celebrated exuberantly on the court of the Center for Flight. This undoubtedly poured a bag of salt into the wounds of the Mavericks. Had it not been for the presence of the staff, it could have nearly erupted into chaos. Bennett and Oden did not score highly in this match, with Oden netting 16 points and Bennett 15. Yet their combined total of 37 rebounds was impressive, alongside Oden's remarkable contribution of 7 blocks throughout the game. Another individual who notably benefited from this match was Beria, who stepped in for Rubio as a starter. Although the former Dallas Maverick only scored 10 points, he astonishingly tallied 22 assists. My friend, can you fathom the reason behind this? I find it utterly perplexing. The match has concluded, yet Smith remains incredulous about the events that transpired. He cannot comprehend why those players, whom he regarded as inconsequential, performed with such vigor as if they were fueled by adrenaline. It is already remarkable for a team to possess even one unpredictable player. Yet the Timberwolves exude an aura where every member appears to embody that unpredictability. Brewer, who was previously traded to the Heat, is a quintessential example. Upon returning to the Timberwolves at the start of this season, His dazzling performance at the small forward position led Pat Riley to believe he had found the ideal substitute for LeBron James in the entire league. Little did he know that Brewer, once arriving in Miami, seemed utterly out of place. Setting aside Odin's performance with the Timberwolves, Brewer's average of merely 7 points and 9 rebounds over the last 10 games is a stain that Riley will never be able to erase from his career. Then there's Martin, who at 30 years old appears to have rejuvenated, averaging 7 points in the 18 completed games of this season, placing him 4th in the league's scoring chart. It is rumored that Thunder GM Presti and head coach Scott Brooks have even found themselves at odds over this matter. Just days ago, Milt informed Big Zhuang that several teams are inquiring about the possibility of trading Martin. Badinger has resurfaced once more, which explains why Smith and Barkley are questioning their very existence. The game has concluded, yet the predicament surrounding Dazhuang is merely beginning. To every journalist present, Chen Dazhuang has become their benefactor, a guarantor of their sales. Naturally, any match involving the Timberwolves attracts a multitude of reporters. Dazhuang has never failed to meet their expectations. After being ejected from the game in the first quarter, he spent several minutes in the locker room attempting to calculate the impending fines from the league. But to no avail. Initially, he had no intention of attending the press conference, but upon Smith's warning that failure to appear would incur further penalties, the man who professes indifference to money promptly rose to attend the event. Upon his arrival, he was accorded a warm reception befitting his status as the provider of their livelihoods. Of course, applause was deemed inappropriate, especially with Carlisle still present. So to honor Dazhuang, the journalists fervently clicked their cameras. Oddly enough, as the frequency and number of clicks increased, it bore a striking resemblance to applause, albeit a rather blinding spectacle. Given the setting in Dallas, the privilege of posing the first question naturally fell to a local reporter. Mr. Chen, you were ejected less than 2 minutes into the first quarter. Are you dissatisfied with the referee's calls? From my perspective, I have a profound dislike for what is termed home court bias. Even after my ejection, I observed that many calls did indeed favor the home team. However, I do not believe the head referee exhibited bias towards Dallas, considering they ultimately lost the game. Oh well, if they could still lose under those circumstances. I can only say our luck must be extraordinary. His response elicited laughter from the audience. Dazhuang even entertained the notion that this reporter might have been bribed by Milt and turned into an ally, or perhaps their owner had withheld his pay, leading to this grudge. How on earth did he obtain a press credential to pose such a foolish question? Round 1, a resounding victory. Hello, Chun. I am Ryans from the Dallas Morning News. You made an insulting gesture towards the Dallas fans during the game. Don't you think this tarnishes the league's image? After all, you are a head coach and an idol to many in Apollos. Shouldn't you apologize to the Dallas fans? Now, that was a clever question. A cunning trap, right from the outset. As this question was posed, all eyes in the room turned towards Dazhuang, and Ryans, the local reporter, sported a smile. Chapter 57. Is the sun rising from the west? Ryans? Indeed. I wonder if you were present for the entire affair? Certainly, everything that transpired within the arena was witnessed, and I have recorded the moment when you directed an obscene gesture towards the fans. What seems to be the issue? There's indeed a problem. Given your presence throughout the event, you must have heard the remarks and witnessed the actions of the Dallas fans directed at me since my arrival at the arena. They're fans, yet as a head coach, how could you possibly engage in a dispute with them? What might I overlook? They are fans, but they must extend me a modicum of respect. I have never tolerated disrespect from fans. If I were to insult you indiscriminately, would you simply brush it off? You are resorting to sophistry, conflating concepts. Fans typically exhibit such attitudes towards visiting teams. If all head coaches were to adopt your stance, what image would the league have left? The exchange between Chen Dazhuang and the reporter captivated the journalists present, generating a wealth of material for news coverage. Thus, none dared to interrupt their discourse, relishing this rare opportunity without the need to pose questions. Observing the eager faces in the audience, Dazhuang understood the thoughts racing through their minds. At that moment, Raines wore a smug expression, clearly believing he had cornered Chen Dazhuang and envisioning accolades from his superiors. Little did he know that upon hearing his question, Chen Dazhuang was inwardly elated. Raines, did you just assert that the insults hurled at me by the Dallas fans today are commonplace across all NBA teams? Absolutely. Still lost in his delusion, Raines failed to perceive the trap within his question and responded without a moment's thought. Very well, I have made my decision. Upon my return, I shall file a complaint with the league. The collective racial discrimination from the Dallas fans in the arena today is evident, and I possess ample evidence of their insults. Raines, you must take responsibility for your words. If you deem such racial discrimination a normal occurrence in the league, may I interpret that as your endorsement of it? Should the league fail to address this matter appropriately, I shall seek legal recourse. I firmly believe that a nation that prides itself on democracy and human rights will not tolerate such behavior. At this moment, the mind of Raines was buzzing, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. The instant he gathered his thoughts, he was drenched in cold sweat. Accustomed to placing blame on others, Raines had inadvertently found himself burdened with an exceedingly heavy crown of shame. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of the journalism industry for many years, he understood that today marked a turning point of disaster. He was acutely aware that once the day passed, no one in the league would rise to defend him. Not even the Dallas Morning News, his own employer, would hesitate to disassociate themselves from him. No, I did not. I never said that. You. Alas, the boy could scarcely articulate his thoughts. It was a pity, yet who could blame him for possessing a compassionate heart? I shall mourn for you in silence for 10 seconds. What is the matter? You initially claimed you were present throughout, and you just admitted that such racial discrimination is a prevalent issue in the league. Raines, on behalf of all those who have faced discrimination in this beautiful country, I thank you for your courageous revelation of this abhorrent reality. You are a hero. I believe every word you uttered. This is not your fault, but a disgrace for the league and for Dallas. As a Dallas citizen, your bravery deserves my utmost respect. With that, Dazhuang indeed stood up and delivered a final blow to the bewildered Raines, not with words, but with a bow. Foolish creature, I may not contend with the Rockefeller family, but I can certainly have my way with a mere reporter. I may not extinguish you, but I shall surely disgust you. Devious and cunning, a wolf in sheep-esque clothing. At that moment, a multitude of adjectives surged in the hearts of the journalists present. To be honest, it was not Dazhuang's intention to engage with someone as insignificant as Raines. Rather, he was seizing opportunity and hoped to elicit some leniency from the league when it came to his own punishment. Though he professed indifference towards money, the undeniable truth remained that no one truly despised wealth. Who could ever have enough of it? In reality, Dazhuang had overestimated his influence. Almost immediately following the conclusion of the post-game press conference, the league swiftly announced its disciplinary action against Chen Dazhuang, which was promptly published on the NBA's official website. He was suspended for 4 games and fined $55,000. Such an outcome comes as no surprise. The league has consistently imposed severe penalties for provocative behavior towards fans over the years, especially following the infamous incident at the Palace of Auburn Hills, which left the league wary of a repeat occurrence. However, the subsequent announcement from the league took many by surprise. It was yet another disciplinary notice, declaring that the inappropriate remarks made by fans at the American Airlines Center in Dallas contravened the spirit of the NBA. Consequently, the Dallas Mavericks were fined $50,000. Many anticipated that Mark Cuban would undoubtedly lash out at the league, and the public was prepared for a spectacle. However, contrary to expectations, the Mavericks displayed little concern. The following day, upon learning of his own $55,000 fine, the player, Big Zhuang, vented his frustrations to Smith in the office. Why so much? Last time it was only $15,000. How on earth did it escalate to this? Is the league going bankrupt? Smith replied, Chen, I believe you should feel fortunate. Fortunate? Well then, Smith, you can cover this expense. Didn't you say it was fortunate? Chen, you were fined $25,000 for provoking fans and another $25,000 for challenging the referees, and you only received a 3-game suspension. You've already gained a significant advantage. Damn it, Smith, it's easy for you to say, but this is $55,000, not $550. This is my money, okay? No, Chen, this is not your money. It belongs to the boss. Mr. Glenn instructed me to inform you that the team will cover this fine. Just as Big Zhuang was feeling the sting of the fine, Milt barged in, but his words made Big Zhuang overlook the breach of etiquette regarding the door. Today, the notion that the esteemed G. Lang't has lost his senses seems to have taken root. One might even jest that the sun has risen from the west, casting a peculiar light upon his thoughts. These were the immediate musings of Chen Dazhuang upon hearing Milt's words, though, with Milt's notorious proclivity for verbosity, such thoughts remained unspoken. Chapter 58, a fateful entanglement, the penalties imposed by the league, wherein both the Timberwolves and the Mavericks received equal reprimands, were met with acceptance from both parties. However, just when it seemed that the matter would conclude there, the repercussions began to unfold. On December 1st, the day following the Timberwolves match against the Mavericks, The latter's official website announced the dismissal of Coach Carlisle, a revelation that left many in utter astonishment. It is worth noting that Carlisle is no mere figurehead. He is the sole architect behind the Mavericks' championship triumph in franchise history, rendering him a distinguished coach within the league. In an instant, the Mavericks found themselves gracing the headlines across various media outlets, as the public grappled with the perplexing decision made by Dallas. After all, it was merely a regular season game. Even a devastating loss would hardly warrant the sacking of a coach, especially one who had significantly contributed to the team's success. Speculations began to circulate wildly. Yet one truth emerged with clarity. The rift between Chen Dazhuang and Dallas had been irrevocably established. No one anticipated that Rick Carlisle would become the first head coach to be dismissed during the 2013 to 2014 season. Following the Mavericks' announcement, conjectures regarding who might succeed Carlisle and the circumstances surrounding his departure became the focal point of numerous media discussions. Curiously, however, the Mavericks declined to entertain requests for interviews from the press after announcing Carlisle's exit. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves prepared for a back-to-back match. On the evening of December 1st, they faced off against the Oklahoma City Thunder at the Target Center. In the stands, Chen Dazhuang was met with resounding cheers and applause from every Timberwolves fan present. To supporters of teams like the Cavaliers, Heat, and Mavericks, Chen Dazhuang may be the most loathed figure, yet to the fans at Target Center, he is their most cherished. Nearly 20,000 voices united in a chorus, calling out Chen Dazhuang's name in a show of support for their coach. The progression of the game unfolded without incident, as the suspension had activated hidden attributes, allowing the buff effects to persist. This marks the second encounter this season between the Timberwolves and the Thunder. In their first clash, Westbrook was sidelined due to injury, a game that catapulted Brewer into the limelight. Durant's performance under Brewer's defense was nothing short of astonishingly subpar. It was this game that caught Pat Riley's attention, leading to Brewer's swift acquisition by the Timberwolves. However, after joining the Heat, Brewer never managed to replicate that remarkable performance and soon became relegated to the role of a mere water cooler attendant. This match is one I've been eagerly anticipating since my return, and I hope to depart with a victory today, as I believe my teammates and I are well prepared. Prior to the game, Westbrook expressed his fervent desire for triumph in an interview with reporters. Yet, once the game commenced, the Timberwolves' exhibited combativeness rendered Westbrook's claims of readiness nearly insignificant. Durant's performance was undeniably commendable. Facing the shorter Budinger, his offensive efficiency was remarkable. However, it is worth noting that while Budinger was decisively overwhelmed on the defensive end, he managed to hold his ground offensively against Durant, who was once again reminded of the frustration he felt when facing Brewer. This time, however, that frustration was mirrored in the opposing team's offensive prowess. The opposing team's three-pointers were exceptionally precise, and despite Durant's best efforts to obstruct their vision, Budinger still managed to execute a drifting three-pointer. Observing Budinger celebrate with raised arms, Durant turned to Westbrook, who had come to offer consolation, and shrugged, signaling his own helplessness. As for Westbrook, the first two quarters saw Odin deliver 3 blocks as a warm welcome to the Target Center, leaving Westbrook reluctant to utilize his signature driving layup in the second half. The Timberwolves triumphed again with a score of 127-107, securing victory by a margin of 20 points. Budinger claimed the title of Most Valuable Player with 41 points. Although Durant's impressive 54 points, achieved in 40 minutes of play, meant he was the highest scorer on the court, contributing to half of the Thunder's total score. However, despite the Timberwolves extending their winning streak to 5, they failed to capture the league spotlight. Less than an hour after the game concluded, the Dallas Mavericks held a press conference. When general manager Nelson appeared alongside Rick Adelman on stage, numerous reporters were left astounded by the Mavericks' unexpected move. Even Chen Dazhuang, watching the live broadcast from his office, was taken aback by the Mavericks' audacity. He exchanged bewildered glances with Milt, who was with him, both equally astonished at Adelman's eloquent responses to reporters' inquiries. What on earth is this animosity about? It truly feels like a twisted fate. Just as one coach was dismissed, the team turned around to appoint a rival as their new head coach. What could this possibly mean? Is it truly a case of animosity upon animosity? On television, Adelman exuded confidence regarding his forthcoming endeavors. When a reporter inquired about potential adjustments to the Mavericks roster, Adelman candidly expressed that he harbored his own thoughts and plans concerning the team. Milt, I have long harbored a question I have yet to pose to you. What prompted this individual to depart? And why has he consistently exhibited such hostility towards me? Truth be told, it is rather simple. We had significant discrepancies in our management philosophies regarding the team, particularly concerning the draft. Ultimately, the owner chose to place his trust in me, leading him to exit. As for his animosity towards you, it stems from his belief that we had consulted you prior to his departure, hence his natural resentment. Goodness, Milt, is this individual truly so petty? Is his intellect somewhat lacking? Chen Dazhuang felt utterly beset by misfortune. On December 2nd, the NBA announced the best awards for the Eastern and Western Conferences for November. Unsurprisingly, the coach of the month in the East was Frank Vogel, head coach of the Indiana Pacers, who achieved a remarkable 12 wins and 2 losses in 14 games throughout November. The coach of the month in the West was undoubtedly claimed by Chen Dazhuang, as the Timberwolves secured 15 victories against 2 losses in their 17 games. Paul George claimed the title of Eastern Conference Player of the Month, while the accolade for the Western Conference Player of the Month went to Durant, who averaged 28 points, 1 assists, and 6 rebounds. Chapter 59, Another Gullible Soul. It is worth noting that Bennett, due to his explosive performance since joining the Timberwolves, was awarded the Western Conference Rookie of the Month. Upon learning this news, Bennett sought out Dazhuang once more to express his gratitude. Following their game against the Thunder, the Timberwolves faced a rather lenient schedule, though the upcoming opponents would not allow for complacency. According to the league's schedule, the next match for the Timberwolves would be against the Spurs, followed by a contest against the Miami Heat. Notably, although the game against the Spurs was nominally a home game for the Timberwolves, the venue was set to take place in Mexico. This event constitutes a significant component of David Stern's NBA promotional strategy. Over the past few seasons, the league has hosted several regular season games in Europe, and this time, the venue is set in Mexico, marking the second occurrence of an NBA regular season game in this country. The first was back in 1997, featuring a match between the Rockets and the Mavericks. The choice of the Spurs and the Timberwolves for this occasion is largely due to the abundance of international players on both rosters, with the Spurs boasting 10 such players and the Timberwolves having 6. On December 4th, ESPN reporter Kate reported that the Dallas Mavericks have shown interest in Timberwolves' Kevin Martin, purportedly at the suggestion of Adelman. Following the release of this news, Dallas once again found itself in the headlines. As interest in the report grew, a journalist inquired about it with Dallas general manager Don Nelson, whose non-committal response further fueled speculation about the matter. Early one morning, Big Zhuang noticed Martin standing at his office door, and his brows furrowed slightly. "Kevin, what brings you here? Do you need something? Come in and speak." "Boss, I want to go to Dallas." Despite having anticipated this, Zhuang felt a twinge of surprise upon hearing Martin's words. Suddenly, he recalled the Timberwolves season opener. Remembering Martin's heartfelt declaration of loyalty after posting stellar statistics, a rather ironic twist, indeed. Why the sudden desire to leave? Are you unhappy here? Or has someone made you a promise? "Boss, you know my relationship with Mr. Adelman. He assured me that upon my contract's expiration, I would receive a respectable offer. I am already 30 years old, and I wish to go to Dallas." "All right, I understand. I will discuss it with Mr. Newton." After contemplating the situation for a moment, Zhuang acquiesced to Martin's request. "Thank you, boss. One thing, though, until the trade is finalized, I expect you to take the game seriously." As he watched Martin depart, Zhuang's emotions were tumultuous. This is a serious grudge now. It seems we are headed towards a deep-seated conflict. "Dallas, what were you thinking? This is quite the financial blunder." He sighed, allowing a moment of silent reflection. Previously, Martin's departure from the Thunder was facilitated by a 2-year, $13 million contract offered by the Timberwolves. Under Zhuang's misguided influence, Martin had excelled in his performance with the Timberwolves, coincidentally at a time when his former mentors from the Kings and Rockets had moved to Dallas. Zhuang anticipated that shortly, Milt would come seeking him, as Martin had already approached him, indicating that the Mavericks had likely been in contact with Milt. As expected, not long after Martin left, Milt sauntered into the office. "Chun, Kevin was looking for you, wasn't he?" "How do you know?" "I surmise it. Donnie from Dallas reached out to me, expressing their interest in Kevin. What are their terms? I cannot fathom what they might offer in return. Surely, they wouldn't propose a trade involving Dirk, would they?" "Chun, that just lacks humor." "Vince, they're considering a 1-for-1 exchange for you." "Hey, Milt, that quip is equally unamusing. Kevin is averaging 24.7 points this season. Do you not think they are indulging in fanciful dreams?" Upon hearing Milt articulate Dallas's conditions, Dazhuang chuckled. "I know. Perhaps I should request a few draft picks from them, or see if there are any players on their roster that pique your interest." "Draft picks? They surely must not possess any for next year. To my knowledge, they were dispatched to the Lakers during the Odom trade." Whose possession are they in now? You are correct. It appears they are currently with the Thunder, yet this one is top 20 protected. Therefore, strictly speaking, it does not fully belong to the Thunder at this juncture. Zhang vividly recalls this matter. It had captured his attention in a previous life. After Chandler's departure, Dallas engaged in a series of maneuvers to secure a $13 million trade exception, intending to pair someone with Haywood. They had already reached an agreement with Daimler Porter, but unexpectedly, the Lakers' trade with the Hornets fell through. At that moment, Odom's agent approached the Mavericks, leading to the ill-fated transaction between the Mavericks and the Lakers. Initially, the Mavericks were exuberant, believing they had discovered a gem, yet little did they know that Odom would turn into a veritable ticking time bomb for the team, inflicting damage from within. By mid-season, he was instructed not to return to the team. As for how that first-round pick ended up with the Thunder, Zhang remained uncertain. Let us consider a 2015 first-round pick and a 2014 second-round pick. If he is amenable, we can proceed. If not, we can let it go. Zhang hesitated. All right, I shall negotiate with them. By the way, I also have a matter to discuss with you. I need you to bring someone over. You know that Anthony's height at the 4 position is a disadvantage. I've conferred with Stetson and the others, and they all recommend that Anthony play at the 3. So I require a player for the 4. Not a problem. Who do you have in mind? Our salary cap is currently very accommodating. I can procure anyone feasible, Zhang asserted, marking his first request regarding the roster since joining the Timberwolves. Milt was equally excited, having anticipated more challenging demands from Zhang. Why are you so thrilled? Are you unwell? Since you're not playing in the league, perhaps you could extend an invitation first. Not in the league. Where's he now? Just tell me the name, and I'll see what I can do. Okay, Yi Jinlian, currently with the Guangdong Southern Tigers in China. He participated in the 2007 draft and was selected by the Bucks. Chapter 60. Look at my E from China. Oh, I know him. Chun, you're not selecting him merely because he is Chinese, are you? To my knowledge, his interior combat skills are somewhat lacking. Are you certain he can shoulder the responsibilities of the 4 position? I concede your point. However, Milt, have you noticed that an increasing number of teams are beginning to appreciate the power of the 3-point shot? With Greg in the interior, we can assure competitiveness in that area, and he possesses remarkable shooting ability. His interior skills are not as deficient as you believe. His true challenge lies not in his abilities, but rather in his temperament. So trust me, he will emerge as an excellent 4-position player. Understood. I will reach out. Milt readily acquiesced to Big Zhuang's proposal. It is undeniable that Big Zhuang harbors ulterior motives. He is acutely aware that Milt must recognize this as well, or else he would not have jokingly posed the question. During this period, Big Zhuang has been engaging in discussions regarding the Timberwolves roster configuration with Augmin, Benoit, and Smith. While it is true that his tactical knowledge may not surpass that of the trio, his memories from a past life impart a profound understanding of the impending small ball era in the NBA. Moreover, the presence of a supportive system amplifies his confidence. Once Yi Jinlian joins, Big Zhuang believes that, bolstered by the system's benefits, Yi's development will accelerate significantly, much like Bennett's current trajectory. In his previous life, Big Zhuang was aware that Yi Jinlian's inability to establish himself in the NBA stemmed not only from his initial struggles with the Bucks, but also from the immense expectations placed upon him by fans nationwide. The high draft position selected by the Bucks further heightened these expectations, resulting in considerable pressure, which undoubtedly relates to his foundational basketball skills. As Milt aptly noted, he does exhibit certain deficiencies in competitiveness as a power forward. On the morning of December 5th, the entire Timberwolves team departed from Minneapolis en route to Mexico, where they were set to play in an overseas match at the Mexico City Arena. However, what none anticipated was that as the Timberwolves and Spurs players entered the arena to commence their warm-up, the venue experienced an unexpected power outage. And just when everyone presumed it to be a minor glitch, an increasing haze of smoke began to permeate the arena. At this moment, everyone began to sense that something was amiss. Subsequently, under the guidance of the staff, the audience and all individuals involved commenced their evacuation of the arena. At this moment, it became clear that the recent power outage was caused by a short circuit in the arena's elevator, which subsequently led to a fire. Both teams returned to their respective buses, but did not immediately evacuate. The on-site staff estimated that the issue would be resolved within 30 minutes, and David Stern, present for the overseas game, expressed hope that the event would proceed as scheduled. Consequently, everyone remained on the buses, awaiting further developments. However, half an hour later, they were met with an increasing amount of smoke within the arena. Subsequently, both teams received notification that the match had been forced to cancel. The exact timing for the resumption of this game would be announced later, but it was certain that the match against the Spurs would be relocated to the Target Center. For the Timberwolves, this could perhaps be the sole unexpected piece of good news. Chen mentioned that Dallas had agreed to the terms, but they were not in favor of a first-round pick for 2015, only offering 2 second-round picks for 2014, along with a willingness to provide some cash. "What do you think?" he inquired. "Well, given the circumstances, do you really need to ask?" replied the other party. "This is Mr. Taylor's favorite, and I suspect he has already acquiesced." Observing Milt's expression, Dazhuang instinctively knew the outcome. For Glenn Taylor, cash held far greater significance than any other asset. "By the way, I've contacted E regarding the invitation, and he has agreed to come to Minneapolis at the earliest opportunity. However, do you have any suggestions concerning his contract?" It seemed that Sanders had some reservations about this. "I recommend that if you have any thoughts, it will be prudent to communicate with the boss." Milt's words caused Dazhuang to furrow his brow, yet he was grateful for the reminder. "All right, I will speak with Glenn." Dazhuang understood how to handle his boss, knowing that what piqued his interest most was, naturally, money. Once Milt departed, Dazhuang sat in contemplation for a moment before rising to head towards Glenn Taylor's office. Upon knocking and entering, he discovered that he was not the only one present. It appeared that the two were engaged in a discussion. Noticing Sanders' somewhat awkward expression upon his arrival, Dazhuang surmised that their conversation was likely related to him. "Ah, dear Chen, our outstanding head coach has arrived," Glenn exclaimed with a beaming smile, immediately rising from behind his desk to embrace him. His exaggeratedly warm demeanor was not unexpected, as Glenn Taylor had always been appreciative of those who could assist him in financial matters. "Boss, I would like to seek your opinion on something." "Chen, you are fully capable of making decisions for the team. I have complete faith in your judgment, and there is no need for doubt on that front." The flattery was exquisite, yet undeniably insincere. "Boss, Milt must have mentioned it to you. I asked him to extend an invitation to E. I wonder what his current team plans to do." Dazhuang, tired of dancing around the issue with this miser, spoke candidly. "Oh, is that the matter? Alas, I have been exceedingly busy these past few days and nearly forgot about it. Chen, how about we offer a 1-year veteran minimum salary?" "Chen, it is not that I doubt your judgment, but as you know, given our current salary structure, we cannot offer much. Moreover, you are aware that Yi's performance over several seasons with the Mavericks does not seem to align with the tempo of the NBA, so consider this." "A veteran minimum salary? How dare you even suggest it?" This miser truly has no shame. At this moment, Dazhuang noticed that Sanders beside him seemed eager to speak. So he promptly interjected, "Boss, do you not aspire to become the second Houston? Do you have any idea how many NBA fans reside in China? It can be said that Houston has the largest fan base in China, thanks to a single player, Yao Ming. Not even championship teams like the Miami Heat or the Spurs can compare. For my Timberwolves, this presents an exceptional opportunity to surpass Houston and become the NBA team with the most fans worldwide. Can you fathom the immense benefits this could bring us? Jerseys, sponsorships, various memorabilia, and even the respect of the league as commissioner." Chapter 61. Commotion and doubt observing the contemplative expression on Glenn Taylor's face. Dazhuang sensed that he could further ignite the discussion. "Boss, furthermore, trust me when I say that bringing E over is not merely a secondary objective. It is, in fact, the final piece of my optimal lineup. Have you seen our recent games? The three-point shot has been our secret weapon for achieving these results. Yet Anthony's height at the power forward position poses a significant disadvantage. He possesses a remarkably stable shooting ability, and his height aligns perfectly with my vision for a power forward. This way, we can maintain a robust lineup while also reaping considerable benefits for the team. Do you not agree that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity?" "Chen, you make a valid point. Your thoughts have crossed my mind before, though I had not given them thorough consideration. Of course, while the potential for increased revenue is significant, our primary focus remains the team's performance. Do you have any sound suggestions?" "Boss, I believe a mid-level contract should be feasible." "Very well. I find that suggestion reasonable and will convey it to Milt. The audacity of this individual is truly astonishing, and yet he claims to value the team's performance. It is common knowledge across the league that the most expedient way to engage in a transaction with the Minnesota Timberwolves is to present cash. On December 6th, the Dallas Morning News revealed that the Dallas Mavericks and the Minnesota Timberwolves have reached an agreement. The Timberwolves have dispatched Kevin Martin, while the Mavericks have sent Vince Carter along with 2 second-round draft picks for 2014, in addition to providing a cash subsidy. Just as skepticism began to circulate regarding this news, both the official websites of the Dallas Mavericks and the Minnesota Timberwolves promptly released statements confirming the report. The Wolves and Sheep have commenced a transaction, astonishing numerous reporters. The prior two teams, whether regarding the relationships among players or the bonds between coaches, are steeped in profound animosity, seemingly wishing for each other's demise. Yet, in a swift turn of events, the two teams quickly reached an agreement. The speed of these developments is indeed astonishing. Most crucially, Martin's performance this season has resulted in the primary shooting guard, averaging 24.7 points per game, being traded away for an aging demigod, which appears to be a regrettable transaction. Only a team in disarray would execute such a move, a sentiment echoed by the majority of journalists. Consequently, numerous media outlets have been lauding the Dallas Mavericks for their fortunate acquisition. Meanwhile, Milt and Chen Dazhuang, along with the Timberwolves management, have been deemed as lacking sound judgment. Far across the miles, numerous sports media platforms in China were similarly shaken by news concerning the Timberwolves, though it was not related to the trade with Dallas. Instead, it was reported by Penguin Sports that Yi Jianlian from Guangdong Hanyuan received an invitation from the Minnesota Timberwolves. The general manager of Hanyuan later confirmed this in an interview, expressing strong support for Yi's venture into the NBA. Following this, reporters from Sports Daily revealed that he had confirmed he would promptly report to the Timberwolves, a revelation that left fans across China in shock. Regardless of the living conditions in the United States, the NBA is universally acknowledged as the pinnacle of basketball. Since Yao Ming's retirement, Yi Jianlian has become a symbol of Chinese basketball. However, since being selected by the Bucks in the 2007 draft, Yi's NBA career has not unfolded as fans had hoped. Over 4 seasons, he has traversed multiple teams, the Bucks, Nets, Wizards, and Mavericks, ultimately returning to the CBA for various reasons. Now, he has a renewed opportunity to return to the NBA, and significantly, he need not worry about team integration. Many fans believe that the Timberwolves' choice of Yi is undoubtedly linked to head coach Chen Dazhuang. Consequently, a plethora of opinions has emerged online, although not all are favorable. Nonetheless, the majority maintain an optimistic outlook on Yi's impending NBA journey, showering him with blessings. Indeed, it's impressive how well Brother Zhuang has managed this situation. He deserves commendation. With Brother Zhuang at the helm, I am confident that he will excel this time, especially since the Timberwolves' current strategy aligns well with Yi's capabilities. However, let us refrain from premature celebrations. Such nepotistic decisions could jeopardize the coach's position. Indeed, as one brother pointed out, the news of the Timberwolves trading Martin for Carter is indicative of a severe lapse in judgment. While I wish he well, I must candidly state that this trade appears to be the result of foolishness, and I harbor doubts about the Timberwolves' upcoming performances. Let us not be so quick to judge. Remember the skepticism surrounding the Bennett trade? What is the situation now? Indeed, there was much skepticism surrounding the Emperor Odin, was there not? The news of the Timberwolves inviting Yi Jianlian to join swiftly reached the United States, and, as anticipated by some, this invitation once again placed Chen Dazhuang in the spotlight. Naturally, the prevailing sentiment remained one of doubt, especially following the earlier trade concerning Martin. Consequently, many began to label the Timberwolves' recent maneuvers as a veritable Waterloo for the team this season. However, internally, the Timberwolves chose to disregard such external commentary, primarily due to the pressing challenges ahead. On December 7th, as per the schedule, the Timberwolves are set to face a formidable opponent, the Miami Heat, at the Target Center. This encounter marks the first meeting of the two teams during the regular season, and given their past entanglements, the match is regarded as a pivotal clash. Currently, the Miami Heat boast an impressive record of 14 wins and 5 losses over their first 19 games, with their star player, LeBron James, averaging 28.7 points, 6.9 assists, and 8.7 rebounds. Furthermore, the prior interactions between James, Wade, and Chen Dazhuang on Twitter have once again caught the attention of reporters. I eagerly anticipate this contest. To be candid, I have been preparing for it for quite some time, and I believe my teammates feel the same way. I shall approach this game in optimal form, hoping to depart from Apollos with a victory. On that day, during a press interview, James also proclaimed his intent for triumph. I do not believe our current adversaries possess the strength to withstand us. As for victory, there is no doubt. When the final whistle blows, success will undoubtedly be ours. Bosch shares a similar conviction, asserting that the Heat's victory in this match is assured. Chapter 62. First, inspire with encouragement before speaking hello. Coach, did you call for me? Early in the morning, Dazhuang arrived at the office to find Carter waiting at the door. Vince, yes, I did seek you out. I would like to have a conversation. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. Upon arriving at the office, Dazhuang poured a glass of water for Carter. After finalizing the transaction, Carter promptly reported to the team and, following a successful medical examination, seamlessly became a member of the Timberwolves. Born in 1977, Carter is now 36 years old. He was selected 5th overall in the 1998 draft by the Warriors, only to be traded to the Raptors, marking the beginning of his NBA journey. The Timberwolves represent the 6th team in Carter's illustrious career. Renowned as the NBA slam dunk champion, he shares a familial bond with the well-known Tracy McGrady, being cousins. Fans affectionately refer to Carter as a demigod. The trade between the Timberwolves and Mavericks has drawn skepticism primarily due to Carter's age. However, Dazhuang wholeheartedly endorses this trade, possessing a recollection of past lives that assures him that this demigod has several years of play left before retirement, despite his physical condition not being comparable to his peak. Once considered one of the league's top shooting guards, alongside the likes of Reggie Miller and Allen Iverson, Carter's continued presence in the league at the age of 36 can be attributed not only to his passion for basketball and self-discipline, but also to a significant adjustment in mindset. Reflecting on the proud and stubborn Iverson, who once refused to accept a bench role, one can appreciate how Carter has come to understand his own position throughout the years. Vince, what are your thoughts on this trade? Or do you have any reflections regarding your role with the Timberwolves? I can assure you that the trade agreement we reached with Dallas is not as the public speculates. We do not intend to tank this season. Looking at Dazhuang, Carter, despite his extensive experience in the league, felt a fleeting sense of bewilderment. The stark contrast in age, 36-year-old Carter gazing at the 26-year-old Dazhuang, was somewhat disorienting. If the ages were reversed, perhaps the atmosphere would be more congenial. Although the sudden trade was indeed unexpected, upon further reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. Rest assured, Coach, I will swiftly adjust my mindset. Regarding the future, my sole desire is to seize the opportunity to play. Everything else is secondary. Vince, feel free to call me Chen. I believe you should set higher expectations for yourself, perhaps aiming for the Western Conference Finals or even the NBA Finals. I do not think this is mere fantasy. In fact, I was quite thrilled when I learned that Dallas was preparing to trade you here, as you are precisely what the Timberwolves need. I can unequivocally assure you, Vince, that I will grant you a starting position, though your playing time will be limited to a maximum of 25 minutes per game, as advised by the medical team based on your health report. I hope you can understand. Chen Dazhuang's forthrightness took Carter by surprise. However, upon ascertaining the sincerity of Chen's sentiments, a look of joy graced Carter's countenance. This reaction was entirely natural, as the acknowledgement of a professional athlete is of paramount importance at all times. Of course, Vince, I aspire for more than just your performance on the court. I believe your worth transcends the game itself. Off the court and in training, I hope you can leverage your experience to support your teammates. I envision you becoming a leader in the Timberwolves locker room, demonstrating through your actions how to excel both in games and practices. Furthermore, you should have encountered Stetson Beal and Smith. They were my colleagues at UNLV, each possessing their own unique understanding of tactics. I believe you could benefit from engaging with them during your leisure time. Carter, having listened to Chen Dazhuang's remarks, grasped the essence of his message. He had not anticipated such high regard from Chen, and a sense of gratitude began to wash over his features. Chen, rest assured, I will strive to meet your expectations. No, Vince. It is not merely my expectation. It is a collective endeavor. Trust me, Vince, at the conclusion of this season, you will witness the remarkable miracle we have created together. In my eyes, no miracle is unattainable. If there is, it simply indicates that we have not yet exerted sufficient effort. Indeed, you can count on me. I will give my all. One must admit that this motivational discourse has significantly improved in quality. Shortly after Carter departed, Milt and Smith entered the room. Chen, he has contacted me. He will arrive in Annapolis on the 10th. By the way, the boss also informed me that we will be offering him a 2-year mid-level contract. Okay, I will speak to him after he completes his physical examination. Once Milt exited, Chen Dazhuang regarded Smith with curiosity, perplexed by the latter's presence. Chen, are you certain you want Anthony to play the small forward position? Certainly. I have already spoken with him. Playing power forward would be detrimental to him. However, have you considered that his mobility at small forward may not be advantageous? During his time in the NCAA, he suffered significant setbacks at that position. I understand. Beal suggested a strategy. Defensively, we can implement both 2-1-2 and 2-3 zone defenses to mitigate some of his weaknesses. In truth, you should be aware that we have yet to fully harness Greg's defensive prowess. Thus, even if Anthony struggles with mobility, the presence of Greg's interior support will considerably alleviate that disadvantage. having abstained from pork for an extended period and witnessed numerous games showcasing exuberant displays of swine. One has developed a personal insight into various strategies, coupled with memories from a previous existence and engaging discussions with Stevie and others during this time. One can confidently assert significant progress has been made. Presently, even if the system were to generate another 5 whites, one believes that through sheer capability, it is possible to rival certain lackluster teams. However, to aspire to compete with formidable squads like the Heat, Pacers, or Spurs, devoid of the system's assistance, would be a fanciful notion. Tactics rely on players to execute them. Without proficient athletes, strategies remain mere theoretical constructs. No matter how aesthetically pleasing the diagrams may appear on the tactical board, if players fail to bring them to fruition on the court, it is nothing but folly. Consider the previous existence of the Rockets and Warriors. Their so-called death lineup was founded upon the intimidating prowess of three-point shooting, which inherently possesses a rate of success. For some players, this success rate may seem almost mystical. Chapter 63. The bets have been placed again. Having entered this world nearly a year ago, Dazhuang has increasingly mastered the application of the system. Unlike his initial approach of indiscriminately assigning buffs of all attributes to a single individual, he now comprehends that the purpose of buffs transcends mere enhancement of a player's performance within a match. Frequently applying the same type of buff to an individual not only bolsters their confidence, but also accelerates the development of their muscle memory. Consequently, even in the absence of buffs, the enduring assurance and ingrained muscle memory can facilitate commendable performance in competitions. As for specific strategies, Dazhuang recognizes that he need not engage in minute tasks. He merely needs to propose a general framework, while both Augment and Bino excel in the particulars. Smith's role primarily involved assisting in overall arrangements. However, the current coaching staff of the Timberwolves remains in its nascent stages. According to prior discussions among Dazhuang, Smith, and others, at least 1 or 2 additional assistant coaches are required for a more robust structure. How will the evening's game be organized? Tonight's opponent has long proclaimed their invincibility. Really? I fear someone may end up with egg on their face. Besides, I believe that should we lose with our current roster, it would not be of great consequence. Yet consider the ramifications should we emerge victorious. I suspect some individuals might find themselves in quite an awkward position. Should we devise a plan to contain LeBron? Hey, Smith, are you still waking up? How can I possibly contain him? Which team in the league can claim to possess a player capable of limiting LeBron? Moreover, I fail to understand the necessity of restricting him. If he desires to score, let him do so. As long as we outscore him, that suffices. Should we still allow Chase to play? No. Let Giannis take the court. Are you serious? Has he offended you? You want him on the floor, yet you fear the shadows it might cast? Young individuals must endure trials to grasp the essence of growth. Very well. Observing Smith's retreating figure, Dazhuang shook his head. Despite his nonchalant words regarding tonight's match, he harbors no unwavering confidence in victory. While he outwardly disparages the opponent, he internally acknowledges that unless the system generates some extraordinary golden or purple buffs, the prospect of assured triumph remains elusive. Presently, LeBron, dubbed the King, has earned that title through merit. Truth be told, Dazhuang feels a measure of relief that this match against the Heat occurred before Jillian's report. Otherwise, having Bennett face off against LeBron would likely have resulted in a catastrophic outcome, potentially shattering the confidence painstakingly built for this young player. Allowing Giannis to face the brunt of the challenge serves to shield Bennett from disaster. One must always recognize the nuances of familiarity and distance, regardless of circumstances. It is essential to care for those who have been steadfast allies since the inception of their journey, as is the case with Bennett from the NCAA. The match between the Timberwolves and the Heat stands as the pinnacle of this round, naturally drawing the attention of NBA enthusiasts worldwide. Not only will TNT broadcast this exhilarating contest live, but various NBA streaming platforms globally have also designated it as a feature event. On the afternoon of December 7th, at 4 o'clock, the entire Miami Heat team arrived at the Target Center. Journalists gathered en masse, surrounding the Heat players. Clearly, the team exuded confidence regarding this match, as they did not shy away from interviews. LeBron James and Dwayne Wade appeared relaxed while engaging with the media. And even head coach Eric Spoelstra expressed an optimistic outlook regarding the game's outcome. The Timberwolves have consistently demonstrated formidable prowess within the league. However, in this particular matchup, we perceive no avenue for defeat. The opposing team has recently undergone significant roster changes, which I believe will profoundly affect their performance. When queried by reporters about the rivalry between the Heat and Timberwolves, particularly concerning the trade involving Odin and Brewer, Spoelstra refrained from commenting directly, opting instead to deflect with a discussion on tactical adaptations. The Filipino's response to the matter was also measured, given its implications for Pat Riley's reputation. Thus, maintaining silence on such a topic is entirely understandable. Charles, have you been following the recent trade news regarding the Timberwolves in Dallas? No, Kenny, are you asking me? Is there even a need to follow such news? Discussions about the Timberwolves' recent maneuvers abound, from the exchange of Vince and Kevin to the addition of Higuaín. Open any news source or purchase a newspaper, and you will undoubtedly find Timberwolves-related headlines. Speaking of Higuaín, it reminds me of your wager involving Yao. Shall we place another bet? Smith chuckled. You're not trying to trick me again, are you? What are the terms? I wager that, after Hu's arrival, he will secure a spot in the Timberwolves' starting lineup. That's improbable. The Timberwolves brought Hu in as a rotation player for Anthony. If he enters the starting five, what role does Anthony play? The 3 position? Oh, I shudder to envision that. It would be a catastrophe for the Timberwolves. Well then, just say whether you'll take the bet. What are the stakes for the loser? How about you propose the terms this time? I wager that within 3 games, Hu will undoubtedly be part of the Timberwolves starting lineup, and I am open to any conditions. Upon hearing the resolute words of his troublesome friend, Barkley couldn't help but break into a broad smile. This was indeed a serendipitous opportunity for him to exact revenge. The mere thought of that donkey, named Kenny from years past, made him feel a bit dizzy. How about this? Instead of you kissing a donkey's rear, I shall commission a bespoke outfit, and the loser must don this attire and perform a lively dance. What do you say? Are you bold enough to accept? Charles, you must uphold your word. Of course, I, Charles Barkley, solemnly swear by the name of the Barkley family, and my bets are always trustworthy, Barkley declared. Okay, I accept. After uttering these words, Barkley felt an unsettling sensation as he glanced at the mischievous grin of Smith, sensing that something was amiss. Today's match was also broadcasted by Penguin Sports, featuring the familiar faces of Yang, Yi, and Zhang Heli in the studio. The duo was engaged in a discussion about the recent changes in news surrounding the Timberwolves, with the primary focus naturally being on Yi Jianlian's joining of the team. Chapter 64. The peers, after glancing at the comments, I found a mix of praise and criticism, as well as some lengthy analyses deeming it uninteresting. How should I put it? I have profound feelings about this. I can accept various comments. I believe there will always be those who appreciate my work and those who do not, which is entirely normal. However, what I find particularly perplexing is the presence of peers who come in to harshly criticize me. I am not one to shy away from constructive feedback. I genuinely welcome suggestions from readers as long as I believe they won't adversely affect my plot and outline. I am grateful for any errors pointed out to me and will endeavor to correct them. However, if you're a fellow writer, I think it would be courteous to first disclose the title of your own work before commenting, and please refrain from using a pseudonym. Moreover, as a fellow author, remember that writing is no easy feat. Be gentle in your critiques. I consider myself a struggling amateur writer, and my work does not appear on any prominent lists, so I don't believe I have obstructed your path to success. Furthermore, I do not aspire to become a literary giant in this lifetime. Therefore, I kindly ask for your leniency and not to disturb my peace of mind. If you find my work somewhat tolerable, feel free to turn a few pages. If it truly offends your sensibilities, you may skip the less palatable chapters or simply choose not to read at all. Chapter 65. The correct approach to the system, Coach Zhang. According to media reports, Allen has completed the necessary arrangements to travel to the beautiful country. What do you believe is the Timberwolves' objective in acquiring Allen? Is it merely a publicity stunt, or is it genuinely a means of strengthening the team? In my personal opinion, the likelihood of it being a publicity stunt is rather low. Given the current strength of the Timberwolves roster, Allen will undoubtedly have a place within the team. Whether he can firmly establish himself will hinge entirely on his performance. Yet, I believe he should be able to find a role within the rotation. Recently, the string of maneuvers executed by the Minnesota Timberwolves has garnered significant attention across the internet. Zhang, what is your perspective on today's match? Or what are your thoughts on the Timberwolves' performance since the commencement of this season? It is worth noting that prior to the onset of the new season, no one could have anticipated that the Timberwolves would ascend to the pinnacle of the Western Conference standings, especially considering this ranking comes a month into the regular season. The Timberwolves have undoubtedly emerged as the most surprising underdogs in the NBA this season. As you mentioned, if anyone had asserted before the season began that the Timberwolves would achieve their current record, it would have been met with skepticism. However, it was precisely after Chen Dazhuang's appointment that the Timberwolves truly began to soar. Several trades have proven to be exceedingly profitable. Hence, I believe there is merit to these trades, contrary to external assessments that label them as mere acts of tanking. If they were to tank, it certainly would not be at this juncture. Regarding today's match, it appears that the Timberwolves' sole advantage lies in their interior play. Based on Greg Oden's recent performances, it is evident, as many fans have noted, that a healthy Oden is indeed the true embodiment of greatness. Despite the Timberwolves having delivered numerous compelling performances since the season's inception, the majority of observers seem to favor the Miami Heat in today's contest. In this match, Dazhuang remained suspended. Initially, he believed that the 2-game suspension buff acquired from the previous ban would extend into this game due to the postponement of the Timberwolves matchup against the Spurs. However, just before the game commenced, it was revealed that despite the unexpected delay with the Spurs, the buff would not carry over to this match. Ultimately, the Timberwolves did indeed lose to the Heat. Yet Dazhuang, seated in the stands, did not leave empty-handed. He at least proved one point. The previously speculated correct approach to the system was validated. The Timberwolves lost narrowly, with a score of 99-102, succumbing to the Heat by a mere 3 points. The contest was intensely competitive, and the reason the Timberwolves managed to contend with the Heat until the very end was largely due to the contributions of Bennett and Oden. Since Bennett joined the Timberwolves, his burgeoning confidence has propelled his three-point shooting to an astonishing 47.6 in this game, transitioning from the power forward position to a higher role. His decisive perimeter shooting was crucial, particularly in the first quarter, where he hit 4 consecutive three-pointers against the formidable LeBron James, stabilizing the Timberwolves' position. Moreover, Oden showcased remarkable dominance in the paint, his stable performance drawing some of Chris Bosh's focus, thereby preventing Bosh from fully committing to defending Bennett. However, the most unfortunate scenario was for Giannis Antetokounmpo, pitted against James, who harbored a grudge against Chen Dazhuang, and the Timberwolves became the target of James's frustrations. From the outset to the conclusion, Giannis managed to endure only 3 quarters before receiving his 6th foul early in the 4th quarter, leading to his premature exit. Another surprise for everyone was Carter. Facing Dwayne Wade, the 36-year-old Carter, despite only playing for a little over 20 minutes, showcased his formidable offensive prowess through several one-on-one plays. Thus, despite the loss, this match shifted many people's misconceptions about the Timberwolves, demonstrating that their performance did not resemble that of a team intent on tanking. It can be said that although the Timberwolves lost the game, they earned the recognition of many. The players' performances and their desire to win reflected this sentiment. The game may have ended in defeat, but the responsibility lies with me, not the team. I firmly believe that once Chen returns, we will be able to conquer every opponent that stands before us, just as we did before. After the game, Smith addressed reporters at the press conference, reflecting on the recent discussions surrounding the trades of Bennett and Oden. The performances of both players now starkly contrast their earlier days, prompting memories of Chen Dazhuang's remarks during his appearance on the TNT program regarding Bennett. At that time, Chen's comments were largely perceived as impolite and even sensationalist. However, after several games, it has been demonstrated that Bennett indeed possesses the talent befitting a number 1 draft pick. The failure to thrive with the Cavaliers can be attributed entirely to improper utilization. As for Oden, he remains a figure of shame not only for Pat Riley and the Heat, but also for the Portland Trail Blazers, who cannot escape this association. Nevertheless, one could argue that the Heat and the Blazers have emerged as victims in this situation. On December 8th, at the airport in the capital of Huagua, Jianlian was set to embark on his journey to report to the Minnesota Timberwolves in the beautiful state of Minnesota. For many of Yi's devoted fans, this day is undoubtedly one to be cherished, with some even making the trip to the airport to bid him farewell. Meanwhile, in the office of the Timberwolves, Chen Dazhuang, Smith, Ogman, and Bino sat together discussing team matters. By the way, Bill, you mentioned needing an assistant coach. Has there been any progress? We'll have to wait a bit longer. I've reached out to 2 former colleagues from UNLV, and they are both interested. All right, let us discuss our tactics. Yesterday's game left a significant impression on me. Of course, it was just a regular season match, which is a completely different concept from the playoffs. Nevertheless, achieving such results with our current roster indicates that our tactical direction is sound. Indeed, however, I anticipate that once our tactical system is fully developed, it may cause quite a stir. To be frank, the three-point shot has traditionally been viewed as an unconventional weapon, yet this strategy has transformed it into a standard tool. Nevertheless, Chen, one thing you must understand is that the shooting percentage of three-pointers will always be lower than that of two-pointers. Thus, should that percentage falter, it could spell disaster for the team, Smith remarked. Chapter 66 report on December 9, 2013, at the airport in Apollos. Yi Jinlian emerged from the terminal and was greeted by an individual holding a large sign that bore his name in Chinese, evoking a sense of warmth. Hello, Yi. I am John, sent by the Timberwolves to pick you up. Hello, thank you, John. Let's go. The car is in the parking lot, and the head coach should be waiting for you at the team facility. John, is this brand your creation? Do you understand Chinese well? No. This was written by Chen. He said that upon reading it, you would instantly recognize it. I cannot understand Chinese at all. To be candid, Yi Jinlian harbored a sense of trepidation regarding his forthcoming journey with the Timberwolves, which starkly contrasted the lighthearted and optimistic portrayal by the media. After several seasons in the NBA, he had developed a profound understanding of himself. More importantly, he harbored concerns that Chen Dazhuang had selected him solely out of a sense of obligation to a fellow compatriot. And some media outlets suggested that the Timberwolves' choice was primarily motivated by the potential of the Chinese market. Furthermore, he had been following the Timberwolves' performance this season and found it perplexing why they would opt for him after acquiring Bennett. The journey from the Minneapolis airport to the team was not lengthy, and while Yi Jinlian pondered what lay ahead, John had already parked and informed him of their arrival. Alien, welcome to the Minnesota Timberwolves. What took Yi Jinlian by surprise was that Chen Dazhuang was waiting for him at the entrance. Upon seeing him alight from the vehicle, Dazhuang approached him directly, first extending his right hand and then embracing him warmly. This gesture left Yi Jinlian with a sense of pleasant surprise. Coach, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. You may simply call me by my name. There is no need for such formality. After shaking hands with Yi Jinlian's agent, Dazhuang turned to Yi and proceeded to introduce him to Milt and Smith, who were accompanying him. Alien, I had intended to give you a tour first, but I would prefer to have a private conversation with you first. As for the contract, Milt will discuss the details with you later. Is that agreeable? Of course. That is perfectly fine. Dazhuang then escorted Yi Jinlian to his office. Alien, I am aware that there are numerous rumors circulating about your joining the Timberwolves. My intention in speaking with you beforehand is to ensure that you remain unaffected by external speculations. I must candidly express that your joining the Timberwolves is undoubtedly related to our identities, but that is not the primary concern. Ultimately, what matters in the game is your actual performance. Regardless of the rumors, they hold no significance. What truly matters is your ability to deliver a performance that silences the critics. To be frank, Dazhuang believed that, aside from tactical execution and understanding, areas he felt Yi Jinlian could improve upon over time with the aid of the system. The most crucial aspect was mindset and resilience. Dazhuang perceived that the pressure he would face during this NBA journey might even surpass that of his first experience, given the personal stakes involved. Should you underperform or fail to make an impact, the scrutiny will undoubtedly intensify. I understand. I will adjust my mindset accordingly. Yes, regarding specific tactics and your expectations, Smith will provide you with detailed information once you complete the physical examination and join the team. Alien, you possess exceptional shooting ability. One thing I can share with you now, to offer some reassurance, is that I did not bring you here to be merely a rotational player. In my plans, you will hold a stable position, but this is contingent upon your commitment and effort. After conversing for a while, their relationship became markedly more intimate. As they shared a common heritage, the familiarity of their language fostered a sense of closeness, and Yi Jinlian could sense Dazhuang's sincerity through his words. That afternoon, Yi Jinlian participated in the team's physical examination. How'd it go? Dazhuang inquired, glancing at the fitness report handed to him by Smith. Quite well indeed. He is very robust. Although his wingspan does not provide a significant advantage for a power forward, it aligns perfectly with our tactical approach and his designated role. Upon perusing the report, Dazhuang discerned that Yi Jinlian had indeed grown significantly stronger since his initial foray into the NBA, boasting a mere 3.4 body fat. This indicates a commendable level of self-discipline regarding physical conditioning during his years in the CBA. Following the successful completion of his physical tests, the Minnesota Timberwolves swiftly reached an agreement with Yi Jinlian concerning his contract. The final amount settled upon was 2 years for $9 million, a standard NBA mid-level contract. Both Yi and his agent expressed satisfaction with this contract. While it may not possess the grandeur of a superstar deal, it reflects the Timberwolves' sincerity, devoid of excessive clauses. Once the Timberwolves facilitated Yi Jinlian's registration in the league, they promptly updated their official website with news of his joining the team to compete in the NBA. However, this announcement garnered little attention, as nearly all NBA reporters were captivated by the Dallas Mavericks. The Mavericks fans and newly appointed coach, Rick Adelman, had high hopes for Kevin Martin. Yet he failed to deliver a performance that met their expectations in his debut game with Dallas. On the very day Allen arrived in Minneapolis, the Mavericks faced the Kings on the road. The outcome was a disheartening defeat, with a score of 87-112 at the Sleep Train Arena. Kevin Martin played for 36 minutes, contributing a mere 13 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists. Even more astonishing was his dismal shooting from beyond the arc, hitting only 2 of 11 attempts. His defensive shortcomings were magnified, especially when confronted by the rookie Ben McLemore, who delivered his finest performance of the season against him. Nevertheless, Adelman staunchly defended his player in the post-game press conference. However, regardless of Adelman's reassurances, Martin's performance led those who had previously asserted that Dallas had triumphed in this trade to question their judgment, particularly in light of the Cavaliers' and Heat's prior experiences with trades involving the Timberwolves. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves were set to welcome the conclusion of Chen Dazhuang's suspension, as they prepared to face the Detroit Pistons at the Palace of Auburn Hills on December 10th. In this matchup, Chen Dazhuang did not accompany the team, and Jianlian similarly did not see any playing time. Surprisingly, Chen was delighted to witness the Timberwolves deliver an impressive performance against the Pistons on their home court. During this period, Chen Dazhuang and Smith, among others, engaged in discussions to devise strategies that ultimately bore fruit for the Timberwolves in this match. The offensive maneuvers, characterized by a variety of screens and off-ball movements, inflicted considerable distress upon the Pistons. Meanwhile, the 2-1-2 zone defense, bolstered by Oden's presence in the paint, coupled with the Pistons' lackluster shooting performance in the first 3 quarters, allowed the Timberwolves to swiftly establish a substantial lead. By the end of the third quarter, the score stood at 87-68, granting the Timberwolves a 19-point advantage as they entered the final period. This significant margin provided ample room for error, ensuring that despite the Pistons' resurgence in the fourth quarter, the Timberwolves ultimately secured victory with a final score of 104-99, triumphing by a margin of 5 points. Just as Dazhuang had anticipated, the surging confidence of Bennett proved to be a tremendous asset for the team, further solidifying Chen Dazhuang's resolve regarding the previously contemplated lineup configuration. Additionally, it is noteworthy that Carter, who contributed 18 points in 27 minutes of play, has intensified scrutiny surrounding the Dallas Mavericks. As the adage goes, there is no harm without comparison. Media commentators, once quick to disparage the Timberwolves following the trade, now overwhelmingly question the decisions of the Mavericks management. Considering the mentor-student relationship between Adelman and Martin, the label of nepotism that was initially directed at Dazhuang was similarly applied to Adelman by certain journalists. Alan, I will afford you some time tonight to acclimate to the pace of NBA play. Remember, do not rush. Maintain your composure, and when opportunities arise, be decisive in your execution. On December 11th, the Minnesota Timberwolves hosted a back-to-back regular season game at Target Center, facing the Philadelphia 76ers from Pennsylvania. As they entered the arena for warm-ups, Chen Dazhuang shared some thoughts with Jianlian. He held a profound impression of the current team, especially with a veteran like Carter on his own roster, which inevitably evoked memories of the team's former icon, Allen Iverson. Additionally, Chen Dazhuang recalled the remarkable achievement of the 76ers during the 2011-2012 season, where they secured the 8th seed in the Eastern Conference and famously upset the Bulls in the first round of the playoffs, pushing the Celtics to a decisive 7th game in the second round. However, the previous season saw them fall short of the playoffs. Over the summer, Collins resigned from the head coach position, and after extensive deliberation, the 76ers appointed Brian Brown, an assistant coach from the Spurs, as their new head coach, making them the last team in the league to finalize their coaching staff for the season. The 76ers' summer dealings in the trade market were rather lackluster, signaling a clear shift towards rebuilding. The Rockets traded their problematic forward, Royce White, to the 76ers. Despite White's willingness to travel for away games, the team evidently had no intention of retaining him, as they announced his release on October 25th, just before the season commenced. Furthermore, the 76ers traded their all-star guard, Drew Holiday, to the Hornets in exchange for Nerlens Noel, a highly sought-after prospect in the summer draft. Although he was initially considered a top pick, circumstances led to Bennett being selected first overall, with Noel ultimately being chosen by the Hornets at 6th. After the warm-up, both teams retreated to their locker rooms. Chen Dazhuang meticulously arranged the starting lineup and outlined the tactical approach for the opening moments of the game. Subsequently, he accessed the system interface, which seemed to be functioning correctly this time. The configuration of 2 whites, 2 blues, and 1 red suggested a favorable matchup against the 76ers. What intrigued Dazhuang was not merely the victory-assured red buff, but rather the dual buffs of one blue and one white, a thoughtful provision from the system. Indeed, one could not help but admire the domestic system, pondering if it possessed a hint of patriotic essence. The initial strategy consisted of 3 pivotal maneuvers within 3 minutes, achieving an 83-point shooting accuracy, a 50 increase in successful passing rates following screens, a 50 boost in steal success rates, a 50 enhancement in blocking capabilities, and a 50 improvement in rebounding prowess, an exclusive buff for Yi Jianlian with activation time determined by the host. What did this mean? Was it a moment of invincibility or merely a fleeting surge of enthusiasm? After successfully setting a screen for his teammate, the 3-point shooting percentage of his ally increased by 5%, while the 2-point shooting percentage also saw a 5% rise, unrestricted by position. Although this white buff lacks positional limitations, Chen Dazhuang felt it was specifically tailored for Yi Jianlian's benefit. A 5% enhancement may seem modest, yet for a white buff, it represents a significant boost, especially since it is not time-restricted. Additionally, the red buff generated by the system appears to be designed to disrupt the mindset of the Mavericks. Within 30 minutes, the 3-point shooting percentage is augmented by 50%, with the accuracy declining by 1% for every minute the game progresses, a buff exclusive to shooting guards. Time pauses upon substituting players. For each successful 3-pointer, off-ball movement speed increases by 1%, unrestricted by position. Furthermore, every 5 minutes of gameplay sees an increase of 1% in steal success rate, a buff for small forwards, limited to starting players. The final 2 buffs are clearly intended for Bennett, who has transitioned to the small forward position for this match, while the last white effect is best left unmentioned. Soon, the starting 5 of the Timberwolves enter the arena after the entrance ceremony. Meanwhile, at the commentary booth in the center of the target area, Barkley and Smith displayed contrasting expressions upon seeing the Timberwolves starting lineup. Rubio, Carter, Bennett, Dion, and Odin comprise the roster that Dazhuang has arranged for this match. On the other hand, the Philadelphia 76ers starting lineup features Tony Wroten, Evan Turner, Hollis, Cedric, and Spencer Hawes. After witnessing the Timberwolves starting lineup, Barkley felt a sense of despair, as if he had been outsmarted, only to turn and find Smith grinning at him with schadenfreude. "Hey Charles, it seems you are destined to lose again this time. Are you prepared?" Smith taunted. "I have not lost yet, Kenny. Let us not forget our wager. This is already the second game. And you've seen that Philadelphia is also rotating players. I suspect Chen has arranged a rotation for the Timberwolves as well." Observing Barkley's stubborn defense, Smith chose not to argue further. Instead, he began contemplating what enticing outfit Barkley should wear. Chapter 68. Behind a large lady's bikini? A large Barbie doll outfit? Lace? Smith nearly retched at the images conjured in his mind. "Kenny, tell me honestly, do you know something?" "I don't know. I'm just speculating." "No, I can't wrap my head around it. What leads you to such conjectures? More importantly, what is Chen's true strategy for the Timberwolves? Have you not noticed that the Timberwolves' tactics this season have predominantly revolved around the perimeter? They have made the 3-point shot a staple tactic. Consider Anthony's height, and it becomes apparent why Huaqiao has joined the team. Your assertion bears merit. However, while Waguoyi possesses a certain degree of shooting capability in the power forward position, there exists a discernible gap in his physical confrontational skills. Chen has repositioned the power forward to a high post during offensive plays, thereby diminishing the necessity for physical clashes. Once a mismatch is established due to Yi's height, the advantage conferred by his stature is indeed substantial. As for defense, while it is true that there may be advantages during offensive maneuvers, this is contingent upon shooting accuracy. The success rate of 3-pointers invariably falls short of that of 2-pointers, a fact you cannot deny. Moreover, the more pressing concern lies in defense. If we adhere to the lineup you propose, how do we address defensive challenges? I remain unconvinced by your assertions. The dialogue between Barkley and Smith regarding the Timberwolves strategy revealed a stalemate, with neither party able to persuade the other. At that moment, the game commenced with the referee's whistle. Once the match began, the events unfolding along the sidelines illuminated the Timberwolves' regard for Yi Jianlian. From the outset of their first offensive play, Smith remained beside Yi, elucidating the Timberwolves' tactical positioning on the court. After Carter received a pass from Rubio in the front court, Rubio swiftly moved to the right, while Dieng rapidly transitioned from the low post to the high post for a screen. Although Dieng's screen was not entirely effective, Bennett had already positioned himself nearby for a pick. Carter adeptly utilized this screen to dribble toward the left corner, seizing the moment to release a three-pointer with remarkable timing and decisiveness. Enhanced by his buff, this three-pointer swished effortlessly through the net. Meanwhile, Smith provided E with a detailed explanation of the strategy using a tactical board. Although the eventual shot was executed by Carter, Ding, after setting the screen, cut sharply into the paint from a 45-degree angle, creating a descending offensive opportunity that alleviated some pressure on Carter. Smith then presented E with an alternative choice. At this juncture, if you were a power forward with three-point capabilities, you could opt not to cut down, as a mismatch has already been established. This is also Chen's expectation of you. You should communicate more with Vince and seek his wisdom regarding game experience. Notice the timing of his recent shot. Everything is attuned to his rhythm, which is crucial for the game. Seated on the bench, E Jianlian nodded repeatedly. To be frank, this match lacked excitement. It was evident that the struggling 76ers were no match for the exceptionally accurate Carter and Odin's dominance in the paint. The 76ers' resistance did not last long. As the first quarter approached the 8:59 mark, the Timberwolves opted for substitutions. Hemmel replaced Carter, while E. Jianlian took Odin's place and seamlessly assumed the power forward position, with Dion moving to center. On the sidelines, Dazhuang's gaze shifted towards E. Jianlian after his entry, though he refrained from bestowing any undue advantages upon him, eager to assess E.'s actual capabilities. Having just joined the team, he had yet to develop rapport with his teammates and appeared somewhat anxious. His timing for 2 consecutive pick-and-rolls was not optimal, and when Dion secured an offensive rebound, E, stationed at the three-point line, received a pass from Dion. However, it was evident that he was unprepared, perhaps not anticipating the pass, leading to a moment of hesitation that squandered the opportunity for a clean shot. He seems a bit nervous and clearly wasn't ready to enter the game. Chun, should we give him a bit more time to prepare? Smith remarked, sitting beside Chen Dazhuang. Don't worry, trust him. I believe he will adjust. Let's call a timeout. Following a mid-range basket by the 76ers, the Timberwolves requested a timeout. Kenny, do you think such a performance warrants a starting position? It's utterly absurd. I cannot believe Chun would make such a decision, even considering their shared nationality. I doubt the Timberwolves management would allow it. Barkley seemed to sense hope for winning his bet. Meanwhile, in a luxury box at the Target Center, Timberwolves owner Glenn Taylor, President Saunders, and General Manager Milt sat watching the game. Mr. Taylor, you see, I have always maintained that E. Jianlian is not worth a mid-level contract. This is merely Chun looking out for his fellow countrymen. I do not believe someone like him can lead the Timberwolves in rebuilding. Boss, this is only Yi's 3rd day with the Timberwolves. Even Michael would require time to adapt. As for Chun, I believe the Timberwolves' current record speaks volumes. I doubt anyone in the league could perform better than he has. Mr. Newton, your assertion seems rather. All right, let us just enjoy the game, Saunders. Let us not jump to conclusions too quickly. I believe Milt is right. It's only the 3rd day. We should not be so harsh on a player who has just joined the team. Just as Sanders was about to counter Milt's argument, he was astonished when his boss, Glenn Taylor, unexpectedly interrupted him, leaving him in disbelief. He had always presumed that Taylor would side with him. Chen Dazhuang was entirely unaware of the unfolding events in the private box, while Milt appeared to have an uncanny foreknowledge of his boss's sudden support. One detail that Milt withheld from Chen Dazhuang was that Sanders harbored hostility towards Chen not because of Milt, but due to his desire for his son, Ryan Sanders, to assume the role of head coach for the team. Milt's recruitment of Chen Dazhuang was, in fact, initiated by Glenn Taylor's directive. The swift employment was a strategic move. Taylor was intent on preventing the complete control of the team by the Sanders duo. Milt was merely a facilitator in this endeavor. Chapter 69. A resounding slap in the face. Do not be anxious. Relax your mindset. It is perfectly fine. Remember, whenever you have the opportunity, seize it. Do you understand? At the sidelines, next to the Timberwolves bench, Dazhuang patted E. Jianlian on the shoulder. Understood. As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, Dazhuang glanced at the clock and activated the buff he had stored in the system, although it was only for 3 minutes. He believed this buff would primarily bolster E. Jianlian's confidence. The game commenced with Rubio gradually advancing the ball. With Carter absent from the court, Rubio chose not to pass. Instead, he positioned himself at the arc's top. E. Jianlian steadfastly executed Chen Dazhuang's instructions, and the pick-and-roll maneuver was executed with remarkable speed and optimal positioning. As Rubio moved, he swiftly brushed past E. Jianlian, creating an opportunity for a mismatch, and during his drive, he efficiently completed a handoff pass to E. Jianlian. Upon receiving the ball, Jianlian dribbled twice before stepping back beyond the three-point line, now facing Roten as his defensive opponent. At that moment, an inexplicable feeling seemed to signal that it was the perfect time to shoot. Moreover, during the timeout, Chen Dazhuang had repeatedly emphasized the importance of decisiveness in taking the shot. Jianlian then launched a three-pointer. Swish! The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air and swished through the net. 3 points. The referee raised his hand in the three-point signal amidst the thunderous cheers of the home crowd. This marks Jianlian's inaugural basket after joining the Timberwolves. Quite impressive, Chen. How are you so certain he could achieve this? Smith expressed immense satisfaction with the play, not merely because the shot went in, but because he executed the tactical demands the team required of him. I understand him. He possesses both strengths and weaknesses. Recently, I've allowed Ogman and Bernard to invest some time in him. All right, Charles, what do you think? Did you glean anything from that play? Smith, brimming with pride, directed his gaze towards Barkley at the commentary booth. Hey, Kenny, that was merely a lucky shot. There is nothing significant to discuss. I don't see anything noteworthy. Barkley retorted. Coincidentally, as Barkley and Smith engaged in their banter, Milt turned to glance at Sanders in the luxury box when he made that shot. However, he refrained from provoking the latter with words, considering that Sanders is the team's executive president and a minor shareholder. This identity is not one that Milt can compare with. Seated beside him, Sanders naturally observed Milt's actions, just as he was about to retort to Milt in a manner akin to Barkley's. On the court, the Philadelphia 76ers were executing their offense, and the basketball found its way into the hands of Hoyes. Positioned with his back to the basket, Hoyes attempted to isolate Dion. Thinking to himself, if I cannot overpower that brute Odin, can I not also dominate you? After a few exchanges, it became evident that Dion could not physically restrain his opponent as he was gradually forced backward. At that moment, Hoyes was entirely engrossed in the joy of his back-to-the-basket play, seemingly eager to vent the frustration he had experienced in the first half of the quarter at the hands of Odin. He was utterly oblivious to Jianlian, who had stealthily taken several steps in his direction as he commenced his isolation play. Just as Hoyes made one final push and secured the ball with both hands, he intended to follow with a foot movement and then release a shot, which was his plan. However, as fortune would have it, just as he completed his catch, Jianlian swiftly advanced a few more steps in his direction and executed a precise swipe, causing the ball, which he had not yet firmly grasped, to be stolen away. Subsequently, Jianlian took a step forward, seized the basketball, and immediately bent down to protect it. This action prompted the responsive Hoyes to abandon any intention of extending his hand further, following a remarkable steal at the 3-minute mark. Jianlian's performance after the timeout elicited cheers and applause from the Timberwolves fans in the stands. Notably, Hoyes, Jianlian, and the resting Odin are all rookies from the class of 2007, each selected within the top 10 of the draft. Odin being the first overall pick, Jianlian the 6th, and Hoyes the 10th, chosen by the Kings. After 3 seasons with the Kings, he transitioned to the 76ers, where he averaged 11 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists last season. Upon witnessing the steal, the 76ers demonstrated commendable defensive speed, coupled with Hoyes' tenacious defense. By the time Jianlian passed the ball to the awaiting Rubio, the Timberwolves found themselves deprived of a fast break opportunity, as the Timberwolves settled into a half-court offense. This offensive play mirrored their previous round almost identically. They employed a pick and roll, the only distinction being the implementation of a double pick. After executing the pick, Jianlian made a backdoor cut to the corner, drawing the attention of Bennett, who subsequently delivered the ball to the open Jianlian with a textbook corner three-pointer. The sound of the basketball brushing against the net, along with the referee signaling a three-point shot, heralded Jianlian's second successful three-pointer. These 2 three-pointers struck the faces of all the skeptics like resounding slaps. At the commentary booth, Barkley had fallen silent, acutely aware that, given his partner's temperament, any garments gifted by him would undoubtedly be utterly unappealing. Of course, had Barkley emerged victorious, he would have acted similarly. In recent days, whenever he found himself with idle thoughts, he contemplated what attire Smith might don for an exuberant display. To be frank, the mere thought had been quite taxing. Now, however, that burden had lifted. When Jianlian sunk that three-pointer, Chen Dazhuang stood up in rare excitement, exchanging high-fives with Smith in celebration. He understood that while it appeared he had made 3 consecutive shots, the reality was that most of it was likely attributable to the influence of the buff. Yet, Dazhuang recognized that if this trend continued, it would undoubtedly benefit Jianlian in the long run. What truly governs shooting percentages, that enigmatic statistic? Apart from the muscle memory cultivated through rigorous training, Dazhuang believed the most crucial element was confidence. What is shooting percentage if one does not attempt the shot in the first place? Therefore, do not underestimate the significance of motivational affirmations. They can often prove to be quite effective. Boss, there is something I want to share with you. He began, ever since he signed with us. Sponsors from Huagua have already reached out. Is that so? Splendid news, Milt. You will take full charge of this matter. Milt was well aware of his employer's preferences. Milt, one of my greatest joys is having you as the team's general manager, and your most astute decision was to recruit Chen. With you both, the revival of the Timberwolves is within reach. Fortunately, Dazhuang did not overhear this, or he might have been unable to suppress a retch. Chapter 70. Tears of the Mavericks with only 3 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Jianlian executed a pick and roll, launching a three-pointer over his defender, Roten, that found the mark. At that moment, the countdown for Jianlian's exclusive buff in Dazhuang's system had also concluded. The basketball sailed effortlessly through the hoop. As the ball descended into the net, time expired entirely, with the referee signaling the validity of the three-pointer. The first quarter between the Timberwolves and the 76ers came to a close, with a score of 35-19, marking a significant 16-point lead for the Timberwolves. In the final 3 minutes, Jianlian achieved an impressive 5 out of 6 from beyond the arc, along with 2 steals and 3 rebounds. As he departed the court, his teammates eagerly approached him to celebrate, and Dazhuang on the sidelines wore a beaming smile. Although the 3-minute buff had ended, he firmly believed that Jianlian had garnered valuable insights during that time. How do you feel? Dazhuang inquired, giving Jianlian a pat on the shoulder. Absolutely phenomenal. Brother Zhuang, I can only describe it as unparalleled. In this manner, whether or not the shots will succeed is secondary. What truly matters is the courage to seize opportunities when they arise. Missing a shot is inconsequential, as these few minutes have indeed showcased an extraordinary performance. Furthermore, the opposing team is not yet familiar with your style. However, once they become accustomed to your play, the shooting percentage is likely to decline rapidly. Nonetheless, it is essential to remain vigilant regarding the positioning of teammates. Concerning his compatriot, Dazhuang is deeply concerned. There is indeed a distinction in their closeness, compounded by the system allowing only a mere 3 minutes of playtime. Were it akin to Carter's 30 minutes, Dazhuang would not harbor such worries. He fears that when it is time to take the court again, the absence of the previous extraordinary shooting percentage might undermine Jianlian's confidence, which prompted his earlier remarks. Soon, the intermission concluded and the second quarter commenced. Carter, having rested for less than 5 minutes, re-entered the game, joined by Jianlian. Both teams made substitutions, with Beria replacing Rubio and Batum taking the place of Bennett. The strategy to have Carter lead the bench unit aimed to further extend their advantage. Dazhuang, considering it was a back-to-back game, hoped to afford his primary player some respite, aspiring to conclude the match before the fourth quarter. In reality, the 76ers' resistance proved far less formidable than Dazhuang had anticipated. There was no need to wait until the third quarter. With less than 5 minutes remaining in that quarter, the score had already determined the outcome of the game. A 37-point deficit rendered the remaining time mere garbage time. Ultimately, the Timberwolves triumphed over the Philadelphia 76ers with a score of 121-80. Carter played for 29 minutes, contributing 34 points, 4 rebounds, and 7 assists, while Jianlian nearly completed the entire third quarter, totaling 31 minutes on the court with 26 points, 9 rebounds, and 6 assists. Just as Dazhuang had hoped. Although the buff had ended, the confidence Jianlian gained during those 3 minutes was invaluable. Despite a lower shooting percentage in the second and third quarters, where he only scored 11 points, Jianlian quickly integrated into the team, developing a certain rapport with his teammates, which was precisely what Dazhuang and Smith desired to witness. Vince, congratulations on being named the player of the game. As a seasoned player at 36, having spent over a decade in the league, what is your impression of your current head coach? Thank you. It feels remarkably special, lacking a hint of sternness. More often, we resemble a family. I feel very comfortable and at ease here. Chen, there are reports from Dallas media suggesting that the trade between the Timberwolves and the Dallas Mavericks was a trap you set, and that Kevin's statistics were deliberately arranged during garbage time. Kate, a longtime acquaintance of Dazhuang, stood up to inquire. Dazhuang felt an intense urge to curse upon hearing the question posed. While I acknowledge my own reasons, I did not invite you here to play the fool. Furthermore, how was I to know that you would overlook everyone else and focus solely on me? This assertion strikes me as utterly absurd. Kevin was once a vital part of our team, yet he approached me personally to announce his decision to move to Dallas. Frankly, I was reluctant to see him go, but I respect everyone's choices. Moreover, it was not us who sought them. They sought us. Hence, I find it bewildering to comprehend such a statement. After expressing this, Dazhuang raised his hands in exasperation. We observed that Wagwoi exhibited a remarkably high shooting percentage in the initial minutes of his appearance. However, his accuracy subsequently plummeted. Does this not indicate his inability to adapt to the pace of NBA gameplay? Upon hearing this question from the journalist of the Washington Post, Dazhuang recognized the malice within. Hey buddy, tell me how a player scoring 26 points fails to adapt to the rhythm of the NBA. Are you ignorant of basketball? Or do you believe that a player who achieves such a score is unfit for the league? Dazhuang retorted with a sardonic smile. No, Shang. I think you've misunderstood my point. Misunderstood? Very well, consider it a misunderstanding. Today marks the third day since he joined the Timberwolves, and he has demonstrated through his actions how erroneous the decisions of the teams that once discarded him were. I believe he will continue to thrive in the league. He is an essential member of our team. Unbeknownst to Dazhuang, his words inadvertently implicated the Dallas Mavericks once more. It is worth noting that Jillian's last NBA team was indeed the Mavericks, and now his statement fell upon the ears of those who might interpret it as a jibe at Dallas. After speaking, Dazhuang noticed the excited expressions of some onlookers, but could not fathom the reason. However, it soon dawned on him, damn, he had misspoken again, and his emotional entanglement with Dallas will be highlighted once more by the quills of these spectators. Dazhuang opened his mouth to clarify, but thought better of it. He knew that any explanation would be futile among these fickle individuals. So be it, if they wish to interpret it as they please. Then perhaps I shall never set foot in Dallas again. Chen, have you heard about the bet between Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith? A reporter from TNT stood up to ask. I have, and to be honest, I am quite eager to see it. And who do you believe has the greater odds? Hey, your question seems somewhat unfair to either Mr. Barkley or Mr. Smith. I believe both have a chance of victory, do they not? After gracefully addressing the reporters on site, Dazhuang departed the press conference with Carter. Following the conclusion of this back-to-back contest, the Timberwolves were granted a day of respite. However, their upcoming adversary promised to be a formidable challenge for the entire team. On December 13th, the Timberwolves will travel to the AT&T Center to face one of Texas's formidable triad, the San Antonio Spurs. When one speaks of the Spurs, it is undeniable that this team embodies the essence of legend within the NBA. As one of the 4 ABA teams that merged with the NBA in 1976, the Spurs have remarkably only missed the playoffs in 4 seasons since. They have secured 4 NBA championships and 5 Western Conference titles. The rarity of those 4 lottery picks aptly illustrates the sagacity of the Spurs management, as these selections brought forth Elvin Robertson, David Robinson, Sean Elliott, and Tim Duncan, each of whom contributed significantly to the Spurs' storied legacy. Yet, when discussing the Spurs' illustrious journey, one must highlight their head coach, Greg Popovich, who took the helm from Bob Hill in 1996, thus commencing his legendary tenure with the team. Under Popovich's guidance, the Spurs achieved their first championship in the 1998 to 1999 season. During the 1999 draft, the Spurs selected the unassuming Manu Ginobili from Argentina at the 57th pick, who, at that time, was still playing in Italy and wouldn't join the NBA until 2002. In 2001, the Spurs chose the French prodigy Tony Parker at the 28th position. This marked the formation of the formidable GDP trio, ushering in the era of GDP dominance for the Spurs. The Spurs narrative would be incomplete without mentioning the infamous Bruce Bowen and his notorious phrase, "The future is yours," along with his signature bald-headed antics. Sitting in his office, Dazhuang perused the compiled information on their upcoming opponent, feeling a throbbing headache at the thought of facing the Spurs, a team of seasoned veterans, including Popovich, Duncan, and the ever-competitive Argentine. System, please grant us strength tomorrow, he thought. I bear grudges. That old man dissed me when I first arrived. How could I allow him to remain unaware of my presence? Dazhuang recalled Popovich's remarks during an interview when he had just joined the Timberwolves. If we win against that old fellow tomorrow, how shall I mock him? A handshake? No, that wouldn't display my grace. A direct verbal jab? No, that would be too crude and lacking in finesse. At this moment, Dazhuang had become ensnared in his own reverie. However, while he pondered how to exact a small measure of revenge while simultaneously displaying his grace, the journalists were conducting an interview with Popovich, naturally focusing on the imminent match. The Spurs had played 21 games, achieving a record of 17 wins and 4 losses, placing them second in the Western Conference. The Timberwolves, on the other hand, had played 22 games, boasting an impressive record of 19 wins and 3 losses, securing the top position in the West. Regular season play is fundamentally distinct from the playoffs. Thus, the current records do not necessarily indicate the true state of affairs. Nevertheless, the Timberwolves had indeed accomplished a remarkable feat yet. As for Chen, he is still quite young, with much to learn, particularly the virtues of humility and respect for others. This brief commentary revealed the elders' indifference toward Dazhuang's recent conflicts with Adelman and Brown. "What on earth, old man? Have I disturbed your ancestors?" Upon learning of Popovich's remarks during the interview, Dazhuang felt momentarily bewildered, contemplating the lack of any significant connection between himself and the old coach. Why then? Was he being targeted? Moreover, he was merely defending himself, having always been the compliant little rabbit. Respect indeed. On December 14th, after a day of rest, the entire Timberwolves team arrived at the AT&T Center in San Antonio at 4 in the afternoon. As they disembarked from the bus, a throng of journalists quickly gathered around Dazhuang. In other teams, regardless of whether they were playing at home or away, the journalists tended to surround the star players. Yet, for the Timberwolves, the relentless pursuit was invariably directed toward the team's head coach, an oddly peculiar phenomenon. There was no avoiding it. As one of the most talked-about figures in the coaching realm today, Dazhuang inevitably attracted the most media attention. Even in the absence of news, the reporters would find ways to generate topics for discussion. Once again, the journalists surrounding Dazhuang brought up the words of Coach Popovich during the interview. "In matters of respect, I believe anyone is entitled to criticize me, except for Mr. Popovich. It is well known that he possesses professional integrity and is recognized throughout the league for his coaching prowess. However, respect for Mr. Popovich is something that remains absent. This fellow is quite agreeable." At this moment, the journalists present cannot help but share this sentiment. For the reporters on site, regardless of how the match unfolds, this particular exchange makes the Spurs' journey worthwhile. Naturally, if some conflict were to arise during the game, that would be even better. Soon, Dazhuang's words reached the ears of Popovich. However, this time, Popovich chose not to comment further. His expression revealed that he was in a rather foul mood. "Welcome, everyone, to the broadcast of the 2013 to 2014 NBA regular season, featuring a match between the Minnesota Timberwolves and the San Antonio Spurs, taking place at the Spurs' home ground. The AT&T Center. There is still an hour left before the game commences. Joining me for commentary is our familiar guide, Zhang. Welcome, Zhang." Far across the ocean in Huagua, numerous NBA enthusiasts have tuned in to Penguin Sports, as Yang Yi delivers his customary opening remarks. Beside him is the familiar face of Zhang Heli. "Zhang, we did not broadcast the last Timberwolves game, but upon reviewing the replay, I must say Yi Jianlian delivered an impressive performance. Indeed, I also caught that game, although he appeared somewhat anxious at the start. His nervousness dissipated quickly after Coach Chen's timeout, showcasing remarkable self-regulation and an outstanding performance thereafter." Chapter 72. Will there be a rebound from harm? Damn it, system. I must admit, you truly understand me. Gazing at the buff bar filled with 4 whites and 1 gray, I need not delve into the specifics to know that under my prayers, the system has once again stirred the pot. It remains uncertain whether this time it will affect me or my opponent. Given the presence of gray, the 4 white trash effects are entirely unnecessary to scrutinize. The art of command. When the opposing coach calls a timeout, the host must shout for a timeout within 1 minute after the game resumes. Increasing the 3-point shooting percentage by 30%. This can be applied to any member of the team. Once the opponent calls a timeout, the effect ceases, and the host must promptly call for a timeout to continue. When the opponent opts for a substitution, within 1 minute, the host may replace the corresponding player, enhancing the newly entered player's defensive ability by 100%, increasing the steal success rate by 50%, improving defensive speed by 50%, and elevating the block success rate by 50%. The effects cease once the substituted player exits. Activation condition. Approach the opposing coach with a smile and embrace before the game begins. Goodness, the effects are indeed remarkable, but the activation condition is rather distasteful. Embracing and then bewildering the opponent. Will the old man retaliate against me? System, you truly are something else. I would gladly refer to you as a mischief maker, an expert in inciting animosity, and the little prince of making enemies. Alas, if this continues in less than 2 years, I will find myself surrounded by adversaries throughout this league. Seated with a smug smile adorning his face, Chen Dazhuang remained oblivious to the exasperated sighs of his companion, Smith, who, having spent considerable time together as partners, was acutely aware that Dazhuang had once again drifted into a reverie, lost in his own fantasies. Dazhuang failed to contemplate the audacity of believing he could impose a timeout on the opposing team. Fortunately, it was Smith's timely intervention that jolted Dazhuang back to reality, prompting a moment of clarity regarding the pressing issue at hand. Chen, hey Chen. What? What are you thinking? No, Chen. The opponent is the Spurs. You wouldn't want to be crushed right from the start, would you? Upon hearing Smith's words, Dazhuang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this was the Spurs. The rudimentary condition for the buffs bestowed upon him by this flawed system was not to embrace Popovich, but rather to ensure that the opposing team called a timeout first. What could he possibly do to force the opponent into submission? Fortunately, with half an hour remaining until the game commenced, both teams had revealed their starting lineups. The Minnesota Timberwolves, under Dazhuang's strategic arrangement, were to field Rubio, Carter, Bennett, Jianlian, and Oden, while the Spurs starting lineup comprised Parker, Danny Green, Leonard, Jeff Ayers, and Duncan. The sole piece of potentially advantageous news was that Splitter, who had consistently partnered with Duncan in the starting lineup, was sidelined due to injury, prompting Popovich to select Ayers as the team's starting power forward. Furthermore, the shooting guard was not the Argentine, but rather Danny Green, who, like Ayers, was a second-round draft pick from 2009. One must ponder this further. Target the fourth position of the opposing team. Jianlian shall engage after facing Oden, and Oden shall compete following his encounter with Jianlian. At this moment, Dazhuang began to peruse the 4 white buffs provided by the system. To his astonishment, he realized the system was indeed cunning. With such advantages, wouldn't it be easy for the opponent to call a timeout? The success rate for drawing fouls during the first 3 attacks after the game commenced was an astonishing 100%. Caution is advised when utilizing this individual buff, as it is not recommended for away games. If employed, the opposing coach may become enraged and be ejected, triggering the home team's protective attribute. The opposing team's 3-point shooting percentage will increase by 50%, and their 2-point shooting percentage will also rise by 50%. Upon reading the description, one might feel that such extraordinary attributes being merely white-rated was unjust. However, after delving deeper into the details, it became evident that this buff could be rendered ineffective with the right strategies. Goodness, damage reflection? This is dire. If there were a hierarchy for berating referees, I would rank as a bronze, while Popovich would undoubtedly be at least a diamond. No, this buff cannot be granted to Oden. Initially, when Dazhuang first perceived the buff's attributes, his thoughts gravitated towards Oden, envisioning a scenario where he could easily get Duncan into foul trouble. However, upon reviewing the cautionary notes, he realized that if Duncan were to be sent off within the first 2 minutes, the old man would surely explode with fury, and not even divine intervention could prevent his ejection, leading to his own demise. Contemplating the Spurs starting lineup, Dazhuang ultimately selected what he believed to be the optimal target. As he exited the locker room, he beckoned to Carter, and the two walked at the back. Dazhuang then placed an arm around Carter's shoulder and whispered a few words in his ear. "Boss, is this feasible? Are you certain?" After hearing Dazhuang's words, Carter was momentarily taken aback before responding. "Vince, this game is going to be a tough battle. You should be well aware of the caliber of our opponents. In terms of mindset, we are at a significant disadvantage, so we need to unsettle them right from the start. But this is the Spurs' home court. What about the referees? Rest assured, let us give it a try. It might just work. If it doesn't we have nothing to lose, right?" It seemed reasonable. Yet Carter felt an unease he could not quite pinpoint. Thus, he decided to dismiss the feeling altogether. "Charles, what is the verdict? How shall we fulfill the wager?" On the commentary desk, Kenny Smith wore a broad smile as he and Barkley discussed how to honor their previous bet. Half an hour earlier, they had received the starting lineups, and upon seeing Jianlian's name among the Timberwolves' 5, Barkley felt utterly despondent. Even though he had sensed trouble after the last game, he had still clung to a glimmer of hope. Today, however, reality was laid bare before him. "Kenny, I have always considered us to be the best of friends. No, we are brothers. One family. Of course. Hey, buddy, do we even need to say that? We have always been family. Rest assured, my brother, I swear I would never deceive you, ha." Smith himself could hardly contain his laughter, collapsing onto the table. Initially, Barkley was somewhat touched by the words, but witnessing Smith's glee, he realized he was likely in for a rough time. "I solemnly vow never to gamble again. Charles, why not give me a chance? How many points do you think he can score in this game? I wager he will undoubtedly surpass 20 points. Shall we place another bet? If you win, the previous wager is nullified, but if you lose, you must endure 2 punishments. Hearing Barkley's tight-lipped vow, Smith once again cast out his bait. Chapter 73. Oh, Pop, you are so adorable. As the home team, the Spurs, commenced their starting player introduction. The game was on the verge of beginning. However, the ensuing scene left the reporters in attendance, Spurs fans in the stands, players from both the Spurs and Timberwolves, along with the socially awkward Barkley and the gleeful Smith at the commentary desk, utterly dumbfounded. Suddenly, Chen Dazhuang appeared beside Coach Popovich, brandishing a notebook. Mr. Popovich, you are my idol. Could I trouble you for your autograph? Dazhuang beamed at Popovich. This is absurd. I never intended to do this. Feeling the piercing gazes of nearby Spurs players and Popovich, who looked at him as if he were a fool, Dazhuang inexplicably felt a surge of embarrassment. As Popovich mechanically accepted the notebook and pen, signing his name, Dazhuang swiftly snatched the notebook back and enveloped Popovich in a bear hug. Popovich, momentarily taken aback, quickly reacted and struggled to escape. Goodness, the old man possesses immense strength. Dazhuang barely had time to react before Popovich wriggled free. Calm down, calm down. It's just that I'm seeing my idol for the first time, and I couldn't help myself. Observing Popovich's flushed face and the approaching Spurs players, Dazhuang felt a rush of exhilaration. Smith, arriving late, hurriedly pulled Dazhuang back to his seat. Chen, what were you thinking? Smith was exasperated, grappling with the notion of having such a character by his side. Don't be anxious. This is my idol. I was just a bit overwhelmed by the excitement of sharing the court with him. But what was Chen doing just now? It seemed as though he was asking for Greg's autograph. Is he a fan of Greg? Moreover, he appeared extremely thrilled and even embraced him. Barkley, typically reserved, was now completely engaged, reveling in the spectacle. However, it was never mentioned that Chen idolized Greg, and their relationship hardly seemed that close. Had they crossed paths previously? To speak candidly, even Popovich finds himself questioning life in light of recent events. Are these truly my fans? If so, perhaps my previous remarks were somewhat excessive. Alas, it is essential to grant the youth an opportunity to rectify their mistakes. Perhaps I should converse with him after the game. Popovich, seated in contemplation, stroked his chin thoughtfully. If only Big Zhuang were aware of the musings of his elder counterpart, he might exclaim about the unpredictability of life, marveling at how, despite his age, he still possesses such naivete. Today's match is destined to unfold like a cinematic tale, rife with twists and turns, a continuous series of reversals. Due to the bewildering antics of Big Zhuang at the outset, Popovich soon found himself devoid of the inclination to ponder whether the eccentric on the opposing team was indeed one of his supporters. The game had commenced. The ensuing developments left Popovich feeling that this match was rife with malice directed at his team, igniting a spark of fury within him. With the referee's whistle signaling the start, Odin, having won the tip-off, granted the Timberwolves the first offensive possession. As they crossed the half-court line, Carter received a pass from Rubio. Facing the defense of Danny Green, Carter executed a series of swift crossovers and behind-the-back dribbles. Unexpectedly, Green reached out, resulting in a turnover for Carter, accompanied by a pained cry as the whistle blew. The referee signaled a foul for a hand violation against Green. At that moment, only 11 seconds had elapsed in the Timberwolves' 24-second shot clock. The replay screens around the arena offered multiple angles, yet remained unclear whether contact had been made. Regardless, Green wore an expression of grievance, feeling unjustly accused. Despite Popovich's slight dissatisfaction, he maintained a commendable demeanor, exchanging a few words with the assistant referee nearby, all the while wearing a faint smile on his face. This indicates that at this moment, the old man remains in a relatively good mood. However, the situation soon deteriorates. Ejinlian executes a sideline throw-in, and Carter, utilizing Bennett's screen, makes a back cut, receiving the ball from E. Upon catching it, Carter swiftly drives diagonally towards the basket from the left side, and almost instantaneously, Danny Green appears in Carter's path. Then, there was no further development. The reality is that Danny Green has fallen to the ground. The referee once again blows the whistle, and Carter gazes at him with an expression of innocence. Sitting there, incessantly chewing, Popovich is convinced that the referee would call an offensive foul on Carter, his smile growing wider, only for it to freeze in an instant. This is because the referee, looking towards the scores table, signals a blocking foul on Danny Green. The change in Popovich's complexion is visibly noticeable, turning a shade of red. The subsequent reactions from the Spurs bench leave Chen Dazhuang in awe. To be honest, in this moment, Dazhuang even considers praising Smith for the Spurs assistant coach. Just as Popovich was about to rush towards the referee, had already restrained him. Look at that assistant coach. He can anticipate events ahead of time. And then look at you. This comparison is simply unfathomable. Chen, why are you looking at me? What's wrong with the referee today? Did he take the wrong medication? How would I know? Isn't this a good thing? Why bother with so much? If he dares not to call that blocking foul, I would certainly make him question his own existence, believe it or not. Chen, if you accumulate 16 technical fouls, you will face a suspension, and the fines will only escalate. Can you calculate how much you've been fined for each technical? Surely you don't expect Mr. Taylor to cover your expenses every time, do you? PSH, do you think I care about money? Smith, you are insulting me. Chen, you truly have no shame. With the assistant coach's intervention, Popovich finally refrains from confronting the referee, though he no longer pays attention to his chewing, continuing to curse vehemently. Dazhuang speculates that he is likely cursing the referee's ancestors, particularly the female ones. Well, this old man is quite endearing. I truly find it hard to lay into him. Additionally, it will soon be my turn to take the court again. I wonder if Glenn Taylor will cover for me this time regarding that technical. Dazhuang glanced at Popovich, whose flush had yet to fade. The first offensive possession had not even completed 24 seconds when the Spurs' starting shooting guard, Danny Green, accrued 2 fouls. As he is helped up by his teammates after falling, Green remains dazed until E. Jinlian steps to the sideline, preparing to throw the ball in once more. Chapter 74. Isn't your idol? Kenny. What is wrong with today's referee, Chris? Was that defensive foul? To me, it looked a bit like an offensive foul. At the moment Vince took off, it seemed as if Danny was already standing there. The replay angle is unclear, and even in slow motion, it is difficult to discern. This match is indeed laden with drama. I would even dare to wager that if the officiating continues in this manner, Greg might find himself sidelined soon. Do not speak of Popovich. The Spurs fans in the stands have grown increasingly restless. This, after all, is their home court. When has such a situation ever arisen? To the fans of the Spurs, it feels as though they are being subjected to an indignity. The subsequent events ignited their simmering unrest, erupting like a volcano. Carter is back in action, and so is Danny Green. However, this time, a foul was indeed committed. Utilizing a screen, Carter swiftly penetrated the paint, and Green, slow to react in his defensive assignment, faltered. As Carter made his way to the basket, Green undeniably struck his hand, and crucially the basketball, after bouncing off the rim several times, ultimately found its way into the hoop. The whistle blew again, and Chris signaled towards the scorer's table, indicating that it was indeed a defensive foul by Danny Green. Not only was it a foul, but an additional free throw was also awarded. Truth be told, had it not been for the previous 2 calls, this play would have raised no concerns whatsoever. The slow-motion replays on a large screen from multiple angles clearly illustrated Green's foul, yet compounded by the earlier 2 judgments. Popovich found it increasingly difficult to contain his mounting frustration and indignation. In less than a minute, his starting shooting guard had accrued 3 fouls and gifted the opponent a 3-point play. What does this signify? Is the intention to compel us to concede defeat within a single quarter? At this moment, Popovich surged towards the referee, while Chen Dazhuang, who had been fixated on the scene, simultaneously rushed out, his speed so swift that even Smith failed to react in time. It wasn't that Smith was oblivious. Rather, he was perplexed by Dazhuang's intentions. If he wanted to vent, let him vent. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to let it unfold? Did he truly consider him an idol and feel compelled to join in the tirade against the referee? Damn it, you're nothing but rubbish. Popovich practically dragged his assistant coach along as he approached the referee, unleashing a torrent of invective. The spittle flew. However, before the elder could finish his tirade, Dazhuang arrived, and his subsequent actions left Popovich bewildered, sending his blood pressure soaring. Shut your mouth. You are the one who is rubbish. What more do you want after such a blatant foul? You old rogue. Is this how championships are obtained for the Spurs? Damn it. Are you dissatisfied? Just watch the replay. This isn't even a foul. What constitutes a foul, you old fool? Trash, worthless. Want to take me on? Come on, old man. Don't think I look down on you. I'll take you on with one hand. Come at me. Where on earth is that bastard Smith? Is the old man going to faint from anger? At his age, if he suffers a stroke, am I to bear legal responsibility for that? Smith better be penalized for this. He shows no awareness as an assistant. Dazhuang glanced at Popovich, whose gaze was fixated on him. His face flushed to the point of appearing ready to burst. He continuously cursed Smith in his mind. After thoroughly cursing Smith's ancestors, he felt someone grasping him. Finally, a moment of respite had arrived. All right, no fighting now. Just keep the verbal sparring going. What are you looking at? Want to throw down? As Smith held him back, Chen Dazhuang was incessantly rolling up his sleeves. Damn it, let me go. I'll finish him. At this moment, Popovich completely erupted, desperately trying to charge at Dazhuang. Come on, let him go. You old rogue. Let us see who ends up on top. What did you call me? I called you an old rogue. What of it? Bastard. I'll finish this scoundrel. Let me go. I'll take him down. In this moment, Coach Popovich was oblivious to the referees and their decisions. His entire focus was solely on Chen Dazhuang. Chen, enough with the theatrics. It's getting excessive. Smith whispered into Chen's ear. What theatrics? Don't speak nonsense. Chen retorted, bewildered. Smith shot a disbelieving glance at Dazhuang. Are you serious? I barely tugged at you. Yet you seemed rooted to the ground as if you were a tree. The referee, caught in a state of confusion, glanced between Popovich and Chen Dazhuang. Utterly perplexed by the tension between the two, despite his confusion, the referee knew that a conflict had arisen and needed addressing. Thus he issued a technical foul to both Popovich and Chen as a token of the heated exchange. The incident unfolded rapidly, and both were swiftly guided back to their respective benches by their assistants. Chen, can you explain what just happened? Smith inquired. What do you mean? Chen replied. Isn't he your idol? Smith pressed. Indeed, he is an idol. Isn't that what therefore, surpassing them? How about that presence I just displayed? Chen boasted. Smith, weary of the conversation, had no desire to engage with what he deemed a lunatic. Just moments ago, Chen had been eagerly seeking an autograph, even embracing Popovich. Now, within a mere minute, his idol had morphed into a cantankerous old man. What infuriated Smith the most was that Chen wasn't defending his teammates, but was instead standing up for the referee, foolishly earning himself a technical foul. Meanwhile, although Popovich had settled back into his seat, he frequently turned to glance at Chen Dazhuang, feeling a pang of regret for his earlier kindness. At that moment, he was seething with frustration towards Chen, especially since the young man had the audacity to approach him as a fan, requesting an autograph, only to later insult him as an old lecher. Feeling the weight of a gaze upon him, Dazhuang turned to find himself met with Popovich's penetrating stare. It is said that one ought not to strike a friendly face, and indeed, a smile serves as the foundation for resolving a myriad of troubles. With this thought in mind, Chen Dazhuang adorned his face with a broad smile and nodded towards Popovich, believing he had bestowed upon the latter a gesture of goodwill. Yet, the true significance of this exchange was undoubtedly lost on Dazhuang, as he remained oblivious to Popovich's interpretation. As the interlude passed, the match resumed, commencing a series of free throws, 2 attempts for each player. Carter was granted an additional shot, and following the successful free throws by both Carter and Parker, the referee indicated possession belonged to the Spurs. At this juncture, the Spurs called for a timeout. Observing this pause in play, Dazhuang felt a wave of relief wash over him, inwardly pleading with the system to refrain from such complications in the future. Couldn't we simply avoid this? He thought. I have no desire to be the center of attention in this game. Chapter 75. On-the-spot command. The Spurs not only called a timeout, but once the pause concluded, the unfortunate Danny Green was also substituted, making way for the formidable Ginobili. Upon entering, Ginobili swiftly demonstrated why he was hailed as a wizard on the court, executing a 3-point shot with precision after receiving a pass from Parker, thereby leveling the score for the Spurs. A smile returned to Popovich's visage following the successful shot. Yet, akin to before, it did not linger, as the Timberwolves promptly called for a timeout. Popovich, taken aback, turned to observe Chen Dazhuang, who was now standing with a tactical board in hand. What transpired next left Popovich perplexed, as the Timberwolves opted for a substitution as well, bringing Budinger onto the court in place of Carter. This sequence of actions left not only Popovich bewildered, but also had Barkley and Smith in the commentary booth exchanging puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend Chen Dazhuang's decisions. While they could understand the timeout, substituting Carter was utterly perplexing. In the opening minute of the match, Carter could be deemed a key player for the Timberwolves, having already forced the opposing shooting guard into 3 fouls, effectively disrupting the Spurs' pregame strategy. Soon, this confusion transformed into astonishment. Following the timeout, the Timberwolves executed a brilliant offensive play. A series of screens resulted in a favorable mismatch, leading to Jianlian receiving a pass from Budinger as he descended toward the basket. Just when everyone expected to conclude the attack with a shot, he delivered an unexpected no-look pass to Bennett, who stood wide open in the corner. The outcome was, of course, predictable. Bennett, unguarded, had ample time to adjust his shot. With precision, the basketball swished through the net, a textbook 3-pointer from the corner, bringing the score to 6-3 as the Timberwolves responded with a 3 of their own. If Bennett's 3-pointer was not astonishing enough, The ensuing offensive play by the Spurs left all spectators in awe of the Timberwolves' recent timeout and substitutions. Once Parker crossed midcourt, he executed an intricate exchange with Ginobili, culminating in a handoff. As Ginobili received the ball, an extraordinary sequence unfolded. After accelerating towards the basket, he momentarily believed he had evaded Buetinger, only to be met by the defensive prowess of Jianlian. Preparing to finish with a floater, Ginobili was suddenly alerted by a teammate's call, just in time to see Buetinger, who had circled past the screen set by Ayers, leap and swat his shot away. The Spurs fans erupted in gasps. As Buetinger stumbled upon landing, Odin steadied him with a supportive grip, shaking his shoulder vigorously. Ginobili, having only witnessed his shot being blocked, was oblivious to the full extent of the play. However, the others recognized the brilliance of Buetinger's defense, who, after a slight obstruction, demonstrated lightning-fast footwork and impeccable judgment. Oh, what a magnificent defensive play by Chase Buetinger. Indeed, Manu had encountered a formidable opponent. While we were all puzzled by the Timberwolves substitutions, Chase's actions vividly illustrated Chen's rationale for bringing him into the game. Billy cast a penetrating glance at Buetinger, utterly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Little did he know that many more surprises awaited him. The ball had sailed out of bounds, yet the Spurs retained possession, with Ayles poised to inbound from the sideline. The Timberwolves' defense exerted considerable pressure on the Spurs, prompting Billy to skillfully utilize his teammate screens. After several deft maneuvers, he finally caught Ayles' eye, who promptly sent the ball in Billy's direction. However, as the basketball soared through the air, Ayles experienced a pang of regret. Just as the ball neared Billy's grasp, an unexpected hand intervened, altering its trajectory. It was Buetinger once again, who decisively interrupted the Spurs sideline inbounds pass. He seized the ball, cradling it in his arms, while Billy, recognizing the cunning of his opponent, swiftly closed in on Buetinger to disrupt the pass. This tactical move allowed the other Spurs players to retreat rapidly on defense, consequently denying the Timberwolves a fast break opportunity. Unbeknownst to the Spurs, the absence of a fast break proved to be the most challenging aspect for them. The ball was then entrusted to Rubio, and both teams resumed their half-court battle. The ensuing play mirrored the Timberwolves' previous offensive foray, with the only distinction being that Bennett and Jianlian had swapped positions, placing E in the corner against Billy. In a stunning display, Jianlian unleashed a three-point shot, a towering 13 meters, confronting the 98-meter Billy. Swish! Jianlian executed a flawless three-point jumper. As the score stood at 9-3, Coach Popovich observed the basketball glide through the hoop with a slight furrow of his brow. The offensive strategy of the Timberwolves was, in truth, not complex for him. However, it was not the strategy that troubled him, but rather the shooting accuracy of the Timberwolves' dual forwards. Yet, 2 three-pointers were hardly sufficient to compel Popovich to initiate any significant adjustments. He firmly believed that his players on the court could rectify the situation, particularly Ginobili, whom he felt could evade the defensive prowess of the newly substituted number 10 from the opposing team. However, the unfolding course of the game proved to be a stark contradiction to his expectations. The nickname The Wizard was a term of endearment bestowed upon Ginobili by fans, while Buetinger's recent performances had earned him the moniker of the Wild Card. Today, it was indeed a clash between these two contrasting styles. Buetinger's erratic play from the perimeter had led to this designation. In this match, however, the Wild Card was not characterized by offensive flair, but rather by defensive tenacity. The Spurs attempted 3 consecutive offenses, all of which culminated in Ginobili's hands. Despite the varied approaches, the outcome remained consistent. The Spurs were unable to score, or rather, Ginobili had yet to contribute a single point. Conversely, in the same span, the Timberwolves bewildered the Spurs with their offensive prowess, netting 3 consecutive three-pointers. Jianlian managed to shoot twice, converting 1, while Bennett scored once, escalating the score to 15-3 with just 3 minutes and 13 seconds remaining in the first quarter. The Timberwolves swiftly transformed their lead into a double-digit advantage. Chapter 76. On-the-spot command 2, with Bennett's three-pointer hitting its mark, Popovich called for a timeout once again. The veteran-esque timeout proved remarkably effective. Following the break, the Spurs finally managed to score, though it was not Ginobili who broke the drought. Buetinger's defense against Ginobili remained remarkably sharp. Instead, it was Leonard who, after receiving a pass from Duncan, executed a deceptive feint against Bennett before stepping sideways to sink a mid-range jumper. The score shifted to 15-5, prompting applause from the Spurs supporters in the stands. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the Timberwolves called for a timeout once more. Popovich turned his gaze, frowning at Chen Dazhuang, who sat on the sidelines. Is this deliberate? Just as I finished shouting, you call for a timeout. It's rather frustrating, isn't it? Popovich initially believed that the Timberwolves would implement some tactical adjustments during this timeout. However, as the game resumed, Jianlian executed a long-range shot while practically contending with AHalf, prompting Popovich to turn to his assistant coach for a discussion. Regrettably, the referee ruled that Jianlian had stepped out of bounds, rendering it merely a two-point attempt. As time progressed, by the conclusion of the third quarter, Popovich was utterly convinced that the man across from him, adorned with a facade of insincerity, could not possibly be a genuine fan. Even if he were, he would undeniably be a fervent critic. This individual was incessantly manipulating the game's psychological dynamics. After the Spurs called a timeout, it was a certainty that the Timberwolves would follow suit. Similarly, after the Spurs made substitutions, the Timberwolves would undoubtedly make theirs. It was as if they were echoing each other. What truly exasperated Popovich was not merely the repeated timeouts, but the fact that despite these interruptions, the strategy remained unchanged. The defense was crumbling, and when Bennett and the Chinese player were on the perimeter, no amount of timeouts could disrupt their rhythm. The three-point barrage left the Spurs visibly dazed. Moreover, the newly introduced players seemed to possess an almost supernatural vigor. Their defensive intensity was astonishingly overwhelming. As the third quarter drew to a close, the score stood at 87-61. A 26-point deficit that rendered the contest devoid of suspense. Compounding Popovich's frustration was the fact that starting shooting guard Danny Green had accumulated 5 fouls in just 7 minutes of play, contributing a mere 2 points. Although Ginobili, the ever-reliable Blade, had more playing time, today he found himself thwarted by Budinger, who, despite scoring only 4 points and providing 3 assists, had a significant impact. By the end of the third quarter, Ginobili had managed only 9 points, 7 of which came from free throws. The manner in which he tossed his towel onto the bench upon exiting the court revealed a glimpse of his fraying composure. For the Spurs, the standout performers were Leonard and Duncan, who collectively accounted for a substantial portion of the team's scoring. Yet, they were unable to withstand the Timberwolves' formidable three-point onslaught. If Leonard and Bennett were engaged in mutual scoring exchanges, Jianlian's performance against AHalf resembled that of a father overpowering his son, leaving even Barkley in the stands lamenting the Spurs' plight. In my view, he cannot be classified merely as a conventional power forward. Why should an interior player venture to the perimeter for shots? I believe a distinguished power forward ought to engage in battles within the paint. Such scenes are far more captivating. Personally, I contend that Yi's achievements cannot be compared to those of Yao Ming, as an interior player devoid of physical confrontation cannot be deemed a competent one. Indeed, the Spurs had contemplated various strategies during several sequences. They deployed Duncan to guard Jianlian's shooting attempts, which had previously yielded favorable results. However, Jianlian subsequently refrained from shooting, opting instead to pass the ball to the interior player, Odin. The matchup between Odin and Ayers transcended mere paternal dominance. It resembled a formidable force that could effortlessly soar. After a couple of exchanges, Ayers could no longer endure the challenge. It would have been preferable for him to defend against Jianlian, as even three-point attempts can occasionally miss. Ultimately, the Spurs managed to hold their ground for just over 5 minutes in the fourth quarter before Popovich withdrew all of the starting players. Witnessing this, Chen Dazhuang, out of respect for his idol, also opted to substitute all of his main players. The final score was 112-87, with the Timberwolves claiming victory by a margin of 25 points. Not only did the Timberwolves secure a third consecutive win, but they also brought an end to the Spurs' winning streak. As the referee's whistle echoed through the arena, Chen Dazhuang approached Popovich with a beaming smile and humbly extended his right hand. Initially, he assumed the veteran would disregard him, but to his surprise, Popovich accepted the handshake. The elderly gentleman possesses a certain charm, which explains his prolonged tenure in the league. Indeed, he exudes grace. However, in the next moment, Chen Dazhuang realized the precariousness of the situation. As Popovich clasped Dazhuang's right hand, a sharp pain surged through him. He had been outwitted. The cunning rascal had caught him off guard. He had not anticipated such a forceful grip. Goodness, this old chap has prodigious strength. By the time Dazhuang comprehended the situation, it was already too late. The most crucial aspect was Popovich's remarkable pretense. Not only did he grip Dazhuang's hand with unyielding might, but he also pulled him into an embrace, wrapping his other arm tightly around Dazhuang's neck. Consequently, No angle from the sidelines could capture the unfolding events from any perspective. It appeared as if the two were reconciling their differences. Moreover, Dazhuang seemed utterly exhilarated, his face flushed. Why such fervor? Could it be that Greg truly is Dazhuang's idol? Nearby, Smith observed Dazhuang, nearly in tears from overwhelming emotion, and felt a sense of bewilderment. Perhaps Dazhuang felt a need to atone for past grievances. After all, Greg is a renowned coach in the league, and fostering a positive relationship with him would greatly benefit Dazhuang. Thus, Smith decided against interrupting them, pausing with a smile of contentment as he watched the two coaches embrace. The embrace lasted nearly 3 minutes, during which Popovich, with a beaming smile, reluctantly released Dazhuang, patting him on the shoulder with an expression that conveyed the promise of a bright future. Dazhuang, flushed with excitement and trembling slightly, gazed at Popovich in awe. A journalist at the sidelines captured this iconic moment, and in his mind, he conceived a fitting title for this classic scene, a transition of eras. Chen, shall we go? What are you still lingering for? Is he truly your idol? I've never heard you mention it, Smith remarked, a hint of disbelief in his tone. I've never seen you so animated before. Idle my foot. Excited indeed. I'll make sure to deduct that rascal's fees when we return. Chapter 77. The Peril of Flattery. Mr. Popovich, we noticed your post-game exchange with Chen, who appeared quite exhilarated. Furthermore, prior to the game, Chen sought you out, and some are suggesting he is your admirer, requesting your autograph. What remarks do you have regarding your opponent today? I must extend an apology for my previous assessment of him. Today's match illuminated the capabilities of the league's new generation of coaches. He is a remarkably intriguing head coach, exhibiting exceptional on-the-spot decision-making skills, as you all witnessed. Although we lost the game, I attribute our defeat to his adept coaching. Despite our loss, it brings me great comfort to witness such outstanding young talent in the league. Not far away, Chen Dazhuang felt a subtle pain in his right hand. Upon hearing Coach Popovich's response to the reporter's inquiry, he immediately sensed something amiss. Indeed, the old man is indulging in a form of backhanded flattery. How insidious. However, we did notice some tensions between your team after the game began. No. I do not consider that to be a conflict. It merely reflects different perspectives on addressing issues. In any case, I hold great optimism for him and for the current Timberwolves. Other teams in the league, particularly those aspiring for the championship, should take heed. There exists a formidable team that you are overlooking. Well, it is confirmed. This old rogue is up to no good. Goodness, old man, you are exceedingly cunning. I merely called you an old rogue, and you hold a grudge? Why can't one be a bit more magnanimous? Chen, what is your perspective on Mr. Popovich's evaluation of the Timberwolves? Presently, the Timberwolves have risen to the top of the Western Conference, having triumphed over strong teams such as the Heat, Spurs, and Rockets. What, then, is the objective for the Timberwolves this season? In light of the lengthy regular season, we have merely just begun. I know my team well. We are not as weak as Mr. Popovich suggests in terms of both roster composition and fighting spirit. As for our goal, I believe that making it to the playoffs would be a significant achievement, especially considering we finished last season in 12th place in the West. The reporters in attendance could hardly contain their incredulity at Chen Dazhuang's earnest answers. You, with a record of 20 wins and 3 losses, claim to be quite weak, asserting that reaching the playoffs would be exceeding expectations? What are those teams behind you in the standings? Chen, you must recognize that you currently sit atop the Western Conference with 20 victories. How can that be considered weak? What then are those teams that have fallen to you? Even Kate, who has maintained a good rapport with Chen Dazhuang, found herself at a loss for words. I can hardly fathom how we have achieved such results. I attribute it largely to luck, as Lady Luck has favored us thus far. Moreover, the regular season is still in its infancy, and many teams have yet to unleash their full potential. Kate, just wait and see. Soon those powerhouse teams will emerge to demonstrate that the Timberwolves are indeed quite weak. Yet, no one believed Chen Dazhuang's words. The day after their match against the Spurs, the Timberwolves enjoyed another day of rest, though his humility at the post-game press conference had little effect. Conversely, Popovich's backhanded praise propelled the Timberwolves back into the headlines of major media outlets. With a commanding victory over the Spurs, the Timberwolves gradually revealed their teeth. The Wolves have arrived. Popovich proclaimed the Timberwolves as the frontrunners for this season's championship. Even the Spurs could not impede the relentless Timberwolves. Popovich remarked that Chen epitomizes the new generation of NBA coaches. Michael stated that had Chen been coaching during his era, he would have eagerly played for him. Who could possibly stand against the formidable Timberwolves? Chen is indeed the king of wolves for the Timberwolves. The players were fortunate to have a rare day of rest, yet Dazhuang and Smith had no time to relax. Early in the morning, Dazhuang saw Smith, Ogman, and Bino entering with an enormous stack of newspapers. What are you doing? Why buy so many newspapers? Congratulations, Chen, you're now a household name. Every media outlet in this beautiful nation is discussing you. By the way, Greg has been quite supportive. Without him, you might not have risen to such fame. Smith, are you out of your mind? At a time like this, you're defending that old guy? Can't you see he is merely buttering us up to undermine us? I noticed it, we all did. And you still have the audacity to criticize me? Why did you have to provoke him? How was I to know he would react so dramatically? You don't understand. That old fox is exceedingly cunning. After the game, I felt as if my hand was about to be crushed by him. I fear I might carry psychological scars from this. What do we do now? We will likely face heightened scrutiny. The games won't be as easy as before, Ogman inquired. Let us take it one step at a time, Dazhuang replied, scratching his head. Chen, could you clarify what our goals for this season are? Bill Bino's question caught the attention of both Smith and Ogman, who turned to Dazhuang. Goals? The playoffs. As long as we make it to the playoffs, we will have truly exceeded our objectives. Chen, we need to carefully consider our roster configuration and bench depth. Additionally, starting in January, our schedule will become more demanding, so how we manage rotations will also be crucial, Smith added. Roster configuration? Do you have any ideas? The game against the Spurs yesterday demonstrated that our previous strategy is sound. The combination of E and Anthony, alongside Greg's dominance in the paint, is a significant weapon for us. However, we must find a suitable backup for Greg. Dion is not up to the task, so securing an appropriate center is essential. Our perimeter players are fairly adequate, but the backup for E at the 4 position is also a major concern. I suggest that if the opportunity arises, we might consider trading some perimeter players for interior talent, and we should also explore potential free agents, Smith proposed. Do you have any good recommendations? Dazhuang recognized the truth in their words. Indeed, the current lineup of the Timberwolves exhibits significant deficiencies in the backup positions for center and power forward. Dion has not fulfilled the expectations during the center rotations, and E. Jillian's backup role poses a concern as well, while other positions are abundantly equipped with options. Chapter 78. Milt's Abilities. Chen, do you need something? In the afternoon, Chen Dazhuang arrived at Milt's office, catching him by surprise upon his entrance. Since Dazhuang joined the Timberwolves, it was primarily Milt who sought him out. Dazhuang rarely visited this fellow's office, making his appearance all the more unexpected. However, Milt understood that Dazhuang must have a purpose for his visit, as he would never come to disturb him without reason. I hear you've become quite renowned lately. Could we refrain from discussing that? My esteemed general manager, I have matters to discuss with you. Very well, what is it? Dazhuang proceeded to recount the matters Smith and others had shared with him earlier that morning. Regarding this issue, I have reviewed the schedule, and next month, our games will become significantly more demanding than this month. Additionally, Smith's comments have reminded me of another concern: injuries. Currently, players like Vince cannot endure prolonged high-intensity matches, making rotations crucial. Given the lack of good options for our interior rotations, do you have any promising news on your end? I have indeed heard some news, though it remains unverified. It seems the 76ers have been actively seeking trades and have reached out to multiple teams. Yes. Who are they looking to trade? Spencer? He is their starting center. He cannot come here to back up Greg. That would destabilize the locker room. No, I'm not referring to him. Rather, it is the parties the 76ers are considering for discussions. They are reportedly in contact with both the Cavaliers and the Clippers. If you wish to enhance the depth of your interior bench, I believe those two teams could be excellent options, Milt replied with a smile. The Cavaliers? The Clippers? Who do they have? Hold on. I will have someone gather the information and send it over. After making a call, Milt and Dazhuang began to engage in light conversation. By the way, how is your princess doing these days? She's away on business. Chen, to my knowledge, does Kelly hold some shares in the Timberwolves? How do you know that? Dazhuang was momentarily puzzled by Milt's sudden inquiry. Chen, this is not a secret. At least not to me. Well, yes, she does have some shares, but not many. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Chen, this presents a splendid opportunity. You have invested considerable effort into the current construction of the team, akin to nurturing a child, as you well understand. Mr. Newton, please feel free to speak candidly. I prefer directness to ambiguity. I have heard that Mr. Sanders intends to sell his shares in the Timberwolves. It may be worthwhile to inquire with Kelly regarding her interest. I believe this could be an excellent opportunity, as it would solidify your position within the Timberwolves and, naturally, ease my own responsibilities. At this juncture, Dazhuang has grasped the underlying implications of the conversation, clearly sensing the friction between the individual before him and the team's executive president. The insinuations suggest a desire to oust Sanders. However, this scenario is not necessarily adverse for Dazhuang. His encounters thus far have revealed that Sanders harbors a palpable animosity towards him, while his interactions with Milt have been relatively pleasant. As for the city in which he currently resides, Dazhuang harbors neither strong affection nor aversion. Minneapolis, the largest city in Minnesota, shares a latitude with Heilongjiang in China, resulting in winter temperatures plummeting to -30 degrees Celsius. Nevertheless, it is also a renowned immigrant city, with a rich tapestry of inhabitants from across the globe since World War II. The environment is quite agreeable. The name Minneapolis derives from the Native American word for water, aptly reflecting its character as a quintessential water city. In Dazhuang's recollections from his previous life, aside from the Timberwolves, he holds other impressions of this city, notably as the site of the infamous George Floyd incident. While Dazhuang refrained from commenting on Milt, he noticed a faint smile forming on Milt's lips as he fell into contemplation. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted them, and Milt's assistant entered, presenting a document that Milt subsequently handed to Dazhuang. Once the assistant departed, Dazhuang opened the file and began to peruse its contents meticulously. The organization of the information was indeed thorough, revealing the diligence of the team's management in their research. Tyler Zeller, born in 1990, currently plays for the Cavaliers as a center. He was selected 17th overall by the Mavericks in 2012 before being traded to the Cavaliers. Last season, he participated in 77 games, starting in 55, averaging 26.3 minutes on the court with an average of 9 points and 7 rebounds. Notably, the file also contained an intriguing detail. His brother, Cody Zeller, shares his height and was drafted 4th overall by the Bobcats this summer. Enclosed within is a report regarding Zeller's participation in the draft. The original draft template was P.J. Brown, a quintessential blue-collar center, renowned for his swift mobility and exceptional athleticism, boasting an impressive speed rating of 9. However, his strength and physique were deemed areas needing enhancement. Henry Sims, also born in 1990 and occupying the center position, currently plays for the Cavaliers. He entered the draft in 2012 but ultimately went undrafted, following a brief contract with the Hornets. He was swiftly waived and subsequently signed with the Cavaliers before the commencement of the current season, standing at 2.08 meters and weighing 111 kilograms. He is evidently a dynamic interior player with remarkable wingspan, capable of keeping pace during fast breaks, with an astonishing wingspan of 2.24 meters. Nevertheless, his height poses a challenge for a center position. After reviewing the profiles of these two individuals, Dazhuang continued his examination. Byron Mullins, standing at 2.13 meters and weighing 124 kilograms, currently represents the Los Angeles Clippers. He was selected by the Dallas Mavericks as the 24th overall pick in the first round of the 2009 draft and subsequently traded to the Thunder, where he saw limited playing time, mostly spending his tenure in the NBDL. In 2011, he was traded to the Bobcats. What piqued Dazhuang's interest was Mullins' commendable outside shooting ability, as he averaged 10 points and 6.2 rebounds per game last season with the Bobcats. This summer, he became a free agent and was signed by the Clippers. This fellow is quite remarkable, Dazhuang mused as he perused the information on Mullins. Chapter 79. Is the system truly omnipotent? Do these two stand a chance? Dazhuang pointed out Heinrichs and Mullins in the dossier. Chen, trading, anything is possible. As long as the right resources are at hand, there will be no issues. Let me reach out to the Knights and the Clippers to gauge their interest. All right, keep me informed. Once Dazhuang entrusted everything to Milt, it alleviated a considerable burden. Throughout their time together, he had developed a strong appreciation for Milt's capabilities. However, this time, Dazhuang had perhaps underestimated the complexity of the situation. He had anticipated receiving positive news swiftly. Yet even after securing depth in the front court for the remaining 8 games of December, he found himself without the desired updates. Meanwhile, in the remaining 8 games of the 2013 season, Dazhuang led the Timberwolves to a commendable record of 5 wins and 3 losses. On December 15th, they triumphed over the Memphis Grizzlies with a score of 101-93. The following day, the Timberwolves faced a back-to-back challenge against the Celtics at TD North Garden. Before the game commenced, Dazhuang's system buff displayed 3 blue, 1 red, and 1 white buff. Just as Dazhuang believed this would be yet another assured victory, the pivotal red buff target, Vince Carter, unexpectedly collapsed without any physical contact during a sudden directional change as the first half drew to a close. Ultimately unable to continue and forced to exit the game prematurely. This moment marked a significant turning point in the match. Despite the Timberwolves leading by 17 points and desperately striving to maintain their advantage from the third quarter onward, the home team displayed an increasingly formidable momentum. Ultimately, the Timberwolves succumbed to the Celtics with a score of 94-101, thus encountering their fourth defeat of the season in the regular games. However, post-match examinations revealed that Carter's injury was not severe. It merely indicated signs of strain in the calf muscle of his right leg, necessitating a respite of 2 to 3 weeks. After concluding the back-to-back matches, the Timberwolves returned to Minneapolis for a day of recovery. Subsequently, on December 18th, they faced the Trail Blazers at home. It is noteworthy that this encounter represented the inaugural clash between the Timberwolves and the Trail Blazers this season. Following their loss to the Celtics, the Timberwolves had fallen from the top spot in the Western Conference to second place, with the Trail Blazers now occupying first. Currently, the Trail Blazers, having played one more game than the Timberwolves, boasted a record of 22 wins and 4 losses, while the Timberwolves stood at 21 wins and 4 losses. Thus, this confrontation between the first and second seeds in the West garnered significant attention. A favorable aspect for the Timberwolves was the advantageous scheduling. This match marked the Trail Blazers' fourth consecutive game on the road as part of a back-to-back series. However, the Trail Blazers, riding a 5-game winning streak, were in high spirits. Additionally, another point of interest was the remarkable performance of Odin since his joining the Timberwolves this season, which had left the Trail Blazers somewhat bewildered. The statistics were impressive. Within 40 minutes, the three-point shooting percentage increased by 50%, while the accuracy decreased by 1% with every passing minute. The defensive capabilities in the paint were enhanced by 50%, alongside a 50% increase in speed, shot blocking ability, and rebounding prowess. A special buff for power forwards. As the match approached its commencement, Dazhuang activated the system, only to behold a solitary golden buff gleaming in the buff bar. Without hesitation, he resolved to confront the opposition, disregarding their status as the top team in the West. The starting 5 for the Timberwolves consisted of Rubio, Budinger, Bennett, Ijinlian, and Odin, while the Trail Blazers countered with Lillard, Matthews, Batum, Aldridge, and Lopez. Previously, whether facing formidable teams like the Heat, Thunder, or Spurs, or even lackluster squads such as the Cavaliers, Dazhuang believed that any acquisition of purple or golden buffs signified an impending triumph. However, today's contest unveiled the reality that even with a golden buff, one is not invincible when pitted against superstars in their prime. This match profoundly shifted Dazhuang's reliance on the system. It became evident that to advance further and more steadily in the league, one must cultivate personal strength alongside the system's advantages. As the game against the Trail Blazers progressed into the second half, it devolved into a fierce duel between two players, Lillard with 49 points versus Ijinlian's 48 points. Ultimately, the Timberwolves secured a narrow victory, 117-115, largely due to Lillard's last-second three-pointer failing to find its mark. Ijinlian played for 41 minutes, achieving an impressive 9 out of 14 from beyond the arc, contributing 48 points, 11 rebounds, and 6 assists, thereby shattering his personal scoring record in the NBA. This stellar performance earned him his first Player of the Game accolade since joining the Timberwolves. Additionally, Odin's 17 points and 18 rebounds, along with Bennett's 20 points and 8 rebounds, were pivotal to the Timberwolves' success. On the opposing side, Lillard's performance was equally remarkable, also playing for 41 minutes, sinking 10 out of 18 three-point attempts and amassing 49 points, 6 rebounds, and 8 assists, making him the highest scorer of the match. The reason the Timberwolves secured a narrow victory in this match, aside from the remarkable performance of Ijinlian bolstered by buffs, lies primarily in Odin's dominance on the boards. Of Odin's 18 rebounds, 7 were offensive, highlighting the area where the Trail Blazers conceded the most points. Chen, what's wrong? Aren't you happy we won? Smith inquired, puzzled by Dazhuang's furrowed brow after he shook hands with Trail Blazers coach Terry. I'm fine. I just have some thoughts, Dazhuang replied with a forced smile. Are you really okay? Smith pressed on, concerned. As a longtime friend, he sensed that something was amiss. Indeed, Dazhuang was troubled by the near loss. Had Lillard's final three-pointer gone in, the Timberwolves would have faced a devastating defeat. The fact that they achieved victory, even with a golden buff, was unsettling. A frenzied Lillard could turn the tide, and facing such formidable opponents in the playoffs, even with all 5 players equipped with golden buffs, would hardly guarantee safety. In this moment, Chen Dazhuang finally became acutely aware of an unprecedented sense of crisis. This match revealed to him that the system does not guarantee victory with absolute certainty. Chapter 80. So this is how tactics are upgraded? After a day of rest on December 19th, the Timberwolves embarked on their away journey. At 6 o'clock in the evening, within the confines of the Staples Center, the Timberwolves engaged in a lackluster contest against the Los Angeles Lakers. The flow of the game rendered all spectators drowsy. Chen Dazhuang, once again burdened with a 5-white buff, expressed his own frustration. The most disheartening aspect of this uninspired matchup was that the Timberwolves ultimately suffered defeat, losing to the Lakers by a margin of 6 points, 83-89. Throughout the game, both teams seemed to transform into blacksmiths, laboring to repair the hoops at Staples Center. Whether it was Jinlian, who had previously displayed astonishing prowess, or Bennett, who had maintained a 3-point shooting percentage of 42.3, or the oftentimes erratic Buetinger, their shooting accuracy was utterly dismal. Jinlian managed only 3 successful 3-pointers out of 12 attempts. Buetinger converted just 1 of 5. And Bennett's performance was even more disheartening at a complete miss, 0 for 7. The hoops at Staples appear to be locked for the Timberwolves players. On the Lakers side, their performance was not markedly better, with the sole exception being Nick Young, who, coming off the bench, played for 31 minutes and achieved an impressive 6 out of 7 from beyond the arc, contributing 29 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists, pivotal to the Lakers' victory. After concluding their game against the Lakers, the Timberwolves returned to the Target Center a day later on December 22nd, ready to face the challenge posed by the Los Angeles Clippers. This marks the third encounter between the two teams this season, with the previous 2 contests ending in a draw of 1 goal apiece. Currently, the Clippers boast a record of 18 wins and 10 losses from 28 games, having secured 4 consecutive victories in their last 4 matches. Among them, there are formidable teams like the Spurs. If the match against the Trail Blazers served as a wake-up call for Chen Dazhuang, enhancing his understanding of the system, then the game against the Clippers clarified this understanding even further. The trio of blue and duo of white buffs rendered the Timberwolves incapable of securing victory in this contest. With a score of 117-119, the Clippers executed a thrilling last-minute play as Griffin deftly capitalized on a rebound, sealing a dramatic win over the Timberwolves and extending their winning streak to 5 games. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves faced yet another setback at home, suffering a consecutive defeat and relinquishing their hard-earned position at the top of the Western Conference. Jinlian scored 27 points and grabbed 10 rebounds, while Odin contributed 21 points and 16 rebounds, and Bennett added 20 points, with Bledsoe chipping in 17 points. Yet, their efforts were insufficient to halt the opposing team's winning streak, underscoring the superior performance of their rivals. On the Clippers' side, 5 players reached double figures in scoring, with Griffin playing 41 minutes to achieve 32 points and 10 rebounds, Crawford adding 19 points, and Paul contributing 22 points along with 13 assists. The most surprising contribution came from the Clippers' backup guard, Collison, who played 27 minutes and scored 18 points, illustrating the advantage of the Clippers' rotation over their opponents. Notably, Byron Mullins, whom Dazhuang was keenly observing, did not see any playing time. The Timberwolves now face a disheartening 2-game losing streak, dropping from first to second place in the Western Conference. What issues is the team encountering? At the post-game press conference, as Chen Dazhuang took his seat, reporters immediately directed their inquiries toward him. The opposing team is stronger. Their players are in better form, and they were better prepared than us. Thus, the victory rightfully belongs to them. We have no issues. I view this merely as a minor episode in a lengthy season, and I am quite satisfied with my players. Our current record speaks for itself. Chen, it is said that the Timberwolves are actively seeking trades during this period. Is there any specific progress? No, I have not received any news. I must say, your information seems to come even faster than mine. Dazhuang could not help but admire these individuals. It seemed that even the slightest hint of a breeze would prompt them to uncover information. However, he found it peculiar that since his conversation with Milt, there had been no further developments. It appeared he must inquire about this matter upon his return. The true reason for the defeat against the Clippers was not solely due to Griffin's last-minute shot. Rather, it lay in the fact that the advantage gained by the starters quickly dissipated once the rotation players took the court, ultimately providing the opposing team with the opportunity for a decisive victory. After hastily addressing the reporters, Dazhuang departed the venue. According to the league schedule, following the match against the Clippers, the Timberwolves had only 3 games remaining this month, coupled with a 4-day respite ahead. This year, The Timberwolves were not scheduled to participate in the Christmas Day games. For NBA enthusiasts, the annual Christmas Day matches are a grand celebration, and this year's 5 fixtures, determined well before the season commenced, were carefully selected by the league. The Thunder faced off against the Knicks, with the spotlight on the clash between Anthony, who had surged in the latter half of last season to claim the scoring title from Durant, and the formidable Grim Reaper. The Rockets were set to compete against the Spurs in a Texas derby, further heightened by the Rockets' significant summer acquisitions. The Warriors were to battle the Clippers, featuring a showdown between Paul and Curry. Conversely, the matchup between the Lakers and Heat might lack excitement due to the uncertainty surrounding Kobe's injury. The Nets were to confront the Bulls, with a narrative focused on revenge. Despite the Bulls facing injury setbacks last season, they ultimately eliminated the Nets from the playoffs. With Rose's return and the Nets bolstering their roster with seasoned veterans, this Eastern Conference clash promised to be a compelling spectacle, hinging on whether the Nets could exact their revenge through their substantial summer investments. The day after the Timberwolves game against the Clippers, Dazhuang announced a day of rest for the entire team. Back in his apartment, feeling somewhat idle, he delved once more into his system. Observing the 47 skill points he had accumulated, Dazhuang fell into contemplation. Previously, he had distributed points evenly between tactics and command, yet his tactical proficiency remained at a rudimentary level. Perhaps he should invest directly to elevate it to the maximum of 100 points. Resolute in his decision, he promptly allocated all his tactical points to reach 100. As the value reached its peak, the system interface underwent a transformation. Name: Chen Dazhuang. Profession: head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tactics: 100 points command, 53 point skill points, 7 specialized tactics. Man-to-man, beginner. Goodness gracious. Dazhuang then noticed a plus sign appear behind the person he was staring at. To his astonishment, this was the method of leveling up. If only he had known about this earlier, he would have elevated his status long ago. Chapter 81. Today is a splendid day. This wretched contraption truly plays with one's mindset, and the most critical aspect is the blurring of lines between friend and foe during such turmoil. While others traverse realms and acquire systems complete with not only beginner guides, but also generous starter packs, here I am, grappling with a pitiful system devoid of such luxuries. It seems even leveling up is shrouded in secrecy, as if one were afraid of uncovering the truth. Without a moment's hesitation, Dazhuang clicked on Tactical Upgrades, allocating all 7 remaining points to command. Lo and behold, the system interface before him underwent a remarkable transformation. The emergence of several striking characters sent Dazhuang's blood pressure soaring to its zenith. Just a tad more, and he might have met his demise, a truly exhilarating sensation. Congratulations, host, on completing the beginner tutorial phase. What a mockery. Did you truly guide me? And what reward accompanies this so-called completion of a tutorial? No reward? Then spare me the hollow congratulations. Clearly, the subsequent display on the system interface indicated an inadvertent update, showcasing significant alterations on the system panel. Name: Chen Dazhuang. Profession: head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tactics: 0 200 command, 60,100 skill points, 0 proficient offensive tactic, pick and roll, intermediate, proficient defensive tactics, 212 zone defense, intermediate, 23 zone defense, beginner, man-to-man defense, beginner, onside command, art of command, beginner. Indeed, it seems like a revelation has occurred, for not only has the system panel transformed, but in an instant, Dazhuang's mind inexplicably brimmed with newfound knowledge of basketball. His understanding of various tactics has undeniably escalated to a new echelon. In this moment, Dazhuang felt assured that, regardless of other considerations, the application of tactical boards would pose no challenge whatsoever. Such is the essence of a head coach. Dazhuang has already begun to envision himself standing on the sidelines with a tactical board in hand, articulating strategies for the forthcoming matches, elevating his stature significantly. The swift transformation of the system has remarkably alleviated the discontent stemming from a recent loss. For Dazhuang, however, the auspicious developments extend far beyond this. After a day of rest at home, Dazhuang arrived at the team facility, only to find Milt's assistant awaiting him in the office. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. "Mr. Newton wishes to see you in his office. He has been unable to reach you by phone and asked me to wait here." "Ah, understood. I was just organizing the training." Dazhuang surmised that there must be progress regarding the reinforcement he had requested from Milt. "My esteemed general manager, do you bring me good news?" "It is a mixture of good and bad." "Very well. I prefer directness over riddles. Please reveal the outcome." "The Clippers have declined our offer. It appears their negotiations with the 76ers are advancing significantly. As for the Cavaliers, they have agreed to a trade involving Henry, but the specifics remain a challenge. Dazhuang looked at Milt incredulously. Do you have some clandestine connection with the Cavaliers? Why are you so fixated on plucking this lamb? Are you not concerned about leaving them bare? Or do you harbor a grudge against the Cavaliers? What is it, Chen? Why do you gaze at me so? Nothing. Please continue. What conditions have they proposed? Andrew. They wish to trade Andrew to us, but we lack a player to match his value. The Cavaliers proposed including Giannis and Chris, with the rest to be addressed through trade exceptions. Andrew? You mean Andrew Bynum? Yes, indeed. I believe he should be a decent option, although his contract with the Cavaliers is for 2 years at $24 million. Only $6 million of the first year's $12 million is guaranteed. I don't perceive much risk here, and I think his capabilities in the paint are commendable. Goodness. Is this truly considered good news? To me, it feels rather disheartening, Dazhuang replied, gazing at Milt in disbelief. Moreover, sending Giannis to the Cavaliers next year could be quite entertaining. Once LeBron returns, with Kyrie, LeBron, and Giannis together, it would appear to be a celestial combination. Dazhuang vaguely recalled the peculiar circumstances surrounding Bynum's tenure with the Cavaliers, remembering a time when they imposed an indefinite suspension on him. Though he could not recall the precise reasons, it is evident that for a player to be subjected to such a suspension, the actions must have been extraordinarily questionable. What is it? Am I mistaken? Mr. Newton, may I pose a question? Dazhuang asked, brushing his forehead. Of course, please proceed. Do you have the data on Andrew Bynum's performance this season? Dazhuang secretly rejoiced that he had previously examined Bynum's statistics in pursuit of bolstering the team's frontcourt depth. Otherwise, he would have struggled to find a justification to persuade Milt to forego this option. To be frank, Milt was not entirely mistaken. If one were to assess Bynum solely based on historical performance, acquiring him would indeed be the optimal choice for the Timberwolves. After all, his extravagant maneuvers had yet to be exposed, and the Cavaliers had not announced any internal suspension at that moment. Selected 10th overall in the 2005 draft, he had indeed delivered impressive statistics during his tenure with the Lakers, particularly in the 2011 to 2012 season, where he achieved a career-defining performance. His efficiency rating surged from 21.4 to 23, averaging 35. 2 minutes per game, contributing 18. 7 points, 11. 8 rebounds, 1. 4 assists and 1. 9 blocks, with a shooting percentage reaching 55.8. Furthermore, he recorded a triple-double in that season's playoffs, becoming the first Lakers player since Magic Johnson to do so in the postseason. And he also grabbed 30 rebounds in a regular season match against the Spurs. Thus, based on historical performance alone, he would undoubtedly serve as an excellent reinforcement. I must confess that I did not investigate this myself. I reached out to you immediately after receiving a call from Chris. Andrew is not a viable option. I do not desire this player, particularly given that his shooting percentage has plummeted to 42 this season with the Cavaliers. It is essential to remember that he is a big man. However, I believe you should inquire further. I suspect the Cavaliers may be looking to trade him, indicating that something may have transpired within their ranks, and I trust you can uncover some leads. How do you know about his statistics? Recently, I also conducted some research on the performance of other teams' interior players and happened to come across his data. Additionally, I have heard rumors indicating that his relationship with Mike may not be particularly harmonious. Of course, these are merely whispers, unverified at this point, but you might want to investigate. Chapter 82. 3 joys arrive surprisingly. Milt possesses quite a knack for this. Within an hour of Dazhuang waiting, Milt had made 4 or 5 calls and then regarded Chen Dazhuang with an incredulous expression. Why are you looking at me like that? What's the matter? Do you have news? You were right. The relationship between this player and Mike has reached an irreconcilable stage, to the extent that he is neglecting his training. Furthermore, it is rumored that he has an ambiguous relationship with the wife of Cavaliers' assistant coach Jamal. Dazhuang recalled this from his past life. Indeed, this incident seemed familiar. What should we do now? Contact Chris. We only need Henry Hims. As for Giannis, if Chris desires him, he must offer something substantial in return. After careful consideration, Dazhuang arrived at this conclusion. Initially, his interest in Giannis was purely driven by a penchant for star collecting. However, the young athlete has yet to exhibit formidable prowess, as his physique remains rather frail. Frankly speaking, his contributions to the team have not surpassed those of Middleton, especially since Gillian's arrival has shifted Bennett to the small forward position. With the presence of Biyombo, Giannis's playing time has been significantly curtailed, while Middleton consistently averages at least 25 minutes on the court. Thus, Dazhuang thoughtfully reflected on the current situation, realizing that retaining Middleton aligns more aptly with the Timberwolves' needs. Moreover, There exists a rather dark amusement in the notion that if the Cavaliers were to acquire Giannis, next season would see LeBron's return, complemented by Irving and Love. This would create a formidable quartet, a rival team meticulously crafted by LeBron himself, posing a conundrum for any future coach regarding the distribution of ball possession. During this period, Dazhuang has been contemplating the construction of the team. Recently, Milt informed him that Sanders shares are up for sale, prompting him to reach out to Kelly, his wealthy acquaintance, who has shown considerable interest and has reportedly begun discussions. Given this development, Dazhuang must thoughtfully consider the future of the Timberwolves. It is essential to recognize that Odin's health attribute from the system only lasts for one season, which means that by next season, Odin will revert to the condition he was in prior to joining the Timberwolves. This thus becomes the most significant bait in Dazhuang's arsenal, and it remains to be seen which unfortunate soul will fall for it. Currently, the Timberwolves hold their own first and second round picks, along with the Cavaliers' first and second round picks, and 2 second round picks from the Mavericks. Considering the Cavaliers' dismal performance this season, their first round pick is undoubtedly destined to be the top overall selection, likely condemning them to a lasting place of shame in NBA history. Back when Milt negotiated with the Cavaliers, he insisted that this first-round pick be unprotected. At that time, the Cavaliers were optimistic about their playoff prospects, so they did not pay much heed to Milt's demands. Now, it appears the Cavaliers are faced with a grim fate. Well, I will reach out to Chris, although I have heard that his time with the Cavaliers has been quite challenging. Challenging? Indeed. It is going to be much worse for him once this season concludes. He is likely to face a torrent of criticism. What a pity. Upon returning to his office, Dazhuang barely had time to settle in before a knock echoed from the door. Looking up, he was momentarily taken aback. It was Giannis, the very individual he had just discussed with Milt. Giannis, what brings you here? Is there something you wish to discuss? Boss, I would like to talk to you. All right. Cool. After inviting Giannis to sit, Dazhuang remained silent, waiting for him to speak. Boss, my playing time has significantly decreased lately. Is there something I am doing wrong? Hearing Giannis's inquiry, Dazhuang furrowed his brow. He had anticipated that Giannis might raise concerns about his playing time, but upon hearing it directly, Dazhuang found himself at a loss for words. Giannis, you are only in your first season. You possess remarkable talent and strengths, yet you also have evident shortcomings. Your strength and physicality require enhancement, which is why Stetson has been focusing on this aspect with you. What you need now is the patience to fulfill Stetson's expectations. Do you understand? However, I've been meeting Mr. Ogman's expectations, and I believe this has no bearing on my performance, boss. I hope to receive more playing time. Giannis, I will allocate and adjust your playing time based on your training progress and the team's needs. This is not solely a matter concerning you, and I hope you can grasp my point. As the disappointed Giannis departed, Dazhuang merely shook his head. Once Giannis had left, Dazhuang's phone rang, and upon answering, a joyful expression illuminated his face. The matter at hand was quite simple. His girlfriend Kelly, who had been away on business, was returning home for Christmas and had already departed from Los Angeles. It was evident that her return was specifically to spend the holiday with Dazhuang. Coupled with the system upgrade and the progress in reinforcing the bench depth, this confluence of events could certainly be deemed a trifecta of good fortune. Dazhuang soon cast aside the image of Giannis's disappointment from his mind. Unbeknownst to Dazhuang, this situation had inadvertently caused a minor inconvenience for the Timberwolves. After concluding his call with Kelly, Dazhuang found it increasingly difficult to focus on work, and after less than an hour of restless waiting in the office, he bid farewell to Smith and the others before leaving the team. He arrived at the airport in Apollos, where he waited for less than an hour before Kelly's flight landed punctually. The biting cold, plummeting to -10 degrees outside, could not dampen the ardent spirits of the two lovers. As the head coach of the Timberwolves, Chen Dazhuang was a well-known figure in Apollos, and passers-by recognized him as they witnessed the couple embracing at the airport, yet none dared to intrude. Subsequently, Dazhuang took Kelly back to his home, and what transpired next was a matter best left to the imagination. The fireworks of passion ignited as Dazhuang, having long protected his brotherly bond, finally seized the opportunity to revel in freedom. Aren't you going back to spend Christmas with your family? He inquired, holding Kelly close. I told him I would stay here with you for the next few days. You have no games during Christmas, right? By the way, my father arranged for someone to speak with Mr. Saunders. What did he say? He does indeed have intentions to sell, but not entirely, only a portion. Doesn't he have very little to begin with? How can he afford to divide it further? 5%. Well, that seems rather trivial. No, my dear. You may not realize that Mr. Taylor is considering transferring a significant portion of his shares, and if we can acquire them, we would become the largest shareholders of the Timberwolves. Dazhuang was taken aback by Kelly's revelation. He had not anticipated that Glenn Taylor would contemplate selling shares. This was unexpected. Are you certain? Why would he do that? Certainly. My father has arranged for someone to engage with him. So the small portion that Saunders is dividing will surely be ours. According to my father's investigation, Mr. Taylor's company is facing a significant issue. Though he has not disclosed the specifics to me, I suspect it may be that Glenn is looking to liquidate assets to assist his company. I had a feeling that this individual was particularly interested in cash transactions this season. It appears that this is indeed the case. So, could it be that you might become my employer in the future? Is that so? Well, you must be obedient, my dear. Kelly gazed at Dazhuang with flirtatious eyes as she nestled in his embrace. Goodness, is there even a need for consideration? One must certainly cater to the boss, although it is somewhat taxing. In the following 2 days, the couple became inseparable within Dazhuang's apartment. Meanwhile, the much-anticipated Christmas showdown commenced, albeit the outcomes were not entirely in line with the fans' expectations. The Bulls faced the Nets, with Rose still sidelined. Nevertheless, the Bulls managed to secure victory, propelled by a remarkable 17-2 run in the third quarter, while the Nets' hope of avenging with their seasoned veterans fell flat. The final score was 95-78, with the Bulls triumphing effortlessly over the Nets. The Knicks' encounter with the Thunder also left fans somewhat disheartened. The much-anticipated showdown between Carmelo and the Grim Reaper was thwarted by Carmelo's absence, leading to the Knicks' inevitable defeat at the hands of the Grim Reaper, with the suspense dissipating early in the match. The final score was a staggering 123-94 as the Thunder executed a massacre in the clash between the Lakers and the Heat. The anticipated return of Kobe was also rendered a mere fantasy. However, the game's progression was quite engaging. In the initial 3 quarters, the Heat comfortably established a leading advantage. As the final quarter approached, many assumed the game would conclude as expected. Unexpectedly, Nick Young stepped up, guiding the Lakers to a momentary lead. Ultimately, however, the Lakers succumbed to defeat, failing to capitalize on several late-game opportunities, allowing the Heat to seize their chance. The final score was 101-95, with the Heat emerging victorious. In the matchup between the Rockets and the Spurs, Harden made his contribution, setting the stage for a Texas showdown among the state's triumvirate. Ultimately, powered by the collaboration of Harden and Howard, the Rockets clinched victory with a score of 111-98. Harden's impressive stats of 28 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists, along with Howard's 15 points and 20 rebounds, proved pivotal in securing the win. Among the 5 Christmas Day games, the most captivating was undoubtedly the contest between the Warriors and the Clippers. From the outset, the match was charged with intensity, with the Clippers even establishing a 14-point lead at one stage. Both Green and Griffin were ejected due to flagrant fouls, while the thrilling exchange of shots between Paul and Curry in the final moments added to the spectacle. Ultimately, the Warriors triumphed narrowly, defeating the Clippers 105-103. Dazhuang diligently monitored all 5 games of this season's Christmas showdown, and he indeed uncovered some valuable insights pertinent to the Timberwolves. The day after Christmas, following his drop-off of Kelly at the airport, Dazhuang headed straight to the team's facility, making a beeline for Milt's office. "Chun, I hear you've been quite content these days. Has your princess departed? Enough with that, Milt. I have matters to discuss. I watched the Lakers game yesterday, and I recall that prior to the season, the Lakers signed Chris Come-On to fill the void left by Dwight's departure. Yet, I have not seen his presence in many of their games." "Chris Come-On? The one from the Clippers?" "Yes, precisely. I distinctly remember that the Lakers' intention in signing him was to address Dwight's exit. However, after reviewing the Lakers' recent performances, I cannot find any statistics for him, nor have I encountered any news regarding an injury. Could you inquire and see if there's any information? If negotiations with the Cavaliers do not progress favorably, I believe he would be a suitable candidate to back up Greg." Dazhuang's true desire was to acquire the Clippers' Mullins. Yet the Clippers had resolutely declined any trades with the Timberwolves. To be honest, Dazhuang could not fathom the rationale behind the Clippers' refusal, as Mullins was not a pivotal player and had seen limited playing time according to Milt's findings. "All right, I'll inform you by this afternoon." Unbeknownst to Dazhuang, the Timberwolves had gradually become a team that many others were wary of, especially given their impressive standing as the second best in the Western Conference after a third of the regular season had elapsed. This was a far cry from the beginning of the season, when the Timberwolves were largely overlooked, and their victories could be characterized as upsets or mere skirmishes among weaker teams. However, the situation had changed. Despite many teams being puzzled as to how a team that seemed mediocre could achieve such success, it did not hinder their scrutiny of the Timberwolves. With seasoned analysts and ever-watchful reporters, the Timberwolves' efforts to bolster their interior bench depth were certainly not going unnoticed. This also elucidates the Cavaliers' attempt to cast Bynum as bait for Milt. You desire a formidable presence in the paint, do you not? Here, I present to you a former All-Star. Does this not entice you? To speak candidly, were it not for Zhuang possessing memories of a past life, any head coach would likely favor Bynum over Mullins and Heinrichs combined. Furthermore, the Clippers have a compelling reason to decline since the commencement of the regular season. Every trade involving the Timberwolves has resulted in a loss. Greg Oden was the first, a renowned injury-prone first overall pick who transformed into a dominant force under the Timberwolves regime, causing headaches for all who faced him. Conversely, Brewer, traded away by the Timberwolves, has ultimately become nothing more than a water cooler attendant for the Heat. As for the Cavaliers, it is needless to say, recent reports have suggested that they may be contemplating a change in general management, primarily due to their dealings with the Timberwolves. After finally securing a first overall pick, it ironically turned out to be a selection to benefit another team. Most crucially, while the trade for Love yielded decent statistics, it failed to translate into any significant improvement in the team's performance, leaving the Cavaliers still languishing as a poor squad. Chapter 84. Trouble arises again. In Dallas, the situation has reached a poignant climax. The local team has been left in disarray, with their coach ousted from his position. A bitter rivalry has intensified, and the arrival of Adelman in Dallas has only exacerbated tensions. Subsequently, the two adversaries orchestrated a surprising transaction, akin to a mouse serving as a bridesmaid to a cat, swiftly solidifying their trade. However, the ensuing performance has left much to be desired. Martin, a superstar averaging 24 points per game, has inexplicably dwindled to a mere 12 points per game after joining Dallas, a disheartening adjustment that has bewildered the local fans. This disarray has rendered Milt's pursuit of a trade fraught with challenges. Every team Milt approached either rebuffed the trade, like the Clippers, or demanded exorbitant terms. The Clippers' refusal was significantly influenced by the prospect of a postseason matchup, as both teams reside in the Western Conference. Given the Clippers' aspirations for advancement, they were understandably reluctant to bolster a rival. Unbeknownst to them, events were about to unfold that would thrust the Timberwolves back into the media spotlight. Following Christmas, on December 28th, the Timberwolves arrived at the Bradley Center, poised to face the Milwaukee Bucks that evening. Notably, Carter, previously sidelined due to injury, was set to make his return. The Bucks, having seemingly emerged unscathed from the trade with the Timberwolves, saw Pekovic contribute an impressive average of 16, 8 points and 4 rebounds since his arrival. The intrigue between the two teams extends beyond the current season, as Jilian was also set to confront the Bucks for the first time since re-entering the NBA. For those following the Timberwolves, this matchup against a former team is a compelling narrative thread. Meanwhile, for Dazhuang, the most anticipated aspect was the updated system, whether due to the update or not. The first game post-update yielded delightful surprises for Chen Dazhuang. Although he still received 5 buffs, their attributes proved to be remarkably advantageous. Successfully completing a pick-and-roll increased the three-point shooting percentage by 10%, while the success rate of teammates' passes rose by 5%. Stackable up to 5 times with an effective duration of 3 minutes. After the effect expired, it could be activated again. The dual buff for shooting guards and power forwards activates only when both designated players are on the court. Additionally, when proactively assisting a teammate on defense, all defensive capabilities increased by 50% for 1 minute. While the assisted player enjoyed a 30% boost to rebounding and blocking abilities during the same time frame, no positional requirements, but specified players cannot be changed. Note that there is no effect when solely guarding an opponent. As the system's buff bar opened, 2 crimson buffs prominently occupied the forefront, while the remaining 3 appeared in a stark white. Oh system, you truly exhibit your domestic origins. The moment Jilian arrived, you began to show favoritism. Are these 2 buffs even worth considering? Rubio, Middleton, Budinger, Jilian, and Oden comprised the starting 5 for the Timberwolves, while Bennett entered the rotation for this match, but did not even appear on the bench. Additionally, considering Carter had just recovered from injury, Coach Dazhuang opted not to start him immediately. Meanwhile, the Bucks starting lineup, orchestrated by Larry Drew, included Mayo, Brandon Knight, Karen Butler, Larry Sanders, and Pekovic. The course of the game unfolded without any surprises, and the Bucks roster lacked a decisive player akin to the Clippers. From the very first minute, Jilian transformed into a formidable force on both ends of the court. Offensively, His pick-and-roll collaboration with Middleton was nothing short of exquisite, while defensively, he and Odin rendered Pekovic nearly existentially doubtful within the paint. The Timberwolves established their dominance in the first quarter, leading 33-19. The match lacked any thrilling moments, save for Jilian's relentless prowess on the court. Just as spectators presumed the game would conclude in such a manner, with less than 5 minutes into the fourth quarter. The Timberwolves had surged ahead by 28 points, leading the Bucks 99-71. At this juncture, the Timberwolves lineup consisted of Beria, Carter, Antetokounmpo, Jilian, and Odin. Observing the inevitable defeat, Drew began substituting his starters, surrendering to the situation, while Coach Dazhuang, witnessing the opposing team's plight, also initiated substitutions. He promptly replaced Antetokounmpo with Biyombo, Odin with Dion, and Carter with Middleton. In fact, leaving Jilian on the court while substituting in Middleton was not intended to decisively obliterate the Bucks. Rather, Coach Dazhuang sought to leverage this unbounded buff to enhance Jilian's and Middleton's understanding of the game. However, as the substituted players approached the bench, a shocking scene unfolded. This scene captivated the attention of everyone within the arena. Hemel extended a bottle of water to the Greek Freak. Yet no one anticipated the sudden shove that the latter delivered, causing Hemel to stumble awkwardly. As if that were not enough, after receiving a towel, the Greek Freak forcefully struck it down upon his seat, subsequently ignoring everyone around him. Upon witnessing this, Dazhuang's expression darkened considerably. Up to this point in the match, the Greek Freak had enjoyed ample playing time, nearing 15 minutes, with Dazhuang planning to allocate an additional 5 minutes. However, no one could have foreseen such a display from him, creating an unsettling atmosphere on the Timberwolves bench. The reporters, who had been languishing in boredom at the sidelines, were suddenly electrified by the unfolding drama on the Timberwolves bench. The Timberwolves securing a victory was hardly newsworthy. They had anticipated a more riveting narrative against the Bucks, only to find the latter faltering dramatically. Now, however, the internal discord within the second-ranked team in the West was undeniably explosive news. At this moment, every reporter present began contemplating how to draft their articles, pondering the most eye-catching headlines and devising clever questions for the post-game press conference, all while the actual game faded into insignificance. "What do you intend to do?" Smith's expression mirrored Zhuang's discontent. The four of them were a unified entity, often referred to by the media as the Las Vegas Quartet. In Smith's eyes, the Greek Freak's actions were not only a slight against Dazhuang, but also a slap in their collective face. Chapter 85. Confrontation. Who does he think he is? LeBron or Kobe? I will pin him to the bench. Wasn't there talk of trading him? If he wants to leave, it's not going to be that simple. Dazhuang's countenance was similarly grim, though he remained relatively unfazed. After all, the Greek Freak was not yet the Greek Freak, merely Giannis Antetokounmpo, a rookie whose immediate contribution to the team was limited. To be frank, were it not for his previous obsession with star acquisitions, Dazhuang might not have even considered him. The subsequent match unfolded without incident. Dazhuang did not grant the Greek Freak the initially planned playing time, and ultimately, the Timberwolves triumphed over the Bucks with a score of 117-89. Jilian played for a remarkable 39 minutes, delivering a triple-double with 41 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists, an extraordinary feat marking the first triple-double of his NBA career. Additionally, two other players from the Timberwolves also scored in double digits. Middleton, making his first start since joining the Timberwolves, contributed 16 points and 12 assists, while Odin, dominating the paint, added 20 points and 17 rebounds. The three individuals are indeed the foundation of the Timberwolves' triumph in this match. Yet, it seems that no journalist is particularly interested in how the Timberwolves secured their victory or the margin by which they won. What truly matters to them is what has transpired within the Timberwolves. At the post-match press conference, Chen Dazhuang arrived on the scene accompanied by Jilian. No sooner had they taken their seats than a journalist stood up to pose a question regarding a recent incident to Chen Dazhuang. Chen, first and foremost, congratulations on the Timberwolves' victory in this match. We noticed that when Giannis was substituted, he expressed his dissatisfaction through his actions. Could you clarify the nature of this discontent? Is it related to his playing time, or is there some discord with his teammates? Dear colleagues, let us not overreact. I believe this is a perfectly normal occurrence. Giannis is still quite young. He is merely a rookie. It is entirely reasonable for him to feel dissatisfied with his performance, and in fact, I consider it a positive sign. It indicates that he is aware of his shortcomings, which is crucial for a newcomer. Many of our rookie players struggle precisely because they lack this capacity for self-critique. Therefore, I urge you all not to dwell on this matter. We must allow young players the opportunity to make mistakes so that they may grow. On the way to the press conference, Dazhuang had already concocted an excuse. He thought the situation was not as complicated as it appeared. With his explanation, he could have Giannis address the issue tomorrow, and everything would be resolved, perhaps even garnering some goodwill in the process. However, the journalists present were not swayed by Dazhuang's assertions. He was aware that this group of reporters would not take him at his word, but whether they believed him or not was of little consequence. What he did not realize was that he had indeed underestimated the complexity of the situation. Chen, to my knowledge, Giannis has consistently expressed dissatisfaction regarding his playing time. Oh, is that so? I was unaware of this, Mr. Journalist. It appears your understanding of the Timberwolves surpasses that of this head coach. I must commend your prowess. What I wish to convey is that the atmosphere within our team is currently quite harmonious, and the interactions among players are extremely amicable. In my perspective, regardless of who you are, the player in optimal form will receive more playing time. Therefore, I kindly ask you all not to engage in baseless speculation. After the conclusion of the press conference, the entire Timberwolves team returned to Minneapolis that evening. Dazhuang believed that the matter had come to a close, only to discover the following day upon arriving at the team that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. On the morning of the next day, a reporter from the Washington Post interviewed Giannis's agent, Alex Haratzis. Chen, as the dictator of the Timberwolves, had repeatedly rejected Giannis' request for playing time. His nepotism rendered him an unqualified head coach. A rookie drafted 15th overall was granted a mere few minutes of playtime under his guidance. For a gifted young player, this was tantamount to stifling his potential. He preferred to trust a player in his 30s over providing opportunities to a promising youth. It is a tragedy for the Timberwolves to have such a coach. Currently, several teams in the league have shown considerable interest in Giannis, and I hope, Chen, if you're unwilling to give Giannis a chance, will allow him to leave instead of stifling a young man filled with passion for basketball. George's scathing critique of Dazhuang created quite a stir, thrusting Dazhuang into the spotlight. Chen, there's trouble. In the office, Dazhuang was discussing next month's rotation with Smith when Milt abruptly entered and switched on the television in Dazhuang's office. Almost all NBA news outlets were broadcasting George's interview. After watching, the expressions of Smith, Ogman, and Bino were exceedingly grim, while Dazhuang remained unfazed. Is this guy out of his mind, or has he lost his senses? Giannis's contract is with us. Does he not fear that I will confine Giannis to the bench? Dazhuang was perplexed by the other party's tactics. The contract for Antetokounmpo came from the Bucks, where he was signed under a 4-year, $8.6 million deal, with team options for 2015 and 2016. What does team option imply? It means that in 2015, the Timberwolves could decide whether to uphold the original contract. Chen, you are underestimating the situation. This fellow's actions are trivial, but there are individuals lurking in the shadows, Milt remarked. What do you mean? Just keep watching, he replied. Indeed, the television displayed an interview with Spurs head coach Greg Popovich, who was asked about his impressions of Giannis. He is a player who was entirely underestimated in the draft. His talent and love for the game are exceptional. Frankly, I find it quite perplexing why Chen would be unwilling to utilize such a young player. I believe any head coach should cherish and develop a player with Giannis's potential. Alas, this old chap truly spares no opportunity to strike it himself. The televised interview extends far beyond this. Several individuals who previously had conflicts with Chen Dazhuang have now stepped forward, expressing their optimism for Giannis, each one seemingly eager to elevate him to the status of Jordan's successor. Chapter 86. Welcome to the trade. Clearly, such a swift and significant influence could not manifest without the machinations of discerning individuals behind the scenes. Am I not a gentleman? When did I acquire so many adversaries? In response to Dazhuang's self-deprecating humor, the other 4 present exchanged eye rolls. Do you not recognize your own character? Oh well, it's of little consequence. Let them speak. Their mouths belong to them. Can we truly silence them? Dazhuang shrugged casually. It's merely idle chatter. What is the big deal? It won't cost us anything. At that moment, Milt's assistant entered the room. What is the matter? Is there something amiss? Milt inquired upon seeing the assistant. Giannis' agent has arrived, and additionally, ESPN reporter Kate wishes to conduct an exclusive interview with Chen. Isn't this an opportunity? Please inform Kate that I accept the interview. Milt, let us go meet this European agent. Upon hearing this, Dazhuang felt invigorated. After all, isn't this the perfect chance for some verbal sparring? Following this, Chen Dazhuang and Milt met in his office with Giannis' agent, Salat Saisis, a European agent reputed for his adept handling of international players. In truth, the mastermind behind Giannis' entry into the NBA is not this individual, but rather George Dimitropoulos, the founder of Octagon Sports Entertainment. Greetings, Alex, long time no see. This is our head coach, Chen. Chen, this is Mr. Salatsisis, Giannis' agent. Hello, Mr. Newton. Hello, Chen, it is a pleasure to meet you. The beaming smile on this fellow's face irked Chen Dazhuang, who felt that he appeared blissfully oblivious to the barrage of criticism directed at him. Alex, shouldn't you provide us with an explanation? Once everyone settled down, Milt retracted his smile and adopted a serious demeanor. I am here, Mr. Newton. I do not believe the words I expressed during the interview were fabricated. I was merely advocating for my player. Shouldn't a talent selected at the 15th pick deserve more playing time? Mr. Chen would rather allocate 20 minutes to a player in his 30s than offer an opportunity to a young prodigy. Is that truly justifiable? Mr. Salardis, are you contemplating a career change? No longer wishing to be an agent? Perhaps you aspire to be a head coach. Coincidentally, I am in need of some assistance. And if you're indeed interested in coaching, I could offer you a chance. You imbecile. You really have the audacity to be so brazen. Chen Dazhuang's direct retort wiped the insincere smile off the man's face. And what constitutes top-tier talent? If that were the case, why was he not among the top 10? Why was he not the first pick? Even Anthony, as this summer's first selection, must earn his playing time through training. Do you believe that someone ranked at 15 deserves preferential treatment? Furthermore, Mr. Salardis, have you forgotten the nature of Giannis' contract? I warn you, if you continue this line of discussion, I can assure you that Giannis will remain on the bench for the next 3 years. As long as I am with the Timberwolves, he will wear that bench out. You, what do you mean? Disbelieving, are you? I can tell you right now that in the final 2 years, the Timberwolves will exercise their team option. You want to even see a minute of playtime. Yet you are bound to stay for 3 years. Are you unable to distinguish between a king and a joker? Those unscrupulous media reporters have flattered you, and now you cannot tell east from west. A fool counting money after being sold. All right, Chen, calm down, Milt interjected. Alex, you must understand that this outburst serves no one's interest. We can resolve matters privately without resorting to the media. Your questions will only exacerbate the situation. Milt stood up with a smile, attempting to placate Chen Dazhuang. Surprisingly, the interplay between the two, one red and one white, produced a harmonious exchange. The man quickly softened. Well, I concede that this issue is indeed my fault, and I apologize to you. You know Giannis is my most talented player, and I too wish for him to showcase his abilities soon. Upon hearing his words, Dazhuang and Milt exchanged glances, both harboring a hint of amusement. Very well, Alex. Please share your intentions for today. I fervently hope that the Timberwolves will consider trading Giannis, as many coaches outside recognize his extraordinary talent. You mean to say that Mr. Popovich acknowledges him? Very well. If you believe that the external recognition of Giannis is indeed accurate, why not inquire with Mr. Popovich to see if he is willing to engage and trade with us? If he regards Giannis as a top-tier player, perhaps he might be persuaded to exchange him for Kawhi Leonard, especially since their salaries align perfectly. By the way, have the Cavaliers expressed similar sentiments? If so, I demand Kyrie Irving. Surely the request is not excessive? Milt, seated nearby, found himself stifling his frustration upon hearing Dazhuang's words. If such conditions are deemed reasonable, then it is hard to fathom what would be considered excessive. Alex, standing to the side, was acutely aware that the distinction between reasonable and unreasonable was solely in Dazhuang's perception. Chen, this is unrealistic. Unrealistic? Just moments ago, I saw on television that Mr. Popovich has likened Giannis to a successor of Michael Jordan. Thus, what is unrealistic about trading such an immensely talented young man for Kawhi Leonard? Dazhuang's argument effectively silenced the room. Alex stammered, at a loss for how to continue the conversation. Let us do this, Alex. We shall conclude our discussion for today. We are aware of your demands, and rest assured, we will give them due consideration. All right? Milt then signaled the end of the meeting. The opposing party had no recourse. The discourse had reached an impasse, and they could only return empty-handed. One absurd notion. Did he genuinely believe the words of those who stepped forward were sincere? Was he attempting to intimidate us with such naivety? Indeed, he took it seriously. How naive. By the way, how are discussions with the Cavaliers progressing? Still ongoing. But I suspect this incident may actually expedite the process. All right, you handle it as you see fit, just as long as it doesn't involve someone like Andrew. I still need to contemplate how to manage this afternoon's interview. Chen, take it easy. You have quite a few adversaries. No, your adversaries are numerous. And this is merely your first season in the league. Chapter 87. Utterly disgusting observing the smile on Milt's face, Dazhuang shook his head and hastened his departure. He genuinely feared that if he lingered for another second, he might be compelled to measure the size of his fellow's face with his fist. However, to be candid, having traversed a mere third of this short season, it is evident that I have made quite a few enemies. It seems that at the slightest disturbance, everyone is eager to turn against me, as if I had disturbed their ancestral graves. Chen, thank you for agreeing to my interview. In the afternoon, within the office of Chen Dazhuang, the seasoned journalist from ESPN, Kate, expressed her delight upon seeing him. Kate, I ought to extend my gratitude to you. As you can see, I am not particularly favored here, but you're the only one willing to come and interview me. Dazhuang embraced her with genuine happiness. I am a journalist. They are not. Is there a distinction? Indeed, there is a significant difference. Journalists pursue the truth, while others chase trends and marketability. My focus lies in conveying genuine events through the lens of news, whereas they are preoccupied with enhancing sales and crafting language to captivate attention. Insightful, Dazhuang remarked, giving Kate a thumbs up. It must be said that his words struck a chord, and it was evident that Kate harbored skepticism towards certain external opinions. Chun, shall we commence? Absolutely, at any time. Regarding Giannis Antetokounmpo's furious towel-throwing incident, I presume you have heard what his agent said? Is there any truth to it? There is both truth and falsehood. Oh, which parts are true and which are false? Kate was momentarily taken aback by Dazhuang's response. The statement that Giannis is a talented player is true. Everything else is false. This revelation elicited laughter from Kate. Chen, we have analyzed Giannis's playing time with the Timberwolves, and it is indeed less than when he first joined. What is the reason for this? Kate, Giannis is undeniably talented, yet his physique is too slender to withstand physical confrontations. Currently, he still lags behind Anthony in terms of physicality. This is precisely why, in this year's draft, Anthony was the first overall pick, while Giannis was the 15th. I believe what he needs now is not excessive playing time, but rather to diligently complete the training tasks we have assigned him. Recently, we have devised a comprehensive training plan for him, particularly focusing on his physical conditioning. We considered reducing his playing time due to his age. So, you do have high hopes for him? Of course, I take great responsibility for each of my players. Kate, you must understand that I was once the head coach of a college team, and I have a profound affection for young talent. I aspire for each young individual in my squad to make their mark in the league. What are your thoughts on the remarks made by Mr. Popovich and Mr. Brown? Both are immensely experienced coaches, and I greatly admire their discernment. I fully acknowledge their assessment of Giannis. Today, Giannis's agent has already reached out to us, stating that both of them are very interested in Giannis. Kate gazed at Dazhuang in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by his response. Was he suggesting a self-destruct mechanism? Would the Timberwolves indeed allow Giannis to depart? Of course, there is no issue, he continued. As I previously stated, I aspire for every young talent in my team to have a promising future. Given that both of you hold Giannis in high regard, and considering his extraordinary talent, I have instructed Giannis's agent to inform both head coaches. If Mr. Popovich is so optimistic about Giannis's future, why not facilitate a trade? A fair exchange, Kawhi Leonard for Giannis Antetokounmpo, and on Mr. Mike Brown's side, a talent-equivalent swap of Kyrie Irving for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Good heavens, how audacious! Kate was at a loss for words, utterly taken aback by Dazhuang's brazen proposal. What kind of foolishness would prompt Popovich and Brown to entertain such a trade? Equitable contracts? Equivalent talents? No, there was only one aspect of parity among the three of them, their audacity. However, upon reflection, Kate considered that while Irving was a different matter, Leonard truly bore some semblance of equivalence to Antetokounmpo. Both were drafted at the 15th position, their salaries were comparable, and their trajectories mirrored one another. Leonard was selected by the Pacers before being traded to the Spurs, whereas Antetokounmpo was sent to the Timberwolves following a trade by the Bucks. The sole distinction lay in Leonard's established performance with the Spurs, who had exercised their team option on him this year. Kate had never anticipated that Dazhuang would stoop so low as to irritate Popovich and the others. Imagining the aftermath of this exclusive interview, one could only speculate how it would irk figures like Popovich and Mike Brown. Yet, Kate couldn't help but admire the audacity of Dazhuang's response. Wasn't he practically lauding the player to celestial heights? If that's the case, why not trade? If you believe such a player is exceptional, then by all means, let's make a deal. The interview spanned a mere 20 minutes, during which Dazhuang earnestly addressed Kate's inquiries regarding the Timberwolves' future plans and objectives for the current season, even delving into some concepts surrounding team building. As anticipated by Kate, The content of Dazhuang's interview soon dampened the spirits of Popovich and Brown, primarily due to the distaste it inspired. Furthermore, in what might be perceived as a protective instinct, TNT surprisingly aired a special segment, inviting a cadre of NBA legends to discuss the feasibility of a trade between the Timberwolves and Spurs. They meticulously analyzed the implications of a potential exchange involving Giannis and Leonard for both teams. The conclusion drawn from this discourse only served to aggravate Popovich, as these so-called legends unanimously supported the idea that a trade would significantly benefit the Spurs. As for Dazhuang, he paid little heed to the unfolding events, for the upcoming match was of considerable personal significance. This game was also spotlighted by the league as a focal point of the round, with the theme of revenge looming large. Chapter 88. Envy Unleashed. Rick Adelman, born in 1946 in the picturesque state of California, is a former NBA player whose appearance during his playing days overshadowed his performance. Influenced by the hippie aesthetic, he sported an Elvis-like hairstyle, rendering him almost unrecognizable compared to his present self. His scoring average during his playing career never surpassed 12.6 points per game. However, upon embarking on his coaching career, Adelman, much like Chen Dazhuang, achieved immediate acclaim. After serving as an assistant coach for 7 years with the Trailblazers, he ascended to the head coach position mid-season in 1988-89. In his first full season, he led the Trailblazers to the NBA Finals. Although they ultimately succumbed to the Pistons, this marked a significant breakthrough for Adelman, with the team prominently featuring Clyde Drexler. In the 1991-92 season, Adelman once again guided the Trailblazers to the Finals, which would be his last appearance at that level, unfortunately facing the legendary Michael Jordan. Following this peak, his next significant coaching chapter unfolded with the Kings, where he championed the renowned Princeton offense, originally conceived by Pete Carroll, who had already been an assistant with the Kings for some time. Adelman took the seeds that had been sown and brought them to fruition. The pinnacle of his career undoubtedly came in the 2001-2002 season when the Kings, with an impressive 61 victories, surpassed the Lakers to become the top team in the West. However, they ultimately fell to the Lakers in a thrilling 7-game series, marking the beginning of the decline for the once dominant Kings known for their dazzling offensive style. From the Kings to the Rockets, and finally to the Timberwolves, Adelman's relationship with new management soured drastically following Milt's appointment. Coupled with the Timberwolves' lackluster performance and the absence of support from owner Taylor and team president Saunders, he eventually departed under a cloud of disappointment. Thus, Chen Dazhuang has inadvertently found himself included in Adelman's list of adversaries. Now, this pair of foes is finally set to encounter one another during the regular season. On December 30th, the Timberwolves will host their final opponent of 2013, the Dallas Mavericks, at the Target Center. The animosity between the two teams this season has rendered this matchup a focal point of public interest. This marks the third encounter between the two teams this season, with the previous two concluding in victories for the Timberwolves. The personal rivalry between Adelman and Chen Dazhuang, the entanglement of Adelman with the Timberwolves, the long-standing animosity between the Mavericks and the Timberwolves, as well as Carter and Martin facing their former teams simultaneously, all contribute to the narrative. Since Adelman assumed the role of head coach for the Dallas Mavericks, he has been under considerable pressure, especially considering Rick Carlisle's legacy as a celebrated coach, having led the team to its sole championship title in history. With Adelman's appointment, both the media and fans inevitably draw comparisons between the two, with the most immediate point of comparison being their respective records. Prior to this match, the Dallas Mavericks had completed exactly 30 regular season games this season, boasting a record of 17 wins and 13 losses, positioning them 10th in the Western Conference. Coincidentally, since Rick Adelman took the reins of the Mavericks, he too has concluded 10 games, achieving a balanced record of 5 wins and 5 losses, thus rendering his performance inferior to that of Carlisle based solely on statistics. However, this is not the most significant source of pressure. After all, one could easily attribute it to the ongoing adjustment period following his recent appointment. The primary source of scrutiny lies in the trade for Carter and Martin, which Adelman championed. Martin's rapid decline in performance after joining Dallas has become the main reason for the doubts cast upon Adelman. Therefore, if he wishes to dispel such skepticism, this match undoubtedly serves as an ideal opportunity for validation. From Adelman's perspective, there are numerous compelling reasons to secure a victory in this contest. Consequently, what would ordinarily be a routine regular season game has transformed into something extraordinary, fueled by media hype and the league's encouragement. Before the game commenced, both teams engaged in a war of words. I do not believe the Timberwolves can progress far this season. This is merely a product of media sensationalism. Chen exhibits little patience for young talent, and while Giannis is undeniably a gifted player, I fear that such promising youth will be squandered in Minnesota. I hold high hopes for him, yet I believe Chen has much to learn in nurturing young players. A team's potential for advancement is not solely determined by current results, but rather by the stability of its foundation, a principle that the opposing side seems to have neglected. The distinctions between NCAA and NBA are substantial. In an effort to bolster team morale, Adelman personally initiated the first verbal exchange. I believe the crux of Mr. Adelman's focus should not be on whether we are stable, but rather on himself. Mr. Carlisle brought a championship to Dallas. One wonders what Mr. Adelman will bring to the franchise. Engaging in banter, after all, is a game where no one fears the other. After our last victory over Dallas, their head coach resigned. One wonders if another one will lead him to follow in Carlisle's footsteps. The Mavericks may soon find themselves in search of successor. Witnessing my most respected figure being disparaged by the opposition, Anthony Bennett was the first to step forward and deliver a sharp retort, and I must say, it was quite astute. Rookie, if you wish to establish yourself in the league, you must first learn the virtue of respect. This sentiment was echoed by Marion. Respect is reciprocal. If one desires my respect, they must first demonstrate it. I am well acquainted with the Timberwolves and with Chen. I have no doubt that victory in this match will belong to Dallas, a day I have eagerly anticipated for a long time. Martin stepped forward with unwavering determination, proclaiming a victory. If one were to discern the player among both sides who harbored the deepest resentment, it would undoubtedly be Martin himself. He could not quite fathom the reason for his discontent. Initially, he believed that upon arriving in Dallas, he would swiftly ascend the ranks of the team, surpassing Nowitzki through his performance. After all, he was a player handpicked by Adelman, and he had indeed posted commendable statistics during his season with the Timberwolves. However, he was wholly unprepared for the sense of alienation he experienced upon reaching Dallas. This match against the Timberwolves thus became his most pivotal opportunity to prove himself. The atmosphere was electric, with both sides exchanging fervent plays, much to the delight of the media, who relished the spectacle. It reaffirmed their conviction that any game involving the Timberwolves would yield ample newsworthy moments. Chapter 89. Intensely envious 2 time swiftly approached 4 o'clock on the day of the match, as the entire Dallas team arrived in Minneapolis. Upon reaching the Target Center, Adelman appeared remarkably at ease, greeting the on-site reporters with a broad smile, exuding confidence in his team's impending victory. It seemed he had discovered the key to vanquishing the Timberwolves. With only half an hour remaining before the game commenced, Dazhuang's system buff bar underwent another update. However, upon a meticulous review of the buff's attributes, Dazhuang could not help but shake his head in amusement. In terms of causing a stir, no one could rival this peculiar system. Within 30 minutes, the three-point shooting accuracy would increase by 50%, reaction speed would enhance by 50%, and defensive capability would also rise by 50%. Shooting guard single buff, applicable only to designated substitute players. Activation condition. The specified player must enter the game 10 minutes after it begins for successful activation. Additionally, within 30 minutes, the success rate for breakthroughs would increase by 50%, passing accuracy would improve by 50%, and a successful reception of his pass would elevate a teammate's three-point shooting accuracy by 5% and two-point shooting accuracy by 5%. Point guard single buff. Applicable only to designated substitute players. Activation condition. The specified player must enter the game 10 minutes after it begins for successful activation. Lastly, within 30 minutes, defensive capability would increase by 50%, with each successful defensive play enhancing shooting accuracy by 5%. Small forward single buff can only specify substitute players. Activation condition. The designated player must be substituted after 10 minutes into the game to activate successfully, with 3 red cards and 2 white cards. It is evident that the 3 red cards are designed to disrupt the opponent's mentality. With these 3 red cards in play, this match embodies a classic showcase of unpredictability. Soon, both team starting players emerged onto the court, and the game was about to commence. Rubio, Carter, Bennett, Jianlian, and Odin formed the formidable starting 5 for the Timberwolves. Meanwhile, the Maverick starting lineup consisted of Ellis, Martin, Marion, Nowitzki, and DeLembert. As the game began, the Mavericks exhibited impressive form. Strictly speaking, the current tactics of the Dallas Mavericks align perfectly with Adelman's expertise in the Princeton offense. Nowitzki has taken on the role of a facilitating power forward, showcasing a style of play that is markedly different from the previous Dallas approach. In the Timberwolves' first offensive possession, Bennett was tasked with execution. However, after a series of screens, he unfortunately failed to convert a three-point attempt against Martin's defense. On the other hand, the Mavericks' offense was initiated by Nowitzki receiving the ball at the high post. Following a strategic cut by Martin to the weak side, he received Nowitzki's pass and successfully hit a mid-range jumper, a quintessential Princeton offensive maneuver. This play illustrates that Adelman's transformation of the Mavericks is proving effective, and Nowitzki is indeed capable of shouldering the responsibilities of orchestrating the interior game, possessing both height and agility, complemented by a reliable shooting touch. "This guy looks quite impressive," Smith remarked, turning to Big Zhuang. "I must say, Dallas's current roster aligns well with his coaching philosophy. Dirk possesses extensive experience, and E. Jinlian finds it challenging to defend him. In the paint, Greg could provide assistance. However, once Dirk positions himself at the high post, Greg is rendered ineffective," Big Zhuang observed as he watched the game unfold. "Is there a solution? Let's wait and see. Even if I can't contain his offense, he won't be able to stop ours." As Big Zhuang stated, the ensuing game saw both teams exchanging leads, with Bennett's initial miss overshadowed by the Timberwolves' increasingly adept use of the pick-and-roll strategy, which began to trouble Adelman, especially as Bennett and E. Jinlian found their shooting rhythm from beyond the arc, demanding significant defensive attention from Dallas. Even a timeout called by Adelman could not stem the tide. However, one comforting thought for Adelman was that the Mavericks' offense posed challenges for their opponents as well. The entire game devolved into a back-and-forth exchange of scoring. "It's time to make substitutions." At the 10-minute and 17-second mark of the first quarter, Dazhuang spoke to Smith, who subsequently informed Middleton, Beria, and Budinger. Consequently, the Timberwolves executed their first substitution, replacing three key players simultaneously. Although Adelman cast a glance at the proceedings, he paid little mind, as 10 minutes into the game typically signifies a standard rotation. Unbeknownst to Adelman, however, the opposing team had been eagerly awaiting this moment, finding the wait rather excruciating. Budinger replaced Bennett, Beria took over from Rubio, and Middleton substituted for Carter, each a conventional matchup adjustment. At this juncture, the Timberwolves held a slender lead of 24-23 over the Mavericks. Everyone present believed that this contest would not yield a victor until the final moments, marveling once again at Adelman's mastery of the Princeton offense. Yet, the unfolding game took an unexpected turn. Following the substitutions, the Timberwolves regained possession. Beria advanced past half-court, and Middleton, using E. Jillian's off-ball screen, momentarily shook off Martin's defense. At that pivotal moment, Beria delivered the pass. Without a moment's hesitation, Middleton caught the ball and executed a swift three-point shot. Martin, tasked with guarding Middleton, was momentarily impeded and arrived just as Middleton released the ball. All eyes turned toward the arc of the basketball in flight. The satisfying sound of the ball swishing through the net announced that Middleton had executed a splendid three-pointer for the Timberwolves. If this basket did not sufficiently heighten the tension for Adelman and the Dallas contingent, the ensuing Dallas offensive play showcased Budinger's defensive prowess. In a sudden burst of speed, he aided E. Jinlian in double-teaming Nowitzki, executing a clean and fierce steal that sent the ball crashing to the floor. He then swiftly fell to the ground, managing to tap the ball away. Beria quickly swooped in to secure possession. Upon obtaining the ball, Beria accelerated forward, leading to a 2-on-2 situation for the Timberwolves. Just when it seemed they would finish the fast break with a simple two-point basket, an unexpected cross movement occurred. As they crossed the midcourt line, Middleton executed a crossover with the ball-handling Beria, positioning himself at the left 45-degree angle. At this moment, he received another pass from Beria, nearly replicating the previous three-point shot's location. With the same shooting form, the result was identical. The score surged to 30-23 in less than a minute, transforming a 1-point lead into a 7-point advantage. The atmosphere in the Target Center reached its zenith amidst the DJ's exuberant shouts. Every player on the Minnesota Timberwolves bench rose in unison, cheering, "Chris, Chris, Chris." The Timberwolves fans in the stands rose en masse, chanting Middleton's name. Meanwhile, Adelman found himself somewhat bewildered, not only by Middleton's barrage of three-pointers, but also by the uncanny timing of Budinger's double team and subsequent steal. The most perplexing aspect was that both players were merely substitutes for the opposing team. Initially, upon witnessing the substitution of three key players, Adelman had contemplated rotating his lineup. However, the current scenario extinguished any thoughts of such changes. Despite the first quarter dwindling to under a minute remaining, the opposing team's morale had surged, fueled by consecutive three-pointers, leaving Adelman apprehensive that this final minute could unravel entirely. At that moment, he felt as though he had been force-fed something distasteful. Amidst the commotion on the Timberwolves bench, one individual bore a particularly complex expression: Giannis Antetokounmpo. Watching Middleton celebrate with his teammates on the court, Giannis's emotions were difficult to articulate. Upon arriving at the Timberwolves, he had been the centerpiece of that trade, while Middleton was merely an ancillary piece. Yet, their paths had diverged dramatically. The unassuming Middleton had found his niche within the team, securing an increasingly stable role, while Giannis remained on the periphery of the rotation. As the game continued, Edelman's fears materialized. With less than a minute left in the first quarter, Dallas had yet to score, while Middleton, seemingly possessed by his spirit, sank 2 more three-pointers. Consequently, the score at the end of the first quarter settled at 36-23. After 10 minutes of effort, Edelman had glimpsed a prospect for victory, only to stumble over the performance of a substitute player. Observing the dejected Dallas players trudging off the court, he found himself at a loss. Should he unleash his wrath, or should he offer words of comfort to his team? The sudden shift left him disoriented. What troubled Edelman further was the thought that if both team starters battled to the end, a loss would simply be a loss. It would carry little consequence. However, succumbing under the current circumstances would undoubtedly tarnish his tenure in Dallas. Logically, it was time for the Dallas players to be rotated in the second quarter, especially considering the age of the veterans like Marion and Nowitzki. Yet, the fear lingered that the Timberwolves substitutes might replicate their recent 2-minute surge, making the game futile. After a moment of contemplation, Edelman chose to trust that this was merely an ephemeral moment for one player and proceeded to adjust the lineup for the second quarter. On the other hand, Dazhuang adhered to his original plan for lineup adjustments. Soon, the intermission concluded, and both teams opted to field their substitutes simultaneously. Although both lineups were composed of substitutes, the outcomes differed significantly. Dallas's reserves played as expected, while the Timberwolves substitutes exhibited a ferocity that surpassed that of the starters. After just 2 minutes, Edelman felt compelled to alter his lineup once more, but mindful of the players' stamina, he only brought Martin and Nowitzki onto the court, hoping they would help stem the tide. Indeed, upon their entry, the two displayed a fighting spirit distinct from that of the substitutes. Initially, Nowitzki, receiving the ball at the high post, watched as Martin utilized the screen to draw the Timberwolves' defensive attention away, allowing Nowitzki to execute a signature shot over Giannis. Subsequently, during a Timberwolves offensive play, Beria exploited a screen to penetrate the paint and delivered a brilliant pass, only for Giannis' dunk attempt to be thwarted by Nowitzki's interference. On the sidelines, Dazhuang shook his head at Giannis' botched dunk. It was evident that external distractions had taken their toll on him. The play did not necessitate a dunk. Nowitzki had relinquished much of his defensive position, and a simple layup would have sufficed. Yet, Giannis opted for an emphatic display, inadvertently granting Nowitzki an opportunity to contest. Dazhuang had always emphasized the importance of choosing the most composed and suitable method for scoring. As the game unfolded, Dallas turned back, seizing the rebound to launch a fast break. Martin executed a swift three-pointer, narrowing the gap for Dallas. On the sidelines, Edelman seemed to sense a glimmer of hope, giving Martin a thumbs up. "Let's take a timeout." Dazhuang gestured. The Timberwolves opted for a pause. "Size C. When the game resumes, you will take on Kevin. Make sure to keep him in check. I do not wish to witness him scoring like that again. Understood?" Dazhuang addressed Buetinger. "No problem, boss. I will keep a close eye on him. Olien, you'll come in for Giannis. Remember, stay aggressive. Even if you can't match his physicality, don't let him gain momentum. Whether he passes or shoots, ensure he remains uncomfortable. Got it?" Dazhuang directed his attention solely towards Jianlian, disregarding Giannis entirely. "Understood. All right, everyone. Let's aim to dominate them in the second quarter and keep the pace up during our offense." Dazhuang clapped his hands and declared that the pause was over. The Timberwolves opted for substitution, with Jianlian replacing Antetokounmpo. When the game resumed, the Timberwolves seized complete control of the match. Buetinger flawlessly executed the tasks assigned by Dazhuang, rendering Martin entirely ineffective under the deliberate scrutiny of his former teammate. On the offensive end, Middleton and Beria emerged as the stars of the game. Edelman, once again mirroring his demeanor from the first quarter, incessantly shouted from the sidelines, calling for multiple timeouts. However, no adjustments yielded any improvement. With just 1 minute and 11 seconds remaining in the second quarter, Dazhuang replaced Buetinger, Middleton, and Beria with Carter, Bennett, and Rubio. At that moment, the score stood at 63-41. The 22-point gap perfectly fulfilled the mission assigned by Dazhuang during the timeout. A 22-point deficit still offered hope for a comeback with 2 quarters remaining. Yet, the morale of the Mavericks had plummeted to its lowest point. Chapter 91. Good news currently. The sole scoring threat for the entire Dallas team was Nowitzki. Despite the considerable lead, Dazhuang had to concede that Yi Jianlian was in a state of utter defeat. However, Nowitzki was not without his struggles. Yi Jianlian had no intentions of completely stifling his opponent. His objective was merely to exhaust Nowitzki's energy. Thus, throughout the second quarter, although Nowitzki managed to maintain a level of scoring, he was significantly drained by Yi Jianlian's relentless pursuit, as evidenced by the heaving of his chest. As the second half unfolded, it mirrored the first half's dismal performance. Dallas exhibited no resistance at the target center, and by the latter half of the third quarter, Adelman had chosen to relinquish hope, opting to sit on the bench with his chin resting in his hand, silently observing the game. No one knew what thoughts occupied Adelman's mind at that moment. Ultimately, as the fourth quarter concluded, the referee signaled the end of the game. The Timberwolves triumphed over the Dallas Mavericks with a staggering 124-82 victory, concluding their 2013 season on a high note. Following the match, Adelman made no effort to acknowledge Dazhuang, who had approached to shake his hand, instead turning away and heading towards the player tunnel. It was clear, losing was the bitterest pill to swallow. Observing the silhouette of his companion, Dazhuang instinctively touched his nose, reflecting on the match. The trio of substitutes had orchestrated a resounding victory. Middleton, with an impressive tally of 41 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 assists, was rightfully crowned the most valuable player of the game. Additionally, Beria contributed 11 points and 14 assists. However, astute professionals who closely analyzed the match would discern that, apart from these two, the true linchpin was Babbitt. Although he recorded merely 10 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 steals, his pivotal defensive role was instrumental in thwarting Dallas's offensive effectiveness in the later stages of the game. This scenario reflects a notable point. Martin, who was matched against him, managed to score a mere 13 points throughout the game, with a dismal shooting percentage of only 39.7, the lowest of his career. Additionally, under the vigilant defense of Badinger, he committed 4 turnovers. Recalling the verbal sparring that transpired before the match commenced, the outcome has left the Dallas representatives somewhat abashed. Journalists on site were prepared with numerous inquiries for Adelman, but it appears that he sensed impending trouble and opted to forego the press conference, even at the risk of incurring penalties from the league. The assistant coach of the Dallas Mavericks offered a feeble excuse regarding Adelman's health as the reason for his absence, subsequently providing a rather vague response to the gathered reporters before departing. In contrast, Chen Dazhuang was in high spirits, engaging in light conversation with the journalists present. Following the game against Dallas, the next day saw various media outlets once again showcasing their fickle nature, as numerous criticisms of Adelman graced the headlines, and the league issued an official statement regarding Adelman's sanctions. Meanwhile, the Minnesota Timberwolves enjoyed a period of relative calm, as the media's focus shifted away from them. After concluding their December schedule, the Timberwolves faced an intense January lineup. Having evaded the Christmas showdown, they were now set to confront the New Year's battle. On January 1st, 2014, the Timberwolves continued to host the New Orleans Pelicans at the Target Center. To Dazhuang's surprise, this match marked the only occasion since his tenure with the Timberwolves began that they secured victory without relying on the system's enhancements. In a match characterized by an extraordinary display of offensive prowess, the Minnesota Timberwolves engaged in a high-scoring battle against the New Orleans Pelicans at the Target Center. Despite the system generating 5 white buffs, both teams disregarded defensive strategies, resulting in a thrilling contest that saw each surpass the century mark in points over 4 quarters. Ultimately, it was the Timberwolves, playing on their home court, who emerged victorious. With Bennett's remarkable consecutive 4 three-pointers in the final 3 minutes, the Timberwolves decisively secured their triumph, concluding the game with a score of 124-114, thereby achieving a commendable start to the new year. This victory propelled the Timberwolves season record to an impressive 25 wins and 6 losses, positioning them ahead of the Portland Trail Blazers, who stand at 24 wins and 7 losses, and securing the top spot in the Western Conference. As the regular season progresses into January, many teams are beginning to intensify their efforts, particularly as the halfway mark approaches. The competition in the Western Conference is exceptionally fierce, with the Timberwolves at the forefront, followed closely by the Trail Blazers. The current standings from 3rd to 8th place include the Thunder, Spurs, Rockets, Clippers, Warriors, and Suns. In contrast, the Eastern Conference presents a clearer delineation, with the Indiana Pacers, having played 1 game fewer than the Timberwolves, also boasting a record of 25 wins, thus leading the East. They are followed by the Heat, with the Bulls, Raptors, Wizards, Nets, Hornets, and Hawks filling positions 3 through 8. On January 2, 2014, the NBA announced its monthly awards for December on its official website. Pertinent to the Timberwolves, Coach Chen Dazhuang was once again honored as the Western Conference Coach of the Month, while Bennett secured the title of Western Conference Rookie of the Month. LeBron James was named the Eastern Conference Player of the Month. However, the selection of Durant as the Western Conference Player of the Month sparked discontent among many Timberwolves fans. Durant averagea 29. 4 points, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists in December, but the Timberwolves felt aggrieved as Jianlian posted averages of 27, 1 point and 9, 4 rebounds during the same period, all while leading the standings. Nonetheless, within the Timberwolves organization, figures such as Chen Dazhuang, Smith, and even Jianlian himself expressed little dissatisfaction. The reasons being that Yi's statistics did not quite match those of Durant. The Thunder's performance in December was notably impressive, and he had only recently joined the Timberwolves, resulting in fewer games played compared to Durant. Negotiations concerning a trade involving Chen and the Cavaliers are nearing completion. Oh, has an agreement been reached? What is the proposed plan? The deal involves a swap of Giannis, who was originally their second-round pick, for Tyler Zeller and Henry Sims. What about Chris Come-On from the Lakers? What's the situation with him? I have inquired, and it appears that this individual indeed harbors intentions of departing from the Lakers. His relationship with D'Antoni is rather strained. However, considering his age and the injuries he has sustained, I do not believe he would serve as a valuable addition to the rotation. Is it confirmed that he is injured? His experience speaks volumes, and should we reach the playoffs, he could prove to be a significant asset. Yet if he is indeed injured, that would certainly be a hindrance. It is confirmed that he is injured. Chapter 92. The trade is finalized very well. Then it shall be the Cavaliers. If you seek vengeance, do not come to me. Cavaliers. If there is to be blame, direct it toward Milt, for it is that scoundrel who orchestrated this trade with you, and I bear no responsibility. Chen Dazhuang thought to himself, if James returns to the Cavaliers next year, what will Giannis do? Will he play as a blue-collar power forward? He will still have to contend with Irving and James for ball control side. On January 3rd, TNT revealed during a broadcast that the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Cleveland Cavaliers had reached an agreement on a trade. The Timberwolves were set to send Giannis Antetokounmpo and a second-round draft pick from 2014 acquired from the Cavaliers, while the Cavaliers would part with Tyler Zeller and Henry Sims. The program asserted that both parties had come to a consensus regarding the trade and had submitted it to the league. Subsequently, on the morning of January 4th, the league's official website confirmed and approved the trade. Following this, both the Cavaliers and Timberwolves announced player changes on their respective websites. However, compared to previous trades, this transaction did not create significant waves. Aside from Antetokounmpo's recent notoriety stemming from tensions with the Timberwolves, there were no other marquee players involved. Neither Tyler Zeller nor Henry Sims piqued the interest of reporters. In contrast to the media's perspective, many teams within the league began to take the Timberwolves more seriously. While journalists focused on the headlines, coaches analyzed the implications of the trade for both teams. Clearly, in their eyes, the Timberwolves emerged as the benefactors of this trade, having not only shed an unstable locker room presence, but also bolstered their bench depth. Although Zeller and Sims are still newcomers, yet to establish notable performance records, their presence has undoubtedly eased the Timberwolves' internal rotation. With the roster reinforcement completed, the Timberwolves appear to be on a smooth trajectory. The two newcomers acclimated swiftly, particularly Sims, who surprised everyone with his performance, reminiscent of the early days of Antetokounmpo and Middleton's arrivals. Sims' contributions surpassed those of Zeller after joining the Timberwolves. On January 4th, the Timberwolves hosted the Oklahoma City Thunder and triumphed with a score of 117-101, thereby solidifying their position at the top of the Western Conference. On January 5th, Zeller and Sims underwent the team's physical assessments and successfully joined the roster. The Timberwolves then embarked on an unstoppable streak in the regular season. On January 6th, at the Wachovia Center, they decisively defeated the Philadelphia 76ers with a score of 126-95. Notably, both Zeller and Sims played less than 20 minutes in this match. Zeller contributed 9 points and 7 rebounds, marking a satisfactory performance. In contrast, Sims dazzled with 10 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 assists in just 19 minutes, showcasing a vigorous and aggressive defensive presence, embodying the essence of a blue-collar player. During the post-game press conference, Coach Big Z specifically commended Sims for his performance, further intensifying scrutiny on the Cavaliers. Questions arose regarding Mike Brown's ability to nurture and trust players, especially considering Sims was an undrafted free agent who signed a 2-year, non-guaranteed contract with the Cavaliers that summer. After joining the Cavaliers, Sims averaged less than 9 minutes per game, with statistics of 5 points and 2 rebounds. As for Zeller, who had been a starter in 55 games last season with an average of 3 minutes, he had yet to secure a single start under Mike Brown this season, with an average playing time reduced to 15 minutes. It seems this player is quite unfortunate indeed. The day following the conclusion of the game against the 76ers, Smith presented Chen Dazhuang with a copy of the Washington Post, prominently featuring a critical headline regarding Mike Brown. Dazhuang, uninterested, glanced at the article before dismissively tossing the newspaper aside. Misfortune? This was merely the beginning. The stout and formidable Dazhuang recalled that at the season's end, Brown would be unceremoniously dismissed by the Cavaliers. It could be said that Brown's troubles had commenced with his arrival at the Lakers. This did not concern us. By the way, how is your search for another assistant coach progressing? Still in pursuit. I will inform you as soon as I receive any updates. On January 8th, the regular season reignited with fervor. The Timberwolves, hosting the Phoenix Suns at Target Center, ultimately triumphed with a score of 104-91, thanks to a formidable combination of red-clad forwards. Bennett and Gillian collectively contributed an impressive 67 points, while Henry Sims, following a previous game in which he scored in double digits, once again achieved a double-double with 13 points and 10 rebounds. This also marks the first double-double in his NBA career. After the game, he was overcome with emotion, shedding tears of joy, and expressed profound gratitude towards Dazhuang. The recent streak of 4 consecutive victories as the new year unfolds is merely a beginning for the Timberwolves. On January 10th, after a day of rest, the Timberwolves resumed their campaign at home, facing the Charlotte Bobcats. The progression of the match held little of note.